Chapter 604. After placing the blood servant token on the side, Li Fuchen released his spiritual awareness and started to scan his body. After the first scan, Li Fuchen didn't discover anything. Frowning, Li Fuchen released his spirit soul power and started to scan for the second time. During the second scan, Li Fuchen noticed something strange. His chi blood wasn't circulating at all, but at his chest, the chi blood was circulating in a very obscure way. If it wasn't for his spirit soul power, Li Fuchen wouldn't be able to sense this obscure way of circulation. Li Fuchen lifted up the clothes in front of his chest and took a closer look. It was unknown when a blood skull mark appeared on his chest. This is a mark? Li Fuchen had a very unpleasant expression. When a mark was left on the body, it was the same as a flame in the darkness. It was hard to not attract attention. Taking a deep breath, Li Fuchen circulated the dragon elephant power and wanted to disperse the circulating chi blood. PFFF. After the chi blood was dispersed, the blood skull mark vanished. But in the next moment, the blood skull mark appeared on Li Fuchen's left arm. Continuing to disperse the chi blood, the blood skull mark appeared on Li Fuchen's back again. From start to finish, Li Fuchen didn't know what method was used to automatically circulate a portion of his chi blood. Furthermore, it was done in an obscure and free manner. Li Fuchen had a feeling that this mark wouldn't vanish unless his chi blood dried up. Could it be the legendary incantation mark? Li Fuchen's expression was getting increasingly unpleasant. If the blood skull mark wasn't vanishing, Li Fuchen's expression was already unpleasant. But the blood skull mark was constantly consuming chi blood, which made Li Fuchen's heart sink. The consumption of chi blood wasn't considered much now, but who knew what would happen in the future? Li Fuchen explained to Shang Guanyu. Shang Guanyu spoke in a deep and apologetic voice. This is indeed an incantation mark. An incantation mark is a kind of law. Unless the incantation mark is extremely proficient or the incantation mark is of a high cultivation realm, it is impossible to remove the incantation mark. Of course, there is another possibility. The incantation mark can be removed by the person who placed the incantation mark. But to get the Blood Emperor to remove the incantation mark is much harder than the first two possibilities. How do I learn the incantation mark? Li Fuchen had already calmed down. With his astonishing perception, as long as he was given the foundation of incantations, he believed that he would be able to walk his own path on the path of incantations. Shang Guanyu shook his head and said, "The cursed Tao is thousands of times rarer than the body-tempering Tao. Without an inheritance, it is impossible to learn it." What does the higher realm refer to? Cultivation or law realm? Li Fuchen continued to ask. Shang Guanyu said, "To be precise, it's the realm of rules. As the saying goes, all things are interlinked. The curse seal itself is also a kind of rule, so it's possible to use other rules to dispel it. However, the prerequisite is that the realm of rules has reached an extremely high level, even higher than the curse seal of the person who cast the curse seal. In other words, if my sword intent is strong enough, I can sever the curse power on my body." "That's right." Shang Guanyu nodded. "I see. I understand now." Li Fuchen let out a breath of relief. If his law realm had reached an extremely high level of attainment, he would still have some confidence. If low-tier heaven-class sword intent didn't work, then he would use mid-tier heaven-class sword intent. If mid-tier heaven-class sword intent didn't work, then he would use high-tier heaven-class sword intent. It was at least easier than reaching the law phase realm. Furthermore, the Blood Emperor was also a law phase realm emperor. Even if his cultivation reached the law phase realm, he might not be able to dispel the curse seal. He would only be able to suppress the curse seal. "Apologies, I didn't think that the Blood Emperor is also proficient in the curse seal Tao." Shang Guanyu said apologetically. Li Fuchen said, "I was too careless. Since things have come to this, there is no need to be conflicted. The problem now is that I have already become a torch in the darkness. Countless Blood Sith Union experts will come to pursue me. Let's split up here." It was already impossible to rescue Yuan Long, at least not for the time being. Li Fuchen only hoped that Yuan Long could hold on for a period of time. Once Li Fuchen had a trace of confidence, he would come and rescue Yuan long, Shang Wanyu said unhappily. What kind of person do you think I am? Because of me, you are inflicted with the cursed seal. Therefore, I have a responsibility to protect your safety. Li Fuchen said, your strength should be at the half-emperor level. But what if the person that comes is stronger than you? What if it is a peak-class half-emperor or a combat emperor? Below the law phase realm, apart from a half-emperor, there was an even stronger combat emperor. A combat emperor might not be at the law phase realm, but their combat strength was comparable with law phase realm emperors. Therefore, they were called combat emperors. Shang Wanyu said, it is one matter if I can protect you. It is another matter if I have the responsibility to protect you. Furthermore, I might have a way to remove the curse seal in advance. You have a way? Li Fuchen took a glance at Shang Wanyu. If you don't have anything else, follow me to the Skylight residence. There is a senior there that is proficient in curse seals. Shang Wanyu said, all right. Li Fuchen thought for a moment and nodded. He had to remove the curse seal no matter what. If he could remove it earlier, it would naturally be for the best. The duo immediately packed up and headed for the Skylight residence. Along the way, Li Fuchen found out that Shang Wanyu's cultivation technique was called the Black Jade Bone Shine technique. It was an Earth-class peak-tier body refinement technique. When cultivated to the extremity, it would allow the user to reach the initial level of Law Phase realm. In the past, Li Fuchen had always been proud of cultivating the Earth-class high-tier body refinement technique, Dragon Elephant Body Forging Chapter. As compared to Shang Wanyu's Black Jade Bone Shine technique, it was definitely inferior. Shang Wanyu's cultivation technique could be cultivated to the initial level of Law Phase realm, while Li Fuchen's Dragon Elephant Body Forging Chapter could only be cultivated to the completion level of Primary Sea realm. As for Shang Wanyu's body refinement technique, Black Snake Palm, it was also at the Earth-class peak tier and had its own system. As compared to Shang Wanyu's Earth-class peak tier body refinement technique, it was much stronger. However, Shang Wanyu's Black Snake Palm had yet to reach the trance stage and was inferior to Li Fuchen. The body refinement, Dao, has an extremely high requirement for resources. Furthermore, body refinement aptitude is very important. I can see that you have some body refinement cultivation. It is best not to delve too deeply into it. Shang Wanyu reminded Li Fuchen as he didn't notice that half of Li Fuchen's body refinement was already sealed by the Qi Power Seal. Li Fuchen didn't wish to conceal it from Shang Wanyu and said, actually, my body refinement is already at the Primary Sea realm, but I am worried that the Blood Sith Union will discover it. Therefore, I used the Qi Power Seal to seal my Qi blood and Qi power. Your body refinement and Qi cultivation are both at the Primary Sea realm. Shang Wanyu was shocked. He already knew that Li Fuchen was only slightly over 30 years old. What kind of aptitude was required to increase his body refinement and Qi cultivation to the Primary Sea realm when he was just over 30 years old? At least, Shang Wanyu had never heard of anyone that could achieve this at the age of 30. What is your bone frame? Shang Wanyu asked. Her bone frame was the Black Jade bone frame that was comparable with the Arhut bone frame. Li Fuchen said, Blazing Flame bone frame. Blazing Flame bone frame? Shang Wanyu frowned as he couldn't understand Li Fuchen. Perhaps Li Fuchen had a secret physique. Chapter 605. In the boundless brown wilderness, two figures were traveling rapidly like streams of light. Li Fuchen realized that every 2 hours or so, the blood skull incantation on his body would suddenly light up. Once it lit up, the Qi blood consumption would increase by 100 times. At the same time, an obscure wave would be transmitted. With the previous experience, every time the blood skull incantation lit up, Li Fuchen would activate his spirit soul ability to conceal the incantation wave. He might not be able to completely conceal it, but it was better than nothing. This wilderness was at least a few tens of thousands of miles, and it was the largest wilderness in the Dragon River Seat. Along the way, the duo saw plenty of people fighting. Just as they were about to exit the wilderness, Li Fuchen said, We are surrounded. Break out from this direction. Li Fuchen suddenly changed directions and said to Shang Wanyu. Shang Wanyu didn't doubt Li Fuchen. During the past few days, he had already witnessed the power of Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness. It wasn't exaggerating to say that even half-emperors weren't as powerful as Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness. After traveling for a few hundred miles, Li Fuchen changed directions again. If one looked down from the sky, they would see that the duo was surrounded by black shadows. Every time Li Fuchen chose a direction, it would be a gap between the black shadows. But as the encirclement got smaller, the gaps got smaller too. There are only 3 individuals in this direction, and one of them is at the 8th level of primary sea realm. Li Fuchen said, "Leave it to me." Shang Guanyu revealed a confident expression. Soon enough, both sides encountered each other. On the opposite side was a black-masked individual and 2 white-masked individuals. Without any nonsense, once both sides encountered each other, they immediately started a fight. Black Snake Palm. Shang Guanyu's Black Snake Palm was very tyrannical. With 2 palm strikes, 2 black snake chi powers burrowed into the white-masked individuals' bodies with extreme speed. Bang bang. There were 2 bursts of blood mist. Earth-class peak tier chi power. The black-masked individuals were appalled as they retreated frantically. Heaven and Earth extermination. Li Fuchen's sword locked onto the opponent's void. A sword art that contained the Void Dao laws was too incredible. Even if it couldn't injure the opponent, it could immobilize them for a split second. This split second gave Shang Guanyu an opportunity. Black Snake Drill. Shang Guanyu lifted his right hand and spun it. A black snake chi power that was 10 times larger burst out. The spatial zone seemed to be unstable as it was distorted by the black snake chi power. No! The speed of the black snake's chi force was too fast. It was as if it had teleported. The black-masked man had no time to dodge. He could only raise his saber and slash at the black snake's chi force. At most, he could only use 30 to 40% of his strength. Bang! The long saber twisted and collapsed. The black-masked man spat out a mouthful of blood as countless bloody holes appeared on his body. After Shang Guanyu's black snake drill exploded, it turned into countless small black snakes that attacked the black-masked man. If it was in the past, Shang Guanyu would definitely use the king binding rope to bind the other party. Now, she only wanted to break out of the encirclement and use the black snake palm to tear the other party apart. Go! Shang Guanyu's body was covered in a black halo, and his speed was even faster than Li Fuchen. Not long after the two left, a group of masked men appeared. This person is extremely strong. He is at least a medial-grade quasi-emperor. Humph! Even a medial-grade quasi-emperor can forget about escaping. In the next few days, the 2 of them did not encounter any enemies. It seemed that the next encirclement would take some time. Shang Guanyu said, "As long as we reach the Dragon River Sea County City, we will be able to use the teleportation array to teleport to the Sky Light Sea County City." The construction of the teleportation array required spatial crystals, and the amount of spatial crystals would determine the number of teleportation arrays. Otherwise, with the wealth of the Red Moon Emperor and the Soul Emperor, it wouldn't be difficult for them to construct a teleportation array in every city. After all, the other materials used to construct the teleportation array might be precious, but they were only precious for monarchs. The 2 of them were traveling at extreme speed, but they would occasionally stop to rest. Traveling at full speed would consume a lot of chi and chi power. They had to maintain their condition to deal with sudden situations. When they were halfway to the Dragon River Sea County City, the 2 of them were intercepted again. This time, there were a total of 5 individuals intercepting them. There were 3 high-level Primary Sea Realm experts and 2 mid-level Primary Sea Realm experts. Furthermore, these 2 mid-level Primary Sea Realm experts were at the 6th level of Primary Sea Realm, and not the 5th or 4th level. A great battle instantly erupted. Shang Guanyu relied on his valiant strength to fight 1 against 3. His opponents were the 3 high-level Primary Sea Realm experts. As for Li Fuchen, he had to face 2 6th-level Primary Sea Realm monarchs alone. These 2 individuals had incredible strength and weren't regular 6th-level Primary Sea Realm monarchs. From their attacks, Li Fuchen was certain that they had also cultivated a heaven-class martial art. However, their proficiency wasn't high enough, and they weren't able to utilize the quintessence of the heaven-class martial art. After executing 2 consecutive spiritual awareness attacks, Li Fuchen took advantage of the moment when the 2 monarchs froze to envelop them with his sword move, Heaven and Earth Extermination. PFFF. Apart from the areas that were protected by the artifact armor, the rest of the bodies have been slashed apart, including their heads. What? One of the high-level Primary Sea Realm monarchs who was in battle with Shangguan Yu widened his eyes and couldn't believe his eyes. The Blood Sift Union's mid-level monarchs might be inferior to high-level monarchs. Mid-level monarchs would normally cultivate heaven-class martial arts for a short period of time and wouldn't have high proficiency. High-level monarchs would have cultivated heaven-class martial arts for a long period of time and would be able to utilize the quintessence of heaven-class martial arts. Their strength would basically be comparable to low-class half-emperors. However, heaven-class martial arts were still heaven-class martial arts. As long as one had a certain level of proficiency, they would be able to burst out with powerful strength. It wasn't exaggerating to say that the Blood Sift Union's mid-level monarchs were comparable with high-level monarchs in the outside world. Li Fuchen was just a low-level monarch, and he was actually able to kill 2 of them in a short period of time. If he didn't witness it with his own eyes, he wouldn't believe it. Shangguan Yu's strength was formidable, and according to his strength, he should be around the level of a mid-class half-emperor. With his incredible defense, even a mid-class half-emperor wouldn't be able to injure him. But this time, the 3 high-level monarchs weren't ordinary people. The strongest one was probably already at the level of a high-class half-emperor. As for the other 2, one was a low-class half-emperor and the other was a mid-class half-emperor. This was Shangguan Yu. If it was any other monarch with strength similar to Shangguan Yu and didn't cultivate the body refinement Dao, they would already be dead. Brother Shangguan, you should kill the weakest one first. Li Fuchen transmitted a message to Shangguan Yu. All right. Shangguan Yu knew that Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness attack was incredible, but he had never witnessed it. Not good. The black-masked man with the strength of a low-class half-emperor suddenly felt his head shaking and his body froze for a short moment. It was extremely short, and if Shangguan Yu was a low-class half-emperor, he wouldn't be able to threaten the black-masked man. But Shangguan Yu was a mid-class half-emperor and a body refinement monarch. Once the Black Snake Palm was executed, the Black Snake Chi power had destroyed the black-masked man's body. Damn it. Chapter 606. Li Fuchen wasn't a match for a mid-class half-emperor. Even his spiritual awareness attack and illusion art attack wouldn't be effective. Shangguan Yu naturally knew about this, so he immediately unleashed his aura. Shangguan Yu's spirit was very strange. It didn't seem like the spirit that came with cultivation techniques or martial arts, but rather the spirit that came with it. This kind of chi spirit didn't have a shape, but it was extremely solid. Li Fuchen believed that even if his giant dragon spirit was several times stronger, it wouldn't be as powerful as Shangguan Yu's chi spirit. The aura enveloped that mid-level quasi-emperor, making it difficult for him to move. Bloodline spirit, who exactly are you? The high-ranked quasi-emperor, the black-masked man, could not help feeling shocked. The body refinement bone frame could allow a person to possess innate strength. On the other hand, the body-refining bloodline could give one an innate aura. Those who possessed both could be said to be rare geniuses in the world of body refinement. However, in the next moment, the black-masked man with the power of a high-level emperor-to-be revealed a fiery expression. If he offered this person to the Blood Emperor, the Blood Emperor would definitely help him break through to the Transcendence Realm. Others might not know, but he was very clear that the Blood Emperor absorbing the blood essence for cultivation was only the surface. Absorbing the spirituality within the blood essence was the true purpose. Of course, both methods required blood essence. For a person who possessed both the body refinement bone frame and the body refinement bloodline, it was hard to imagine how powerful the spirituality of the blood essence would be. From the blood arch, Jiang Yi vaguely knew that only a saint's ancestor would be able to pass down the bloodline. In other words, it was very likely that Shangguan Yu's ancestor was a great sage. The high-ranked quasi-emperor black-masked man shouted and brandished his sword. Layers of sword light swept toward Shang Guanyu like a storm. Shang Guanyu used his left hand to block the storm of sword light, while his right hand formed a saber and slashed at the black-masked man with the strength of a mid-level quasi-emperor. Pucci! That black-masked man, with the strength of a mid-level quasi-emperor, did not even have time to scream before he was directly split in half. Even his armor was torn apart. Shang Guanyu grunted and was sent flying by the high-ranked quasi-emperor black-masked man. Blood leaked out of the corner of his mouth. A blood-red iron ball appeared in the black-masked man's hand. He threw it, and a huge blood net enveloped Shang Guanyu. At the same time, a force field similar to aura spread out. A quasi-heaven-grade secret treasure. The blood-sift net thrown by the black-masked man was a quasi-heaven-grade artifact, a level higher than the blood-sift nets of the other masked men. If it was just an ordinary blood-sift net, Shang Guanyu could have easily dodged it. However, not only was this blood-sift net bigger, it also contained a force field. It was already too late for Shang Guanyu to dodge. Exterminate the heavens and exterminate the earth. At the crucial moment, Li Fuchen slashed at the blood-sift net and bought some time for Shang Guanyu. This tiny bit of time was enough for Shang Guanyu to avoid the blood-sift net. Hateful brat. The black-masked man was furious and slashed at Li Fuchen. This slash might be a casual slash, but when executed with his 9th-level primary C realm cultivation, the sword chi contained a sense of annihilation. Even the air was tainted by the sword chi and was filled with murderous intent. Sky Ring sword armor. Li Fuchen brandished the joint heaven sword, and a layer of sword screen blocked in front of the sword chi. Crackle. The sword screen was torn apart, and Li Fuchen was sent flying while vomiting blood. Fortunately, his life wasn't in danger. He truly lives up to being a high-ranked quasi-emperor. Li Fuchen took the opportunity to widen the distance and continuously blasted his spiritual awareness attacks on the black-masked man's mind. The black-masked man's expression changed. He had already erected his spiritual awareness defense, but Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness attacks were still tearing his spiritual awareness defense and shaking his true spirit, making it hard for him to concentrate fully in the battle. Black Snake Drill. Shang Guanyu executed a palm strike, and the Black Snake Chi power was like a violent dragon that swept at the black-masked man. The black-masked man didn't dare to be careless, and had no choice but to temporarily give up on killing Li Fuchen and continue to fight with Shang Guanyu. After all, Shang Guanyu was a body refinement monarch, but the black-masked man wasn't. If he was careless and got hit, it wouldn't be as simple as a light injury. Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness extended over 10,000 miles, and when he saw that the surroundings were filled with masked men, he quickly transmitted a message to Shang Guanyu. "End the battle quickly. I will create an opportunity for you." While speaking, the spiritual awareness attacks were even more frenzied, and there were also illusion art attacks. The black-masked man was in agony. Shang Guanyu's spiritual awareness attacks and illusion art attacks might not be able to pose a true threat to him, but they were able to divert a lot of his attention, making it hard for him to concentrate and fight with Shang Guanyu. It felt like his hands and feet were tied. "I just need to persevere a little longer." The black-masked man could only comfort himself. Meteor fall. Right at this moment, a dazzling stream of light was shot at the black-masked man. Meteor fall contained extreme speed and power, while extreme speed and power could affect the void. Therefore, Meteor Fall might not contain the Void Dao laws, but it had the same effect as the Void Dao laws and could cause the void to stagnate. Or to put it in a deeper way, Meteor Fall had the effect of affecting the flow of time. Time was paramount, and there were many paths that led to time. Speed and power were definitely one of the paths. Li Fuchen's Meteor Fall was already at the trance stage. In terms of individual power, it was superior to the heaven and earth extermination. In terms of the sure kill attribute, it wasn't inferior to the heaven and earth extermination, and it was hard for enemies to dodge. PFFF. The black-masked man's chi protection was broken, and a bloody hole appeared on his body. The bloody hole wasn't fatal, but caused the black-masked man's chi intent to leak, and he wasn't able to gather his chi. 5 forms Emperor Fist. Shamposaurus Kill. Shangguan Yu's chi power was flowing out in a frenzy and gathered on his right fist. Visible to the naked eye, a Shamposaurus shadow appeared around Shangguan Yu's body. The Shamposaurus shadow had an ancient chi presence, and it felt as though it walked out from the desolate ancient times. It was emitting an intense, murderous aura and a destructive aura. Heaven-class body, refinement fist art. At the crucial moment, Shangguan Yu executed the Heaven-class body refinement fist art. The chi power required to execute the Heaven-class body refinement fist art was too abundant. Even Shangguan Yu could only execute it twice within a short period of time. After executing it for the second time, he would only be left with 10% of his chi power. This was also the reason why he only executed it now. After all, if he couldn't severely injure the enemy, he would be in a crisis of lacking chi power. It is about time. Li Fuchen didn't expect Shangguan Yu to cultivate a Heaven-class body refinement fist art. Li Fuchen didn't know how powerful a Heaven-class body refinement fist art was. But he knew that among Heaven-class martial arts of the same tier, body refinement martial arts were much stronger than chi cultivation martial arts. Since Shangguan Yu cultivated a Heaven-class body refinement fist art, the Black Masked Man was basically doomed. Boom! The void shook as the Shamposaurus shadow smashed on the Black Masked Man. Immediately after, the Black Masked Man's body burst out with blood. He looked like a wooden bucket that was filled with blood that was collapsing. Heaven and Earth Extermination. Striking while the iron was hot, Li Fuchen executed the Heaven and Earth Extermination. The Heaven and Earth Extermination contained the Void Dao laws and didn't have much conflict with the Shamposaurus kill. The sword chi followed the gap and sliced the Black Masked Man's body. "I am unwilling." As the Black Masked Man let out a miserable scream, his body was split into pieces. "Let's go." After keeping the Black Masked Man's storage bag, the duo left in a hurry. Even the Vice Group leader has been killed. Could he be a peak-class half-emperor? The few Black Masked Men that rushed over spoke with deep voices. The Blood Sith Union had a total of 18 groups, and each group leader was a peak-class half-emperor. The Vice Group leader was a high-class half-emperor. In their opinion, even a peak-class half-emperor might not be able to kill a high-class half-emperor within a short period of time. After much effort, the duo finally arrived at the Dragon River Seats, Dragon River City. After spending a few 100,000 low-grade spirit stones, the duo teleported to the Skylight Seats, Skylight City. After exiting the Skylight City, they headed east. After traveling for over 20,000 miles, Li Fuchen saw a tall mountain. This mountain wasn't majestic, but it was very precipitous. It was like an unsheathed sharp sword that was pointing straight at the sky. This mountain is called the Incantation Mountain, and it is one of the few mystical mountains in the Emperor Sky Continent. It naturally contains the profound laws, and the one that resides on the Incantation Mountain is a senior of mine. He is called the Incantation Martial Emperor, and he is extremely proficient in the Incantation Dao. If even he cannot remove the incantation on your body, then no one in the Emperor Sky Continent can help you remove the incantation. Shangguan Yu said. Li Fuchen raised his brows. He knew about mystical mountains, and they were existences that were superior to famed mountains. In the entire Emperor Sky Continent, there were only a few dozen of them, and they were all controlled by Emperor-class factions or Law Phase Realm Emperors. Li Fuchen didn't expect for Shangguan Yu Sr. to be a Law Phase Realm Emperor. In fact, Li Fuchen already suspected that Shangguan Yu had a powerful background. Otherwise, it was impossible for him to cultivate an Earth-class peak-tier body refinement technique and even a Heaven-class body refinement art. Incantation Martial Emperor? Could he use incantations to kill enemies? Li Fuchen was curious about the Incantation Martial Emperor. Shangguan Yu continued. The Incantation Martial Emperor might only be a low-level emperor, but on the Incantation Mountain, even a great emperor wouldn't be able to kill him. This mountain has already become his cardinal artifact and can greatly enhance the power of his incantations. Soon enough, the duo arrived at the foot of the Incantation Mountain. "Open sesame," Shangguan Yu said. Creak. In the next moment, a door appeared in the air above the incantation mountain. Through the door, Li Fuchen could see the scenery on the incantation mountain. Come, let's enter. Shang Wanyu led Li Fuchen into the door. Once the duo entered, the door closed. Before Li Fuchen could ask, Shang Wanyu said, "The incantation array set up by the incantation martial emperor is able to recognize my spirit's soul presence. Therefore, only when I say open sesame can we enter. It is useless for others to say it." Li Fuchen nodded. A regular array was already incredible, but it was obvious that the incantation array was even more incredible and unfathomable. On the way up the mountain, Li Fuchen saw plenty of abnormal life forms. There were grass people, stone people, and wind origin energy life forms. Even the fallen leaves could grow 2 legs and bounce around. Chapter 607. When they were about to reach the top of the mountain, dozens of rocks on the side of the mountain path automatically assembled into a stone man. The stone man said, "Little you, why are you looking for me?" "Little you?" Li Fuchen looked at Shang Wanyu. If the other party was a woman disguised as a man, it was impossible for him, who had a top-notch spiritual sense, not to be able to see through it. The key was that he couldn't even see a trace of it. Shang Wanyu said angrily, "Uncle Fan, didn't I tell you not to expose my identity?" The stone man laughed and said, "I forgot." Shang Wanyu was helpless as his figure and appearance changed. In the next moment, a valiant and formidable-looking woman with distinct facial features appeared in front of Li Fuchen. "Li Fuchen, I didn't mean to hide it from you. Don't mind it. Now let me reintroduce myself. My name is Shang Wanyu." Shang Wanyu said. Li Fuchen laughed bitterly. "It doesn't matter." In addition to a palace at the top of the mountain, there was also a pavilion. In the pavilion, a middle-aged man was drinking tea. "Come here," the middle-aged man said. Hearing this, Shang Wanyu and Li Fuchen arrived at the pavilion. Li Fuchen looked over and saw that the incantation martial emperor was much more ordinary than he imagined. If it wasn't for the illusory qi presence that was unique to the incantation Tao, he would look no different from an ordinary person. "Sit down." The incantation martial emperor smiled. The two of them sat down. On the stone table, the teapot grew 2 legs and 2 small arms to pour tea for Li Fuchen and Shang Wanyu. The incantation martial emperor looked at Li Fuchen and frowned while speaking to Shang Wanyu. "Last Xiaoyu, your friend is cursed. You want me to help him remove the curse?" "Curse?" Li Fuchen and Shang Wanyu looked at the incantation martial emperor with surprise. The incantation martial emperor said, "Curses are the most dangerous amongst the Tao of incantation seals, and it's also the most difficult to cultivate. I'm slightly confident in dispelling ordinary incantation seals, but I'm not even 10% confident in dispelling a curse. Of course, I have to first see what sort of curse you've been afflicted with." While speaking, an ancient incantation appeared on the incantation martial emperor's forehead. The incantation released a unique qi presence and enveloped Li Fuchen. After a breath, the incantation martial emperor said, "It's a type of blood curse. Did you guys offend the blood emperor?" The incantation martial emperor had an unpleasant expression. Shang Wanyu was too bold and actually dared to find trouble with the Blood Sift Union. Back then, he had also suppressed the Blood Sift Union with other Law Phase realm emperors, but they weren't able to do anything. The Blood Sift Union's vice leader, Blood Emperor's combat strength wasn't particularly strong, but his blood curse was truly incredible. Back then, a low-level emperor was struck by the Blood Emperor's blood curse and spent a few dozen years to slowly wear down the power of the blood curse. Shang Wanyu was unconvinced. The Blood Sift Association is hunting down body refinement monarchs everywhere. Are you not going to do anything about it? The incantation martial emperor said, "It isn't that we don't care, but it isn't the right time yet." In the Emperor's Sky Continent, apart from the 7 elite Emperor-class factions, there are only a few that can pose a threat to the Blood Sift Union. Do you think that a Darkness Emperor-class organization can be eliminated so easily? After speaking, the incantation martial emperor looked at Li Fuchen and said, "I still want to study this blood curse. During this period of time, you shall stay here. Studying curses would also be of some help to him in improving his cultivation. Li Fuchen said, "The members of the Blood Sith Union can sense the curse on my body. They probably won't let this matter rest." The incantation Martial Emperor couldn't help but laugh. "Don't worry, this is the incantation mountain. Let alone the Blood Sith Union, even great emperors wouldn't be able to do anything to me for a short period of time." The incantation Martial Emperor still had this bit of confidence. "Then I shall disturb Senior." Li Fuchen let out a breath of relief. He had been living in fear for the past few days, and it was good to have a safe place to stay temporarily. This was a massive underground palace, and below the underground palace was a large prison. The prison imprisoned a large number of body refinement monarchs. There were initial level, subcompletion level, completion level, and even a few at the perfection level. In one of the rooms, Yuan Long's limbs were shackled by 4 chains that extended from the back wall. The chains were very special, and after being shackled, the body didn't have any strength. "Blood Emperor, you despicable and shameless fellow. I, the Bone Emperor, trusted you in vain and treated you as a partner. You actually plotted against me and made me unable to see the light of day. I curse you to die a horrible death and let 10,000 demons devour your heart." Below the prison, there was a horrifying roar that even the array couldn't isolate. Yuan Long sighed silently. After being imprisoned for a few days, he gradually found out that there was another prison below the prison. This prison was only imprisoning one person, and it was a Law Phase Realm Emperor. Even a Law Phase Realm Emperor was imprisoned here. Yuan Long was in despair and knew that if nothing unexpected happened, he would die in this prison for the rest of his life. Li Fuchen. In Yuan Long's mind, Li Fuchen's image appeared involuntarily. Every time he thought of Li Fuchen, Yuan Long would have a trace of hope in his despair. If he could see the light of day again, Li Fuchen must have saved him. Yuan Long didn't know why he was so confident in Li Fuchen, but he felt that Li Fuchen was different from everyone else. Above the prison, in the palace hall, the Blood Emperor, who was wearing a blood-colored mask, was quietly listening to his subordinates' report. 2 individuals? The one who was inflicted with the Skull Blood Curse is only a low-level monarch? The Blood Emperor's eyes flashed with doubt. The Skull Blood Curse that he set up in the Blood Servant token was used to plot against combat emperors and even Law Phase Realm Emperors. He didn't expect for a low-level monarch to refine the restriction and trigger the Skull Blood Curse. This world is indeed not simple. There are many capable individuals. This person should be the legendary Soul Personage, just like the Soul Emperor. As a Law Phase Realm Emperor, the Blood Emperor knew a lot about the Law Phase Realm Emperors of the Emperor Sky Continent, especially the number 1 Emperor, the Soul Emperor. The Soul Emperor was an innate soul personage, and his spirit soul was exceptionally powerful. The true spirit and spiritual awareness that he produced were also very powerful. It was rumored that the Soul Emperor had enslaved a demonic beast overlord. As demonic beast overlords weren't able to move freely in the Emperor Sky Continent, no one could be sure. However, someone once saw the Soul Emperor commanding a demonic beast overlord to fight for him on the boundless sea. Interesting. A soul personage is worthy for me to make a move personally. The Blood Emperor was extremely interested in Li Fuchen. "Where is he now?" the Blood Emperor asked. "Below," the Black Masked Man said. "Lord Blood Emperor, that person is currently at the Incantation Mountain." Incantation Mountain. The Blood Emperor's face turned dark. The Incantation Martial Emperor wasn't easy to deal with. The Incantation Martial Emperor might only be a low-level emperor, but in the Blood Emperor's opinion, the Incantation Martial Emperor was even harder to deal with than mid-level emperors. The latter were indeed stronger, but sometimes victory or defeat wasn't determined by combat strength, especially for the Blood Emperor, who cultivated the Incantation Tao. Furthermore, on the Incantation Mountain, the Incantation Martial Emperor definitely had the strength of a peak-class emperor and was just inferior to a great emperor. The Blood Emperor would only be asking to be humiliated if he went over. Forget it. Let's wait a little longer. The Incantation Martial Emperor isn't able to neutralize my skull blood curse. Once the skull blood curse has corroded him deeply, I will subtly influence him to leave the mountain." The Blood Emperor's eyes flashed with a dangerous glint as he waved his hand to dismiss the black-masked man. While staying at the Incantation Mountain, Li Fuchen didn't idle around and started to create the 36th rank of the Divine Flame Red Rainbow Technique. The Divine Flame Red Rainbow Technique that he created might not be as mystical as a heaven-class low-tier cultivation technique that could allow a martial artist to progress to the Law Phase realm. But with every rank he created, he would be one step closer to a heaven-class low-tier cultivation technique. Of course, his current Divine Flame Red Rainbow technique wasn't inferior to a heaven-class low-tier cultivation technique in terms of power. After all, he had fused in the Sword Dao Law, therefore, it wasn't as mystical. At the 36th rank of the Divine Flame Red Rainbow technique, Li Fuchen was pondering on how to fuse in more Sword Dao Law. He was striving to make the Blazing Flame Law and Sword Dao Law equal. Otherwise, it wouldn't be considered a true Blazing Flame Sword Dao cultivation technique. You are inflicted with the Blood Emperor's Skull Blood Curse. This blood curse will constantly grow, and the further it progresses, the higher the requirement for Qi blood, until your entire body's Qi blood is sucked dry, turning you into a skeleton. That is how the Skull Blood Curse got its name. On this day, the Incantation Martial Emperor said to Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen's expression changed. This Skull Blood Curse was indeed very hard to deal with. It was only at the initial stage, and his primary Sea Realm Qi blood was still able to withstand it. Once it reached the later stage, he probably wouldn't even be able to withstand for a day. "Senior, do you have any methods to suppress it?" Li Fuchen didn't mention about removing it. If the Skull Blood Curse was so easy to remove, it wouldn't be a curse. The Incantation Martial Emperor said, "After researching for the past few days, I have indeed found a method to suppress the Skull Blood Curse. But it can only be suppressed for a moment. As time passes, the Skull Blood Curse will grow to a certain extent and break out of the suppression." While speaking, the Incantation Martial Emperor formed a seal with both hands and muttered an incantation before slamming his palm on Li Fuchen's back. Li Fuchen felt an icy cold sensation on his back as something was spreading out. After the Incantation Martial Emperor withdrew his palm, Li Fuchen scanned his back with his spiritual awareness. On his back, there were simple and unadorned incantations on the periphery of the Skull Blood Curse. These incantations were interconnected and formed a unique incantation that locked the Skull Blood Curse inside. This is my Clear Heart Demon Lock incantation. It has a certain restraining effect on curses. But the Skull Blood Curse is supported by your Qi blood. My Clear Heart Demon Lock incantation will not be able to lock it sooner or later. It was too difficult to sever the connection between the Skull Blood Curse and Li Fuchen's Qi blood. If it could be severed, it would be the same as removing the curse. The Incantation Martial Emperor wasn't able to do it for now. "Many thanks, Senior." Li Fuchen revealed a delighted expression. "Stay here for a period of time. I will study the Skull Blood Curse properly." The Incantation Martial Emperor had his own determination, and he didn't believe that he couldn't remove the Skull Blood Curse. Li Fuchen said, "Senior, I wonder if I can learn the incantation." He wanted to learn the Incantation Dao. He didn't wish to walk far on the Incantation Dao. He only wished to understand the Incantation Dao so that he wouldn't be helpless if he was cursed in the future. Li Fuchen guessed that if he was slightly proficient in the Incantation Dao, coupled with his sword intent, he might be able to remove the curse with ease. The Incantation Martial Emperor said, "The Incantation Dao isn't that easy to learn. But if you wish to learn, it isn't impossible. This is the Incantation Foundation. If you can grasp 10% of it in 1 month, I can accept you as a right-in disciple." The Incantation Martial Emperor hadn't thought of accepting a personal disciple yet. If he accepted a personal disciple, he would have to do his best to impart the Incantation Dao. He wasn't that generous yet. "Thank you, Senior." Chapter 608. The Incantation Foundation was much harder to comprehend than Li Fuchen imagined. The path of martial arts started from the shallow to the profound, and only in the later stages would one gradually touch upon the rules. As for the Tao of curse seals, one had to comprehend the laws right from the start and comprehend the connection between all things. If one were to say that martial arts was about mastery, then the path of seals was about mastery and mastery. If martial arts were said to be able to stir the power of heaven and earth. On the other hand, the Tao of curse seals connected with the power of heaven and earth and transformed the power of heaven and earth into their own. It could be said that the requirements to enter the path of incantation seals were extremely high. Those who did not have enough aptitude would not be able to do so. After one day, Li Fuchen had already read through the incantation foundation a few times, but he only understood 10% or 20% of the meaning, let alone grasping it. Li Fuchen wasn't in a hurry and began to delve deeper. The Tao of incantation connects one's heart to the heart of heaven and earth, seizes the essence of the sun and moon, roams the void with one's true spirit, observes the development of all things, observes the origin of all things, observes the reincarnation of all things, the cycle of karma, and the reverse of karma, to form the incantation. The incantation foundation was extremely obscure, but it was fortunate that Li Fuchen's perception was extraordinary. Do I need the true soul to leave my body first? Putting down the incantation foundation, Li Fuchen thought to himself, the incantation Martial Emperor's incantation foundation might not be complete. However, for the other party to advance to the transcendence realm, he definitely had his own unique insights. Emptying his mind, Li Fuchen attempted to separate his true spirit from the soul sea. On the second night, Li Fuchen's true spirit leaped out and flew out of his body. What a wonderful feeling. Looking at his own body below, Li Fuchen was calm with a trace of novelty. The true spirit passed through the building and flew into the sky. High up in the sky, the violent winds were howling, causing Li Fuchen's true spirit to sway. But soon enough, Li Fuchen stabilized his true spirit and started to familiarize himself. The violent winds in the world weren't even considered a breeze to Li Fuchen. It was actually rather comfortable. His true spirit has left his body so quickly? Surprise flashed across the incantation Martial Emperor's face. It was extremely difficult for the true spirit to leave the body. Under normal circumstances, only when the body died would the true spirit leave the body. Back then, it took him nearly a year to do so. Of course, when he started cultivating the incantation Tao at the battle spirit realm, his true spirit wasn't as powerful as Li Fuchen. The feeling of observing all things in the world through spiritual awareness and observing all things in the world through the true spirit was completely different. Spiritual awareness could only observe the surface, but the real spirit could observe the essence of things. In this aspect, soul force was very similar to a true spirit. Wind, so it's the flow of air caused by the change in temperature. Although I've grasped a portion of the wind Tao laws, I don't have a deep understanding of wind itself and its origin. The wind Tao laws only target wind. Looks like all things are indeed connected. If anyone wants to comprehend the wind Tao laws to the extreme and comprehend them to a level comparable to the heavenly Tao, then they must be like the heavenly Tao and be inclusive of all Taos. Li Fuchen's thoughts were like a wild horse that was out of control, with countless thoughts flashing through it every moment. The true spirit observed the origin and development of the wind. His true spirit fused with the plants and sensed the mysteries of their growth. His true spirit searched for some obscure essence chi and loopholes in the laws of heaven and earth. Gradually, Li Fuchen's heart had more comprehensions. When combined with the incantation foundation, Li Fuchen's heart had opened up a door to the incantation Tao. A week passed in the blink of an eye. Wind spell. Li Fuchen formed a seal with both hands and yelled out. In the next moment, violent gales filled the air and wreaked havoc everywhere. Li Fuchen obviously didn't use the wind Tao law, but the wind was produced just like that. Furthermore, the range was extremely huge and it constantly contained all the wind in the world. Cloud spell. White clouds gathered in the sky and covered the sunlight. Rain spell. The white clouds instantly turned black while rain poured down from the sky. Thunder spell. Crackle boom. A large number of thunderbolts struck down violently, and it was extremely imposing. Such a terrifying, innate talent. The incantation martial emperor looked through the void and was shocked to see this scene. These were only basic incantation arts, and he could do it with a single thought without the need to form seals. But for a person who had only cultivated for a week to be able to do this, it was extremely terrifying. It wouldn't be exaggerating to say that Li Fuchen was a prodigy. Do I have to make an exception and accept him as a personal disciple? The incantation martial emperor had this thought. The incantation Tao was too difficult, and if he could teach an incredible disciple, it would be helpful for his future. Perhaps this disciple of his might surpass him in the near future and might even guide him instead. As for his reputation, the incantation martial emperor didn't care at all. He yearned for the pinnacle of the incantation Tao and not the so-called reputation. Let me observe first. Some people might be able to reach the entry stage quickly, but might not be able to progress as quickly. After all, to cultivate the incantation Tao, apart from innate talent, the mind was also required. 1 month later, Li Fuchen had more or less comprehended the incantation foundation. As for the basic incantations recorded in the incantation foundation, he had learned all of them. He might not have reached the trance stage, but he was already rather proficient. Inside the pavilion, the incantation martial emperor lamented, "You are the most talented person I have ever seen. But in order to become my personal disciple, just having innate talent isn't enough. You must be wholehearted. Are you willing to give up the sword Tao and focus on cultivating my incantation Tao? With my guidance, I can guarantee that your incantation Tao will surpass the sword Tao very quickly. There won't be any losses, and in future battles, you will be able to catch the enemy off guard." After speaking, the incantation martial emperor looked at Li Fuchen with anticipation. To be honest, he didn't think highly of a multitasking person. If Li Fuchen gave up the sword Tao, the incantation martial emperor was willing to guide Li Fuchen wholeheartedly. If Li Fuchen gave up the sword Tao, the incantation martial emperor would only use 10% to guide Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen said, "I have to disappoint Senior. Fuchen doesn't wish to give up the sword Tao." Li Fuchen had always believed that the sword Tao was the strongest. This was the determination that a swordsman must have. As for the body refinement Tao and the incantation Tao, Li Fuchen only treated them as support. It is a pity. The incantation martial emperor shook his head. If one wasn't sincere, it would be hard to reach the pinnacle of the incantation Tao. Li Fuchen might surpass the incantation martial emperor in the future, but it was impossible for Li Fuchen to reach the pinnacle. This is the incantation foundation that I have organized. The content is more in-depth than the incantation foundation. You can study it again. No matter what, the incantation martial emperor had already treated Li Fuchen as a right-in disciple. The incantation foundation might only be the foundation among the incantations, but high-class incantations were all developed using the incantation foundation. For example, the low-class incantation, Wind Summon Rain incantation, was based on the Wind and Rain incantation. The Five Thunders incantation was based on the Cloud Rise incantation and Thunder Rise incantation. The Evil Vanquish incantation was based on the Clear Heart incantation and Clear Mind incantation. In short, the firmer the foundation, the higher the achievement. Of course, apart from comprehending the incantation foundation, Li Fuchen didn't give up on the creation of the 36th rank of the Divine Flame Red Rainbow technique. The former was just a cursory study. The latter was the most important. Cultivating the incantation Tao seems to be very beneficial to the creation of cultivation techniques. Li Fuchen was pleasantly surprised to realize that the creation of the 36th rank of the Divine Flame Red Rainbow technique seemed to be easier. He understood that the incantation Tao was to understand the connection and development of all things. The creation of the Divine Flame Red Rainbow technique was the connection and development of the Fire Tao, Sword Tao, and his body. With the incantation Tao as the foundation, his Fire Tao, Sword Tao, and his body were fused more harmoniously and naturally. It was as though there was an additional layer of lubricant. As more Sword Tao laws were fused into the Divine Flame Red Rainbow technique, Li Fuchen's chi was getting sharper and more condensed. Unknowingly, another month had passed. Boom! On this day, a sky-piercing pillar of fire burst into the sky. This pillar of fire was extremely condensed, and it looked like an unsheathed sharp sword. It felt as though it could pierce through the sky and tear apart the universe. He actually created a Sword Tao cultivation technique. The incantation Martial Emperor admitted that he had underestimated Li Fuchen. To be able to create a special cultivation technique at the low levels of primary sea realm, Li Fuchen's innate perception was definitely one of the best in the history of the Emperor Sky Continent. There was basically no one that could surpass him, and perhaps only the number one emperor, the Soul Emperor, could be comparable. Of course, the Emperor Sky Continent had a long history, and the incantation Martial Emperor didn't know about the history of the past. No wonder he isn't willing to give up on the Sword Tao. The incantation Martial Emperor laughed bitterly. Now that the Divine Flame Red Rainbow technique was at the 36th rank, Li Fuchen's chi had an explosive increase and was at least a few times stronger. Originally, even if Li Fuchen created the 36th rank of the Divine Flame Red Rainbow technique, his chi wouldn't be able to increase by a few times. This was mainly because after fusing a large amount of Sword Tao laws, the Divine Flame Red Rainbow chi was even more condensed. A trace was equivalent to a wisp of the past. As such, a dantian of the same size would naturally be able to contain more chi. After all, how could water and lava be the same? I finally succeeded. Li Fuchen revealed a delighted expression. He was still at the first level of primary sea realm, but he was now at the peak level of first level primary sea realm. But his cultivation strength and chi strength were comparable with regular 6th level monarchs. A trace of chi was probably able to suppress a large amount of chi from a regular 1st level monarch. After fusing in a large amount of Sword Tao laws, it isn't suitable to continue calling it the Divine Flame Red Rainbow technique. Why don't I call it the Divine Flame Sword Energy technique? The chi cultivated should be called Sword Energy too. The Divine Flame Sword Energy wasn't just extremely condensed, it also contained Fire Tao laws and Sword Tao laws. It had terrifying lethality. No wonder it was said that the higher the martial artist's cultivation realm, the higher the demand for martial arts. Right now, Earth-class peak-tier sword arts weren't able to increase Li Fuchen's strength anymore. Even if there was, it would be negligible. After all, Li Fuchen's sword energy contained laws and intents that weren't inferior to Earth-class peak-tier sword arts. When a single sword energy was shot out, it was already equivalent to executing an Earth-class peak-tier sword art. But only Li Fuchen was so exaggerated. If it was other first-level monarchs, when executing an Earth-class peak-tier sword art, it was impossible that there wouldn't be any increase in strength. Furthermore, the increase would be rather significant. Most of the primary sea realm monarchs didn't have the chance to cultivate heaven-class martial arts and were mainly relying on Earth-class peak-tier martial arts. Heaven-class cultivation techniques are still inferior in terms of laws and intents as compared to heaven-class martial arts. Cultivation techniques are mainly used to transform the body. It is useless to blindly pursue stronger laws. Li Fuchen said in his heart. After creating the 36th rank of the Divine Flame Sword Energy technique, Li Fuchen was greatly relieved. Chapter 609. After a series of tests, Li Fuchen felt that his combat strength was almost at the half-emperor's level. After all, his Divine Flame Sword Energy technique was not an ordinary low-tier heaven-class technique, but a low-tier heaven-class flame sword principle technique. It was extremely powerful in terms of killing. Coupled with a heaven-class low-tier sword technique and a heaven-class low-tier sword, it could be said that he was armed to the teeth. Of course, when true chi transformed into sword energy, Li Fuchen's strength was not only much stronger, but his dantian was also gradually strengthened under the tempering of sword energy. Li Fuchen reckoned that in another 1.5 years, his dantian should be able to withstand more sword energy. By then, he would be able to progress to the second level of primary sea realm. If he didn't have sword essence, he would need at least 3 to 4 years to advance. Otherwise, his dantian would collapse. This was a very awkward situation. His shocking perception and lucky chances allowed him to quickly increase his cultivation level, but the conditions of his dantian couldn't keep up. If he had an 8-star bone frame, his dantian would definitely be much tougher. He wouldn't have to worry about his cultivation progressing too quickly, and his dantian wouldn't be able to withstand it. It was fortunate that Li Fuchen also cultivated the body refinement, allowing his dantian to receive a certain amount of nourishment. Otherwise, he probably wouldn't even be able to reach the first level of primary sea realm. Once the 36th rank of the Divine Flame sword energy technique was created, Li Fuchen started to place most of his attention on the incantations. He did not need to cultivate the incantation to the level of the incantation Martial Emperor. He only needed to have a deeper understanding of the incantation. Of course, if he could cultivate it to the level of the incantation Martial Emperor, it would naturally be even better. After all, the incantation was something that was secretive and dangerous. In just a few days, Li Fuchen had more or less comprehended the foundation of the incantation that the incantation Martial Emperor had organized. In this book of incantation basics, other than some basic incantations, there were also 3 low-level incantations. Incantations were different from martial arts. They were divided into 5 levels: basic, low, intermediate, high, and peak. The hex seal would become stronger as the cultivator's understanding of the hex seal increases. For example, if the incantation Martial Emperor executed the basic incantation Wind incantation, it wouldn't just be wind, it would be endless wind blades. Even if it wasn't a threat to Law Phase Realm Emperors, it was enough to slaughter a large number of primary sea realm monarchs. It could be said that even the most basic sigil had no growth limit in theory. After all, martial arts were about stirring the power of heaven and earth. As for the curse seals, they borrowed the power of the world. Since there was no limit to the power of the world, the curse seals naturally had no limit as well. However, there was no limit to the incantation, but there was a limit to the cultivator. The amount of heaven and earth power one could borrow depended on the cultivator's attainments. As for low-class incantations, they were already considered extremely precious incantations. The incantation Martial Emperor could use low-class incantations to threaten Law Phase Realm Emperors. Especially when he was well-prepared, he could put weaker Law Phase Realm Emperors into a predicament. The mid-class incantation above the low-class incantation was the incantation Martial Emperor's trump card. According to what the incantation Martial Emperor said, if he had enough time, he would be able to use the mid-class incantation to kill a mid-level emperor. As for high-grade and peak-grade incantations, the incantation Martial Emperor did not have them. One had to know that even the vicious and tyrannical Skull Blood Curse was only a rather powerful mid-grade incantation. It was not considered a high-grade incantation. These 3 low-level curse seals were respectively the Summoning Wind and Summoning Rain Curse, 5 Thunders Curse, and Vanquish Evil Curse. The Wind and Rain Summon incantation was able to change the weather. The higher the proficiency, the larger the range of the weather. If the proficiency was high enough, it wasn't impossible to make the entire Emperor Sky continent experience continuous rain and wind for 100 years. Of course, that level would at least be at the Saint's realm, and it was unimaginable for regular people. The 5 Thunders incantation was an extreme offensive incantation. This incantation could summon 5 types of heaven thunders to blast at the enemy in a frenzy. The so-called heaven thunders were the Heaven Dao thunders. The higher the proficiency, the stronger the Heaven Dao thunders that were summoned. The final Vanquish Evil Curse was used to expel negative states. If a person's heart demon was going berserk, the Vanquish Evil curse might be able to expel the heart demon. In addition, the Vanquish Evil curse could also expel mutated true spirits and prevent them from possessing the body. In short, in terms of value, the Vanquish Evil curse should be the most valuable, even though it was just a support incantation. In just 3 days, Li Fuchen learned the Summoning Wind and Rain incantation, 5 Thunders incantation, and Vanquish Evil curse. However, these 3 low-class incantations weren't powerful yet. After all, Li Fuchen had just learned them. This child's innate talent is unprecedented. It is a pity that he didn't cultivate the incantation Dao. The incantation Martial Emperor didn't see Li Fuchen cultivating the sword Dao. He only saw Li Fuchen cultivating the incantation Dao. Therefore, in his opinion, Li Fuchen should be cultivating the incantation Dao instead. Inside the pavilion, the incantation Martial Emperor's expression changed as he quickly took out a crystal ball from his storage bag. Forming a seal with both hands, the incantation Martial Emperor executed a mid-class incantation, Fortune Divination Mark. Swish! An image suddenly appeared in the crystal ball. It was a sinister and mysterious man in multicolored clothes who was traveling. He actually came out from the cursed temple. The incantation Martial Emperor had an extremely unpleasant expression. After keeping the crystal ball, the incantation Martial Emperor summoned Shangguan Yu and Li Fuchen over. I have an enemy who is rushing over. I'm going out to hide for a while. The 2 of you should leave as soon as possible too. The incantation Martial Emperor said. Shangguan Yu was puzzled and asked, Uncle Fan, even great emperors would find it hard to kill you on the incantation mountain. What kind of enemy would make you give up on the incantation mountain? The incantation Martial Emperor smiled bitterly and said, It is hard for great emperors to kill me too. It is because great emperors are unable to instantly barge into the incantation mountain, while I can use the teleportation array on the incantation mountain to leave. But this enemy of mine might not be a great emperor and is just a mid-level emperor, but his incantation methods are superior to mine. Furthermore, he is adept at curses. After so many years, his curses are probably even more horrific. The Blood Emperor's Skull Blood curse was incredible, but as compared to the enemy's curse, it wasn't worth mentioning. The incantation Martial Emperor suspected that if the enemy was able to leave the cursed temple, he had probably comprehended a high-class curse. Uncle Fan, will you be in danger? Shangguan Yu asked with concern. The incantation Martial Emperor said confidently, I might not be comparable to him in combat, but in terms of luck and misfortune, there is basically no one in the Emperor's Sky Continent that can surpass me. If I wish to leave, no one will be able to stop me. The reason why the incantation Martial Emperor walked on the incantation Dao was because he obtained a senior's inheritance. It was a pity that that senior's inheritance was extremely incomplete. Otherwise, he wouldn't need to fear this person. That's right. Last Xiao Yu, your father's injuries have yet to recover. Don't cause trouble for him. Hurry up and return. The incantation Martial Emperor said to Shangguan Yu with a stern expression. Shangguan Yu didn't care and said, When you were young, didn't you also roam around? Why can I roam around? Don't worry. I will be more careful in the future and won't find trouble for myself. The incantation Martial Emperor shook his head with a bitter smile. Shangguan Yu is used to being wild. Unless he personally sent her back, it was almost impossible for her to return by herself. However, Shangguan Yu had a few life-saving items. As long as she didn't encounter a Law Phase Realm Emperor directly, she shouldn't be in any danger. This is the Fortune and Misfortune Divination Mark Jade token that I personally refined. After you refine it, if there's a crack on it, you have to be careful. If it immediately shatters, hurry up and return home. The incantation Martial Emperor handed a Jade token to Shangguan Yu. The Fortune and Misfortune Divination Mark was extremely difficult to comprehend. He only had some achievements in the recent years and was barely able to carve it on the Jade token. But carving the Fortune and Misfortune Divination Mark was very taxing on the mind. With his ability, he was only able to refine one Fortune and Misfortune Divination Mark after a few years. While speaking, the incantation martial emperor looked at Li Fuchen and said, Li Fuchen, your innate talent is something that I have never seen in my life. I originally wanted to guide you more, but now that my enemy is here, I don't know when we will meet again. This is the incantation Jade token that I have carved. There are some low-class incantations and a few mid-class incantations. You can comprehend it yourself. The incantation Martial Emperor handed a Jade token to Li Fuchen. This Jade token recorded 80% of his incantations, and only some of his trump incantations weren't recorded. Thank you, Senior. Li Fuchen was filled with gratitude as he received the Jade token respectfully. My teleportation array can teleport you to the Wind Thunder Seat. That place is close to the Wind Thunder Abyss, and it is a chaotic place. Li Fuchen, the skull blood curse on your body is suppressed by my Clear Heart Demon Lock incantation, and with the chaotic Chi intent, you don't have to worry about exposing yourself. But as time passes, you will still be exposed. Be careful. The incantation Martial Emperor activated the teleportation array and said to the duo, standing on the teleportation array, Shangguan Yu said, Uncle Fan, are you not leaving through the teleportation array? The incantation Martial Emperor said, I am planning to leave the Soul Sky Empire and might also leave the Emperor Sky Continent. His enemy was much more terrifying than the duo imagined. He would rather it was a great emperor that was pursuing him. After all, great emperors might be powerful, but it would be hard for them to find him. Buzz! A dazzling radiance burst into the sky while Li Fuchen and Shangguan Yu vanished. After dismantling the teleportation array, the incantation Martial Emperor took out the spatial crystal and formed an incantation mark on the incantation mountain. Immediately after, his figure flashed and vanished without a trace. A few days later, the rainbow-clothed man arrived outside the incantation mountain. He has left. The rainbow-clothed man's chi presence was sinister and mysterious. It felt as though countless evil spirits were dancing around him, and it would freeze one's spirit soul. Sky Demon 5 Thunders Incantation. The rainbow-clothed man formed a seal with both hands. In the sky, black clouds gathered and a demon god phantom appeared. Immediately after, the demon god phantom spat out countless thunderbolts and blasted on the incantation mountain. Bang boom! The incantation array was constantly fluctuating. Sky Demon Soul Extraction Incantation. The rainbow-clothed man continued to form seals and grabbed the incantation mountain with his right hand. Swish! The incantation mountain seemed to have lost its spirit chi, and the incantation array's power was greatly reduced. Soon enough, the Sky Demon 5 Thunders incantation turned it into scraps. But right at this moment, a golden-armored god phantom appeared on the incantation mountain. The golden-armored god was over 100,000 feet tall and cleaved at the rainbow-clothed man. Substitution Incantation. The rainbow-clothed man's expression changed and quickly formed a seal. PFFF. A Class 6 demonic beast that didn't understand the situation was instantly cleaved into nothingness. The rainbow-clothed man appeared on the ground far away. You actually comprehended the golden-armored mountain god incantation. I really cannot underestimate you. When the golden-armored mountain god incantation was used with a mountain, it would be able to exhibit the greatest power. The incantation mountain was a mystical mountain, and when the golden-armored mountain god incantation was used with the incantation mountain, the power would be able to instantly kill most mid-level emperors. The incantation mountain started to crumble, and the destructive chi presence was erasing all traces of the incantation Martial Emperor. The rainbow-clothed man sneered and reached out to grab a wisp of chi presence. Chapter 610. The Wind Thunder Prefecture was the most chaotic prefecture in the Soul Sky Empire. It was also the prefecture with the most abundant resources. It was said to be rich in resources, but it wasn't because the Wind Thunder Manor's location was superior and the heaven and earth spirit chi was dense. It was because the Wind Thunder Manor was close to the Wind Thunder Abyss. The Wind Thunder Abyss was filled with wind and thunder all year round. The wind and thunder in the depths of the abyss could even severely injure or kill Law Phase realm emperors. The extreme environment created extreme resources. The Wind Thunder Abyss was rich in all sorts of rare herbs like the Wind Thunder Herb, Thunder Calamity Herb, Rootless Flower, Soul Herb, Soul Nurturing Wood. These herbs were all heaven-tier herbs. As for earth-tier herbs, except for a few extremely rare ones, basically no one would pick them. Risking one's life to enter the Wind Thunder Abyss, who would be willing to pick earth-rank herbs? Li Fuchen and Shangguan Yu appeared on a teleportation platform in an uninhabited wilderness in the Wind Thunder residence. After scanning with his spiritual awareness, Li Fuchen quickly found the exit. Thunderfall City was the city closest to the Wind Thunder Abyss. A large array was protecting the Thunderfall City, and from time to time, lightning would strike down from the sky above the Thunderfall City, and the sky was filled with sputtering thunderfire. The two of them walked on the street of Thunderfall City. At this moment, both of them had changed their appearances. Li Fuchen turned into a slightly tanned youth with a resolute expression, while Shangguan Yu turned into Shangguan Yu again. It's rare for me to come to Wind Thunder Manor. If I don't look for Thunder Calamity Grass and Rootless Flower, I'd be letting myself down, Shangguan Yu said. Thunder Calamity Herb and Rootless Flower? There were too many herbs in the Emperor Sky Continent, and Li Fuchen had never heard of many of them. The Thunder Calamity Grass is a sacred grass for body refinement. It can strengthen one's chi blood source. When one's chi blood source is strengthened, one's body refinement talent will be greatly improved. As for the Rootless Flower, it is more useful for you. It can continuously strengthen your dantian and make it more perfect. Shangguan Yu explained. Rootless Flower? Li Fuchen was moved. If he had the Rootless Flower, he would be able to step into the second level of Primary Sea Realm immediately. These two herbs must be very hard to come by. Li Fuchen asked. Shangguan Yu said, it's not just rare. Once the heaven-tier herbs produced in the Wind Thunder Abyss appear, they will be bought by others immediately. So if you want to obtain these two herbs, you can only enter the Wind Thunder Abyss yourself. However, in order to enter the Wind Thunder Abyss, you'll need a Wind Thunder Compass first. Otherwise, apart from Law Phase Realm Emperors, normal people wouldn't be able to distinguish the direction in the Wind Thunder Abyss. Of course, you might be able to, but it is better to buy 2 Wind Thunder Compasses as insurance. Shangguan Yu continued. The Wind Thunder Compass was very expensive. A low-grade Wind Thunder Compass would cost 10 mid-grade Spirit Stones. A mid-grade Wind Thunder Compass would cost 500 mid-grade Spirit Stones, and a high-grade Wind Thunder Compass would cost 50,000 mid-grade Spirit Stones. As for a top-grade Wind Thunder Compass, it was basically impossible to sell in the market. After spending 100,000 mid-grade Spirit Stones, the two of them each obtained a high-grade Wind Thunder Compass. Turning the corner of the street, Li Fuchen suddenly froze and looked ahead. Li Fuchen, what happened? Shangguan Yu looked over and only saw a one-armed man. Nothing, I just saw an acquaintance. Li Fuchen revealed a smile. This one-armed man might not be wearing a golden mask, but Li Fuchen was very familiar with his Vitality Chi presence. This one-armed man was actually the former overlord of the East Unicorn Continent, the Evil Monarch. But back then, the Evil Monarch was only at the peak level of Reincarnation Realm. The current Evil Monarch was already at the 3rd level of Primary Sea Realm. It was unknown how the Evil Monarch cultivated. Li Fuchen's progress was already godlike, but the Evil Monarch's progress didn't seem to be inferior to Li Fuchen at all. Li Fuchen also gave the Evil Monarch a very familiar feeling. Li Fuchen, the Evil Monarch subconsciously said. Others might not be able to recognize the disguised Li Fuchen, but the Evil Monarch was able to recognize him easily. Li Fuchen had truly left a deep impression on the Evil Monarch. Evil Monarch, it has been a long time. The current you is indeed worthy of this title. Li Fuchen laughed and said. When they met again, Li Fuchen no longer had any thoughts of fighting and killing. The Evil Monarch said, please excuse me. In this Emperor Sky Continent, I am only at the 3rd level of Primary Sea Realm. If the Evil Monarch still had the lofty aspiration to unify the world in the East Unicorn Continent, then now, the lofty aspiration had already vanished. All that was left was the pursuit of the martial Tao. As the saying went, there was always someone better. After witnessing a vaster world, the evil monarch felt that he was so childish and laughable back then. It was fortunate that the heavens still favored him. As soon as he arrived at the Emperor Sky Continent, the evil monarch obtained a senior's evil Tao inheritance and even obtained all of that senior's wealth. With a large amount of precious resources, the evil monarch's progress was rapid, and his Dantian couldn't keep up with the increase in cultivation level. This time, he was planning to explore the wind-thunder abyss and search for the rootless flower. He didn't expect to encounter Li Fuchen. After seeing that Li Fuchen had also become a primary sea realm monarch, the evil monarch didn't dare to underestimate Li Fuchen. Back then, Li Fuchen's cultivation level was much lower than the evil monarch's, but Li Fuchen was still able to sever one of the evil monarch's arms. Right now, the duo was only 2 levels apart, and the difference in cultivation level was almost negligible. Of course, the evil monarch didn't think that he was still the same as before. Back then, he was defeated by Li Fuchen because his cultivation technique and martial arts couldn't keep up. Right now, be it his cultivation technique or martial arts, they were all at the pinnacle. He believed that even if he couldn't defeat Li Fuchen, it would still be extremely difficult for Li Fuchen to defeat him. After all, the evil monarch's bone frame had already transformed into a 7-star bone frame. It seems like you are doing rather well. Li Fuchen guessed that the evil monarch must have obtained some incredible inheritance. Otherwise, with the evil monarch's innate talent, it was impossible for him to achieve his current accomplishments. Same to you. That's right. Where is the blood ancestor? If Li Fuchen encountered the blood ancestor, he would still kill him. The blood ancestor had slaughtered billions of lives in the East Unicorn Continent. If he didn't kill him, he would be letting down the souls that died miserably in the East Unicorn Continent. The evil monarch said his cultivation method was too bloodthirsty and arrogant. He was killed a few years ago. In the East Unicorn Continent, the evil monarch was willing to be with the blood ancestor. But after arriving at the Emperor Sky Continent, the evil monarch felt that the blood ancestor was a scourge and would bring trouble to him sooner or later. Therefore, the duo parted ways soon after. As expected, in just a few months, the evil monarch found out that the blood ancestor had been eliminated. Well done. Li Fuchen was delighted. After letting out a breath, Li Fuchen said, "Apart from me, did you see anyone else?" The evil monarch shook his head. "You are the first person I saw. Perhaps the Emperor Sky Continent is too huge and everyone is scattered." The East Unicorn Continent wasn't considered small, but the Emperor Sky Continent was 10,000 times bigger. Furthermore, the law suppression of the Emperor Sky Continent was dozens or even 100 times stronger, let alone a few hundred or 1,000 individuals. Even if an entire continent's population came over, it would be like a clay ox entering the sea. It wasn't that easy to meet someone they knew. Li Fuchen nodded. Indeed, the Emperor Sky Continent was too huge. "I still have something to do and shall not chat," the evil monarch said. "Take care." Li Fuchen sent off with his eyes. Who is that person? Shang Wenyu had also felt that the evil monarch was unusual. Li Fuchen said, "He was once an all-powerful figure. In the future, we will probably encounter him again." After seeing the evil monarch, Li Fuchen felt that fate was unpredictable. It made sense after thinking about it. No matter what, the evil monarch was once the strongest expert of a continent, and his chief fate wasn't something a regular person could compare with. Chapter 611. There were plenty of entrances to the wind-thunder abyss, but there were only a few relatively safe entrances. The rest of the entrances were unpredictable and might be bombarded by the wind-thunder the moment one entered. There were plenty of people that entered the wind-thunder abyss, and there were plenty of battle spirit realm masters that entered the wind-thunder abyss. These battle spirit realm masters were normally active in the periphery of the wind-thunder abyss. Most of their wind-thunder compasses were low-class or mid-class, and they couldn't afford high-class wind-thunder compasses. Split Thorn Monarch. These two individuals didn't even blink their eyes to purchase 2 high-class wind-thunder compasses. They must be very wealthy. If we kill them, we will definitely make a small fortune. Li Fuchen and Shangguan were followed by a group of monarchs. There is no hurry. Wait until we enter the Wind Thunder Abyss. The Wind Thunder seat might be in chaos, but it wasn't to the point where they didn't investigate their enemy's background before making a move. If Li Fuchen and Shangguan had a powerful background, after killing the duo, they would be discovered and chopped into pieces. The Wind Thunder Abyss was enveloped by a layer of natural Wind Thunder boundary. This Wind Thunder boundary's toughness was at the level of a Class 8 array. Even a Law Phase Realm Emperor would find it hard to tear the boundary and enter. If they weren't careful, they might be devoured by the boundary. In order to enter the Wind Thunder Abyss, they had to find a loophole in the boundary. The loophole near the Fall Thunder City was located in a valley, and there was a gap that was a few meters in size. Outside the gap was the valley, and inside the gap was the dusky Wind Thunder Abyss. There would be violent winds and thunderbolts that would burst out from the gap occasionally. It was fortunate that the violent winds and thunderbolts weren't powerful, and even Battle Spirit Realm Masters could forcefully enter. After the duo entered the gap, a group of monarchs followed behind. Someone is courting death. Li Fuchen said, "Let's wait for them here." Shangguan wasn't a kind person, and her murderous nature was even heavier than Li Fuchen. Perhaps it was because she cultivated the body refinement Tao. The leader of the monarchs was a middle-aged man with a haggard face. His body was emitting an obscure with Tao Qi presence, and it was obvious that he was a monarch with a greenwood bone frame. Beside him was a skinny man with a divine ability pattern on his forehead. After entering the gap, the skinny man's divine ability pattern lit up, and he was planning to search for Li Fuchen and Shangguan. "Are you looking for us?" On a scorched tree not far away, Li Fuchen and Shangguan each stood on a branch and looked down at the monarchs. "You're actually not running?" The split thorn king grinned, but there was a trace of seriousness in the depths of his eyes. The split thorn monarch, wasn't a mediocre individual. With the 7-star greenwood bone frame, he had already cultivated to the 8th level of primary sea realm. Of course, if it was just a high cultivation level, it wasn't considered much. His greatest trump card was a fated encounter that allowed him to comprehend the greenwood bone frame pattern to close to the 7th segment. It allowed the divine ability, split thorn technique's power, to be much stronger than his own strength. If caught off guard, even a high-level monarch would be instantly pierced through. He had been in the Wind Thunder residence for many years and had killed at least 80 primary sea realm monarchs. But this time he actually had a trace of bad feeling. Split thorn monarch. One of them is at the 1st level of primary sea realm, and the other is at the subcompletion level body, refinement monarch. Even if they are formidable, how strong can they be? The skinny man's cultivation wasn't high and was only at the 2nd level of primary sea realm. But he had the 6-star wind spiritual bone frame and awakened a divine ability that wasn't a combat divine ability. It was a support divine ability, Wind Eye. This divine ability allowed him to use the Wind Tao Qi to observe things in the distance. The denser the Wind Tao Qi, the more detailed his Wind Eye's observation. This was also the reason why he was able to walk together with the split thorn monarch and become partners. After all, there were many occasions when the observation divine ability was more useful than spiritual awareness. Black Snake Drill. Shangguan couldn't be bothered to waste her breath on these people. She immediately burst out with her killer move, and a Black Snake Chi power rushed at the Split Thorn Monarch. The Split Thorn Monarch was very cautious and didn't resist it directly. He instantly retreated. Immediately after, he rejoiced in his heart. The Black Serpent's vital energy split into countless smaller Black Serpent's vital energy in the air. PFFF, PFFF, PFFF. Apart from the Split Thorn Monarch and the Skinny Man, the rest of the monarchs had their chi protection penetrated by the small black snakes and exploded. Flee. The Skinny Man's scalp went numb, and he wished he could slap himself. This wasn't the strength that a subcompletion level body, refinement monarch, should have. Even a completion level body, refinement monarch, wouldn't be this strong. It was fortunate that his Wind Eye allowed him to observe the attack trajectory in advance and instantly evade. Despite the case, one of his arms was still brushed by the small black snake chi power, and was turned into nothingness. Heaven and earth extermination. Li Fuchen stood on the tree branch without moving. He brandished the joint heaven sword and froze the duo. Immediately after, the area where the duo was shattered like a mirror. Blood burst out, and the skinny man was shattered into 100 pieces. The split thorn monarch was also severely injured and on the verge of death. Split thorn technique. The greenwood power burst out as the split thorn monarch used his final strength to execute the greenwood divine ability. This attack would either succeed or die. PFFF, 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 PFFF. In the area where Li Fuchen and Shangguan Yu were at, countless black thorns suddenly emerged from the ground. If it was a regular high-level monarch who didn't know the split thorn monarch's divine ability, the body might have been pierced. But how could Shangguan Yu and Li Fuchen be compared with regular high-level monarchs? Black Jade Shade. Shangguan Yu's body burst out with a layer of black chi power barrier and enveloped Li Fuchen and herself. Cling, cling, clang, clang. When the black thorns pierced the black chi power barrier, apart from the black chi power barrier shaking a little, there was nothing else. PFFF. A black snake chi power exploded the split thorn monarch's head. After collecting the storage bags of the group of people, the two quietly left. This group of people are rather wealthy. They actually have a stock of wind thunder herb. Shangguan Yu was holding a green and sparkling herb that was flickering with thunderbolts. The wind thunder herb was a heaven-class low-tier herb and had the effect of tempering chi blood and increasing chi power. It might not be comparable with the thunder calamity herb, but it was still a very precious body refinement herb. Li Fuchen took a glance at the wind thunder herb before withdrawing his eyes. Be it the herbs that increased the body refinement level or the chi cultivation level, they were all useless to him. With the peak grade spirit stone, why would he need these herbs? He was only concerned about the rootless flower. The rootless flower was also a heaven-class low-tier herb, but its value was far superior to the wind thunder herb. Be it primary sea realm monarchs or law phase realm emperors, the Dantian was a place that was hard to nourish quickly. It was fine at the early stages, but at the later stages, the Dantian would restrict everyone's progress, especially at the hurdle from the primary sea realm to the law phase realm. Apart from cultivating heaven-class cultivation techniques, the Dantian would also need to be strengthened to an extremely tough state. Otherwise, it would be hard to withstand law phase realm chi. In the wind thunder abyss, the deeper one went, the stronger the violent winds and thunderbolts. The concentrated wind blades and violent thunderbolts gave off the feeling that it was the end of the world. The duo put up the chi power barrier and the sword energy protection as they strolled among the wind blades and thunderbolts. They would occasionally take out the wind thunder compass to observe the direction and to prevent themselves from getting lost in the wind thunder abyss. This is a soul herb? On a high ground, Li Fuchen noticed a patch of soul herbs. The soul herb was one of the main ingredients to concoct the soul elixir. Its grade would change with each evolution. The lowest grade of soul herbs would normally be earth-class low-tier herbs. Mid-grade soul herbs would be earth-class high-tier herbs. High-grade soul herbs would be heaven-class low-tier herbs, and special-grade soul herbs would be heaven-class high-tier herbs. Soul herbs had the same effects as the soul elixir. They could stimulate the spirit soul and increase the perception during the duration of the effects. However, the soul elixir's effects were stronger and lasted longer. They are indeed soul herbs, and most of them are mid-grade soul herbs. Shangguan Yu frowned and said, "What's wrong? Is there something special about these soul herbs?" Li Fuchen couldn't help but ask when he saw Shangguan Yu's strange expression. Shangguan Yu said, "I heard from my father that soul herbs and soul elixirs are addictive. I don't know if it is true." Addictive? Li Fuchen had never heard of herbs that could make people addicted. That's right. You might not have heard of it, but addictive herbs do exist. Furthermore, it isn't just the soul herb. Among the herbs used to concoct the soul elixir, apart from the soul herb that is addictive, there is also the hallucination hemp herb that is also addictive. After consuming it for a long period of time, even a law phase realm emperor would find it hard to quit, because it is an addiction on the spirit soul and not the body. Li Fuchen frowned and said, "Since the soul elixir is addictive, why is it so popular in the Soul Sky Empire?" Shang Guanyu sighed and said, "In order to pursue the martial Tao, many people aren't even afraid of death. Why would they be afraid of addiction? Some monarchs might be able to restrain themselves at the start, but if they are stuck in a certain realm for too long, they would still consume the soul elixir to stimulate their spirit soul." Li Fuchen nodded and felt that Shang Guanyu was right. With the temptation of a higher realm, addiction was just a small flaw. It didn't matter if the soul herbs were addictive or not. They were all extremely precious herbs. A single mid-grade soul herb's value was usually above an Earth-class peak-tier herb. A patch of mid-grade soul herbs was enough to tempt any primary sea realm monarch. After keeping the soul herbs, the duo continued to advance. Unknowingly, the duo had already arrived at the depths of the wind-thunder abyss. The violent winds and thunderbolts here might not be able to break the duo's chi power barrier and sword energy protection, but they were able to exhaust a lot of their chi power and sword energy. Boom! The dusky wind-thunder abyss suddenly burst out with intense radiance. A thunder dragon descended from the sky and blasted on the land far away. The thunder calamity herb has matured. Shang Guanyu's eyes lit up, and her body was releasing a black halo while she increased her speed. The thunder calamity herb was able to strengthen the chi blood source, and it was much more precious than any chi blood tempering herb. If it could be refined into the thunder calamity elixir, the effects would be doubled. Let alone body refinement monarchs. Even monarchs who didn't cultivate the body refinement Tao would desire it. The strengthening of the chi blood source was extremely beneficial to any martial artist. Swish, 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 swish. Chapter 612. From far away, Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness saw a stalk of lightning-shaped herb. The grass might not look big, but its appetite was astounding. The thunder dragon that struck down from the skies of the wind-thunder abyss had been devoured by it without leaving a single drop. Not even high-level monarchs dared to clash with this thunder dragon. When the thunder dragons were devoured, the wind-thunder abyss law seemed to be enraged. Thunder dragons pounced down and brandished their claws. It felt as though they were going to blast the thunder calamity herb into scraps. The thunder calamity herb was producing a destructive chi presence, and the destructive chi presence contained boundless vitality. Before the thunder dragons could get close, they were forcefully disintegrated and turned into nutrients for the thunder calamity herb. After 9 consecutive thunder dragons, the thunder calamity herb was completely matured. There was a delightful fragrance that spread out and caused the monarchs that rushed over to go even more insane and sinister. Get lost! The thunder calamity herb is mine. Who do you think you are? If you take another step forward, I will kill your entire family. All the monarchs in the wind-thunder seat knew clearly that the thunder calamity herb didn't just strengthen the chi blood source. It could also temper the spirit soul. The spirit soul was a powerful foundation that was on par with the bone frame. When the spirit soul was strengthened, it was the same as increasing one's aptitude. Boom, boom, boom. The wind-thunder abyss was already filled with violent winds and lightning bolts, but now it was even more chaotic. Chi forces, divine abilities, cardinal artifacts were flying everywhere. Those weaker monarchs couldn't even enter this region. They were either flying back while vomiting blood or getting shattered. The only ones that weren't affected were the few half-emperors. In order to become half-emperors, all of them had cultivated heaven-class martial arts and 7-star secret techniques. Furthermore, they had quasi-heaven-class weapons. Of course, the most important thing was the 7-star special bone frame. The Red Rainbow Monarch originally cultivated the heaven-class low-tier Red Rainbow sword art and the 7-star secret technique. He had the quasi-heaven-class artifact sword, the Red Rainbow sword, but he was only a peak-class monarch. After obtaining the heaven-class artifact sword, the Heaven Rainbow sword, he officially became a half-emperor. Furthermore, he was at least a mid-class half-emperor or a high-class half-emperor. If he had the 7-star special bone frame, even without the Heaven Rainbow sword, he would still be a half-emperor. As for Li Fuchen, who was only at the first level of primary sea realm and already had the strength of a half-emperor, it was because Li Fuchen's cultivation technique was the blazing flame sword Dao cultivation technique. It allowed Li Fuchen's sword energy intensity to be comparable with regular 6th level monarchs. The Red Rainbow Monarch was originally only at the 8th level of primary sea realm, and there wasn't a huge difference between them. In addition, Li Fuchen's Heaven-class sword art, Absolute Heaven sword art, wasn't something the Red Rainbow sword art could compare with. In Li Fuchen's opinion, the Absolute Heaven sword art was definitely a pinnacle Heaven-class low-tier sword art. In fact, even a Heaven-class mid-tier sword art might not be able to compare to that portion of the Void Law attribute. Apart from that, Li Fuchen's Joint Heaven sword was definitely stronger than the Heaven Rainbow sword. Of course, there was another reason that couldn't be ignored. The Absolute Heaven sword technique came from the Joint Heaven sword. The combination of the two was not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. As such, Li Fuchen had the strength of a half-emperor. Shang Wanyu, go and snatch the Thunder Calamity Grass. I'll hold him back, Li Fuchen said to Shang Wanyu. Although the Thunder Calamity herb was also useful to him, it was more useful to Shang Wanyu. All right, Shang Wanyu did not hesitate and flew straight to the Thunder Calamity Grass. Courting death, one of the half-emperors blasted a fist at Shang Wanyu. Black Jade Shade. Shang Wanyu didn't counterattack and immediately burst out with the Black Jade Divine ability. She used the Qi power barrier that contained the Divine ability pattern to resist. Clang! The Black Jade Qi power barrier shook, and Shang Wanyu's forward direction was greatly deviated. Your opponent is me. Li Fuchen blasted the Heaven and Earth extermination at the half-emperor. Get lost. Another half-emperor joined in and wanted to blast Li Fuchen away. However, Li Fuchen was least afraid of group battles. His Heaven and Earth extermination had a massive attack range, and every point was his strongest point. There were no weak points. 2 half-emperors would only give him a little more pressure, but it was impossible to crush him within a short period of time. 3 half-emperors. 4 half-emperors. A total of 4 half-emperors worked together to blast at Li Fuchen. If it was a regular half-emperor, they would have vomited blood and would have been sent flying. They might even be severely injured and on the verge of death. However, Li Fuchen was still persisting. With the primary sea realm body refinement, Li Fuchen was much more durable than regular half-emperors. When the Thunder Calamity herb's Qi presence vanished, Shang Wanyu had obtained the Thunder Calamity herb. Despicable kid, die. The strongest elder with phoenix eyes who had the strength of a high-class half-emperor burst out with a yell. His spear thrust at Li Fuchen with a penetrating aura. This thrust was at the extremity of speed and power. It was much stronger than Li Fuchen's meteor fall. For a moment, Li Fuchen felt that the surrounding time had slowed down. The only thing that wasn't slow was the spear. 5 forms Emperor Fist, Shamposaurus Kill. At the crucial moment, Shang Wanyu executed the Heaven-class body refinement fist art, 5 forms Emperor Fist. When the fist was executed, the void was suppressed and the flow of time returned to normal. The fist then clashed with the spear ruthlessly. Rumble! There was a violent burst of power. Shang Wanyu and Li Fuchen were sent flying before they took the opportunity to escape. Chase! The 4 half-emperors weren't willing to give up and quickly gave chase. In fact, with Shang Wanyu and Li Fuchen's strength, they might be able to contest with the 4 of them. The 2 of them were body refinement monarchs and had tough endurance, especially when both of them were injured. Body refinement monarchs would only get stronger as the battle progressed and wouldn't lose any combat strength within a short period of time. But it was different for the half-emperors, and they would only get weaker in a vicious cycle. However, this was the Wind Thunder Abyss, and there were plenty of experts. 4 half-emperors weren't scary, but if there were more, the 2 of them would still be in danger. With one chasing and the other escaping, they unknowingly arrived at the inner abyss of the Wind Thunder Abyss. The Wind Thunder Abyss was separated into the inner abyss and the outer abyss. The outer abyss was generally for Battle Spirit Realm Masters and Primary Sea Realm Monarchs to adventure. The inner abyss was for half-emperors and Law Fei's realm emperors to adventure. The danger level was 10 times higher. Boom crack. A thunder dragon blasted down and struck one of the half-emperors at the back. The half-emperor yelled out miserably, and his body was charred black. He had suffered severe injuries. After quickly consuming an elixir, the injured half-emperor increased his speed and caught up with the group. Woo-woo. There was a sharp piercing sound as a dark green wind blade slashed across the shoulder of another half-emperor. There was a cracking sound. The chi protection was torn apart, and the half-emperor's shoulder was drenched in blood. Even his bones had been severed. Damn it, what kind of wind blade is this? It is so powerful. A fractured bone wasn't considered a serious injury for a half-emperor. The half-emperor took out a bottle and opened the cork before pouring a golden lotion on the wound. This lotion was very mystical. When it landed on the bones would rapidly regenerate and heal. When it landed on the flesh would squirm violently before tangling together. In just a short moment, the wound was already invisible. Of course, there were still some effects. After all, the bones of half-emperors were extremely tough, and it would require a lot of time to heal completely. Li Fuchen and Shang Guanyu had also encountered plenty of wind blades and thunder dragons. Li Fuchen had astounding spiritual awareness and was always able to dodge in advance. Shang Guanyu had been using the black jade shade to resist the attacks. Escaping like this isn't a solution. Li Fuchen frowned. The inner abyss of the wind-thunder abyss was extremely dangerous, and he didn't wish to fall into a desperate situation. I wonder if the 5 Thunders incantation can trigger the thunderbolts in the wind-thunder abyss. Li Fuchen started to form the 5 Thunders incantation. Above the wind-thunder abyss, dark clouds gathered, and it was pitch black. Bang boom. A shocking thunder waterfall blasted at the back. It's effective. Li Fuchen's eyes lit up. He felt that his 5 Thunders incantation was like a catalyst that gathered the thunder arcs in the wind-thunder abyss. The thunder waterfall instantly drowned the 4 half-emperors behind. When the 4 half-emperors rushed out of the thunder waterfall, their bodies were already charred and they were severely injured. It seems like my 5 Thunders incantation proficiency isn't profound enough. If the incantation Martial Emperor is here, a single 5 Thunders incantation would be able to kill a low-level emperor. The power of incantations wasn't fixed. For some incantations, the longer the preparation time, the stronger the power. For some incantations, they had to be compatible with a natural environment. The thunder arcs in the wind-thunder abyss were already very terrifying. Once the 5 Thunders incantation was used, the power would naturally be terrifying. If it was in the outside world, Li Fuchen's 5 Thunders incantation would probably be like a drizzle to a half-emperor and wasn't worth mentioning. Since the 5 Thunders incantation was effective, Li Fuchen naturally didn't plan to let the 4 half-emperors have an easy time. Damn it! The 4 half-emperors might have plenty of precious recuperation elixirs, but they still couldn't withstand the repeated attacks of the Thunder Waterfall. Without a choice, the 4 half-emperors had no choice but to stop the pursuit and had extremely gloomy expressions. You were actually able to utilize the 5 Thunders incantation to such an extent. No wonder Uncle Fan thinks so highly of you. Shang Guanyu praised. She had also learned incantations for a period of time, but she only learned a few basic incantations. She wasn't like Li Fuchen, who was able to learn the low-class 5 Thunders incantation in such a short period of time. Furthermore, Li Fuchen was rather proficient and was actually able to activate the thunder arcs in the wind-thunder abyss. The thunder arcs in the wind-thunder abyss were very violent, and it was extremely difficult to activate them. Li Fuchen said, "As compared to senior incantation Martial Emperor, I am still far inferior." Shang Guanyu rolled her eyes and said, "If you're already comparable to Uncle Fan, then we wouldn't even be here. Being overly humble is just arrogance." Li Fuchen chuckled. After shaking off the 4 half-emperors, the duo found a place to stop. "Why don't I protect you while you consume the Thunder Calamity Herb?" Li Fuchen said. The stronger Shang Guanyu was, the safer they would be in the wind-thunder abyss. This would be of great help to the search for precious resources like the rootless flower. Shang Guanyu said with pity, If it can be refined into the Thunder Calamity elixir, the effects will be doubled. It is a pity. While speaking, she sat down cross-legged and took out the Thunder Calamity herb before biting off half of it. Bang boom. Thunderbolts were emitting from Shangguan Yu's body, while traces of black qi were emitted from her body. These were the impurities in her body, and with the medicinal effects of the Thunder Calamity herb, these impurities had nowhere to hide. Soon enough, Shangguan Yu consumed the entire stalk of Thunder Calamity herb. Her body was completely bathed in the thunderbolts, and she looked just like a female Thunder War goddess. Qi blood is increasing. Li Fuchen sized up Shangguan Yu carefully. Qi blood and Qi power were the roots and the fruits. Qi blood could be converted into Qi power, but once the Qi power was converted into Qi blood, the effects would be greatly reduced. It could only be used for recuperation, and it was impossible to replenish the loss of Qi blood within a short period of time. If a person's Qi blood was emptied and only had Qi power, they would only be able to convert the Qi power into Qi blood and wouldn't die. But to fully recover, it would require a long time. The Thunder Calamity herb was able to strengthen the Qi blood source. In other words, it was the same as strengthening Shangguan Yu's Qi blood limit and Qi power limit. Chapter 613. The refinement of the Thunder Calamity herb required a very long time, and Li Fuchen waited patiently. Thunder Calamity herb? From a distance away, a middle-aged woman who was wearing bright clothes and was holding a large umbrella walked over. The middle-aged woman had a large black patch on her face, and one of her eyes was also hidden within the black patch. It made her look neither yin nor yang, and had a gloomy and chaotic aura. If a monarch from the Wind Thunder seat was here, he would definitely recognize this woman as the famous monochrome parasol lady of the Wind Thunder seat. She had the strength of a peak-class half-emperor. The monochrome parasol lady walked slowly. Those wind blades and thunder dragons that could injure half-emperors would instantly disperse upon contact with the umbrella. Half of it might have been refined, but obtaining her is no different from obtaining the Thunder Calamity herb. I am truly fortunate today. The monochrome parasol lady was getting closer. 5 Thunders incantation. Li Fuchen couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense with her. He formed a seal with both hands, and the thunder waterfall crashed down. Incantation, huh? The monochrome parasol lady's face flashed with a trace of astonishment. The umbrella in her hand spun and deflected the thunder waterfall. Such strength. The monochrome parasol lady was the strongest monarch that Li Fuchen had encountered. His 5 Thunders incantation in the Wind Thunder Abyss was something that even high-class half-emperors couldn't resist. Yet it was easily deflected. It was imaginable how strong she was. Mind Wound incantation. Li Fuchen formed a seal with both hands and pressed on his forehead. An illusory incantation wave blasted at the monochrome parasol lady. The monochrome parasol lady's eyes turned serious as her Qi presence burst out and clashed with the illusory incantation wave. Boom! There was a burst of Qi wave that didn't exist. Li Fuchen didn't move an inch while the monochrome parasol lady's Qi presence had traces of withering. This is an incantation that can injure the mind. The monochrome parasol lady immediately knew what was going on. The human body was too complicated. The spirit soul, true spirit, spiritual awareness, mind, willpower, mental state, Qi blood, Qi power, everything was deeply connected, and it was impossible for them to not be connected. When one's mind was injured, one's condition would decline, and other aspects would be affected to varying degrees. Injuries to one's mind were usually very subtle, such as being frightened, having the sequelae of hallucinations, overdrawing one's physical strength, or not resting well for a long period of time. All of these would damage one's mind, which was one's spirit. Although spiritual sense attacks could harm the true spirit and indirectly affect the mind, if the opponent's spiritual sense defense was too strong, then the spiritual sense attack would be useless. As for attacks that could harm the mind, it was very difficult to guard against, and one could only rely on their own essence, Qi, and spirit to resist. Only those who were proficient in the mind incantation, like Li Fuchen, wouldn't be affected. As expected of the soul-wounding curse. Li Fuchen knew that he wouldn't be able to deal with the monochrome parasol lady with his spiritual awareness attack. Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness might be comparable to a Law Phase Realm Emperor, but the monochrome parasol lady was also a peak-class half-emperor. In addition, Li Fuchen gradually understood that in order to utilize his spiritual awareness attacks to the limits, his cultivation level had to be able to keep up. Otherwise, his spiritual awareness was only good for scouting, but it was still lacking when it came to attacking others' true spirits. It could be said that with his current cultivation realm, spiritual sense attacks could no longer do anything to a quasi-emperor, unless he could get a 7-star spiritual consciousness attack. Therefore, Li Fuchen naturally wouldn't waste his effort. To him, the soul-wounding curse was a very good choice. Mind attacks were much harder to defend against than spiritual awareness attacks. However, it was impossible to use one's own mind to launch an attack. Even if it was possible, the power wouldn't be great, and it might even injure oneself. After all, a mind attack would definitely consume one's own mind. Only incantations were able to launch powerful mind attacks. The so-called soul-wounding curse used the mind as a guide to attract the drifting chi presence in heaven and earth to attack the enemy. This chi presence was very strange and was in between the real and fake. It could only be captured by incantations. Perhaps due to his powerful spirit soul, Li Fuchen's innate talent for cultivating the soul-wounding curse was superior to the other incantations. It seems like I cannot underestimate you. The monochrome parasol lady rubbed the parasol with her right hand. The parasol started to spin rapidly and slashed at Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen didn't dodge, as Shang Wanyu was behind him. If he dodged, the parasol lights would injure Shang Wanyu. The first thing to be sliced was the Sky Ring sword armor, followed by the sword energy protection. PFFF. Li Fuchen vomited a mouthful of fresh blood. His quasi-heaven class artifact armor had a dent. Go! Continuing to form the soul-wounding curse, Li Fuchen used more of his mind as a guide to gather the drifting chi presence in heaven and earth to blast at the monochrome parasol lady. The monochrome parasol lady grunted and her eyes dimmed a little. At this moment, she felt a trace of fatigue, and it was very unbelievable. With her cultivation realm, even if she fought for 3 days and 3 nights, it was impossible for her to feel fatigue. Your strange incantations are rather formidable. It is a pity that you still have to die. 9 Nether Ghost Claw. The monochrome parasol lady's right hand opened up into a claw. Dark radiance gathered on the claw before she clawed at Li Fuchen. This claw art actually contained a spiritual attack. However, this attack wasn't intentional and came with the claw art. If Li Fuchen was any other half-emperor, they would be severely injured even if they didn't die from this claw attack. Li Fuchen's claw art didn't do it intentionally. Instead, Li Fuchen's claw art contained a spiritual attack. Mystic Yang Heaven Thunder Incantation. Li Fuchen didn't care. Previously, he was multitasking and had been forming the heart seal in secret. The so-called heart seal was to form the seal with the heart power, but required a longer time. The Mystic Yang Heaven Thunder Incantation was a top-notch low-class incantation. As it was based on the Rising Thunder Incantation and the 5 Thunders Incantation, Li Fuchen had learned it back at the Fall Thunder City. This was the first time he executed it. Rumble. In the sky above the wind thunder abyss, the black clouds suddenly shook. In the next moment, a lava-like heaven thunder burst out. But before this, Li Fuchen was already struck by the 9 Nether Ghost Claw and vomited a mouthful of extremely cold blood. The monochrome parasol lady didn't pay attention to Li Fuchen's situation. Her attention was completely focused on the Mystic Yang Heaven Thunder. The Mystic Yang Heaven Thunder wasn't really thunder, it was more like fire thunder. The monochrome parasol lady had a feeling that if she was careless, she would definitely be injured. The parasol in her hand danced, and bursts of giant parasol shadows rushed into the sky, wanting to block the Mystic Yang Heaven Thunder. Bang bang! The Mystic Yang Heaven Thunder was like a hot knife through butter as it blasted through the layers of parasol shadows. The Mystic Yang Heaven Thunder Incantation had consumed a lot of Li Fuchen's effort and time. It was a type of incantation that required a certain amount of time to prepare and was rather powerful. It contained the mystic yang attribute and wasn't something that the Five Thunders incantation could compare with. Ultimately, the weakened mystic yang heaven thunder blasted on the monochrome parasol lady's parasol. The ground beneath Li Fuchen's feet sank as the monochrome parasol lady was blasted into the ground. The ground was then turned into a sea of lava and thunder. Walala! Mud and rocks burst out while the sea of lava and thunder dispersed. The monochrome parasol lady held onto the parasol and slowly rose up. It still doesn't work? Li Fuchen shook his head. Apart from the monochrome parasol lady's pale face, she didn't have any injuries. If Li Fuchen didn't guess it wrongly, the parasol in her hand wasn't as simple as a quasi-heaven class equipment. Li Fuchen, leave the rest to me. It was unknown when Shangguan had already stood up. Right now, the Thunder Calamity Herb's chi presence on her body hadn't completely dispersed, but she was already close to refining it. Her chi blood source was more than 10% or 20% stronger. Even her chi blood and chi power had significant improvements. Even if she wasn't at the completion stage, she wasn't far from it. She already had the strength to contest with high-class half-emperors, and right now, her chi presence wasn't inferior to the monochrome parasol lady. She was brimming with battle intent. Black Snake Drill. As soon as she arrived, Shangguan Yu probed first. The monochrome parasol lady swung her parasol and repelled the Black Snake Drill as well as the Black Snake chi power that burst out from the drill. 5 forms Emperor Fist, Champsosaurus Kill. Shangguan Yu brandished her fist, and a Champsosaurus image suppressed the void before rushing at the monochrome parasol lady. The monochrome parasol lady didn't dare to be careless and started a fight with Shangguan Yu. After backing off to the side, Li Fuchen used his spiritual awareness to observe the surroundings while observing the fight between Shangguan Yu and the monochrome parasol lady. Shangguan Yu's strength was obviously at the level of a peak-class half-emperor. Furthermore, Li Fuchen noticed that Shangguan Yu was making use of the chi blood waves from the battle to gradually refine the remaining Thunder Calamity Herb's effects. Making use of the battle to refine the Thunder Calamity Herb's effects might be depleted, but it would also allow one's chi blood foundation to be extremely firm. The monochrome parasol lady had obviously noticed this and frowned. 1,000 shift steps. The monochrome parasol lady's body spun and suddenly vanished. When she reappeared, she was already behind Shangguan Yu. It was unknown when the parasol in her hand was already closed. The parasol tip was extremely sharp, and it was obviously coated with poison. It was thrust at Shangguan Yu's back. Shangguan Yu shook her hand and hammered away the parasol tip. The massive force nearly sent the monochrome parasol lady flying. When fighting in close combat with a body refinement monarch, one would have to pay a price. The monochrome parasol lady had never fought with a body refinement monarch of the same level. Therefore, she was immediately at a disadvantage. The duo were both peak-class half-emperors, and it was impossible to determine the victor within a short period of time. Occasionally, Shangguan Yu would have the upper hand, but it wasn't enough to turn into an absolute advantage. Mind Wound Incantation. With sufficient time, Li Fuchen used his mind to activate the Mind Wound Incantation. The monochrome parasol lady grunted and glared at Li Fuchen with a gloomy expression. If it was a one-on-one, she wasn't afraid of Shangguan Yu. But with Li Fuchen by the side, she would definitely lose, unless she could eliminate Li Fuchen first. However, her instincts told her that Li Fuchen might not be as strong as Shangguan Yu, but he was even more troublesome to deal with. The difficulty of killing Li Fuchen was definitely ridiculously high. As time slowed down, the monochrome parasol lady felt a sense of danger. She quickly opened her parasol and blocked a sword light. This sword light was released by Li Fuchen, and it was Meteor Fall. I shall give the Thunder Calamity Herb to you. The monochrome parasol lady didn't wish to continue fighting. She turned and drifted away. Li Fuchen, are you all right? Shangguan Yu looked at Li Fuchen. I am fine. It is just a small injury. The monochrome parasol lady's 9 Nether Ghost Claw's claw force was tyrannical and vicious, But Li Fuchen wasn't someone to be trifled with. With the circulation of his chi power and sword energy, the claw force was almost eliminated. The remaining claw force was immediately extinguished by the mortal calamity power, leaving nothing behind. That is good. Let us go look for the rootless flower. Chapter 614. The rootless flower was one of the rarest heaven-class, low-tier herbs. Although it was said to be rootless, it wasn't really rootless. It just didn't need to take root in the soil to absorb nutrients. The rootless flower usually floated in midair, its roots absorbing the power of the void and gradually growing. However, it wasn't easy to find a rootless flower. The rootless flower could move on its own, unlike other medicinal herbs that usually stayed in place. Li Fuchen and Shangwan were roaming around the outer region of the inner abyss. If they were to go a little deeper, the wind blades and thunderbolts would exhaust a lot of their chi power and sword energy. During this period, the two of them also encountered many quasi-emperors. The Wind Thunder Prefecture was a mix of good and bad people. The number of monarchs in the Wind Thunder Prefecture was several times, or even more than 10 times that of the other prefectures. Hence, there were also many quasi-emperors. At least 20% of the active quasi-emperors in the Soul Sky Empire were in the Wind Thunder Prefecture. Time flew by, and several days had passed. On this day, Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness saw a strange scene. There's a lightning lake there. Li Fuchen said to Shangwanyu, Lightning Lake? I heard that the Thunderheart Lake is one of the 3 most dangerous places in the Wind Thunder Abyss. There are a lot of thunder calamity grasses and wind thunder grasses there. In addition, soul grasses and soul-nurturing trees also grow by the lakeside of the Thunderheart Lake. Shangwanyu's eyes lit up. The two of them had seen the thunder calamity grass, wind thunder grass, and soul grass, but they had never seen the soul-nurturing wood. It was said that the soul-nurturing wood could nourish the soul and cause it to undergo a transformation, but no one knew if it was true or not. Soul cultivation wood. Li Fuchen was slightly moved. He knew the effects of the soul-nurturing wood. It's suspected that the soul-nurturing wood was similar to the golden amulet in that it could transform the soul. Of course, it was unknown whether the soul-nurturing wood could transform the soul even once. It was incomparable to the golden amulet. Soon, the two of them arrived near the Thunderheart Lake. The Thunderheart Lake was not small. What they saw was only the tip of the iceberg. Most of the Thunderheart Lake was shrouded in a thick layer of fog, making it impossible to see clearly. It might just be the tip of the iceberg of the Thunderheart Lake, but when Li Fuchen took a rough look, it was already a few dozen miles in size. Thunderheart Lake, as its name suggested. On the surface of the lake, thunder and lightning filled the air, and from time to time, thunder and lightning tides appeared. The lightning did not come from the sky. It was said that it came from the depths of the Thunderheart Lake. That was why it was called the Thunderheart Lake. The Thunderheart Lake's thunderbolts are extremely terrifying. Even peak-class half-emperors would be in danger if they are within 10 meters of the Thunderheart Lake. Even low-level emperors wouldn't be able to withstand the thunderbolts if they are within 3 meters of the Thunderheart Lake. Once low-level emperors are struck by the thunderbolts, they would definitely perish. Shangwanyu explained, What about touching the water of the Thunderheart Lake? Li Fuchen asked. Shangwanyu said, It is said that in the entire Emperor Sky continent, only great emperors are able to make contact with the Thunderheart Lake's water. Furthermore, it is only at the edge of the lake. Of course, the prerequisite is that there is no thunder tide. Earlier on, when the thunder tide burst out, if a low-level emperor was within 10 meters of the Thunderheart Lake, they would definitely perish. If it's so dangerous, wouldn't it mean that only a sage would be able to come into contact with the secrets of the Thunderheart Lake? Li Fuchen didn't understand. The Emperor Sky continent was just a mid-class continent. Even if it was a top-notch mid-class continent, it wouldn't have such a dangerous place. It was illogical. Shangwanyu said, Don't mention it. The ancient records state that the formation of the Wind Thunder Abyss is indeed related to saints. But different ancient records have different explanations. There is a saying that in the depths of the Thunderheart Lake, there is a heart of a Thunder Tao overlord. There is also a saying that in the depths of the Thunderheart Lake, a Thunder Tao saint has fallen into a deep slumber. The thunderbolts of the Thunderheart Lake and the Wind Thunder Abyss are all affected by it. There is another saying that the formation of the Wind Thunder Abyss is a battlefield between a Wind Dao saint and a Thunder Dao saint. Both saints had perished in the Wind Thunder Abyss. Saints are so powerful. Li Fuchen was shocked. If a Thunder Dao Overlord's heart could form a Thunderheart Lake, then how powerful would the Thunder Dao Overlord be? A single thought would probably be able to kill a great emperor. Li Fuchen couldn't help but think of the Latent Shadow Abyss. The Latent Shadow Abyss was also the result of a battle between saints. However, Li Fuchen felt that the two saints that created the Latent Shadow Abyss should be stronger than the saints that created the Wind Thunder Abyss. After all, the Latent Shadow Abyss had too many layers, and each layer had its own laws. Saints are naturally powerful. Law Phase Realm Emperors only have a lifespan of 2,000 years, while saints have a lifespan of 10,000 years. After reaching the Saint Realm, not only can they roam the endless seas and endless continents, they can even leave this world and explore the outer region. They can create storms with a flip of their hands. They can tear open the spatial zone and travel 10 million miles with a single step. In short, saints are already the strongest experts in this world. I have never heard of any stronger realms above saints. Shang Guanyu had a look of longing as she said slowly. A few dozen miles wasn't considered big, but it wasn't small either. When Li Fuchen and Shang Guanyu arrived at the side of the Thunderheart Lake, there were already dozens of monarchs gathered here, including the monochrome parasol lady. The monochrome parasol lady had also seen Li Fuchen and Shang Guanyu. However, she didn't go over to look for trouble. Firstly, if Li Fuchen and Shang Guanyu worked together, she wouldn't be a match. Secondly, Shang Guanyu had already refined the Thunder Calamity herb. Even if the monochrome parasol lady could obtain her essence blood, the effects would be far inferior to the Thunder Calamity herb. Thirdly, a portion of the Thunderheart Lake's mist had actually dispersed. The Thunderheart Lake would normally only disperse after a few dozen years. If she missed this opportunity, she might have to wait for another few dozen years. Right now, her target was the Thunder Calamity herb by the lakeside. As long as she could seize the opportunity and pluck one stalk of Thunder Calamity herb, everything would be worth it. Just like the monochrome parasol lady, everyone was staring at the precious herbs by the lakeside. According to their strength, everyone had different targets. Some were after the Wind Thunder herb, some were after the Thunder Calamity herb, some were after high-grade soul herbs. As for the soul-nurturing wood, it was normally floating above the lake, and they didn't dare to think about it. So many herbs. Li Fuchen squinted his eyes. The Thunder Calamity herb was rarely seen in the outside world, but there were 5 or 6 stalks here. However, they were all growing within 10 meters of the Thunderheart Lake and weren't easy to pluck. Between 10 to 15 meters, there were plenty of Wind Thunder herbs. As for high-grade soul herbs, there were only 3 stalks, and they were growing within 3 meters of the Thunderheart Lake. That was a place that only Law Phase Realm Emperors could set foot in. Those below the Law Phase Realm would definitely perish if they entered. Li Fuchen saw a bald man with the strength of a peak-class monarch wanting to use his chi hand to pluck the Wind Thunder herb. In the next moment, a horrific thunderbolt was drawn over, and the bald man was instantly electrocuted into pieces, causing him to die miserably. Shang Guanyu said, "The thunderbolts of the Thunderheart Lake are extremely intelligent. It doesn't matter where you are, as long as your chi enters the attack range. The thunderbolts will follow the trail and attack you. Therefore, it is impossible to use the chi hand to pluck the herbs. You have to have sufficient strength and seize the opportunity to pluck the herbs. This Thunderheart Lake is rather peculiar." Chapter 615. Crackle. Crackle. At the lakeside, a figure shuttled back and forth, lightning dancing around his body. Just a little more. A bolt of lightning struck, and the monochrome parasol girl hurriedly opened up her parasol. She was blasted back with a look of indignation. The lightning within 10 meters of the lake could severely injure a peak quasi-emperor. If it was slightly closer, it could kill a peak quasi-emperor. If there was no one else here, the monochrome parasol girl would not be afraid of being severely injured. However, there were many people here, including many quasi-emperors. If she was severely injured, she would not be able to protect the herb or even her life. The monochrome parasol lady couldn't help but look at Li Fuchen and Shang Wanyu. She happened to see Li Fuchen easily plucking the wind thunder herb. The wind thunder herb might be within 10 to 15 meters of the lakeside, and it wasn't as hard to harvest as the thunder calamity herb, but it wouldn't be as easy as Li Fuchen. Even a peak-class half-emperor would be injured after being struck by the thunderbolts within 10 to 15 meters. Therefore, she wasn't willing to harvest the wind thunder herb and would put all her effort into harvesting the thunder calamity herb. If she could harvest the thunder calamity herb without any injuries, then she could harvest the wind thunder herb. Although this lightning is intelligent, it can only turn a few times. If it turns more than that, its power will be greatly reduced. Looking at the wind thunder herb in his hand, Li Fuchen thought to himself, with his spiritual awareness, picking the wind thunder grass was too easy. Although the bolts of lightning were very fast in his eyes, they weren't fast enough for his body to react. Therefore, as long as he could clearly observe the trajectory of the lightning, he would be able to avoid it in advance. I wonder if the 5 Thunders incantation can trigger the lightning here. Li Fuchen suddenly had an idea. Logically speaking, the 5 Thunders curse could only attract the heavenly thunder in the sky, but it didn't say that it couldn't attract the lightning on the ground. Li Fuchen didn't try immediately. There were too many people here, and it wouldn't be good to incur the wrath of the crowd. Li Fuchen, if you want the thunder calamity herb, let me pluck it. With my defense, I should be able to withstand a thunderbolt attack, and I shouldn't be seriously injured. Shang Wanyu said to Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen shook his head. I will do it myself. You just have to support me from the side. He had seen with his own eyes how the monochrome parasol lady failed to pluck the thunder calamity grass. The speed of the lightning was much faster than the lightning between 10 to 15 meters. Shang Wanyu could withstand it once or even twice, but definitely not thrice. If he hadn't encountered the thunder calamity grass, he wouldn't have thought much about it. Since he had encountered it, he naturally had to pick one. He suspected that since the thunder calamity grass could strengthen the blood essence, it could definitely increase the limit of his body's endurance. After all, one of the fundamentals of the human body was the source of one's qi and blood. Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness covered the radius of a few dozen meters. With a flash, he sprinted towards the nearest thunder calamity herb with his fastest speed. Crackle. Along the way, there were violent explosions of thunderbolts. The astounding thunderbolt field was rapidly depleting Li Fuchen's sword energy protection. This was without being struck by the thunderbolt. Once struck by the thunderbolt, Li Fuchen's sword energy protection would instantly be blasted into scraps. 13 meters. 10 meters. In an instant, Li Fuchen entered the 10-meter region of the lakeside. The thunderbolts here were violent and swift. The horrific thunderbolt field had caused Li Fuchen's skin to feel stinging pain and numbness. If Li Fuchen's body refinement hadn't reached the primary sea realm, his limbs would have gone soft, and he wouldn't be able to continue. Come over. Li Fuchen reached out and grabbed. The sword energy turned into a giant hand and dug out a stalk of thunder calamity herb. Boom! A thunderbolt skimmed across the sword energy giant hand and instantly crumbled. It then skimmed towards Li Fuchen, and more thunderbolts were drawn over. Li Fuchen dodged with difficulty. His cultivation was still too low. His body's reaction might be fast, but his movement speed wasn't fast enough. With a spurt of energy, Li Fuchen activated his sword energy again and turned it into a sword energy giant hand to grab that falling thunder calamity herb. In everyone's eyes, Li Fuchen felt as though he was dancing on a steel wire and was in danger of being smashed into smithereens at any moment. But Li Fuchen was always able to dodge the sharpness of the thunderbolts at the critical moment. Finally, Li Fuchen grabbed the thunder calamity herb and retreated frantically. Bang boom! The devastating thunderbolts were like an irregular giant net that enveloped Li Fuchen. Extinguish! With a swing of the joint heaven sword, the heaven and earth extermination was executed. The thunderbolts froze for an instant, but in the next moment, the thunderbolts still surged over violently. One of the thunderbolts struck on Li Fuchen's chest ruthlessly. The sword energy protection was like tofu and didn't have any resistance. Immediately after, the quasi-heaven-class artifact armor had also crumbled. Swish! Li Fuchen was sent flying and his chest was charred black. He had suffered severe internal injuries. This was also because the thunderbolts were weakened by the heaven and earth extermination. Otherwise, this attack was enough to severely injure Li Fuchen and kill him. On his finger, the healing ring was emitting a green halo and rapidly recovering his injuries. Within his body, the chi power, sword energy, and mortal calamity power were circulating at the same time to neutralize the thunderbolt power. What a close call. After keeping the thunder calamity herb, Li Fuchen had a lingering fear. If he had to pluck another thunder calamity herb, he really didn't know if he could escape unscathed. He obtained a stalk of thunder calamity herb. Seeing how Li Fuchen obtained a stalk of thunder calamity herb without any mishaps, everyone looked at Li Fuchen with a different expression. All of them were glaring at Li Fuchen with covetous eyes, especially those half-emperors. They wished they could immediately kill Li Fuchen and snatch the thunder calamity herb. Let's go. Li Fuchen took a glance at everyone and was preparing to leave the Thunderheart Lake. Trying to leave? How can it be so easy? Hand over the thunder calamity herb before leaving, otherwise I will bury your corpses here. A high-class half-emperor blocked the duo's path. With the likes of you? Shang Guanyu's body released murderous aura and a horrific chi spirit. Crackle. The ground beneath their feet had cracked open. The high-class half-emperor was appalled as he didn't expect Shang Guanyu to be so powerful. Just by using the chi spirit, she was able to make him suffer such immense pressure. Everyone, are you going to watch them leave like this? The Thunder Calamity Herb has boundless effects. Even if you consume a small portion, it will be greatly beneficial to the chi blood source and the spirit soul. The high-class half-emperor knew that he wasn't a match for Shang Guanyu and started to tempt others. Courting death, Shang Guanyu blasted a fist, and it was the Five Forms Emperor Fist, Shamposaurus Kill. PFFF. The high-class half-emperor vomited fresh blood violently. How could he be a match for Shang Guanyu and was instantly severely injured? Kill them and split the Thunder Calamity Herb evenly. In fact, there wasn't need to tempt others, as everyone wasn't planning to let Shang Guanyu and Li Fuchen off. Five Thunders Incantation. Li Fuchen formed a seal with both hands and yelled out. Boom, 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 boom. It was unknown when dark clouds gathered in the sky. Above the Thunderheart Lake, a large number of thunderbolts were drawn up, and with the Five Thunders Incantation, they were turned into heaven thunderbolts and blasted down. Bang! One of the half-emperors was blasted by the heaven thunderbolts. His flesh was instantly separated and he was turned into ashes. Not good. He can control the thunderbolts here. Everyone's scalp was numb and they were all panicking. If it was the thunderbolts in the outside world, they wouldn't be afraid. But the Wind Thunder Abyss thunderbolts were too horrific and the Thunderheart Lake's thunderbolts were several times more horrific. With countless heaven thunderbolts descending, they didn't have the mood to look for trouble with Li Fuchen. All of them wished that their parents had given them more legs and were fleeing in all directions. The heaven thunderbolts blasted indiscriminately and instantly killed over a dozen peak-class monarchs and half-emperors. Even Li Fuchen and Shang Guanyu were within the range of the heaven thunderbolts. Let's go. Li Fuchen didn't expect for the Five Thunders Incantation to go out of control and treat him as a target. Once Li Fuchen and Shang Guanyu left, the dark clouds in the sky disappeared as quickly as they came. The heaven thunderbolts had also dispersed, leaving behind a mess. The monochrome parasol lady who was the first to leave this region had lingering fear. She personally witnessed a peak-class half-emperor being blasted to death. Whether one could survive the indiscriminate heaven thunderbolts wasn't related to strength, it was mainly dependent on luck. After all, no matter how formidable one's strength was, it wasn't comparable to the Thunderheart Lake's thunderbolts. This person is too troublesome. It is better not to provoke him. Subconsciously, the monochrome parasol lady listed Li Fuchen as one of the people that shouldn't be provoked. Chapter 616. I didn't expect the thunder incantation to be so useful in the wind-thunder abyss. This was the first time Shangguan Yu witnessed the power of the incantation mark. She felt that even if the wave of heaven thunder wasn't at the Emperor class, it wasn't too far off. Li Fuchen nodded. But the Thunderheart Lake's thunder isn't something I can control anymore. That is because your 5 Thunders incantation proficiency isn't high enough. Of course, compared to your cultivation time, your 5 Thunders incantation proficiency is already at the highest level. Shangguan Yu felt that her innate perception was already high enough, but as compared to Li Fuchen, it seemed to be slightly inferior. Due to the Skull Blood Curse, Li Fuchen didn't dare to consume the Thunder Calamity Herb immediately. He had to wait until the Skull Blood Curse was removed before consuming the Thunder Calamity Herb to break through his body's endurance limit. After wandering for a few more days, and not even a shadow of the rootless flower was seen, Shangguan Yu said, "Why don't we go deeper?" Previously, they were only active in the outer region of the Wind-Thunder Abyss Inner Abyss. The Inner Abyss danger was roughly divided into 4 regions: the outer region, middle region, inner region, and the heart of the abyss. P-class monarchs could still participate in the outer region, but in the middle region, P-class monarchs wouldn't even be able to resist the wind blades and thunderbolts and would definitely perish. In the inner region, even half-emperors would perish. With their strength, it might be very strenuous to reach the middle region, but they could still endure for a while. All right, Li Fuchen decided that he would leave the Wind-Thunder Abyss 1 week later regardless, if he obtained the Rootless Flower. After entering the Inner Abyss Middle Region, the duo could obviously feel that the power of the wind blades and thunderbolts had increased significantly. A single wind blade or thunderbolt would exhaust their chi power and chi at a speed that was several times faster than before. The wind blades here are obviously stronger than the thunderbolts. Li Fuchen used his sword to cleave apart a horrific wind blade and said, Shangguan Yu said, "I reckon that we are rather close to the Wind Cave." The Wind Cave was one of the 3 dangerous places in the Wind-Thunder Abyss. It was equally famous as the Thunderheart Lake. According to the ancient records, the Thunderheart Lake was the place where a Thunder Dao saint perished, while the Wind Cave was the place where a Wind Dao saint perished. Shangguan Yu was right. Half a day later, the duo arrived at the vicinity of the Wind Cave. The wind tunnel was a huge and deep cave. In the deep cave, there was an incomparably huge whirlpool of wind. The whirlpool emitted a terrifying sound like the roar of mountains and the roar of tsunamis. Just listening to the sound gave people a sense of panic, as if the world was about to be destroyed. It was said that there was once a great emperor who entered the wind tunnel and never came out again. Li Fuchen extended his spiritual awareness towards the wind cave, but he soon paid the price. The wind in the wind tunnel also had a terrifying destructive power to the spiritual sense. As soon as the spiritual sense entered the wind tunnel, it was torn apart by the fierce wind, causing a stabbing pain in his head. "Such terrifying wind path law?" Li Fuchen exclaimed. The wind path laws in the wind tunnel were the most terrifying wind path laws he had ever seen. In front of these wind path laws, other nomological forces retreated. There was only destruction there, and even spiritual awareness couldn't exist. Someone once found a rootless flower near the wind tunnel. "Let's look for it," Shangguan Yu said. All right. Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness consciously avoided the wind tunnel and scanned the surroundings. The wind tunnel wasn't big and was only a few thousand miles in size. In normal situations, it wouldn't take a long time to circle it, but the wind around the wind tunnel was too violent. The duo had to take one step at a time, and it was hard for them to move quickly. After more than a day, the duo had exhausted more than half of their chi power and sword energy. They finally circled the wind tunnel for half a round. Swish! All of a sudden, a tiny shadow flew out of the wind tunnel not far away. Li Fuchen scanned with his spiritual awareness and noticed that the tiny shadow was a flower. It was a slightly translucent gray flower with a stem. Rootless flower. Li Fuchen's eyes lit up. The rootless flower was gray in color and slightly translucent. This was the description on the Heaven-class herb encyclopedia. It is indeed the rootless flower. Shangguan Yu's spiritual awareness had also captured the rootless flower. After flying out of the wind tunnel, the rootless flower's movement speed had slowed down. The rootless flower can only be plucked with the palm. She is unable to touch its physical body. Shangguan Yu reminded. Understood. Li Fuchen naturally knew the characteristics of the rootless flower. This flower was rare because it contained void law, and coincidentally, the dantian also contained void law. Li Fuchen soared into the sky and reached out to grab the rootless flower. Let go. Right at this moment, a distorted blade light was blasted at Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen had an intuition that if he was hit by this blade light, he would definitely die. A peak-class half-emperor? No, it should be a combat emperor. In an instant, Li Fuchen's mind flashed with many thoughts. A combat emperor might not necessarily be able to contest with a law phase realm emperor. Only peak-class combat emperors would have a strength. Those that could become combat emperors didn't just cultivate heaven-class martial arts. They also cultivated heaven-class cultivation techniques. Such people were destined to step into the law phase realm. Break! Shangguan Yu punched at the blade light. But the blade light was tougher than Shangguan Yu imagined. It might have shattered, but the shattered blade light was still shooting at Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen gave up on plucking the rootless flower and drew the joint heaven sword to execute the heaven and earth extermination. Bang bang. PFFF, 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 PFFF. After the heaven and earth extermination was routed, dozens of bloody holes appeared on Li Fuchen's body. He was sent flying and vomited a mouthful of blood. Who are you? Shangguan Yu stared at a black-robed youth who wasn't far away. Get lost before I get angry. The black-robed youth ignored Li Fuchen and Shangguan Yu and said indifferently, with the likes of you? Shangguan Yu's chi spirit burst out. After refining the Thunder Calamity herb, her chi strength was constantly increasing. She was confident that she could contest with low-class combat emperors. If your body refinement is at the completion stage, I might be apprehensive, but you're still far from it. The black-robed youth brandished the snake blade and thrust at Shangguan Yu's face with a distorted blade light. 5 forms Emperor Fist, Shamposaurus Kill. Shangguan Yu brandished her fist, and the Shamposaurus shadow clashed with the blade light. PFFF. It was obvious that the black-robed youth's attack was much stronger this time. The Shamposaurus shadow was immediately penetrated, and the remaining blade light left a wound on Shangguan Yu's shoulder. The wound was constantly expanding, and Shangguan Yu had to use her chi strength to suppress the wound. At least mid-class combat emperor's strength? Shangguan Yu's face turned dark. Combat emperors were considered reserve emperors. They only lacked time to progress to the law phase realm. Between combat emperors, the difference in strength was even greater than between half-emperors. This was mainly because the higher the rank, the closer they were to the law phase realm. If low-class combat emperors didn't just cultivate heaven-class martial arts, they also cultivated heaven-class cultivation techniques. Mid-class combat emperors would have cultivated both to the highest rank. As for high-class combat emperors, they would need heaven-class weapons. After that, peak-class combat emperors would be comparable with the weakest law phase realm emperors. They wouldn't be able to rely on their regular strength and would need to rely on high-class divine abilities. If one cultivated a heaven-class cultivation technique or a heaven-class martial art, a law phase realm emperor would also cultivate a heaven-class cultivation technique or a heaven-class martial art. Furthermore, a law phase realm emperor's chi would be 10 times or dozens of times stronger than yours. They wouldn't be on the same level. Of course, apart from cultivation techniques, martial arts, and weapons, the bone frame was also very important. Chapter 617. Is this the power of a battled arch? Seeing that even Shangguan Yu wasn't a match for the black-robed youth, Li Fuchen understood that the black-robed youth was definitely a combat emperor and wasn't a regular combat emperor. The snake blade in his hand was probably a heaven-class weapon. The black-robed youth was indeed not an ordinary combat emperor, but a mid-grade combat emperor. Moreover, he was considered to be extremely powerful among the mid-grade combat emperors. If there were well-informed people here, they would definitely recognize that the Black-Robed Youth was the Soul Sky Empire's famous Ghost Dragon Combat Emperor. The Ghost Dragon Combat Emperor was an absolute prodigy and had the 8th Starbone frame. When he was at the Battle Spirit Realm, he was already a 3-star general. Right now, he was at the 7th level of Primary Sea Realm and was already a mid-class combat emperor. It was said that the Heaven-class cultivation technique he cultivated was called the Black Dragon Breath technique. The Heaven-class martial art was called the Peerless Blade technique. The snake blade in his hand was also a Heaven-class weapon called the Ghost Snake Blade. He was at the top in all aspects. Other than a few extremely abnormal geniuses, he was basically invincible under the Transcendence Realm. I told you to scram, but now you won't have the chance to do so. The Ghost Dragon Battle Emperor smiled cruelly and waved his Ghost Snake Blade. Another blade light shot toward Shang Wanyu. It's just a Battle Emperor. If you want to fight, let's fight. Heavenly Wind Curse. Li Fuchen formed a seal with both hands. Woo woo woo. Countless wind blades appeared out of nowhere and slashed at the blade light, slashing at the Ghost Dragon Combat Emperor. Kacha! The blade light was shattered. Although a single wind blade couldn't compare to a blade light, there were too many wind blades triggered by the Skywind Curse. In the face of absolute numbers, the blade light that the Ghost Dragon Combat Arch had unleashed only lasted for a moment. Looking at the incoming wind blades, the Ghost Dragon Combat Emperor's face turned ugly. He didn't care about Li Fuchen's ability at all. If he didn't use 30% of his strength, Li Fuchen would already be a corpse. But he didn't expect for Li Fuchen to actually be an incantation master. Incantation masters borrowed the power of heaven and earth for their own use. The stronger the power of heaven and earth, the stronger their strength. The vicinity of the wind tunnel was filled with terrifying wind outlaws. The borrowed power of Wind Dao was naturally terrifying, limitless. Facing the densely packed wind blades, the Ghost Dragon Combat Emperor brandished the Ghost Snake Blade in his hand, and countless blade lights welcomed them. Crackle! The Ghost Dragon Combat Emperor had to use his full strength to dispel the Heavenly Wind Curse. As expected of a battle emperor, Li Fuchen frowned and flashed, dodging a small amount of uncontrollable wind blades. The wind tunnel was the same as the Thunderheart Lake. It could greatly increase the power of his incantation. However, due to the lack of attainment, he could not completely control the Heavenly Wind incantation. Fortunately, he was an incantation master after all. Most of the wind blades were still attacking the Ghost Dragon Combat Emperor. Only a small portion of the wind blades were slashing towards him. At this moment, Li Fuchen was very grateful to the Incantation Martial Emperor. If the Incantation Martial Emperor wasn't willing to impart the Incantation Dao to Li Fuchen wouldn't be able to do anything if he encountered someone who was much stronger than him. The power of your curse seals isn't bad. Unfortunately, you still have to die, Hun Lan. The Ghost Dragon Combat Emperor's forehead had a ripple that was hard to see with the naked eye. In the next moment, a tidal wave of spiritual awareness blasted at Li Fuchen. With a smile, the Ghost Dragon Combat Emperor stared at Li Fuchen as though he was looking at a dead man. With the 8-star bone frame, his spiritual awareness was already extremely robust. Furthermore, he was executing the 7-star spiritual awareness attack secret technique, Soul Mist secret technique, which was enough to severely injure Li Fuchen's true spirit. Li Fuchen never thought that his true spirit would be injured. Therefore, he wouldn't take the initiative to execute a spiritual awareness defense secret technique. When the tidal wave of spiritual awareness surged into Li Fuchen's mind and washed over his true spirit, Li Fuchen felt his true spirit was a little itchy. Spiritual awareness attack, huh? Li Fuchen revealed a strange smile on his face. He had always been the one to threaten others' true spirits. He didn't expect that there would be a day when someone would use their spiritual awareness to attack his true spirit. How is this possible? It is ineffective. The Ghost Dragon Combat Emperor narrowed his eyes and had a cold expression. You are rather cautious. The Ghost Dragon Combat Emperor quickly felt relieved. In his opinion, Li Fuchen must have executed a spiritual awareness defense secret technique in advance. Otherwise, It was impossible for Li Fuchen to block the soul mist secret technique. Let's see how many times you can block it. The Ghost Dragon Combat Emperor continuously executed soul mist. Li Fuchen had a calm expression as the Ghost Dragon Combat Emperor's spiritual awareness attack felt like it was tickling his true spirit. After executing soul mist 5 times in a row, the Ghost Dragon Combat Emperor finally stopped. It seems that the secret method of spiritual sense you practice is also at the 7-star level. The Ghost Dragon Combat Emperor naturally assumed that Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness defense secret technique was 7-star. When the gap between their spiritual awareness wasn't ridiculously large, it wasn't strange for the Ghost Dragon Combat Emperor to be unable to injure the Ghost Dragon Combat Emperor's true spirit. Li Fuchen didn't explain as there wasn't a need. The Ghost Dragon Combat Emperor will give you some face. The two of you can get lost. The Ghost Dragon Combat Emperor didn't wish to continue fighting. Li Fuchen mocked. It seems like you didn't defeat me. You're the one who should get lost. Hee, you truly don't know your limits. The Ghost Dragon Combat Emperor was so angry that he laughed and had a horrifying expression. He had never wanted to kill someone so urgently, and Li Fuchen was the first. Heaven Wind Incantation. Li Fuchen couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense with the Ghost Dragon Combat Emperor. The Ghost Dragon Combat Emperor's strength was indeed overwhelming, but this was the wind tunnel, and it wasn't his territory. Hum, 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 hum. Countless wind blades appeared out of nowhere and slashed at the Ghost Dragon Combat Emperor. Bang boom. The two of them were in a frenzied battle. PFFF. There were too many wind blades, and the Ghost Dragon Combat Emperor was slightly careless, causing his thigh to be cut. Damn it! The Ghost Dragon Combat Emperor tried his best to get close to Li Fuchen. As long as he could get close to Li Fuchen, he would be able to kill Li Fuchen in a single move. It was a pity that everything was in vain. Li Fuchen fought and retreated while maintaining a certain distance. The Ghost Dragon Combat Emperor's 3-corpse god was enraged and wished he could slice Li Fuchen into 1,000 pieces. It would be great if this place is the Thunderheart Lake. In Li Fuchen's eyes, the power of the wind blades might not be inferior to the thunderbolts, but they had entirely different characteristics and effects. The wind blades emphasized on the cutting power. The power was concentrated and easy to defend against. Thunderbolts could ignore defenses to a certain degree. In the face of a powerful electric field, there was basically nothing that couldn't conduct electricity. If the wind blades were replaced with thunderbolts, even if the Ghost Dragon Combat Emperor could block them, he would still suffer. In Li Fuchen's opinion, the threat of the wind blades wasn't as great as the thunderbolts, but the power wasn't inferior and the condensed power was superior. 15 minutes later, the Ghost Dragon Combat Emperor felt his arms going numb and he couldn't hold on any longer. The Ghost Dragon Combat Emperor, swear that the next time we meet, I will slay you. The Ghost Dragon Combat Emperor glared at Li Fuchen coldly and left quickly. He is finally gone. Shang Guanyu, who had been waiting solemnly, let out a breath of relief. When facing the Ghost Dragon Combat Emperor, she had a lot of pressure and was truly afraid that Li Fuchen wasn't a match. After defeating the Ghost Dragon Combat Emperor, Li Fuchen plucked the rootless flower with ease. Chapter 618. The effects of the rootless flower was much stronger than what Li Fuchen imagined. Different from other herbs, once the rootless flower entered the body, it would immediately turn into a stream of qi and fuse into the dantian. There was no need to meditate and refine it. After one day, Li Fuchen felt that his dantian was several times stronger. Previously, his dantian was bulging, but now the bulging feeling was gone. I should be able to break through to the 2nd level of primary sea realm. With the peak-grade spirit stone, Li Fuchen felt that he didn't need to expend much effort to break through to the 2nd level of primary sea realm. Unlike others who didn't have the restriction of the dantian, it was extremely difficult to break through from the 1st level to the 2nd level of primary sea realm. It would take at least a few years, at most a few decades or centuries. I'll break through after I return. The peak-grade spirit stone was too precious, and once it was exposed, let alone primary sea realm monarchs, even law phase realm emperors would go crazy. Li Fuchen naturally wouldn't take out the peak-grade spirit stone to cultivate openly. With the high-grade wind thunder compass and Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness, the duo left the wind thunder abyss without any mishaps and returned to the Fall Thunder City. In the Thunder Fall City, the two of them met the Ghost Dragon Combat Emperor again. The Ghost Dragon Battle Emperor didn't make a move. This was Fall Thunder City. Although the City Lord was only a quasi-emperor and was not a match for him, the City Lord was backed by the Soul Sky Empire. He did not dare to openly provoke the Soul Sky Empire and forcefully attack them in Fall Thunder City. What's more, with the support of the quasi-rank 8 city protecting Grand Array, the Ghost Dragon Combat Emperor believed that he would not be able to defeat the Thunder City Lord. After checking into a famous inn, Li Fuchen and Shangguan Yu began to cultivate in seclusion. Li Fuchen was in seclusion to break through to the second level of Primary Sea Realm, while Shangguan Yu was trying to break through to the completion level of Primary Sea Realm. After refining the Thunder Calamity Grass, Shangguan Yu's Qi and blood source had strengthened by an unknown amount. As her Qi and blood source strengthened, her Qi force cultivation would naturally yield twice the results with half the effort. Once she successfully broke through, even if she faced the Ghost Dragon Combat Emperor, she would still have the strength to fight and not be crushed. The inn they were staying in was called the Gathering Clouds Inn. It had hundreds of courtyards, and each courtyard was enveloped by an array formation. But this array was only a quasi-Class 6 array. Li Fuchen was worried that the peak-grade Spirit Stone's Qi presence would leak out. Therefore, he intentionally took out a Class 7 concealment array board. The concealment array plate could conceal one's aura, and to a certain extent, it was isolated from the outside world. After everything was prepared, Li Fuchen sat cross-legged and took out the peak-grade Spirit Stone to start cultivating. Boom, boom, boom. The Spirit Qi in the peak-grade Spirit Stone was like a flood that burst a dam. It poured into Li Fuchen's body, and a great Tao presence was rising in Li Fuchen's heart. Middle stage, first level Primary Sea Realm. Late stage, first level Primary Sea Realm. Peak first level Primary Sea Realm. With almost no effort, Li Fuchen had increased his cultivation from the initial stage of first level Primary Sea Realm to the peak stage. After reaching the Primary Sea Realm, it was extremely difficult to increase a trace of cultivation. In normal situations, a 7-star bone frame would need at least 5 years to advance by one level. If one's innate talent and perception were slightly inferior, the time required would be several folds or even 10 folds. After all, in the cultivation of the martial Tao, there were times when one couldn't be any weaker. As for 6-star bone frames, if they didn't have any fated encounters, they would basically stop at the low levels of Primary Sea Realm. There were only a few that could break through to the mid-levels. Jian Yuan didn't stay at the peak of first-level Primary Sea Realm for long before he broke through. As compared to the first level of Primary Sea Realm, the second level of Primary Sea Realm's sword energy was purer and more vigorous. At the same time, the Blazing Sword Tao law was more complete. Initial second-level Primary Sea Realm. Mid-second level Primary Sea Realm. After his cultivation reached the second level of Primary Sea Realm, Li Fuchen continued to increase his cultivation. He wanted to see how far he could increase his cultivation by relying on the peak-grade Spirit Stone. Since the Spirit Qi in the peak-grade Spirit Stone was very pure and was much purer than his sword energy, there wasn't a need to refine it and simply converted it into sword energy. Apart from that, the peak-grade Spirit Stone contained the great Tao presence that was also increasing his cultivation and mental state. It wasn't a situation where his mental state couldn't keep up. Late second-level Primary Sea Realm. Peak second-level Primary Sea Realm. In just a short moment, Li Fuchen's cultivation reached the peak second-level Primary Sea Realm. So terrifying, even though he knew that the peak-grade Spirit Stone was something that Law Phase Realm Emperors and Great Emperors desired. Li Fuchen was still very shocked. With the peak-grade Spirit Stone, he didn't have any bottlenecks when cultivating. Before obtaining the peak-grade Spirit Stone, his cultivation was only at the 7th level of Battle Spirit Realm. Right now, he was already at the peak second-level Primary Sea Realm. During this period, he had saved many years of bitter cultivation. Fated Encounter. This is a fated encounter. Li Fuchen lamented. With a fated encounter, it was indeed different. If a person with ordinary aptitude obtained a powerful fated encounter, they might be able to become a ruler. If a person with rather good aptitude didn't have any fated encounter, they might end up mediocre. If the fated encounter was magnified, it was actually fate. Fate was unpredictable, and no matter how powerful a person was, they were just small shrimps in the face of fate. Even a saint wasn't an exception. I shall stop at the peak second-level primary sea realm for now. It isn't appropriate to increase my cultivation by so much in an instant, and it might attract suspicion. The primary sea realm wasn't the battle spirit realm. It was already very exaggerated for a battle spirit realm cultivator to increase his cultivation by 2 levels. If Li Fuchen's cultivation was to break through from the first level to the third level of primary sea realm within a short period of time, it wouldn't be normal. It was fine if no one noticed, but if someone noticed, it might cause some trouble. Li Fuchen didn't feel that it was a pity that his cultivation wasn't able to increase. Subsequently, he placed all his attention on the incantation Dao. The incantation Dao was indeed very powerful. In fact, it was overly powerful. If his 5 Thunders incantation and Heaven Wind incantation were more profound, he wouldn't need to fear anyone apart from Law Phase Realm Emperors in the Wind Thunder Abyss. In other words, in a specific environment, the incantation Dao was able to increase his strength by a few times. It was something that other martial Daos couldn't achieve. Therefore, Li Fuchen felt that he had to pay attention to the incantation Dao and strive to learn all the low-class incantations before studying the mid-class incantations. Time elapsed. Before Shangguan Yu exited from seclusion, Li Fuchen had already learned most of the low-class incantations. The incantation Martial Emperor imparted a total of 23 low-class incantations to Li Fuchen. Previously, Li Fuchen had only cultivated the 5 Thunders incantation, Mystic Yang Heaven Thunder incantation, Wind Summon Rain incantation, Heaven Wind incantation, Soul Wound incantation, Evil Vanquish incantation, and some other incantations. He didn't have time to learn the rest of the low-class incantations. Now that he had sufficient time, he naturally learned all the low-class incantations with ease. But if he wanted to become proficient in them, it would be a little difficult. After all, no matter how high Li Fuchen's perception was, his foundation in the incantation Dao was still rather shallow, and he needed more time to accumulate. Golden Light Protection Incantation. In the courtyard, Li Fuchen's body flickered with golden light, and a golden barrier appeared outside Li Fuchen's body. Golden Light Protection Incantation. One of the low-class incantations and one of the protection incantations. It could borrow the metal Dao energy in heaven and earth to enhance the body. If it was in a place with extremely concentrated metal Dao energy, it would be able to utilize the Golden Light Protection Incantation to a horrifying degree. Even if the opponent was much stronger than the incantation user, they wouldn't be able to break the protection incantation. Only by learning all the incantations will I be able to perform exceptionally well in all sorts of environments. Chapter 619. 3 days later, Shangguan Yu came out of seclusion. After being in seclusion for close to a month, Shangguan Yu's body refinement didn't break through to the completion level of primary sea realm. But according to the other party, her current body refinement wasn't any different from the completion level of primary sea realm. The Thunder Calamity Grass had strengthened her chi and blood chi, allowing her chi and blood chi to improve greatly. Adding on the accumulation of resources for a month, her body refinement realm was no longer inferior to a body refinement realm monarch. Moreover, it was a body refinement realm monarch who had cultivated a peak-tier Earth-grade body refinement realm technique. With my current strength, it's still not enough to fight against the Ghost Dragon Combat Emperor. Shangguan Yu thought for a while and said. Li Fuchen said, "It doesn't matter. I didn't waste this month either. I feel that my Mind Wound incantation is much stronger than before." The Mind Wounding curse was used to attack the mind, which was more obscure and harder to guard against than the spiritual sense attack. As long as Shangguan Yu could slightly restrain the Ghost Dragon Combat Emperor, Li Fuchen was confident he could weaken the Ghost Dragon Combat Emperor. In addition to the mind-wounding curse, he also cultivated a low-level curse, the bewildering curse. It was also a curse that targeted the mind, but its main effect was to make the other party lose their mind. If the soul wound curse was equivalent to the thorns of spiritual awareness, then the mind confusion curse was equivalent to the 1,000 illusion eyes. Li Fuchen realized that with his powerful spirit soul, it was much easier to cultivate the mind incantation. It was the same as when he cultivated the thorn of spiritual awareness and the 1,000 illusion eyes. Use the mind wound curse to attack me. If you can injure my mind, it means that you can injure the Ghost Dragon Combat Emperor's mind. Shang Wanyu said, as a lesser success stage body refinement monarch, her mind wasn't any weaker than the Ghost Dragon Battle Monarch's. After all, the strength of one's mind was directly related to the strength of one's blood. All right, Li Fuchen quickly formed a seal. In the next moment, an inexplicable qi presence gathered towards Li Fuchen. Shang Wanyu might not be able to see the inexplicable qi presence, but she could feel a trace of spiritual pressure. After forming the seal, a sharp aura suddenly blasted towards Shang Wanyu. As compared to the previous time, Li Fuchen's mind wound incantation had improved significantly. Previously, it was just a qi presence fluctuation, but this time, it had a sharp presence. For a moment, Shang Wanyu felt as if her mind had been cut, and her spirit immediately became a little sluggish. What a powerful mental attack. Shang Wanyu estimated that if she had to endure more than 10 mind-wounding spells, her condition would be greatly reduced. Li Fuchen, you are truly a prodigy in the incantation Dao. Perhaps it is as Uncle Fan said, you should change to the incantation Dao. Li Fuchen's qi cultivation strength might be formidable, but it was Li Fuchen's accumulation over the years. Furthermore, Li Fuchen had only cultivated the incantation Dao for a short period of time. In response, Li Fuchen said, the sword Dao might not be weaker than the incantation Dao, but the sword Dao requires ample preparation. The incantation Dao borrowed the power of heaven and earth for one's own use. Therefore, it was very powerful at the start. But at the later stages, Li Fuchen didn't believe that the sword Dao was weaker than the incantation Dao. It was said that when the sword Dao reached the saint's realm, it could be said that a single sword could break all laws. No evils would be able to invade, and no powerful incantations would be able to get close to the body. Maybe. Shang Wanyu did not argue any further. When the sword path reached its later stages, it was indeed terrifyingly powerful. It could be said to be one of the most ferocious martial arts. Although the two of them had the strength to fight against the Ghost Dragon Combat Emperor, the two of them did not leave the Fall Thunder City. At the current stage, Li Fuchen was accumulating the foundation of the incantation Dao. Since he would be cultivating anywhere, it wasn't a bad idea to cultivate in the Fall Thunder City. As days elapsed, the Ghost Dragon Combat Emperor was very patient and had been staying in the Fall Thunder City. He had already made up his mind to kill Li Fuchen. Unknowingly, another 3 months had passed. Li Fuchen broke through to the 3rd level of Primary Sea Realm. It might be exaggerated to break through 2 levels in 4 months, but it wasn't too outrageous. Even if someone saw it, they would think that Li Fuchen obtained something good in the Wind Thunder Abyss. However, breaking through 2 levels was already the limit. If he broke through any further, it would be hard to not attract suspicion. After all, even Shang Wanyu couldn't understand how Li Fuchen broke through 2 levels in 4 months. It was fortunate that Shang Wanyu didn't ask. Everyone had their own secrets and fated encounters. Li Fuchen might have been stuck at the 1st level of Primary Sea Realm because of his Dantian. Now that his Dantian was resolved, his cultivation started to progress by leaps and bounds. Of course, after reaching the 3rd level of Primary Sea Realm, it was impossible for Li Fuchen to break through, because his Dantian had reached the limit again. In fact, if Li Fuchen cultivated an Earth-class peak-tier cultivation technique and not a Sword Dao cultivation technique, his Dantian's limit should be at the 8th level of Primary Sea Realm, or even the 9th level of Primary Sea Realm. However, he cultivated the Heaven-class Blazing Sword Dao cultivation technique, and the sword energy that was cultivated was too tyrannical and sharp. A single rootless flower only has this little effect. Li Fuchen frowned. He didn't think of breaking through to the 4th level of primary sea realm now, but because of his dantian, he wasn't able to break through, and he was rather unhappy. After purchasing a rather high-grade urban encyclopedia in the Fall Thunder City, Li Fuchen flipped through it and found out that the rootless flower depended on its age. The older the age, the more powerful the void law contained. The rootless flower that Li Fuchen obtained was only a 100-year rootless flower and was only useful to primary sea realm monarchs. If he obtained a 1,000-year rootless flower, it would be useful to law phase realm emperors. As for the legendary 10,000-year rootless flower, it was said that it could transform the dantian and contained all sorts of mystical attributes. The high-grade encyclopedia was indeed a high-grade encyclopedia. Apart from the detailed descriptions of the herbs, there were also labels of the herbs' origins. The Emperor Sky continent had 2 main producing areas for the rootless flower. The so-called wind thunder abyss wasn't the main producing area for the rootless flower. Therefore, there had never been any discovery of 1,000-year rootless flowers. Normally, after a few hundred years, if no one plucked the rootless flower, it would wither and wouldn't be able to continue growing. Only the 2 main producing areas would have special environments that would produce 1,000-year rootless flowers. The 2 main producing areas were the Void Grand Canyon and the Sky Island. The Void Grand Canyon was similar to the Latent Shadow Abyss and the Wind Thunder Abyss. It was suspected to be a saint's battlefield. As for the Sky Island, it was recorded that it was the residence of a saint. Later on, the saint vanished and the Sky Island was left behind on the Emperor Sky continent. This Emperor Sky continent doesn't seem simple. There are saints' battlefields and relics left behind by saints everywhere. The things that were related to saints were extremely terrifying and also contained great fated opportunities. Li Fuchen couldn't help but think of the East Unicorn continent. Before the East Unicorn continent's willpower awakened, the East Unicorn continent was also filled with masters' battlefields and even monarchs' battlefields. Perhaps, before the continent willpower awakened, there were some great treasures that even saints would fight for. Unfortunately, the Void Grand Canyon was also in the Soul Sky Empire, but it was in the southern part of the Soul Sky Empire, and was rather far from here. You want to go to the Void Grand Canyon? When Shangwan Yu knew of Li Fuchen's thoughts, her eyes widened. What's wrong? Li Fuchen was curious. Shangwan Yu said, my clan is in the southern part of the Soul Sky Empire. Before Li Fuchen could speak, Shangwan Yu said again, forget it. Let's go back then. I wonder if father's injuries have recovered after being away for such a long time. Chapter 620. In the outskirts of Fall Thunder City, Li Fuchen and Shangwan Yu weren't in a hurry to leave. They were waiting for the Ghost Dragon Combat Emperor to appear. Of course, the 2 of them knew that with their speed, they wouldn't be able to shake off the Ghost Dragon Combat Emperor. After a dozen breaths, a phantom appeared not far away from the 2 of them. You really do have some self-awareness. You know that you can't escape from my grasp. The Ghost Dragon Combat Arch was very confident. Under the Transcendence Realm, there are no more than 10 people who are faster than him. Therefore, even if the 2 of them escaped, he was confident that he could catch up in the shortest time possible. Ghost Dragon Combat Emperor, cut the crap. Let's fight again. Shangwan Yu's strength had improved greatly, and she just happened to lack someone to hone her skills. The Ghost Dragon Combat Emperor was undoubtedly the best whetstone. Courting death. The Ghost Dragon Combat Emperor waved the snake blade in his hand, and a distorted blade light shot out. Bang! This time, the Ghost Dragon Combat Emperor was unable to pierce through Shangwan Yu's strength. She, who had a huge improvement in her body refinement, was also a combat emperor. It was just that one of them was a low-rank combat emperor, while the other was a mid-rank combat emperor. No wonder he dared to leave the city. His strength has improved greatly. The Ghost Dragon Combat Emperor was a little surprised, but in the next moment his surprised expression turned into a cold sneer. So what if his strength had increased greatly? At most, he would just use a few more moves. Mind-wounding curse. From afar, Li Fuchen formed a seal with both hands and executed the mind wound incantation. A sharp aura shot towards the Ghost Dragon Combat Emperor. The Ghost Dragon Combat Emperor felt like his mind was being torn apart, and the light in his eyes dimmed a little. "How dare you hurt my mind?" The Ghost Dragon Combat Emperor roared and charged at Li Fuchen. "Stay here." Shang Wanyu did her best to stop the Ghost Dragon Battle Emperor. "I want you too to die a horrible death." The Ghost Dragon Combat Emperor brought out his full strength and attacked Shang Wanyu crazily. In the blink of an eye, Shang Wanyu's body had a few more wounds. Mind-wounding curse. This time, Li Fuchen took a longer time to prepare. The sharp chi presence was like a sharp arrow that penetrated the Ghost Dragon Combat Emperor's mind. The Ghost Dragon Combat Emperor was a step slower and was sent flying by Shang Wanyu's fist. The Ghost Dragon Combat Emperor had a distorted expression, and his murderous intent towards Li Fuchen was so intense that it could pierce through the clouds. He had never wanted to kill someone so badly before. Li Fuchen didn't care what the other party was thinking. After executing the Mind Wound incantation, he was already preparing the next round of incantations. The Mind Wound incantation used the user's mind as a guide to attract an indescribable chi presence from heaven and earth to attack the enemy. Li Fuchen named this indescribable chi presence as mental energy. Mental energy might be called energy, but in normal situations, it was impossible to sense it. Only when the true spirit came out of the body would one be able to sense the presence of mental energy. This kind of energy was very rare, but the effects were very powerful. Li Fuchen realized that every time he executed the Mind Wound incantation, it would exhaust a trace of his mind, but it would replenish some of his mental energy. As time passed, his mind would be tempered and gradually strengthened. Li Fuchen guessed that the spirit energy should be a higher class of energy. If the human body was compared to ordinary heaven and earth energy, then the human soul would be the spirit energy. In addition, the human body itself should be producing spiritual yuan qi. For example, the improvement of true qi cultivation, the improvement of body refinement cultivation, the improvement of mental state, and the strengthening of the soul. All of these would strengthen the mind, and the essence of the mind was spiritual energy. Li Fuchen suspected that the spirit soul, true spirit, and spiritual awareness were actually related to the spiritual yuan qi, or they were a kind of embodiment of the spiritual yuan qi. In this world, everything should be formed by spiritual yuan qi, be it rocks, plants, the void, or humans. Li Fuchen couldn't understand what were the laws. If there weren't laws, the spiritual yuan qi would probably be in chaos. The laws were like order, allowing everything to operate in an orderly manner. In the face of Li Fuchen's Mind Wound incantation, the Ghost Dragon Combat Emperor felt increasingly fatigued. It felt as though he had been fighting for 10 days and 10 nights. He wished he could immediately take a nap to replenish his mental energy. Mind Confusion Incantation. Li Fuchen was able to accurately sense the Ghost Dragon Combat Emperor's mental state. Seeing that the Ghost Dragon Combat Emperor's mental state had fallen to a freezing point, Li Fuchen didn't hesitate to execute the Mind Confusion Incantation. Under the influence of the Mind Confusion Incantation, the spiritual yuan qi in heaven and earth had branded an illusion on the Ghost Dragon Combat Emperor's mind. Not good. The Ghost Dragon Combat Emperor bit the tip of his tongue to forcefully wake himself up. 5 forms Emperor Fist, Green Wand Dance. A giant green bird's shadow burst out from Shang Wanyu's fist. It spread its wings and soared before crashing at the Ghost Dragon Combat Emperor. Puff! The Ghost Dragon Combat Emperor spurted out a mouthful of blood. The difference between a mid-class combat emperor and a low-class combat emperor was extremely huge, but he was still injured. The main culprit was naturally Li Fuchen. The Ghost Dragon Combat Emperor could crush Li Fuchen with a single hand. But with Shang Wanyu restraining him, the Ghost Dragon Combat Emperor wasn't able to get close to Li Fuchen, unless he had a way to instantly get close to Li Fuchen. I don't care anymore. Even if I have to suffer serious injuries, I must kill this person. The Ghost Dragon Combat Emperor gritted his teeth, and his body suddenly burst out with dazzling red light. In the next moment, The red light scattered, and when it reappeared, it was already in front of Li Fuchen. Die! The Ghost Dragon Combat Emperor's snake blade cleaved at Li Fuchen. Not good. Shang Wanyu was alarmed and punched at the back of the Ghost Dragon Combat Emperor. She didn't expect the Ghost Dragon Combat Emperor to be able to increase her speed by several times. Li Fuchen was already on guard against the Ghost Dragon Combat Emperor. He didn't believe that a mid-class combat emperor wouldn't have any means to turn the situation around. Hence, Li Fuchen wasn't surprised when his opponent's speed increased drastically. In Li Fuchen's opinion, this should be an extremely tyrannical speed secret technique, and it was at least 7-star. But from the looks of it, it seemed like the Ghost Dragon Combat Emperor paid a price. The Ghost Dragon Combat Emperor did pay a price. The speed secret technique that he executed was the 7-star speed secret technique, Blood Sunday. Every time the Blood Sun secret technique was activated, it would consume a large amount of chi blood. Unfortunately, this secret technique wasn't a body refinement secret technique, and when body refinement martial artists executed it, the effects wouldn't be great. Only Chi Cultivation martial artists will be able to execute it with the best effect, but Chi Cultivation martial artists' Chi blood wasn't as robust as body refinement martial artists. When the snake blade cleaved, the Ghost Dragon Combat Emperor looked at Li Fuchen as though he was looking at a dead person. He didn't believe that Li Fuchen could dodge this attack, and didn't believe that Li Fuchen could withstand this attack. Li Fuchen's expression didn't change as he said indifferently, "Phantom Substitute Incantation. PFFF." The snake blade cleaved at Li Fuchen and cleaved him into two. However, the Ghost Dragon Combat Emperor's expression turned gloomy. This attack definitely didn't feel like it was cleaving a person. Sure enough, Li Fuchen, who was split into two, started to scatter. It turned out that it was just an illusion. The Phantom Substitute Incantation could condense an illusion out of thin air and use the illusion to receive a fatal attack from the enemy. Back then, the Incantation Martial Emperor had used the Phantom Substitute Incantation to avoid countless dangers. Of course, the Phantom Substitute Incantation might sound incredible, but it was actually a branch of the Substitute Incantation. A pure Substitute Incantation was a mid-class incantation, while the Phantom Substitute Incantation was only a low-class incantation. The Substitute Incantation could replace everything in the surroundings. It could replace rocks, wood, demonic beasts, and even humans. Just think about it. You were originally safe, but you were suddenly replaced by the enemy's fatal attack. It would be a feeling of astonishment and unwillingness. PFFF. The Ghost Dragon Combat Emperor didn't manage to cleave Li Fuchen, but Shang Wanyu's fist had blasted firmly on the Ghost Dragon Combat Emperor's back. I, the Ghost Dragon Combat Emperor, swear that there will be a day where you will know the feeling of despair and regret. The Ghost Dragon Combat Emperor made use of the force of his fist to flee forward and quickly disappeared. Chapter 621. The Soul Sky Empire was huge, and its territory was ranked number 1 among the 7 pinnacle Emperor-class factions. It was 3 times bigger than the Red Moon Empire. Therefore, just the southern region was equivalent to the Red Moon Empire's territory. It was incomparably vast. In the southern part of the Soul Sky Empire, there were thousands of Monarch-class factions and 10 Emperor-class factions. The Black Emperor faction was ranked second among the 10 Emperor-class factions and was considered an extremely powerful Emperor-class faction. The Black Emperor mountain range was a majestic mountain range. In this mountain range, there were thousands of Black Emperor Guilds members. There were Law Phase Realm Emperors, Primary Sea Realm Monarchs, and Battle Spirit Realm Masters. As compared to the Red Rainbow Sect, the Black Emperor Guild's foundation was several folds more profound. Therefore, the number of members that came to the Emperor Sky Continent was several folds or even 10 folds more. In front of the array of the Black Emperor mountain range, Shang Wanyu and Li Fuchen stopped. This is the Black Emperor clan. My father is the leader of the Black Emperor clan, the new Black Emperor, Shang Wanyu said. The title of the Black Emperor sect master had always been Black Emperor. Her father's generation was already the 9th generation. Isn't it a little inappropriate for me to follow you in? Li Fuchen had heard of the Black Emperor Guild. This was a very powerful Emperor-class faction. They had a total of 3 Law Phase realm emperors and more than 1,000 primary sea realm monarchs. The Guild Patriarch, Black Emperor, was a subcompletion body refinement emperor, and his strength was comparable with high-level emperors. The Emperor Sky Continent had plenty of emperors, and the Black Emperor was considered one of the top figures. Shang Wanyu said, "What's wrong with that? Your Uncle Fan's registered disciple. Actually, you could be considered half a personal disciple. Who would dare to make things difficult for you? Let's go." Shang Wanyu took out a token and led Li Fuchen into the Black Emperor Mountains. There were many peaks in the Black Emperor Mountain range, and each peak had a lot of spirit chi. Although it couldn't compare to the special mountains, it was much denser than the famous mountains. There were a few main peaks that had spirit chi that was comparable to the special mountains. The two landed on Black Cloud Peak, one of the main peaks. Senior Sister Shangwan, Senior Sister Yu. On the Black Cloud Peak, there were plenty of Black Emperor Guild's disciples, and there were plenty of primary Sea Realm disciples among them. When these disciples saw Shang Wanyu, they were either respectful or intimate. Senior Sister Yu, you've been gone for a year and 3 months. You've broken the record. A petite yellow-robed beauty pulled Shang Wanyu's slender hand and winked. Shang Wanyu slapped the back of the young man's head and said, "It has been more than a year, and you have yet to step into the primary sea realm. You are truly stupid. Senior Yu, you are an 8-star bone frame, while I am only a 7-star bone frame. It is normal for me to be a little stupid." The beauty, Huang Shan, spoke as though it was a matter of course. Shang Wanyu was annoyed and amused at the same time. She pointed at Li Fuchen and introduced, "This is Li Fuchen, my good friend." In response, everyone sized up Li Fuchen curiously. There weren't many people that Shang Wanyu treated as a good friend. Among the Black Emperor Guild's disciples, the number of people that could become friends with Shang Wanyu could be counted with one hand. As for a good friend, there was only the yellow-robed beauty, Lu Xiaodai. "Hello, my name is Lu Xiaodai." The yellow-skinned beauty, Lu Xiaodai, took the initiative to greet Li Fuchen. Seeing the situation, the rest of the people also greeted Li Fuchen. "Junior Sister Yu, you've returned." A green-robed youth seemed to have just received the news and hurried over. "Senior who?" Shang Wanyu nodded. Shang Wanyu's indifferent attitude made the green-robed youth feel uneasy. He took a glance at Li Fuchen and couldn't help but narrow his eyes. If Li Fuchen was only at the Battle Spirit Realm, he wouldn't bother. But Li Fuchen's cultivation was at the 3rd level of Primary Sea Realm, and it made him feel a trace of danger. "Junior Sister Yu, is this person your friend?" the green-robed youth asked. Shang Wanyu had no choice but to introduce, "Li Fuchen, this is Senior Hu Yuanfeng. His grandfather is our guild's supreme elder." "Senior Hu, this is my friend, Li Fuchen." "Greetings to Senior Hu." Li Fuchen greeted politely. Hu Yuanfeng should be much older than Shang Wanyu, but his cultivation was much higher too. He was already at the 6th level of Primary Sea Realm, and was only 1 level lower than the Ghost Dragon Combat Emperor. Hu Yuanfeng laughed and said, "Junior Li has just arrived at the Black Emperor Guild and isn't familiar with this place. Junior Sister Yu, why don't I bring him around?" "There is no need to trouble Senior Hu. Li Fuchen, let's go to my Black Jade Peak." Shang Wanyu was an 8-star bone frame and the daughter of the Guild Patriarch, the Black Emperor. She had her own peak, and this was something that the other primary sea realm monarchs couldn't compare with. Looking at Shang Wanyu and Li Fuchen's departing back view, Hu Yuanfeng had a gloomy expression. "Black Jade Peak. Li Fuchen, you stay here first. I will go visit my father." After bringing Li Fuchen to the Black Jade Peak, Shang Wanyu's figure flashed and flew toward the nearby main peak. There are traces of an array in the void. It should be a Class 8 array. The Black Emperor Mountains were massive, and Class 7 arrays weren't able to cover it. Only Class 8 arrays could cover it. Furthermore, Class 7 arrays couldn't hide from Li Fuchen's eyes. Li Fuchen could only see some traces of Class 8 arrays, and it was hard to find any flaws with his spiritual awareness. In the Black Jade Peak, Li Fuchen found a cliff that he could cultivate on. He took out the Jade Scroll that the Incantation Martial Emperor gave him and continued to study the Incantation Tao. After the battle with the Ghost Dragon Combat Emperor, Li Fuchen understood the whole picture with a single glance and understood how terrifying the incantation Dao was. The incantation Dao might not be as ferocious and advanced as the sword Dao in a frontal battle, but the incantation Dao was definitely the most comprehensive. It was almost all-encompassing. There were offensive incantations, defensive incantations, substitution incantations, mind incantations, curses, incantation arrays, and even a strength incantation that could allow the user to have boundless strength, similar to body refinement martial artists. If Li Fuchen's proficiency in the incantation Dao was deep enough, he felt that he would be able to deal with any situation with just the incantation Dao. Of course, it didn't matter how terrifying the incantation Dao was, Li Fuchen wouldn't give up on the sword Dao. He had a faint feeling that being all-round was mediocre. The incantation Dao contained too many aspects, and in this world, there wasn't anything that was perfect. At the current stage, Li Fuchen's intention was to study the incantation Dao and find a way to remove the skull blood curse. Shang Wanyu only returned in the evening and immediately brought Li Fuchen to the Black Emperor Guild's dining hall. The Black Emperor Guild's dining hall had to pay spirit stones to eat. Even the guild patriarch was an exception. But the Black Emperor Guild's food was indeed delicious and wasn't inferior to any other restaurants. After the meal, Shang Wanyu brought Li Fuchen back to the Black Jade Peak. After several days, Li Fuchen's proficiency in the incantation Dao was getting deeper. He was planning to start cultivating those mid-class incantations after a few more days. Mid-class incantations were far superior to low-class incantations. According to what the incantation martial emperor said, in a normal environment, low-class incantation's power was between Earth-class peak-tier martial arts and Heaven-class low-tier martial arts. Mid-class incantation's power was equivalent to Heaven-class mid-tier martial arts. High-class incantations were equivalent to Heaven-class high-tier martial arts. As for the legendary peak-class incantations, they were already in contact with the essence of all living things and were equivalent to Heaven-class peak-tier martial arts. It was a realm that regular saints couldn't reach. Once someone grasped a little bit of a peak-class incantation, instantly killing a Law Phase Realm Emperor would be as easy as eating or drinking. Of course, the incantation Dao was very obscure and hard to learn. It didn't mean that if you were given a high-class or peak-class incantation, you would be invincible. Firstly, you had to learn the basics and have some minor accomplishments. Otherwise, even if you were given a peak-class incantation, you wouldn't even be able to crush a Law Phase Realm Emperor with a single finger. Of course, it didn't mean that basic incantations and low-class incantations had no future. Chapter 622. The Black Emperor Guild was different from the Red Rainbow Sect. Once the Red Rainbow Sect's disciples reached the Primary Sea Realm, they would immediately be promoted to elders. As for the disciples of the Black Emperor Sect, as long as they were below 100 years old, they were all disciples. As an Emperor-class faction, the Black Emperor Guild had dozens of Primary Sea Realm disciples. There might only be a small portion of Battle Spirit Realm disciples that came to the Emperor Sky Continent, but there were still over 1,000 of them. But when there were more disciples, it would be difficult to observe the progress of each disciple. Therefore, the Black Emperor Guild and the Emperor Sky Continent would organize a minor martial contest every other year and a major martial contest every 3 years. The minor martial contest was for the Battle Spirit Realm disciples. The major martial contest was a contest between Primary Sea Realm disciples. Li Fuchen had been in the Black Emperor Guild for a week, and it just happened to be time for the major martial contest. On this day, on the Black Emperor Guild's Battle Martial Peak, almost everyone had arrived. With thousands of individuals gathered together, it was rather spectacular, especially when these thousands of individuals were either at the Battle Spirit Realm or Primary Sea Realm. In the audience stands, Li Fuchen was also present. I can use this opportunity to observe the strength of the Black Emperor Hall's Genius King. Those that progressed to the Primary Sea Realm before the age of 100 were all prodigy monarchs. After all, Primary Sea Realm monarchs had a lifespan of 1,000 years, and 100 years was only 10%. It was equivalent to a 10-year-old child in the mortal world. In the arena, the match had already begun. According to the rules of the tournament, first-level Primary Sea Realm disciples could only challenge first-level Primary Sea Realm disciples before they could challenge second-level Primary Sea Realm disciples. If they defeated a second-level Primary Sea Realm disciple, they could then challenge third-level Primary Sea Realm disciples. Therefore, from the very beginning, what appeared in the eyes of the spectators was a battle between cultivators of the same cultivation level. There were no battles between cultivators of higher cultivation levels. In the end, he's a disciple of an Emperor-level force. He doesn't lack heaven-class martial arts and cultivation techniques. Li Fuchen could see that all the Black Emperor Guild's Primary Sea Realm disciples had cultivated heaven-class martial arts. There were a few who had even cultivated heaven-class cultivation techniques. It made their strength far superior to regular monarchs, and their strength couldn't be judged by their cultivation level. Soon, the competition reached its climax. Shang Guanyu, who had always been a top disciple of the Black Emperor's sect, and who Yuan Feng had met. In the past, Shang Guanyu was no match for Hu Yuanfeng. After reaching the 6th level of Primary Sea Realm and cultivating a heaven-class cultivation technique and martial art, Hu Yuanfeng's strength had already reached the ranks of peak-class half-emperors. If it wasn't for the fact that his cultivation technique had yet to reach the highest rank, it would be extremely easy for him to become a combat emperor. Junior sister Yu, be careful. Hu Yuanfeng was very confident. He believed that the current Shang Guanyu was still no match for him. Senior brother Hu, just bring it on. Shang Guanyu did not take Hu Yuanfeng seriously. Hu Yuanfeng might be an 8-star bone frame, but in Shang Guanyu's eyes, Hu Yuanfeng was just an ordinary 8-star bone frame. There were plenty of 8-star bone frames in the Emperor Sky Continent, and they were separated into several grades, according to their innate talents and perception. The lowest grade was like Hu Yuanfeng, while the Ghost Dragon Combat Emperor was at the peak. As for Li Fuchen, Shang Guanyu didn't know what grade he was. She only knew that she had never seen anyone whose innate talent and perception was comparable to Li Fuchen. Fist against fist, the two of them clashed head-on. Hu Yuanfeng used the Black Emperor Fist, while Shang Guanyu used the 5 Forms Emperor Fist. Rumble. Hu Yuanfeng flew backward, but Shang Guanyu didn't move at all. Hu Yuanfeng's face turned red as he forced a smile and said, I haven't seen you for more than a year, and junior sister Yu has improved at a godly pace. I will be getting serious from now on. Senior brother Hu, I've said it before, just bring it on. Shang Guanyu had some understanding of Hu Yuanfeng's strength and said confidently. Hu Yuanfeng didn't say anything else. His qi and soft water power burst out at the same time and blasted the Black Emperor Fist's finishing move, World Domination Fist, at Shang Guanyu. Hu Yuanfeng had already used 100% of his strength for this fist. When the fist was executed, the fist force was like a black stream of water. Inside the black stream of water, there was a black figure that was floating and giving off a feeling of dominance. Champosaurus kill. When facing Hu Yuanfeng's finishing move, Shang Guanyu didn't dare to be negligent. When she executed a fist, the Champosaurus shook its head and tail with a sinister expression. The 5 Forms Emperor Fist used the essence of the 5 ancient vicious beasts as the fist art intent. Each move was extremely tyrannical and violent. Splash! The black stream of water exploded, and Hu Yuanfeng was sent flying again. This time, he couldn't suppress his boiling qi blood and vomited a mouthful of fresh blood. The difference between a peak-class half-emperor and a low-class combat emperor was extremely huge. In a head-on clash, the victor would be decided within a few moves. Senior Hu, thanks for letting me win. Shang Guanyu cupped her fist. Hu Yuanfeng no longer had the face to stay on the contest stage as he flew off with an awful expression. After not seeing you for over a year, Senior Yu has improved so much. Senior Hu has the strength of a peak-class half-emperor. Senior Yu's strength is probably at the combat emperor's level. In the audience stands, everyone was in a heated discussion. On a mountain peak that wasn't close to the battle marshal peak, there was a silver-haired elder standing on top of a palace. The violent wind was blowing, but it wasn't able to move his silver hair. Last Yu's innate talent and perception are top-notch. I didn't expect for her fated encounters to be so profound. As a Law Phase Realm Emperor, how could he not see that Shangguan Yu's Qi blood source was much stronger than before? There are only a few items that could increase the Qi blood source, and the Thunder Calamity Herb was one of them. The Thunder Calamity Herb might just be a heaven-class low-tier herb, but it was hard for Law Phase Realm Emperors to obtain it. The Wind Thunder Abyss would never have Law Phase Realm Emperors enter. Those that entered would either vanish or perish. It was said that the Wind Thunder Abyss contained an Emperor-class danger. It was fine if Law Phase Realm Emperors didn't enter, but once they entered, they would have to face the Emperor-class danger. Therefore, in the entire Emperor Sky Continent, the Thunder Calamity Herb was extremely rare. Those that obtained it would either keep it or consume it. The silver-haired elder's eyes quickly landed on Li Fuchen. His lips moved slightly, and his voice was transmitted into the ears of the elder that was hosting the martial contest. The elder nodded and transmitted a message to a third-level Primary Sea Realm disciple below the martial contest stage. Immediately after, the disciple jumped onto the martial contest stage and said loudly to Li Fuchen, "Li Fuchen, I am Zhu Zichang. I wonder if I can spar with you. Of course, if you are afraid, then forget it." Li Fuchen was astonished. "I'm not a disciple of the Black Emperor Guild. It isn't appropriate, right?" The elder hosting the martial contest laughed and said, "Li Fuchen, you are Senior Incantation's disciple. Senior Incantation has been on good terms with the Black Emperor Guild for generations. To a certain extent, you can consider yourself as half a disciple of the Black Emperor Guild. It isn't inappropriate for you to spar with him." Since the Black Emperor Guild's elder said so, Li Fuchen knew that if he didn't go up, he would be looking down on the Black Emperor Guild. With a flash, Li Fuchen landed on the martial contest stage. "Please give me some pointers." "Ha!" Zhu Zichang didn't waste any time, and a spear appeared in his hand. The spear suddenly spun and thrust at Li Fuchen. It was like a heaven-shaking thunderbolt, like a divine dragon emerging from the sea. This spear gave off a feeling of splitting the world and overturning the rivers and seas. It was obviously the Black Emperor Guild's heaven-class low-tier spear art, Thunder Dragon Spear Extinction. When facing Zhu Zichang's thunderous spear attack, Li Fuchen drew the Red Lotus Sword and spun around to deflect Zhu Zichang's spear. Immediately after, the Red Lotus Sword was placed at Zhu Zichang's throat. "Thank you for letting me win," Li Fuchen said indifferently. Zhu Zichang's face was alternating between red and white as he backed off the martial contest stage. Just as Li Fuchen thought it was over, a fifth-level Primary Sea Realm disciple scuttled up. Lu Tian. The disciple named Lu Tian had a very powerful Qi presence, and it was obvious that he cultivated a heaven-class cultivation technique. "Li Fuchen, be careful." Senior Lu Tian cultivated the heaven-class low-tier cultivation technique, 9 Revolution Tyrant Heaven Technique. His Qi is integrated and contains tyrant intent. Chapter 6:23. Lu Tian's strength was indeed very strong, almost reaching the level of a high-level quasi-emperor. Of course, it was mainly because of the heaven-grade rod in his hand. Even if a normal king obtained a heaven-grade weapon, they would not dare to reveal it. However, it was different for half-emperors. Apart from Law Phase Realm Emperors and Combat Emperors, there weren't many that could snatch it. Li Fuchen didn't dare to be careless. He sheathed the Red Lotus Sword and drew the Joint Heaven Sword to exchange moves with his opponent. In just 10 sword moves, Li Fuchen defeated Lu Tian, let alone the fact that Liu Tian's ability wasn't as good as his. Even if they were at the same level, Li Fuchen would still be able to defeat Liu Tian with ease. Once Lu Tian was defeated, apart from Shangguan Yu and Hu Yuanfeng, no one else from the Black Emperor Guild was a match for Li Fuchen. The third level of Primary Sea Realm has the strength of a high-class half-emperor. The silver-haired elder stroked his beard and nodded. Shangguan Yu suddenly brought back a friend, and to be honest, everyone in the Black Emperor Guild was rather concerned. As the Black Emperor Guild's supreme elder, he naturally had to test Li Fuchen's strength. From the initial look, Li Fuchen was very outstanding. However, just being outstanding wasn't enough. The guild patriarch was most concerned about the bloodline, and if Li Fuchen didn't have the saint's bloodline, it was impossible for him to get together with Shang Wanyu. Li Fuchen, Hu Yuanfeng would like to seek some pointers. Hu Yuanfeng felt very sullen after being defeated by Shang Wanyu. But Shang Wanyu was still a disciple of the Black Emperor Guild, and also the daughter of the Black Emperor Guild Patriarch. It wasn't considered embarrassing to be defeated by her, but if he didn't step out to defeat Li Fuchen, it would be embarrassing. No matter what, he was the #1 disciple of the Black Emperor Guild before the major martial contest. Please! To the silver-haired elder's surprise, Li Fuchen didn't reject Hu Yuanfeng. One was a peak quasi-emperor, and the other was a high-level quasi-emperor. Logically speaking, there should be no suspense in the outcome. After all, a random move from a peak quasi-emperor was something that even a high-level quasi-emperor could not handle. How were they supposed to fight? Hu Yuanfeng used the Black Emperor Fist right from the start. The Black Emperor Fist didn't have any attributes, just like Li Fuchen's Sky Ring Sword art. The black water surged over. In reality, it was the materialized fist force and fist intent. Anyone below Quasi-Emperor would be blasted into pieces if they came in contact with the water. Heaven-class martial arts had always been this overbearing, flowing merciless edge. Li Fuchen brandished his sword and drew a scarlet-red thread. Compared to the past, flowing merciless edge had become even more perfect and powerful. He had already comprehended the heaven-class sword move, flowing merciless edge, when he was at the Battle Spirit realm. Now that he was at the 3rd level of Primary Sea realm, if the flowing merciless edge wasn't perfected, it wouldn't be justifiable. This was the difference between self-created martial arts and learning martial arts. Self-created martial arts could be perfected at any time. As for learning martial arts, it was usually very difficult to break through the shackles of the creator and push the martial arts to a new level. The merciless flowing edge, which had been greatly improved, was much more powerful than most low-tier Heaven Realm sword arts. The scarlet threads seemed to be able to split heaven and earth, as well as yin and yang. With a slash of the sword, the black water was completely split apart. Rumble! In the black water, the black figure destroyed the crimson threads with a single punch. Still a little lacking. Li Fuchen didn't mind. Hu Yuanfeng's strength was undoubtedly that of a peak quasi-emperor, about the same as the monochrome parasol lady. He was slightly weaker than both of them. Of course, in a battle between kings, as long as the difference in offensive power wasn't too great, victory or defeat was hard to say, especially for Li Fuchen. As long as a single move wasn't able to injure him, he was confident he could rely on his martial strength to defeat his opponent. The prerequisite was that Hu Yuanfeng couldn't injure him in a single move. If Hu Yuanfeng's fist force was a little more ferocious, Li Fuchen would be slightly injured after receiving a single move. Therefore, Li Fuchen had to rely on other aspects to defeat Hu Yuanfeng. Divine Wind Raging Howl. Li Fuchen leaped high and brandished his sword. Boundless violent winds blew at Hu Yuanfeng. The boundless violent winds were actually boundless sword chi, but the sword chi contained the grand wind sword intent. After reaching the Primary Sea realm, Li Fuchen used the grand wind sword art as the foundation to create the heaven-class low-tier sword move, Divine Wind Raging Howl. Right now, Li Fuchen had a total of 6 heaven-class low-tier sword moves and 1 heaven-class low-tier sword art. Hu Yuanfeng frowned and retreated repeatedly. He frequently blasted out with his fists to shatter the violent winds and sword chi. His strength might be at the level of a peak-class half-emperor, but his defense wasn't at the level of a peak-class half-emperor, let alone Li Fuchen. Even a mid-class half-emperor or a low-class half-emperor would be able to injure him when he was careless. The sword chi was truly like a violent wind that was blowing at Hu Yuanfeng from all directions. Furthermore, the sword chi wasn't moving in a straight line and had all sorts of trajectories. The most terrifying thing was that even if the sword chi was shattered, as long as the sword intent didn't scatter, the shattered sword chi would automatically gather with other sword chi and continue to attack Hu Yuanfeng. It could be said that there were only the strongest moves and no perfect moves. Every move had its own meaning of existence. The divine wind raging howl wasn't as powerful as the flowing merciless edge or the meteor fall, but it was hard to crush the divine wind raging howl in a short period of time. Unless the difference in strength was too great. Otherwise, the divine wind raging howl was enough to restrain the opponent and make the opponent exhausted. Incineration Sword. After the divine wind raging howl, Li Fuqian executed the heaven-class low-tier sword move, Incineration Sword, which was created with the Cloud Flame 1000 Incineration as the foundation. Once the Incineration Sword was executed, the temperature in the surroundings rose sharply, and it felt as though it was in a lava hell. Boom boom. When the divine wind raging howl and Incineration Sword fused together, there wasn't any damage, and instead, there was a miraculous reaction. The fire borrowed the power of the wind, and the wind enhanced the firepower. Hu Yuanfeng was instantly engulfed by the violent fire wave. He actually possesses so many heaven-class sword moves. Yuanfeng is in danger. The silver-haired elder was very astonished. He assumed that Li Fuqian was only a high-class half-emperor. He didn't expect for Li Fuqian to be a peak-class half-emperor and not just a high-class half-emperor. There were two main factors to determine the strength level. The first factor was the attack power, and the second factor was the all-roundness. If Hu Yuanfeng's attack power was formidable, then Li Fuqian was all-roundness. Hu Yuanfeng only had one heaven-class martial art, but Li Fuqian had a few. Each of them had their own specialties and effects. For such an all-rounder, unless one was able to crush the opponent, it would be extremely difficult to defeat the opponent. The opponent would always have all sorts of methods to deal with the opponent and find the opponent's flaws. World engulfing. Inside the sea of flames, Hu Yuanfeng yelled out and executed a fist strike. A black whirlpool of water was produced and repelled the sea of flames. Hu Yuanfeng's body had traces of scorch marks, and he had a rather unpleasant expression. It was fine if he lost to Shang Guanyu, but he couldn't tolerate losing to Li Fuqian. No wonder he is a peak-class half-emperor. Li Fuqian didn't think of defeating Hu Yuanfeng in a few moves, as it wasn't realistic and impossible. Sword of Impermanence. All of a sudden, layers of Li Fuqian appeared on the contest stage. With a rough glance, there were at least a few dozen of them. Dozens of Li Fuqian brandished their swords at the same time and attacked Hu Yuanfeng in a frenzy. Sword of Impermanence. It was a heaven-class low-tier sword move that was created with the impermanent sword art as the foundation. This move was very ghostly, and the sword intent was able to move Li Fuqian's figure, allowing Li Fuqian to turn into a phantom and produce a cloning effect. Another heaven-class sword move? The silver-haired elder was shocked. With his eyesight, how could he not see that Li Fuqian's sword move wasn't inferior to regular heaven-class low-tier sword arts in terms of power and exquisiteness? However, the sword intent wasn't fully displayed, and it was obvious that it wasn't a learned sword art. It was probably a self-created sword art. Creating a self-created heaven-class sword move was already terrifying enough with perception. Creating two self-created sword moves was something only top-class monstrous prodigies could do. Creating 4 sword moves was simply insane. When dozens of Li Fuqian attacked at the same time, Hu Yuanfeng was a little flustered, because he couldn't tell which was the real Li Fuqian and which was just an illusion. Every Li Fuqian was so real and so valiant, because every Li Fuqian was wrapped in a layer of strange and unpredictable sword intent. Without a choice, Hu Yuanfeng had no choice but to execute the Black Emperor Fist World Engulfing and execute a full-range attack. A circle of black water exploded, and only one of the dozens of Li Fuqian was left. But it was this one that caused Hu Yuanfeng to suffer greatly. The joint heaven sword pierced through the water and pierced Hu Yuanfeng's chi protection. Clang! There was a burst of sparks, and Hu Yuanfeng was sent flying. It was fortunate that he only suffered minor injuries, and it didn't affect his combat ability. Meteor Fall. Right at this moment, Li Fuqian brandished his sword and burst out with a dazzling sword light. On the contest stage, time instantly slowed down, and the only thing that didn't change was Li Fuchen's sword. 5 types of heaven-class sword moves. The silver-haired elder widened his eyes. Damn it! Hu Yuanfeng swung his fist with all his might and wanted to block this sword. Clang! The sword light brushed past Hu Yuanfeng's fist and left a sword wound on Hu Yuanfeng's shoulder. In less than 10 moves, Li Fuchen had the absolute upper hand, and it was something that no one expected. The audience couldn't help but hold their breaths as they stared at the contest stage without blinking. They were afraid they would miss out on the most exciting scene. Uncle Fan is wrong. I am wrong too. His innate perception of sword Dao isn't inferior to the incantation Dao and might even be superior. Shang Wanyu took a deep breath. Li Fuchen's sword Dao was too spiritual. They were obviously different sword arts, but they were able to complement each other perfectly. From the looks of the current situation, Hu Yuanfeng didn't have any chance to turn the tables. Because Li Fuchen's sword moves were all interconnected and didn't exist alone. Hu Yuanfeng obviously saw this point too. He burst out with strength frenziedly and wanted to break away from Li Fuchen's rhythm and find his own. Heaven and earth, extermination. Finally, Li Fuchen brought out his trump card. All the previous sword moves were to serve this sword move, because this sword move was close to perfection. But no matter how perfect it was impossible for Li Fuchen to defeat Hu Yuanfeng in a single sword move. Only when he had the absolute advantage would he be able to win in a single sword move. The void seemed to have split open, and Hu Yuanfeng turned into a mirror image. PFFF. Hu Yuanfeng vomited a mouthful of fresh blood as he was injured. This time, it wasn't as simple as a light injury. Li Fuchen's sword chi had seeped into Hu Yuanfeng's body and caused damage inside. Senior Hu, thanks for letting me win. Li Fuchen executed the flowing merciless edge and sliced Hu Yuanfeng's body with scarlet threads, sending him flying off the contest stage. Chapter 624. In the blink of an eye, many days had passed since the Grand Martial competition. The commotion caused by the Grand Martial competition this time was much greater than before. Firstly, Shang Wanyu had surpassed Hu Yuanfeng and became the #1 disciple of the Black Emperor's sect. Furthermore, she already possessed the strength of a beginner-class combat emperor. Secondly, Li Fuchen, who was an outsider, had actually defeated Hu Yuanfeng. Furthermore, Li Fuchen used all sorts of mystical sword arts to defeat Hu Yuanfeng. The commotion caused was even greater than Shang Wanyu. After all, it was the first time for the Black Emperor Guild's disciples to witness someone with such superior combat skills. It had a huge impact on them. On one of the main peaks, the silver-haired elder said, "This Li Fuchen has astounding talent. If last you can get together with him, it'll be a good thing for the Black Emperor Guild. It is a pity that the Black Emperor is stubborn and probably won't agree." The higher the cultivation realm of a martial artist, the harder it was for them to have offspring. It was already very difficult for Battle Spirit Realm Masters to produce offspring. It was even harder for Primary Sea Realm Monarchs to produce offspring. As for Law Phase Realm Emperors, it was ridiculously difficult for them to produce offspring. If they didn't have many children when they were weak, then after advancing to the Dharma Phase realm, many people would only have one child in their lifetime. In fact, there were a few Law Phase Realm Emperors who didn't have any children in their entire lives. Shang Wanyu was the only daughter of the Black Emperor when he was 800 years old. Therefore, Black Emperor had high hopes for Shang Wanyu. He hoped that Shang Wanyu would get married later so that she could focus all her energy on martial arts cultivation. Even if they were to get married, they had to marry someone who possessed the saint's bloodline. Only by doing so would their descendants have outstanding innate talents and be stronger than the previous generation. Previously, countless people had tried to woo Shang Wanyu, but the Black Emperor had rejected them all, mainly because Shang Wanyu didn't like them. In fact, one of the 2 most talented sons of the Red Moon Emperor, the Red Moon King, had pursued Shang Wanyu, but was rejected by the Black Emperor. Black Thearka's meaning was very obvious. Unless someone advanced to the Law Phase realm before the age of 100 or had the bloodline of a sage, he would never agree. The difficulty of progressing to the Law Phase realm before the age of 100 was simply inhuman. At least in the history of the Emperor Sky Continent, no one had ever progressed to the law phase realm before the age of 100. Even the sole emperor with insane, innate talent only progressed to the law phase realm after the age of 100. Li Fuchen progressed to the primary sea realm at the age of 30, and it seemed like he had hopes of progressing to the law phase realm before the age of 100. But that was not how martial arts cultivation worked. The further one progressed, the more difficult it would be to increase one's cultivation. That was because most people's potential was gradually exhausted in the early stages. They could only rely on precious resources to slowly increase their cultivation. It was publicly acknowledged in the Emperor Sky Continent that only 9-star bone frames could break through to the law phase realm before the age of 100. It was absolutely impossible for 8-star bone frames. As for the Saint bloodline, it wasn't dependent on oneself, but on the ancestor's shade. Only those whose ancestors had a sage would have the bloodline of a sage. Furthermore, it had to be within 9 generations. After 9 generations, the sage's bloodline would dissipate, and one would become an ordinary person. The 9th generation might be able to produce a lot of offspring, but even when the saint's bloodline was weak, it was extremely difficult to produce offspring. Basically, there would only be 1 or 2 offspring in their lifetime. As such, there wouldn't be many saints' bloodline. Li Fuchen, let's go. The Void Grand Canyon is about to open. Let's go purchase some void keys first. On this day, Shang Wanyu returned from outside and informed Li Fuchen. Although the Grand Void Canyon was a dangerous place, it could also be considered a secret realm. It was said that during the battle between the 2 saints, one of them was proficient in the Void Dao laws. A single move was able to slice open a spatial zone on the Emperor Sky Continent. This spatial zone gradually transformed into the Void Grand Canyon's secret realm. The Void Grand Canyon's secret realm would only open once every 5 years. Before each opening, it would spit out plenty of void keys. Only those with the void keys could enter the Void Grand Canyon. Half a month later, Li Fuchen and Shang Wanyu arrived at the Void City, which was nearby the Void Grand Canyon. The Void City was very lively. It might not be a county city, but it was much more flourishing. During these days, the Void City would hold plenty of auctions every day, and one of the main auction items would be the void keys. Whether one could obtain a void key was mainly dependent on luck. Some people would be able to pick up a void key while walking. Some people would have an additional void key in their storage bag. In short, there were all sorts of strange occurrences of void keys. When walking on the streets, Li Fuchen and Shang Wanyu weren't too conspicuous. It was mainly because there were too many primary sea realm monarchs in the Void City. Wherever they went, they would be able to see primary sea realm monarchs. All of a sudden, the originally bustling but quiet streets were suddenly in a clamor. Li Fuchen looked over and noticed that there were 2 ladies in the middle of the street. One of the ladies was wearing green clothes, while the other was wearing purple clothes. They were extremely beautiful and were at least top 10 among the ladies that Li Fuchen had seen before. It wasn't considered anything if they were just beautiful. These 2 ladies had an extraordinary and refined aura that normal people wouldn't have. However, this aura contained traces of extremely obscure charm intent. The charm intent was like a finishing touch, causing the duo's charm to rise sharply. Along the way, be it primary sea realm monarchs or regular martial artists, all of them were captivated. Even some of the stronger primary sea realm monarchs found it hard to shift their eyes away. Who are these 2 individuals? Li Fuchen asked with astonishment. Shang Wanyu curled her lips and said, "They are from the Imperial Flower Pavilion. If I didn't guess it wrongly, they should be 2 of the 36 famed flowers of the Imperial Flower Pavilion." Imperial Flower Pavilion? Li Fuchen was curious. Shang Wanyu explained, the Imperial Flower Pavilion might not be one of the 7 major Emperor-class factions in the Emperor Sky Continent, but they are the most horrific Emperor-class faction in the entire Emperor Sky Continent. The Imperial Flower Pavilion specializes in finding ladies with excellent bone frames and looks to nurture. They then use these ladies to make friends with various factions experts. The 7 major Emperor-class factions of the Emperor Sky Continent are either directly or indirectly related to the imperial flower pavilion. For example, the Red Moon Emperor's wife is once one of the imperial flowers of the imperial flower pavilion. One of the Soul Emperor's concubines is also one of the imperial flowers of the imperial flower pavilion. In the Emperor's Sky Continent, you can offend any faction but not the imperial flower pavilion. Otherwise, there won't be a place for you in the entire Emperor's Sky Continent. Li Fuchen nodded. The imperial flower pavilion shouldn't be very powerful by itself, but there were too many factions that were related to the imperial flower pavilion. If one offended the Soul Emperor or the Red Moon Emperor, one would only be pursued by one faction. But if one offended the imperial flower pavilion, one would be pursued by the entire continent's factions. Shangguan Yu continued. The imperial flower pavilion has the 4 great imperial flowers and the 36 famed flowers. In terms of innate perception, the imperial flowers aren't inferior to any elite prodigies. Only great emperors would be able to enter their eyes. Furthermore, older great emperors might not even be able to enter their eyes. Below the great emperors, only the most astounding and exceptional prodigies would be able to enter their eyes. The famed flowers might not be comparable to the imperial flowers, but that is only in comparison. There are plenty of Law Phase realm emperors who wish to marry a famed flower. But in this world, apart from the Soul Emperor who possesses 1 imperial flower and 2 famed flowers, the rest of the people can only have 1. Not even great emperors like the Red Moon Emperor are able to have 1. Shangguan Yu took a glance at Li Fuchen and said, "Of course, with your innate perception, if others know about it, you will probably be fancied by one of the famed flowers." Li Fuchen was undoubtedly an elite prodigy. If he could continue to grow smoothly, he might be able to become a great emperor. Me? Forget it. Li Fuchen smiled. It wasn't that he was looking down on himself. He was looking down on the imperial flower pavilion. It wasn't shameful to borrow influence, but it was shameful to use it as a pursuit. Lu Luo and Zi didn't mind that they had instantly become the center of attention. They had seen such situations plenty of times and were already used to it. Lu Luo took a glance and saw Li Fuchen and Shangguan Yu. At this moment, Shangguan Yu was dressed as a man. She was handsome and had an outstanding aura. At first glance, Li Fuchen was only slightly handsome. But after careful observation, one could see that Li Fuchen had a similar aura as them, but had an even more extraordinary aura. This aura was more shocking the more one looked at it. The women from the Imperial Flower Pavilion didn't just have outstanding aura, they also had sharp eyes. They were able to see through the details of a person's extraordinariness. This was also one of the fundamentals that they relied on to survive. Lu Luo, what are you looking at? Zi looked at Lu Luo with a puzzled expression. Lu Luo said, "These 2 individuals seem to be rather extraordinary." Zi looked over after hearing the question. "They are indeed extraordinary. That person is very handsome, and there aren't many men with such good looks." Zi nodded. Lu Luo said, "The other one is even more extraordinary." "The other one?" Zi took a good look at Li Fuchen. Her eyesight was still inferior to Lu Luo. After all, Lu Luo was more experienced than her. But after careful observation, Zi was still able to see that Li Fuchen was different. The term crane in a flock of chickens was usually used to describe people with extraordinary aura. But there were plenty of times when this term was overused. Right now, Zi's mind immediately flashed with the term crane in a flock of chickens. "Let's go." Li Fuchen took a glance at Lu Luo and Zi before withdrawing his gaze. His eyes were like an ancient well without any ripples. Shangguan Yu was rather astonished at Li Fuchen's composure, but it was understandable after thinking about it. The imperial flowers and famed flowers of the Imperial Flower Pavilion were indeed like fairies in the mortal world. But those exceptional prodigies with exceptional talents were all independent and wouldn't be easily affected. Those that were easily affected meant that their spirit willpower wasn't strong enough. Such people would have limited achievements. The Red Moon Emperor and the Soul Emperor weren't attracted by the imperial flowers. It was better to say that they were each taking what they needed. After all, those that could become great emperors weren't simple individuals. The Soul Emperor was even more domineering as he immediately took in an imperial flower and 2 famed flowers as concubines. This was the boldness of the Emperor Sky Continent's #1 individual. Even the Imperial Flower Pavilion didn't dare to provoke him. After arriving at an auction hall, Li Fuchen and Shang Wenyu sat down. A short moment later, the auction started. The bidding for the Void Keys was very intense, but the duo were wealthy and each spent a few million mid-grade spirit stones to bid for a Void Key. Coincidentally, Lu Luo and Zi had also appeared at this auction hall, and each obtained a Void Key. Chapter 625. The Void Grand Canyon's Hidden Domains entrance was actually in a Grand Canyon. On this day, before the Hidden Domains entrance opened, the Grand Canyon was already filled with thousands of primary sea realm monarchs. The Void Grand Canyon was different from the Wind Thunder Abyss. The environment inside might be dangerous, but it wasn't vile. If they were lucky, regular primary sea realm monarchs would be able to survive. If they were unlucky, even combat emperors would be in danger. After taking a glance, Li Fuchen saw plenty of prodigy monarchs, and the Ghost Dragon Combat Emperor was also among them. In the entire Soul Sky Empire, the Ghost Dragon Combat Emperor was very famous. Among the prodigy monarchs, he was one of the top rankers. This Ghost Dragon Combat Emperor is truly a lingering spirit. Shang Wenyu curled her lips and said, "It doesn't matter. As long as he dares to come, I will teach him a lesson." Li Fuchen didn't mind, as he didn't waste this period of time. Be it the Sword Dao or the Incantation Dao, his foundation was much more profound. In a one-on-one fight, he still wasn't a match for the Ghost Dragon Combat Emperor. But if he worked together with Shang Wenyu, he was confident he could make the Ghost Dragon Combat Emperor suffer an unforgettable loss. When the Ghost Dragon Combat Emperor saw Li Fuchen, he frowned and revealed murderous intent. But the murderous intent was quickly withdrawn. He understood that he wouldn't be able to deal with Li Fuchen and Shang Wenyu by himself, unless they were separated. "Poison Rain, do me a favor." The Ghost Dragon Combat Emperor transmitted a message to a snake-like black-armored woman who had a gloomy and cold chi presence. The black-armored woman asked, "What benefits?" "A stalk of Heaven Essence Herb." The Ghost Dragon Combat Emperor gritted his teeth and replied, "The Heaven-class low-tier Heaven Essence Herb was a mystical herb that could increase one's cultivation level. A single stalk would allow those below the high level of Primary Sea Realm to increase their cultivation level by 1 level. When high-level Primary Sea Realm martial artists were stuck in a bottleneck, they would immediately break through after consuming it. Furthermore, there wouldn't be any side effects after consuming it. The Heaven Essence law contained within the herb was most suitable for the human body. If you didn't have 2 stalks of Heaven Essence herb, the Ghost Dragon Combat Emperor wouldn't bear to give one away." "All right," the black-armored woman agreed. At the Heaven class, the price of herbs wasn't fixed anymore. Although they were all low-tier Heaven-class herbs, the price difference was huge. Some precious low-tier Heaven-class herbs might be several times or even 10 times more expensive than other herbs, mainly depending on their effects. Tianyuan grass was undoubtedly one of the more precious Heaven-class low-tier herbs. Its price was more than 5 times that of ordinary Heaven-class low-tier herbs. With a stalk of Tianyuan grass, she could save several years of hard work. "Leave a mark on them first," the Ghost Dragon Battle Emperor said to the black-armored woman. The black-armored woman's nickname was the Poison Rain Combat Dharch, and she was a famous combat Dharch in the Soul Sky Empire. Her combat strength might only be at the initial class combat Dharch level, but the difficulty of dealing with her wasn't inferior to the Ghost Dragon Combat Dharch. The Venomous Rain Combat Empress cultivated poison Dao Qi, and her Qi contained lethal poison. Anyone below the Law Phase realm wouldn't dare to be poisoned by the Venomous Rain Combat Empress. In addition to her Poison Dao abilities, the Poison Rain Battle Empress was also adept at tracking. She could silently leave a spiritual consciousness imprint on others. The Poison Rain Combat Empress nodded and didn't look at Li Fuchen and Shang Wenyu. Her tracking secret method belonged to the Spiritual Awareness Secret Method. Before using the secret method, she couldn't look at the target, otherwise the target would be alerted. Between his eyebrows, 2 tiny specks of light floated out. The light spot blended into the wind and flew towards Li Fuchen and Shang Wanyu. Silently, the light spots landed on Li Fuchen and Shang Wanyu. That's enough, the Poison Rain Battle Emperor said to the Ghost Dragon Battle Emperor. They shouldn't have noticed, right? The Ghost Dragon Combat Emperor was rather worried. The Venomous Rain Combat Empress said confidently, who would care if the wind blows on the body or if the dust falls on the body? The Venomous Rain Combat Empress didn't know that when the light spot landed on the body, Li Fuchen felt something was wrong. Li Fuchen scanned the entire body with his spiritual awareness and didn't notice anything. After scanning with his spirit soul force, Li Fuchen noticed a light spot on his body. At the same time, Shang Wanyu also had a light spot on her body. This is a spiritual consciousness imprint. Li Fuchen's expression didn't change, but his heart had a slight ripple. The Venomous Rain Combat Empress spiritual awareness secret method was extremely brilliant, and even Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness wasn't able to detect it. If Li Fuchen didn't have spirit soul force, it was very likely that he would fail miserably. Li Fuchen didn't immediately get rid of the light spot and didn't even inform Shang Wanyu to prevent alerting the enemy. Li Fuchen was preparing to enter the Void Grand Canyon before doing anything else. Soon enough, the Void Grand Canyon opened up. In the middle of the void, there was a large crack. This crack was a spatial crack, and even a Law Phase Realm Emperor would be torn apart by the spatial crack. Only those with the Void Key would not be harmed by the spatial crack. Come, let's enter. Those with the Void Key were like swallows returning to the forest as they entered the large crack. Following the crowd, Li Fuchen and Shang Wanyu had also entered the large crack. Inside the crack was a paste-like spatial storm. Those with the Void Key had a bubble that floated to the other side of the crack. In a short moment, everyone arrived at the Void Grand Canyon's hidden domain. Due to the unpredictable void power, everyone had split up. Li Fuchen and Shang Wanyu were closer to each other. Therefore, they didn't split up. Li Fuchen and Shang Wanyu landed on a slanted piece of land. This is the Void Grand Canyon's hidden domain. The slanted piece of land couldn't be seen from a single glance, and it was truly terrifying. Shang Wanyu said the Void Grand Canyon has a chaotic sense of space. Therefore, there will be some existences that go against common sense, like the slanted piece of land that we are on, or the surging flow of water. There are some places that can even disrupt our sense of direction. You are obviously walking forward, but your body is walking backward, left, or right. It is rather mystical. Li Fuchen found it hard to imagine how powerful that saint that was proficient in void law was. Anyone that opposed that saint would probably die miserably. That's right, someone left a spiritual awareness imprint on our bodies. Li Fuchen said to Shang Wanyu, "Spiritual awareness imprint?" Shang Wanyu quickly used her spiritual awareness to inspect her body. Li Fuchen shook his head and said, "It is useless. The other party's spiritual awareness imprint is very obscure. At the start, my scanning method was wrong, and I couldn't find it. After I adjusted the activity of my spiritual awareness, I discovered it." You can adjust the activity of your spiritual awareness? Shang Wanyu looked at Li Fuchen with astonishment. Only Law Phase Realm Emperors could adjust the activity of their spiritual awareness. Those that were proficient in tracking secret techniques could also do it. Li Fuchen was considered to have learned it without a teacher. I will know after a few more attempts. Li Fuchen felt that it shouldn't be possible for his spiritual awareness to not detect the light spots. Therefore, he had been trying earlier. Finally, he realized that as long as his spiritual awareness was active enough, he would be able to detect even more subtle and obscure things, like the light spots. I can't compare with you. Can you remove the spiritual awareness imprint? Shang Wanyu asked. Li Fuchen said, "Let me try." While speaking, Li Fuchen released his spiritual awareness and rushed at the light spots. The light spots didn't move at all. It was as though a stream of water was crashing onto a rock and wasn't able to damage the rock at all. It seems like the structure of this spiritual awareness imprint is very unique. Li Fuchen said to himself. Everything's structure determined the material. Why was steel harder than wood? It was because of the difference in structure. Chapter 626. When his spiritual awareness activity reached the extremity, Li Fuchen started to analyze the light spot. The light spot obviously contained a field, and the field could distort the spiritual awareness to avoid the detection of spiritual awareness. It was very peculiar. Li Fuchen guessed that the light spot structure must have caused the field to be born. After much difficulty, Li Fuchen broke the field, and his spiritual awareness entered the light spot. The interior of the light spot was a honeycomb structure, and it looked very complicated. Perhaps I can study this spiritual awareness imprint. Li Fuchen had an idea. The structure of the spiritual awareness imprint was difficult and also simple. The difficult part was that even if one could see the structure, it was hard to imitate it. After all, it wasn't like kneading clay. The simple part was that as long as one's spiritual awareness was powerful enough, there was a chance to imitate it after a few tries. After memorizing the structure, Li Fuchen destroyed the light spot from the inside. Without a sound, the light spot shattered. Immediately after, Li Fuchen helped Shang Wanyu to get rid of the light spot too. Below a surging stream of water, the black-armored Poison Rain Combat Empress had a change in expression. My spiritual awareness imprint has been removed. Didn't you say that the enemy couldn't detect it? The Ghost Dragon Combat Empress asked anxiously. The Poison Rain Combat Empress said, "Nothing is absolute. In short, I failed this time." She didn't know how the spiritual awareness imprint was exposed. But after thinking about it, it was normal. If the enemy was easy to deal with, the Ghost Dragon Combat Empress wouldn't need her help. The slanted earth wasn't just slanted, even the gravity was slanted. The deeper they went, the stronger the gravity. Under the powerful gravity, the ground was as smooth as a mirror. Without chi, it was nearly impossible to stand. When the gravity was 1,000 times stronger than the Emperor's Sky Continent, Li Fuchen and Shang Wanyu felt a trace of pressure. 1 times the gravity was equivalent to bearing twice the weight of one's body. 1,000 times the gravity was equivalent to bearing 1,000 times the weight of one's body. Moreover, the pressure was the same inside and outside. It should be known that there were too many weak spots in the human body, such as the heart and eyes. These places were many times more fragile than the flesh and bones. It was fortunate that the duo were body refinement monarchs. They might feel a trace of pressure, but they didn't feel any discomfort. 1,500 times, 2,000 times, 3,000 times. When the gravity reached 3,000 times, the duo felt their chi power and sword energy being rapidly consumed. Those are spatial crystals. In the distance, the two of them could see a group of people fighting fiercely not far below them. In the middle of them, there was a stone pillar that was as hard as iron. The stone pillar was inlaid with many crystals that emitted a misty white light. Traces of spatial fluctuations were dispersing. Space crystals had many uses. Not only could they be used to construct teleportation arrays, but after grinding them into space crystal sand, they could also be used to create teleportation talismans. If there was a formation master proficient in space formations, they could even set up space barriers in Grotto Heaven Grand formations. In the market, a space crystal the size of soybean was worth about 1,000 high-grade spirit stones, and there was no market for it. "Go and snatch it." Shang Wanyu rushed up. Li Fuchen followed closely behind. Spatial crystals were strategic items, and even Law Fei's realm emperors needed them. If they didn't snatch it now, when would they? Boom, boom, boom. Those that were contesting for the spatial crystals were all half-emperors and peak-class monarchs. There wasn't a single combat emperor. Li Fuchen and Shang Wanyu were like tigers entering a flock of sheep as they severely injured multiple people with ease. It's the battle of the arch. Everyone, let's work together. Feeling the threat from Li Fuchen and Shang Wanyu, the people who were originally fighting had no choice but to work together. Black Jade Shade. Shang Wanyu executed her body, refinement, divine ability, and enveloped herself and Li Fuchen with a layer of black chi power. Clang, clang, clang. This black chi power barrier was shockingly tough. Even after everyone worked together, they weren't able to break it. A few more people were severely injured by Li Fuchen and Shang Wanyu. Let's go. They might not be willing, but they weren't fools. If they continued to fight, they would only be asking for trouble. In just a few breaths, everyone, including those that were severely injured, had left this place. They're rather tactful. Shang Wanyu was in a rather good mood. On the stone pillar, there were a total of 6 spatial crystals. 4 of them were the size of soybeans, and 2 of them were the size of thumbs. Shang Wanyu and Li Fuchen each had 3. When the spatial crystals were dug out, the originally upright stone pillar couldn't withstand the gravity of this place and instantly crumbled. In just a short period of time, it would fuse with the ground. The slanted land was extremely vast, and there was practically no end. Furthermore, due to the spatial disorder in the Void Grand Canyon, the spiritual awareness was extremely restricted and would be distorted from time to time. It was unlike the outside world where everything could be seen clearly. Therefore, even Li Fuchen couldn't observe very far away. On this day, as the duo was walking, there was a spatial distortion and the duo instantly vanished. When they reappeared, they were above a surging stream of water. Spatial shift. Li Fuchen and Shang Wanyu were shocked. As compared to the Wind Thunder Abyss, the Void Grand Canyon's environment wasn't harsh, but it was too strange. The stream of water was endless, and the width seemed to be endless too. Above the stream of water, there were islands, and most of the islands were barren. Only a few of the islands had concentrated plant chi presence, and there were plenty of Earth-class herbs and scattered Heaven-class herbs. This Void Grand Canyon is simply a treasure land. On one of the islands, Li Fuchen praised. Just a moment ago, Li Fuchen and Shang Wanyu each obtained a Heaven-class low-tier blue ice herb. The blue ice herb might only be a regular Heaven-class low-tier herb and wasn't comparable with the rootless flower, thunder calamity herb, or even the wind thunder herb, but it was still a Heaven-class herb and contained the medicinal effects of Heaven-class laws. The Void Grand Canyon is a spatial hidden domain that was sliced out by a saint. After countless years, the spirit chi inside has condensed and didn't disperse. With the saint's power contained within, it is very normal for some natural treasures to be produced. Shang Wanyu yearned to be a saint and didn't know when she would be able to be like a saint and have the power to destroy the world with a raise of her hand. In the beginning, the duo didn't care about the barren islands. But when they discovered some Heaven-class ores on the barren islands, they decided to work harder and didn't let go of any island. Silver Void Iron, Supreme Metal, Chaos Copper, Heaven Essence Copper Essence. The barren islands didn't have a lot of Heaven-class ores, and it seemed like they had been searched over and over again. There were only leftovers left, but when there were plenty of leftovers, it was still a considerable amount. After a few days, the duo had enough Heaven-class ores to forge a Heaven-class weapon. Of course, it was mainly due to Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness. In the Void Grand Canyon, spiritual awareness was extremely restricted. Regular half-emperors or combat emperors' spiritual awareness would only be able to cover a few dozen miles, but Li Fuchen could cover up to 1,000 miles. That is the Illusion Island. From afar, the duo could see an island that was emitting dreamy colors. On the island, there was a giant stone door. In between the stone door, there were halos circulating, and it was often possible to see scenes from a paradise. The Illusion Island was rumored to be connected to a saint's garden. There were people who obtained Heaven-class mid-tier herbs from there. There were also people who obtained Heaven-class high-tier herbs. Because of this Heaven-class high-tier herb, there was even a small-scale war between emperors on the Emperor Sky Continent. In front of the stone door, there were around 70 or 80 people gathered there, including Lu Luo and Zi. Apart from them, Li Fuchen also saw a familiar person. Chapter 6:27. The Evil King's cultivation was even stronger and was already at the 4th level of Primary Sea Realm. Li Fuchen found it hard to imagine how the Evil King cultivated. Could inheritance really allow a person to advance by leaps and bounds in a short period of time? Or was there another reason? Li Fuchen was shocked, but the Evil King was even more shocked. The last time they met, Li Fuchen was still at the 1st level of Primary Sea Realm. Right now, Li Fuchen was already at the 3rd level of Primary Sea Realm. The Evil King already felt that his bloodline was very compatible with that senior's evil Dao inheritance. With the addition of the precious resources left behind by that senior, he was able to advance rapidly. But Li Fuchen's advancement speed was actually faster than him. After taking a deep look at Li Fuchen, the evil king withdrew that trace of arrogance in his heart. Shang Guanyu and Li Fuchen's arrival didn't attract much attention, as everyone's attention was on the stone door. It wasn't an easy task to enter the saint's garden through the stone door. In the halo between the stone door, there was a demonic beast that was coiled up and seemed to be in deep sleep. This demonic beast had the body of a goat, the claws of a ferocious beast, 3 tails, and a head full of sharp horns. From the trees beside the goat demonic beast, one could tell that the goat demonic beast was around a few miles in size and wasn't considered big. But this was just an illusion. Previously, someone entered the halo between the stone door. After entering, that person's body had shrunk to the size of a speck of dust. A single breath from the goat demonic beast was enough to turn that person into ashes. If I didn't guess it wrongly, this demonic beast should be the legendary Goat of Ashes. Lu Luo frowned and said slowly, "Overlord Beast, Goat of Ashes." Someone in the crowd cried out in alarm. Everyone looked at him in response. That person explained, "The Goat of Ashes is an Overlord Beast. It is born with the strength of a demonic beast ruler and will be a demonic beast overlord when it matures. But from what I know, a true Goat of Ashes should have 5 tails and not 3. I reckon that this Goat of Ashes is not an adult yet. It doesn't matter if it is an adult or not. A demonic beast ruler like Goat of Ashes is not even enough for a single breath from it." Someone said, "But someone once entered the saint's garden." Someone else raised a doubt. Zi, who was beside Lu Luo, said, "This Goat of Ashes is in a deep sleep. As long as we don't awaken it and don't get blown by its chi presence, we should be able to enter the saint's garden safely." That should be the case. Everyone agreed with Zi's opinion. Of course, it was mainly because they didn't want to miss this opportunity. The Saint Garden's entrance was constantly changing. It might be here today, but it might be at another place tomorrow. If he missed this opportunity, he might regret it for life. Everyone here was basically an elite among the primary sea realm monarchs. If there weren't any accidents, it would be hard for them to progress to the Law Phase realm in this lifetime. The Emperor Sky Continent had plenty of primary sea realm monarchs, and there were at least a few 100,000 of them. However, there were only around 100 Law Phase realm emperors. In other words, among thousands of primary sea realm monarchs, only one could reach the Law Phase realm, and this didn't include the factor of lifespan. If the lifespan was included, there would be around 10,000 primary sea realm monarchs before there would be one Law Phase realm emperor. One could imagine how difficult it was to reach the Transcendence realm. If he could enter the Saint's Garden and obtain the legendary Heaven Tier herbs, he might be able to break through his own limits. Whatever, death is death. I, the Iron Hand King, have never been afraid of death. A tall and stalwart 8th-level monarch walked out from the crowd, and with a flash, he skimmed into the halo of the stone door. In an instant, the Iron Hand King's body turned into the size of a speck of dust. If one didn't look carefully, it would be hard to notice him. Just as Zi speculated, the Goat of Ashes was in a deep slumber and was just breathing unconsciously. But the Goat of Ashes was too powerful. Every time it inhaled, the ground would freeze. Every time it exhaled, there would be a terrifying, scorching airstream that would turn the ground into lava. The Iron Hand King seized the opportunity and rushed out while the Goat of Ashes was still breathing in and had yet to exhale. Huff! The Goat of Ashes finally exhaled. The Iron Hand King was very fortunate, but also very unfortunate. His speed wasn't fast enough, and his right leg was turned into ashes by the airstream. The intense pain nearly made the Iron Hand King yell out. Stepping on the ground with a single leg, the Iron Hand King quickly vanished from everyone's sight. The Iron Hand King went over. There's hope. Everyone's eyes lit up. If the Iron Hand King was also dead, they would consider if they should enter the stone door. But now that the Iron Hand King had passed through smoothly, why would they still consider? As for the scene of the Iron Hand King losing a leg, they had ignored it. As long as they could enter the Saint's Garden, losing a leg was still acceptable. Swish, 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 swish. Everyone skimmed into the halo. including Li Fuchen and Shangguanyu. The spatial zone changed, and the group arrived in front of a Grand Canyon. In the Grand Canyon, there was a goat of ashes that was over a few dozen miles in length. There was only a passage that was a few miles wide. As for the sky above the goat of ashes, there were layers of scorching air streams, and no one was willing to fly over. Holding their breaths, no one dared to make sound. Once the goat of ashes was awakened, none of them would be able to survive. Everyone gestured to each other and rushed over together. They weren't at ease if someone rushed in front of them. If that person couldn't make it and let out a miserable scream before death, it would be a trap. Li Fuchen, this is just a speed-up talisman. Take it. Shangguanyu handed a jade talisman to Li Fuchen. The speed-up talisman could instantly increase a person's speed. The faster the speed, the better the effect of the speed-up talisman. Shangguanyu only had 2 of these speed-up talismans, and they were extremely precious. Thanks. Li Fuchen didn't refuse. He knew that his speed wasn't the fastest among the group, but of course, wasn't considered slow either. Suck. Crackle, crackle. The goat of ashes took a deep breath. The spatial zone in front of its head had lowered the temperature by 1,000 times. The ground had cracked and turned into ice cubes before exploding. The scene sent chills down everyone's spine. The sound of sucking in gradually vanished. Swish, swish, swish. Everyone burst out with speed and rushed to the other side. Li Fuchen's cultivation might only be at the 3rd level of primary sea realm, but he cultivated the heaven-class, low-tier, blazing, sword, Dao cultivation technique. His chi intensity wasn't inferior to an 8th or 9th level monarch. When complemented with the cardinal artifact, the Wind Thunder Wings, his speed was considered average among the group. He wasn't considered especially fast, but he wasn't the last one either. As for Shangguanyu, her speed was considered first-rate, and there were only a few people that were faster than her. Seeing that everyone was already more than half the distance, the goat of ashes let out a breath. The scorching airstream was like a high-temperature hell. Li Fuchen felt as though his body was going to catch fire. This was because he cultivated the blazing sword Dao cultivation technique and had a certain resistance against high temperatures. Huff! Those who ran the slowest didn't even have time to scream and were immediately turned into ashes. The scorching airstream expanded and turned another 3 people into ashes. We are about to cross. The Bloodfinger Monarch's eyes revealed ecstasy. SS. All of a sudden, there was an intense pain. The Bloodfinger Monarch turned around and saw the scorching airstream expanding at a terrifying speed. It had smashed onto his chi protection, and immediately after, half of his body was turned into ashes. He could still endure the pain, but the fear of his body disappearing was unbearable for him. If I die, how can all of you feel good? The Bloodfinger Monarch mustered the last of his strength and let out a miserable scream. Not good. Chapter 628. The miserable screams made the goat of ashes open one of its eyes. It was a golden red eye that was filled with indifference and cruelty. The goat of ashes opened its mouth and let out a breath of air. Huff! A terrifying fire wave rushed into the sky, and at least half of the monarchs were turned into ashes. Swish! Li Fuchen immediately crushed the acceleration talisman and turned into a ray of light with astounding speed. In just a blink of the eye, Li Fuchen had caught up to the first group. But the fire wave was obviously faster and was getting closer to the first group. There were miserable screams as a few more monarchs were turned into ashes. Seeing as the fire wave was about to catch up, Li Fuchen formed a seal with both hands. Phantom Substitute Incantation. Li Fuchen's figure changed, and a phantom replaced Li Fuchen. Immediately after, the fire wave drowned the phantom and a large number of monarchs. Finally, Li Fuchen rushed to the end of the canyon. There was an opening there, and Li Fuchen instantly entered. There was a boundless sea of flowers in front of him. After taking a closer look, the sea of flowers was filled with herbs. Most of them were yellow class, mystic class, and earth class herbs, but there were too many of them, and there were at least a few 100 billion stalks. It was impossible to count them all. Some of the herbs were already extinct in the outside world, but here there were patches of them. So many heaven-class herbs. Li Fuchen took a glance and noticed plenty of heaven-class herbs. Blue ice herb, heaven essence herb, seven absolutes flower, three-eyed flower, purple fire flower, they were everywhere. There were even plenty of rootless flowers. Li Fuchin, you are here. In front of the sea of flowers, over a dozen individuals stood there. They included Lu Luo, Zi Yi, the evil monarch, and Shang Wanyu. The one who spoke was Shang Wanyu. Li Fuchin nodded and took a glance at the evil monarch. Li Fuchin was already used to seeing the evil monarch. If he didn't guess wrongly, the evil monarch must have obtained some incredible inheritance and also had some hidden innate talents. With the two factors stacked together, the current evil monarch was created. Therefore, Li Fuchin must never treat the evil monarch as a regular fourth-level monarch. Even if the evil monarch wasn't as strong as Li Fuchin, he shouldn't be too weak. Apart from that, since the evil monarch obtained an incredible inheritance, he must have plenty of incredible methods, like methods to increase his speed. Among the crowd, a burly man with a full beard grinned and said, as expected of the saint's garden, just the value of this sea of flowers should be higher than the wealth of all the Law Phase realm emperors combined. Luluo said, saints are grand existences that stand at the apex of the world. Some saints even control numerous continents. Their wealth is calculated using continents as a unit. How can a sovereign compare to them? I don't care how great the saint is. Since I came to the saint's garden, I, the Spirit Feet King, will not return empty-handed. A skinny middle-aged man with extremely long legs had his eyes lit up. He couldn't wait to rush into the sea of flowers and plunder the medicinal herbs. There were too many herbs in the sea of flowers, let alone primary sea realm monarchs. Even Law Phase realm emperors would go crazy. It was a pity that be it the Wind Thunder Abyss or the Void Grand Canyon, they had extreme restrictions on Law Phase realm emperors. As for what the restrictions were, no one knew. After all, when Law Phase realm emperors entered the Void Grand Canyon, they would always move alone. No one would know if they went missing. This sea of flowers is not simple. It's best to be careful. Li Fuchin transmitted a message to Shang Wanyu. Shang Wanyu nodded. The saint's garden is naturally not simple. It might not be covered by any array, but there must be other dangers inside. Swish! The Spirit Feet King was the first to rush into the sea of flowers. His title was the Spirit Feet King, and his speed was definitely the fastest. In just a blink of the eye, he vanished from everyone's vision. Ha! It is a 500-year-old rootless flower. The Spirit Feet King's voice echoed through the sea of flowers. In response, a few high-level monarchs, including the full-bearded man, couldn't help but rush into the sea of flowers. They naturally knew that the saint's garden was very dangerous and wasn't as simple as it looked. But they worked so hard to enter the saint's garden, not to admire the flowers. Even if there was danger, they couldn't be bothered right now. It was unknown when the evil monarch had also rushed into the sea of flowers. In front of the sea of flowers, only Li Fuchin, and Shang Wanyu were left. This young master, if you can make out alive, I will treat you to a meal in the Void City. Luluo turned around and said to Li Fuchin. Li Fuchin said, let's talk outside. All right. Luluo and Zi entered the sea of flowers. Heh, she has taken a liking to you. Shang Wanyu laughed. Li Fuchin said, do you think it is possible? Shang Wanyu took a closer look at Li Fuchin and said honestly, it is really possible. Li Fuchin's appearance wasn't considered particularly handsome, just somewhat elegant. But his temperament was extraordinary and had a trace of contempt for the world. That pair of unfathomable eyes seemed to be able to see through everyone's secrets. Li Fuchin's eyes weren't ordinary at all. She had seen plenty of young elites like the Red Moon Emperor's son, the Red Moon Monarch, or the Celestial Eye Emperor's disciple, the Three-Eyed Monarch. Be it their background or current strength, they were all superior to Li Fuchin. But they gave Shang Wanyu the feeling that they were peacocks. They might be gorgeous, but that was all. There wasn't much anticipation. Li Fuchin smiled. Let's go in too. All right. Shang Wanyu followed behind. The sea of flowers had countless paths, and beside the paths were densely packed herbs. Of course, most of them were yellow-class herbs, mystic-class herbs, and earth-class herbs. The saint's garden was just a garden. It was a place for saints to admire flowers. Beside one of the paths, Li Fuchin saw a stalk of purple flame flower. Purple fire flower was a heaven-class low-tier herb. It contained the fire Dao law's medicinal properties and was a great tonic for fire Dao Qi cultivators. It could strengthen the foundation. Li Fuchin dug out the purple fire flower and stored it in his wrist guard spatial zone. With this dragon scale herb, I have a higher chance of breaking through to the completion level of primary sea realm. On the side, Shang Wanyu had also obtained a stalk of dragon scale herb that was already extinct in the outside world. The dragon scale herb was said to contain a trace of giant dragon's bloodline. Giant dragons were innate sacred beasts and were even stronger than the goat of ashes. The duo continued to advance. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The duo could vaguely hear an ear-piercing vibration. In the next moment, dozens of fist-sized, greenish-black bees swooped down at the duo. Be careful, those are soul seize bees. Their bodies contain the ancient Saint Slaughter bees' bloodline. Shang Wanyu was knowledgeable and quickly warned. Saint Slaughter bees? Li Fuchin just heard the name and knew that the Saint Slaughter bees were extremely terrifying. The Saint Slaughter bees were probably able to devour saints. It was imaginable that the soul seize bees that contained the Saint Slaughter bees' bloodline had also inherited some of the Saint Slaughter bees' characteristics. Li Fuchin drew the joint heaven sword and executed the heaven and earth extermination. Clang, 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 clang. Sparks bloomed in the sky. Li Fuchin was surprised to realize that his sword didn't kill any of the soul seize bees and had only severed their wings. Swish, 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 swish. The wingless soul seize bees stomped on the ground with their limbs and shot at Li Fuchin like small cannonballs. Incineration sword. Li Fuchin brandished his sword and countless scarlet bubbles enveloped the soul seize bees. The bubbles exploded and the soul seize bees fell to the ground like raindrops. But in the next moment, the soul seize bees that were charred continued to stomp on the ground and shot at Li Fuchin. It made Li Fuchin feel a little troubled. Black Snake Drill. In response, Shang Wanyu executed a fist and countless black snake chi power blasted at the soul seize bees. In an instant, the soul seize bees' bodies split open and fell to the ground. They might not be dead, but they were barely able to crawl. Looking at the soul seize bees that covered the ground, Shang Wanyu said, "The soul seize bees' only weakness is their chi power attacks. But the soul seize bees are also divided into species. The older the species, the tougher the body. Some of the soul seize bees that are bred by emperors in the outside world are mixed blood soul seize bees and aren't as incredible. Of course, I'm talking about the class 7 soul seize bees. If it is a class 8 soul seize bee, then you and I won't be able to deal with it. Even a law phase realm emperor will have a hard time dealing with it. That's right. The soul seize bee's honey is a rare treasure. It doesn't just cure all poisons, it strengthens the spirit. It can also beautify one's appearance. It is said that by consuming the soul seize bee's honey for a long period of time, one's appearance will remain forever and won't age." While speaking, Shang Wanyu quickly started to harvest the soul seize bee's honey. The soul seize bee's honey was a dark golden, gelatinous substance. Each soul seize bee's body would have a piece of honey that was the size of a pigeon egg. After harvesting dozens of pieces of honey, Shang Wanyu was in a great mood and even tossed a few pieces to Li Fuchin. Li Fuchin smiled. It seemed like all women cared about their appearance. It was obvious that Shang Wanyu wouldn't age within a few hundred years. The saint's garden was too massive. After walking for half a day, Li Fuchin and Shang Wanyu didn't encounter anyone else. During this period of time, Shang Wanyu harvested a few more batches of soul seize bee's honey. Rootless flower. Half a day later, Li Fuchin found the first stalk of rootless flower. Previously in the sea of flowers, Li Fuchin might have seen a rootless flower, but that rootless flower was constantly drifting and it was unknown where it had drifted to. This rootless flower in front of him was protected by a translucent giant snake. This time, Li Fuchin didn't need Shang Wanyu's reminder to know the species of the giant snake. It was an ancient mutated void snake. The void snake was the same as the soul seize bee and the saint slaughter bee. They were all mutated species. The so-called mutated species referred to demonic beasts that were extremely powerful but didn't have any spirit wisdom. Of course, when a mutated species reached the class 9, which was the saint class, their spirit wisdom shouldn't be weak. When the void snake noticed Li Fuchen and Shangguan Yu, it attacked first. Its body suddenly vanished, and when it reappeared, it was already behind Li Fuchen's head. It opened its mouth and bit at the back of Li Fuchen's neck. Li Fuchen didn't dare to get bitten by it. It was as though the back of his head had eyes as he flicked the joint heaven sword behind him. When the void snake missed its attack, its body vanished again. Li Fuchen's joint heaven sword didn't even touch its shadow. Void law. Li Fuchen could see that the void snake knew the void shift technique. It was a pity that the void snake knew the void law, and so did Li Fuchen. Apart from that, Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness was able to detect the void snake's existence easily. When Li Fuchen executed the heaven and earth extermination, the void snake was severed into several segments. All of a sudden, the void snake that was severed into several segments grew out a head and a tail. In an instant, the void snake turned into multiple void snakes. Let's see how many times you can split. Li Fuchen narrowed his eyes and executed the heaven and earth extermination. 2 times. 3 times. After splitting 3 times, the void snake couldn't split anymore and slowly died. Shangguan Yu said, "The void snake's innate abilities are void shift and split. It is fortunate that your sword art can restrain it. If it was her, the void snake might not be able to injure her within a short period of time, but she couldn't injure the void snake either. If the battle dragged on, her life might be in danger." Chapter 629. After dealing with the void snake, Li Fuchen successfully plucked the rootless flower. This rootless flower had matured to 600 years. The rootless flower that Li Fuchen obtained in the Wind Thunder Abyss was only 300 to 400 years old. With this rootless flower, Li Fuchen reckoned that his Dantian limit should be able to increase to the 5th or 6th level of primary sea realm. Of course, only Li Fuchen and a minority of people would have such troubles. Regular monarchs didn't have to worry about the limit of their Dantian. Every time they progressed to the next level, they would need a few years. If Li Fuchen was given a few years, his Dantian would have been nourished by the sword energy to an extremely high level. As for those prodigy monarchs with top-notch innate talents, they didn't have to worry about the Dantian limit. 7-star bone frame's innate Dantian limit was the primary sea realm. 8-star bone frame's innate Dantian limit was the law phase realm, while the legendary 9-star bone frame's innate Dantian limit was the saints. Li Fuchen's bone frame was still too low. Furthermore, even if Li Fuchen's bone frame could be improved, the acquired bone frame was still inferior to the innate bone frame. Pinching the rootless flower, Li Fuchen swallowed it in one gulp. In the next moment, the rootless flower turned into a stream of air and fused into his Dantian, rapidly nourishing it. I need to find an opportunity to increase my cultivation to the 4th or 5th level of primary sea realm. With the peak grade spirit stone, it was too easy for Li Fuchen to increase his cultivation. If there wasn't the problem of the Dantian limit, Li Fuchen didn't have to worry about attracting attention. Li Fuchen felt that he would be able to progress to the high level of primary sea realm within a short period of time. The peak grade spirit stone was definitely a priceless treasure for primary sea realm monarchs. Even for law phase realm emperors, it was also an important treasure. Be careful. On the side of the road, Li Fuchen suddenly reminded Shangguan Yu. Whoosh! On the side of the road, every 100 meters or so, there was a huge plant. The top of the plant was like a huge scallop full of spikes. Just now, a scallop plant had rushed out. Its roots hidden in the soil were over 100 meters long, and the head of the scallop, full of spikes, was trying to bite Shangguan Yu. Black jade camouflage. At the critical moment, Shangguan Yu put up an energy shield. Creak! The energy barrier was distorted, and a few of the spikes had already pierced through it. Flowing merciless edge. Li Fuchen leaped up and slashed with his sword. A scarlet-red thread slashed at the slender rhizome of the man-eating plant. Puff! The rhizome did not break. Only about half of it had split open, and a large amount of dark green juice immediately splashed out. 5 forms Emperor Fist, Green Luan Dance. At the same time, Shangguan Yu punched out, and a large cyan bird phantom soared into the sky, sending the man-eating plant flying. 5 forms Emperor Fist, Champsosaurus Kill. Shangguan Yu was furious and continued to kill the man-eating plants with her fists. Had it not been for Li Fuchen's reminder, she might have become food for the man-eating plants, which made her angry. The advantages and disadvantages of man-eating plants were very big. In the face of Shangguan Yu's fierce counterattack, they couldn't fight back at all. Their juices spurted out from the fist wind, and they were covered in wounds. However, this man-eating plant clearly contained a high-level law of undying. No matter how ferocious Li Fuchen and Shangguan Yu's attacks were, their injuries would always recover quickly. It was fortunate that the undying law wasn't invincible. As long as the undying law wasn't grasped to the extremity, it was impossible to truly be undying. 15 minutes later, the man-eating plant was completely destroyed by Li Fuchen and Shangguan Yu. Save me! The duo could vaguely hear a cry for help. Looking towards the source of a voice, there was a man-eating plant that was shaking a few hundred meters away. Its scallop-shaped head seemed to be containing something. It is the Iron Hand Monarch. Li Fuchen extended his spiritual awareness inside and noticed the corroded Iron Hand Monarch's flesh. No wonder the man-eating plant didn't help despite the huge commotion earlier. It turned out that this man-eating plant was digesting the Iron Hand Monarch. The Iron Hand Monarch was already dead, and the voice was coming from his true spirit. But this man-eating plant was horrific and strange. It was actually able to imprison the true spirit and slowly absorb the true spirit's power. Rest in peace. Li Fuchen blasted a spiritual awareness attack at the Iron Hand Monarch's true spirit. Bang! There was a formless sound as Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness attack was dispersed. I see. Li Fuchen understood now. This man-eating plant was born with a spiritual sense force field. This spiritual sense force field could be used to defend against spiritual sense attacks, and it could also be used to imprison true spirits and other illusory power carriers. Thus, as long as it entered its mouth, everything would become nourishment for it, including true spirits. Shaking his head, Li Fuchen didn't bother about the Iron Hand Monarch's true spirit anymore. Li Fuchen, why don't we refine the herbs here and increase our strength? Shangguan Yu had obtained several stalks of dragon scale herbs, and with the Soul Seas bee's honey, she felt that she was very confident to break through to the completion level of Primary Sea Realm. Once her body refinement reached the completion level of Primary Sea Realm, her strength would reach the level of a mid-class combat emperor. The difference between combat emperors was extremely huge. The difference between low-class combat emperors and mid-class combat emperors was huge. The difference between mid-class combat emperors and high-class combat emperors was even bigger. The difference between high-class combat emperors and peak-class combat emperors was already so huge that a single move could determine the victor. Therefore, below the law phase realm, mid-class combat emperors were definitely at the pinnacle. There are only a few high-class combat emperors and peak-class combat emperors. Normally, such people would either be busy breaking through to the law phase realm or had already started a breakthrough. They wouldn't have a time to wander around outside. That works too. Li Fuchen nodded. He decided to try and see if he could use the purple fire herb and high-grade spirit stones to advance by 1 level. The path in the sea of flowers was over 100 meters wide. The duo immediately sat down cross-legged. The purple fire herb was just like a purple flame. It was sparkling and translucent while emitting an indescribable fiery chi presence. Li Fuchen split the purple fire herb into 2 mouthfuls. Blaze! In just an instant, Li Fuchen's body was burning with purple flames, and there was an incessant crackling sound. This was the sound of impurities burning in the sword energy. The purple fire herb's main effect was to burn the impurities in the cultivation. When the cultivation was at the extremity of purity, it was hard for it not to increase. But the prerequisite was that the user cultivated fire Dao Qi, or Qi that leaned towards fire Dao Qi. As such, the fire Dao laws within the purple fire herb wouldn't burn the essence of the cultivation. For a martial artist that cultivated water Dao Qi, after consuming the purple fire herb, apart from the impurities, the water Dao Qi essence would also be burned. If the cultivation wasn't high enough, it was possible for the entire cultivation to be burned. As the divine flame, sword energy was getting purer, Li Fuchen felt that the cultivation bottleneck was gradually loosening. Let me give it a try. Li Fuchen took out a pile of high-grade spirit stones and started to absorb the spirit qi from the high-grade spirit stones. High-grade spirit stones were definitely an extremely extravagant cultivation resource for primary sea realm monarchs. Generally speaking, only law phase realm emperors would have enough high-grade spirit stones to use for cultivation. Most of the primary sea realm monarchs would only have a few high-grade spirit stones. It was definitely rare for a primary sea realm monarch to have a few thousand high-grade spirit stones. For a long time, Li Fuchen had been using peak-grade spirit stones to cultivate. Therefore, he still had over 5,000 high-grade spirit stones, and it was enough for him to cultivate until the 9th level of primary sea realm. If it was possible, Li Fuchen wished to use high-grade spirit stones to break through too. Chapter 630. As the high-grade spirit stones shattered, Li Fuchen's cultivation qi presence was gradually getting stronger. 10, 20, 30. After absorbing the spirit qi from 30 high-grade spirit stones, Li Fuchen felt his body was swelling up. This was a misconception caused by the excessive sword energy in his body. 40, 50, 60. The sword energy accumulated in his body was increasing. Boom. After an unknown period of time, Li Fuchen felt his body becoming lighter. Immediately after, an even more valiant power filled his body. 4th level of primary sea realm, completion. Opening his eyes, Li Fuchen forcefully let out a turbid breath and thought to himself, I only need 100 high-grade spirit stones to break through 1 level. It is much less than I imagined. Li Fuchen swept a glance at Shang Wanyu, and she seemed to be at a crucial juncture. Her qi power waves were extremely intense and had formed a rather dense black halo. She should be breaking through soon. Without a doubt, Shang Wanyu was the prodigy with the best perception that Li Fuchen had ever seen. If Li Fuchen's body refinement, Dao, didn't have any bottlenecks, as long as he had enough resources and broke through a cultivation realm, he would be able to reach the limits of the cultivation realm. Shang Wanyu was definitely the same. This might be related to the hidden bloodline in her body. Li Fuchen read from ancient texts that after a martial artist became a saint, the bloodline would contain the power of law. Within 9 generations, the bloodline wouldn't dissipate. Those who possessed the saint bloodline would be able to progress without any bottlenecks as long as they were on the right path. They would only be stuck for a period of time when breaking through a cultivation realm. 1 hour later, a terrifying qi spirit expanded. In the face of this valiant qi spirit, Li Fuchen felt very insignificant. He understood that this was the difference between the life forms. The lifespan of body refinement martial artists was the same as qi cultivation martial artists, and it was the limit of heaven and earth. But the vitality of body refinement martial artists was 10 times or dozens of times more vigorous than qi cultivation martial artists. If a qi cultivation martial artist relied on their own body, they would need a very long time to recover from the severe injuries. It was normal for body refinement martial artists to recover in 1 or 2 days. The qi spirit was getting denser, and Li Fuchen could vaguely see a blurry figure standing in the sky above the saint's garden. The eyes were like the sun and moon and were emitting luminous divine light. Saint's bloodline. If it was just a guess previously, Li Fuchen was certain now that Shang Wanyu had the saint's bloodline. Only when a saint's bloodline broke through would there be such a huge commotion. The blurry figure disappeared in a flash. The next moment, Shang Wanyu opened her eyes. I finally broke through. Shang Wanyu had already returned to her true appearance. There was a smile on her beautiful face. Now that her cultivation was at the completion level of primary sea realm, She was confident that if she encountered the Ghost Dragon Combat Emperor again, even without Li Fuchen's help, she would still be able to contest. You also broke through? Looking at Li Fuchen, Shang Guanyu was astonished. She had never seen anyone that could progress from the first level of Primary Sea Realm to the fourth level of Primary Sea Realm in a few months. The reason why she was able to advance so quickly was because she possessed the bloodline of the 8th generation Great Sage. Her ancestor was a sage known as the Black Sage. When He Jun was alive, the Shangwan clan ruled over many continents and was one of the top clans in this endless world. But during a terrifying Saint War, He Monarch went missing, and the Shangwan clan gradually fell apart. Could Li Fuchen also have the Saint's bloodline? I was lucky. Li Fuchen smiled. He was able to break through this time, mainly because of the purple fire flower. It was also a heaven-class low-tier herb. The purple fire flower might not be as precious as the thunder calamity herb, but it was much more precious than the wind thunder herb. For any herb, the first consumption would have the greatest effect. During the second consumption, the effect would be reduced by half. Li Fuchen might be able to use the purple fire flower to break through this time, but it would be very difficult for him to do it the next time. The Saint's Garden had countless herbs. After 1 week, Li Fuchen and Shang Guanyu each harvested over a dozen heaven-class low-tier herbs. It was a pity that they didn't see a single heaven-class mid-tier herb. Thinking about it, a mid-tier heaven-class herb and a low-tier heaven-class herb might seem to be only 1 tier apart, but the difference in value was 10 times or even dozens of times. If a low-tier heaven-class herb was compared to an ordinary king among herbs, then a mid-tier heaven-class herb would be a top-tier king among herbs. The difference was not just a little bit. High-grade soul herb. Looking at the high-grade soul herb in his hand, Li Fuchen was rather curious. In terms of value, the high-grade soul herb wasn't inferior to heaven-class mid-tier herbs. Li Fuchen didn't understand how it could make people addicted. Li Fuchen believed that with the golden amulet and the pale purple spirit soul, it wouldn't be that easy to get addicted. Plucking off a leaf, Li Fuchen stuffed it into his mouth. In an instant, a cool chi presence spread throughout his body and burrowed into the spirit's soul in his mind. In an instant, Li Fuchen felt that his thinking speed had increased by a small margin and countless inspirations were flashing in his mind. After seeing Li Fuchen consume a leaf of the soul herb, Shang Guanyu said, "You'd better try less." There are plenty of people who are confident in themselves and believe that it is impossible for them to get addicted, but they still got addicted in the end. Once a person who is addicted to the soul herb acts up, without the soul herb or soul elixir to consume, he wouldn't just be in excruciating pain, he would even lose his rationality. There was once a person who killed his wife and son when the addiction acted up. After he woke up, he committed suicide out of guilt. Don't worry, a single leaf shouldn't be a problem. Li Fuchen was very cautious. If it was someone else with the golden amulet and pale purple spirit soul, they probably wouldn't even bother about the soul herb. As the cool chi presence vanished, Li Fuchen used his spiritual awareness to look inside and observe the changes in his spirit soul. Li Fuchen was surprised to realize that the spirit soul that was originally 40% purple was now 50% purple. The soul herb can accelerate the transformation of the spirit soul? Li Fuchen had doubts in his heart. No, if the soul herb can transform the spirit soul, it is impossible for others to not know about it. In order to verify, Li Fuchen consumed another high-grade soul herb's leaf. This time, he used his spiritual awareness to observe the changes in his spirit soul. Looking inside with his spiritual awareness, Li Fuchen saw a cool chi presence drilling into his spirit soul. But this cool chi presence wasn't directly absorbed by the spirit soul. It was absorbed by the golden amulet first. Immediately after, the golden amulet would spit out an even purer chi presence into the spirit soul. I see. Li Fuchen understood in his heart. The golden amulet had a filtering effect and was able to filter out the impurities or addictive parts of the soul herb. It would then spit out a pure chi presence that would nourish the spirit soul. It also meant that even if the soul herb was addictive, Li Fuchen wasn't afraid. This discovery made Li Fuchen ecstatic. As the spirit soul transformed into pale purple, Li Fuchen realized that the transformation speed was getting slower. If there wasn't any external interference, it would take at least a few years for the spirit soul to transform from pale purple to purple. Right now, a single high-grade soul herb's leaf was able to accelerate his spirit soul by 10%, and it was very impressive. While Shangwan Yu wasn't paying attention, Li Fuchen consumed the rest of the high-grade soul herb. In the blink of the eye, an indescribable and wonderful feeling assaulted his spirit soul. 70%, 80%, 90%, 99%. A single stalk of high-grade soul herb had allowed Li Fuchen's spirit soul to transform from 40% purple to 99% purple. Just a little more and it would transform again. P.S. Apologies, there are too many things to do and I have to travel back and forth between hospital and home. Of course, the main reason is that I am stuck and feel like I am at a bottleneck. After sitting down for a long time, I still don't have any ideas. I feel like I have to change my writing style. The content isn't passionate enough, and there isn't any feeling when writing. Chapter 631. Li Fuchen's spirit soul was about to evolve again, and his emotions were surging. Before evolving, his perception was already comparable to Law Fei's realm emperors. Even 8-star bone frames were far inferior to him. It was reckoned that only the legendary 9-star bone frames would be comparable to him. Some of the elite bone frames might even be able to surpass him. But that was in the past. If his spirit soul evolved again, his perception would reach an unprecedented level. The prerequisite is to find the second stalk of high-grade soul herb. Li Fuchen suppressed his excited emotions and said to himself. For the next few days, Li Fuchen didn't find the second stalk of high-grade soul herb, but he found 3 stalks of mid-grade soul herbs. But the effects of mid-grade soul herbs weren't even 100% of the high-grade soul herbs and were almost useless. There is no need to hurry. I am just a step away from evolving. Even if I don't consume the soul herb, it won't take a long time. As time elapsed, Li Fuchen wasn't in a hurry anymore. It was unknown if the heavens were joking with Li Fuchen. When Li Fuchen wasn't in a hurry to find the high-grade soul herb, the second stalk of high-grade soul herb appeared. Li Fuchen's originally calm emotions were now excited again. In this world, only the golden amulet and his spirit soul could stir his emotions. After all, they were the foundation of his life. Without any hesitation, Li Fuchen secretly consumed the entire stalk of high-grade soul herb. In an instant, a concentrated and refreshing chi presence was absorbed by the golden amulet and turned into a pure chi presence before fusing into his spirit soul. Finally, that trace of pale purple rapidly turned into purple. When the pale purple color that wasn't visible to the naked eye turned purple, Li Fuchen felt his mind going numb. Thousands of purple electric currents burst forth. Many of the invisible obstructions and blind spots in his thoughts had been penetrated and eliminated. He felt as though he had ascended to a higher level. The spirit soul is the foundation. Li Fuchen comprehended a principle. When the spirit soul was stronger, the angle of thinking would be different. Only by doing so would one be able to reach the true pinnacle. Otherwise, if one used the mindset of a regular person, one would be a regular person for the rest of their life. A mortal's future was already destined. At the side, Shangwan Yu didn't notice Li Fuchen's abnormality, but her saint's bloodline was fluctuating and it confused her. It turns out that this move can be executed in this way. With his spirit soul morphed into the purple color, Li Fuchen's ability to deduce sword arts in his mind was even stronger. In a single thought, the same sword move was able to deduce countless possibilities, and from the countless possibilities, he was able to find a few crucial possibilities. In just one day, Li Fuchen felt that the few sword arts and sword moves that he had grasped were showing signs of a breakthrough. Moreover, the sword techniques and sword moves that he had mastered were all low-tier heaven rank. Once he broke through, he would reach mid-tier heaven rank. Even if it was the weakest heaven rank, the concept contained within it was not something a heaven rank low rank could compare to. It was like the difference between a skinny adult and a child. Apart from that, Li Fuchen's view of incantations was also different. If learning the Tao of incantations was like looking at flowers through a fog, then now the fog had dispersed, and the flowers could be seen more clearly. All that was lacking was practice. Is this the purple soul? Li Fuchen took a deep breath, and his spiritual awareness landed on the golden amulet in the purple spirit soul. As for the origin of the golden amulet, Li Fuchen still had no clue. At first, he thought that the golden talisman was just some kind of top-grade treasure. Right now, he suspected that the golden talisman was something that belonged to this world. Even a saint wouldn't be able to create the golden talisman. PFFF. At the side of the path, a man-eating plant that was hidden in the depths of the sea of flowers emerged and bit at Li Fuchen. A scarlet sword thread flashed and severed the man-eating plant. Sword thread? Shang Wanyu looked at Li Fuchen with surprise. Turning the sword into thread was a technique that only Law Fei's realm swordsman could grasp. How did Li Fuchen suddenly grasp it? Previously, Li Fuchen seemed to be able to turn the sword into thread, but it was just a change in form, and there wasn't any change in essence. A true sword thread was indestructible. Even those that were stronger than the user would be instantly injured if they were to be slashed by the sword thread. It was impossible to defend against it. The sword thread was also one of the methods to restrain body refinement martial artists. Shang Wanyu knew that everyone had their own secrets, and there wasn't a need to get to the bottom of it. This is the heaven-class mid-tier flowing merciless edge. Earlier on, Li Fuchen had naturally executed the sword move, flowing merciless edge. Subsequently, he had naturally pushed the flowing merciless edge to the heaven-class mid-tier. It might still be weak among the heaven-class mid-tier, but there was no doubt that it was far superior to the original flowing merciless edge. Buzz, 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 buzz. A group of soul seize bees attacked, and the sword threads formed a dense net. Swish, the soul seize bees rained down from the sky. In the face of Li Fuchen's flowing merciless edge, the soul seize bees that were originally hard to kill were now as weak as tofu. Shang Wanyu couldn't help but ask, Li Fuchen, with your current attack strength, you are almost at the level of a mid-class combat emperor. How did you do it? Previously, Li Fuchen's strength might be at the level of a peak-class half-emperor, but his attack strength should be at the level of a high-class half-emperor. However, he was more all-round and was able to defeat Hu Yuanfeng, who had the strength of a peak-class half-emperor. In just a short period of time, Li Fuchen had actually broken through 3 levels, and his attack strength had reached the level of a mid-class combat emperor from a high-class half-emperor. It was simply appalling. Li Fuchen couldn't possibly tell her the reason for the spirit-soul transformation. Hence, he explained, my cultivation has broken through, and I have thought through a lot of things. You should try it too, and think of a problem from a different perspective. It will be able to reduce the difficulty of a problem by several levels. Shang Wanyu found it funny and said, thinking of a problem from a different perspective is indeed miraculous, but that is only when thinking about normal problems. Thinking about the martial Tao isn't that easy. Do you think everyone is like you? She could see that Li Fuchen was definitely a martial art prodigy that was rarely seen in 1,000 years. Such a person would have a different perspective when looking at a problem and would always be able to change his perspective freely. For the next few days, Li Fuchen pushed the rest of his sword moves to the heaven-class mid-tier. The heaven-class mid-tier incineration sword wasn't just a simple attack strength. Once the incineration sword was executed, it would instantly evaporate all the moisture within the sword field. This was something that was extremely terrifying. When fighting with the man-eating plants, a single sword from Li Fuchen was able to evaporate all the moisture and vitality of the man-eating plants. Even the undying law wasn't of much use. The heaven-class mid-tier sky ring sword armor was smoother and smoother. As long as Li Fuchen willed it, a layer of invisible sword intent would envelop the body, and there wasn't a need to draw his sword. The heaven-class mid-tier divine wind raging howl and the heaven-class mid-tier sword prowess and permanence had also reached a new height. The former had truly achieved the state where the wind was the sword and the sword was the wind. The latter's sword intent was mysterious and unpredictable. Even Li Fuchen wouldn't be able to grasp the angle of his next sword move and could only try his best to guide it. The only sword moves that hadn't broken through were the meteor fall and the absolute heaven sword art. The concept of meteor fall was simple, but the simpler it was, the deeper the logic contained within. Li Fuchen still needed some time to deduce and break through this move. Chapter 632. In just a few days, Li Fuchen's strength had increased by an unknown amount. Just the attack power alone was already at the level of a mid-class combat emperor. Li Fuchen's overall combat strength might not be comparable to a high-class combat emperor. After all, there is a huge difference between mid-class combat emperors and high-class combat emperors. A high-class combat emperor's attack power was already able to crush a mid-class combat emperor. It was useless no matter how well-rounded one's physique was. But if Li Fuchen were to truly fight, he wasn't afraid of a high-class combat emperor. His physique wasn't as simple as being all-round, it was all-round. Li Fuchen had grasped 5 heaven-class mid-tier sword moves, and with some other methods, he might be able to contest with a high-class combat emperor. Unknowingly, the two arrived at a square with a pavilion. It was very obvious that this plaza was the place where the sage used to admire the flowers and drink tea. However, the plaza wasn't peaceful and was rather dangerous. Lu Luo, Ze, and the evil monarch were trapped here. Around them, the spirit feet monarch and the other high-level monarchs were all collapsed on the ground. Their bodies were already swollen and rotten. Surrounding them were hundreds of thousands of soul-seized bees. Previously, hundreds of soul-seized bees were enough to keep Li Fuchen busy. He had to rely on Shangguan Yu's chi power attack to eliminate a wave of soul-seized bees. Afterwards, Li Fuchen's strength had improved greatly, and he only needed a single sword to deal with hundreds of soul-seized bees. However, it was not just a few hundred soul-seizing bees, but hundreds of thousands of soul-seizing bees. Moreover, more and more soul-seizing bees were rushing over. When they saw Li Fuchen and Shangguan Yu, Lu Luo and the others were delighted and quickly asked for help. In fact, the two of them had no choice but to help because some of the soul-seized bees were already flying towards them. Let's go meet up with them. Shangguan Yu put up an energy shield. Ding, ding, dang, dang. The only weakness of the soul-snatching bees was their strength. If Shangguan Yu had put up a true chi shield, it would have been riddled with holes by now. If it was a chi shield, it would still be able to resist for a period of time. Liluo, I can't hold on much longer. Beside Liluo, Ze was sweating profusely. She was only a peak quasi-emperor, much weaker than Liluo. Furthermore, her cultivation was 1 level lower than Lu Luo and was only at the 6th level of primary sea realm. Ze, hold on a little longer. Lu Luo's weapon was a ribbon that was overflowing with chilling chi. As she brandished the ribbon, the surrounding soul-seized bees were either sent flying or dropped to the ground after their bodies froze. Her strength was obviously at the beginner combat emperor realm. He was only a few feet away from them. The evil king was clearly much more relaxed than Ze, and even more relaxed than Liluo. The reason he was able to hold on until now was because he had a heaven-grade low-rank glove and a heaven-grade low-rank artifact armor, as well as a heaven-grade low-rank defensive artifact and a heaven-grade low-rank offensive artifact. In terms of overall strength, he was not afraid of anyone. Of course, there were too many soul-seized bees, and his true chi was limited. Once his true chi was exhausted, he would still die. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Although the soul-seizing bees were not very intelligent, they still knew who was weaker after attacking for such a long time. With a rather large soul-seizing bee at the lead, at least 10,000 soul-seizing bees charged at Ze. Even Liluo was unable to stop them. At the critical moment, the evil king moved a few steps towards Ze and activated his heaven-grade, low-rank defensive artifact to protect Ze. Thank you. Ze had a lingering fear and spoke with gratitude. The evil king didn't say anything. He wasn't protecting Ze out of kindness. After all, if Ze was dead, the soul-seizing bees would have lesser targets, and he would have greater pressure. Therefore, no matter what, they had to work together. Soon enough, Shangguan Yu and Li Fuchen arrived. Shangguan Yu already had the strength of a mid-class combat emperor, and with her chi power to restrain the soul-seizing bees, a single swing of her fist would cause a large number of soul-seizing bees to explode. As compared to Shang Guanyu, Li Fuchen wasn't inferior at all. When executing the flowing, merciless edge, the sky was filled with sword threads, and a large number of soul-seizing bees were sliced into two. Such power! Luo and the others were shocked. They needed half a day to kill some soul-seizing bees, but Shang Guanyu and Li Fuchen immediately killed a few thousand soul-seizing bees. The difference was too great. This sword art, the evil king was also shocked by Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen's sword was definitely a heaven-class low-tier weapon, but Li Fuchen's attack power was so powerful because of his sword art. As compared to Li Fuchen, apart from having more artifacts, the evil king was inferior in other aspects. No wonder he is the first target I am chasing. The evil king wasn't old and was only over 50 years old. Among the primary Sea Realm monarchs, those that were over 50 years old were considered young. After all, primary Sea Realm monarchs had a lifespan of 1,000 years. All along, the evil king had been very confident and believed that his innate talent and perception were all top-notch. After his bone frame was upgraded to the 7-star grade, his innate talent and perception weren't inferior to some 8-star bone frames. In addition to the fortuitous encounter that allowed him to obtain incredible inheritances and massive amounts of precious resources, Li Fuchen was only the first target he was chasing and not his final target. But from the looks of it, he still needed a period of time to surpass Li Fuchen. As for whether he could surpass Li Fuchen, he wasn't worried at all. No one knew how insane the inheritance he obtained was. Right now, he only lacked time and some specific resources. With the addition of Li Fuchen and Shang Guanyu, the trio's pressure was greatly reduced. But when looking at the black swarm of bees, the trio didn't relax. There were too many soul seize bees here. There were at least 800,000, if not a million. Li Fuchen and Shang Guanyu might be able to kill over 1,000 soul seize bees in a single attack. But at the same time, they would also suffer from a large number of soul seize bees. After all, the soul seize bees weren't targets that would just stand there and allow the enemies to kill them. As time elapsed, the evil king and Shang Guanyu were unable to endure it. The evil king's defensive cardinal artifact was called the Fixed Light Plate. When activated with primary Sea Realm Chi, it was enough to resist attacks from emperors. But activating the Fixed Light Plate already consumed a lot of chi. Resisting the attacks from countless soul seize bees would consume even more chi. With his 4th level primary Sea Realm cultivation, it was already rather difficult for him to last until now. Had it not been for some chi replenishment elixirs, his chi would have been depleted a long time ago. Sensing that the evil king and Shang Guanyu were struggling, Li Fuchen's intent circulated a sword intent around the 5 of them. The Sky Ring sword armor was a defensive sword intent. When it was at the heaven-class low tier, it was only able to resist attacks from half-emperors. Right now, it was enough to resist attacks from emperors. Furthermore, the sword intent was formed by laws and could automatically absorb the sword Dao Qi in heaven and earth to sustain itself. Within a short period of time, it would be hard for the soul seize bees to break it. Furthermore, even if the soul seize bees broke it, Li Fuchen could continue to release sword intent. Intents had a very exaggerated limit. As of now, there was no news of anyone exhausting their intent or sword intent. At most, it would be the mental exhaustion and the inability to release sword intent. Defensive sword intent. Lu Luo's eyes lit up. Lu Luo had never seen a sword intent that was as powerful as Li Fuchen's at the primary Sea Realm. Others were strong in their cultivation, but Li Fuchen was strong in his sword intent. The two couldn't be mentioned in the same breath. After all, when Li Fuchen's cultivation caught up, he would be extraordinarily strong. Just like that, every 15 minutes, Li Fuchen would release a Sky Ring sword armor sword intent to protect everyone, repeating the cycle. Chapter 633. 10,000. 50,000. 100,000. The soul seize bees were very tough, but when facing a swordsman like Li Fuchen who could attack and defend at the same time, they were rather helpless. In less than half a day, the pile of soul seize bee corpses on the ground was already more than 100,000, and it was a black mass. Roar! An ear-piercing, trembling sound rang out, and within the swarm of bees, 3 dark golden soul seize bees arrived at lightning speed, bombarding the scrying sword armor's sword intent. The sword intent was instantly penetrated. At the crucial moment, Li Fuchen quickly added 3 more sword intents, then 4, 5. In one breath, Li Fuchen set up more than a dozen layers of sword intent. This was already his limit. Any more sword intent, and his mind wouldn't be able to withstand it. Shangguan Yu exclaimed, "These are devouring king bees, the purest species among the level 7 soul seize bees." The devouring king wasp had the purest bloodline among the level 7 soul seizing bees, and the devouring emperor wasp had the purest bloodline among the level 8 soul seizing bees. Whether it was the devouring monarch wasp or the devouring emperor wasp, their strength was a lot stronger than the soul seize wasp of the same level. Moreover, their bodies were ridiculously hard. Li Fuchen's sword intent was enough to withstand an all-out attack from a mid-class combat emperor, but it was still penetrated by the Devour King Bee. The attack of the Devouring King Bee was said to have reached the level of a high-class combat emperor. If it wasn't for the fact that it could only attack at close range, 3 Devouring King Bees would be enough to kill 5 people instantly. Layers of sword intents were pierced through. The attacks of the 3 Devouring King Bees were more terrifying than hundreds of thousands of soul seize bees. Once the Devour King Bee got near, even Li Fuchen wouldn't be able to escape unscathed. 5 forms Emperor Fist, Green Wand Dance. Shangguan Yu sent a killer move towards the Devouring King Wasp. Crackle! The Devourer Wasp King was sent flying, but it quickly flew back. There was not a single wound on its body. Clang, clang, clang. Sparks burst out as Li Fuchen's sword thread immediately slashed on the Devouring King Bee's body. But the indestructible sword thread was only able to leave a faint mark on the Devouring King Bee's body. It was still far from being able to slice open the surface of the Devouring King Bee's body. Burning sword, with the flowing, merciless edge ineffective, Li Fuchen instantly executed the incineration sword. The moment the incineration sword appeared, a terrifyingly high temperature spread out. This high temperature wasn't as simple as just high temperature. It also contained terrifying fire laws. Moreover, these fire laws could directly affect the opponent's body, evaporating the water and vitality in the opponent's body. The Devouring Wasp King's body shrank visibly. The water and vitality in his body disappeared without a sound, and smoke rose from his body. The Devouring King Wasp's spiritual intelligence was not low. Sensing the water and vitality in its body decreasing, the needle under its but suddenly pierced the body of a soul seize wasp beside it, seizing its water and vitality. The soul seize bees that had their moisture and life force sucked away instantly dried up and lost all of their vitality. The burning sword is effective? Li Fuchen's eyes lit up as he executed incineration sword move after move at the Devour King Bee. The range of the incineration sword's attack was extremely large. Other than the Devouring King Bee, there were also many soul seize bees that were affected by the incineration sword. Without any resistance, the water and vitality in these soul seize wasps evaporated, and they died silently. As time passed, the Devour King Wasp also could not take it anymore. Li Fuchen's incineration sword was too powerful and was simply the bane of all living beings. So what if his body was strong? If the water and vitality in his body evaporated, he would still die. The Devouring King Wasp's close combat attack and body toughness had only reached the level of a high-class combat emperor. It was much weaker in other aspects. 2 types of sword moves. Seeing that Li Fuchen executed another incredible sword move, Lu Luo and the others were shocked. How could they not see that Li Fuchen's sword art was already comparable with Law Fei's realm emperors? The only difference was the cultivation level. The Devouring King Wasps were obviously much smarter than the Soul Seize Wasps. Intelligent living beings would normally know to act within their capabilities. As such, the 3 Devouring King Wasps left without hesitation. Seeing that the three devouring king wasps had left, the Soul Seas wasps were led to leave too, leaving behind a ground full of Soul Seas wasps' corpses. Li Fuchin, we are rich. The ground was filled with Soul Seas wasps' corpses, which meant that there was honey all over the ground. Shangguan Yu's eyes lit up. Lu Luo and the others obviously knew that the Soul Seas wasps' honey was good stuff, but their lives were saved by Li Fuchin and Shangguan Yu. Therefore, they didn't dare to take more. Each of them only collected 1,000 portions of honey, while Li Fuchin and Shangguan Yu split the remaining 100,000 portions of honey. 70,000 portions of pigeon egg-sized honey were gathered and filled up 7 large barrels, with each barrel having 10,000 portions. Li Fuchin reckoned that these 7 large barrels of honey would be enough for him to use for several years. The honey's effects were indeed incredible. After consuming a portion of honey, Li Fuchin felt that his essence, qi, and spirit were much more abundant. If he consumed it for a long period of time, it would be hard for his cultivation to not increase rapidly. After collecting the honey, everyone's eyes started to look at the herbs at the edge of the plaza. The herbs at the edge of the plaza were all the most beautiful and unique herbs. They might not have high grades, but they were definitely very rare. Li Fuchin's eyes were attracted by a small patch of soul herbs. This patch of soul herbs was all high-grade soul herbs. I want this patch of soul herbs. You can take the rest as you wish. Li Fuchin immediately stated. Lu Luo and the others naturally didn't have any objections, putting aside the fact that they didn't have the authority to distribute the soul herbs. Even if they had the authority, they didn't really care about the high-grade soul herbs. In the Soul Sky Empire, anyone with a little status would know that the soul herbs were addictive. Most of the people didn't mind and felt that as compared to the martial Tao, a mere addiction was nothing. If the addiction came, they would just consume some soul elixirs. After all, there were plenty of low-grade and mid-grade soul elixirs in the outside world. But Lu Luo and the others weren't ordinary people. Unless it was absolutely necessary, they wouldn't consume the soul herbs or soul elixirs. Therefore, when the high-grade soul herbs were in their hands, they could only use them to barter or auction them. This patch of high-grade soul herbs had a total of 13 stalks. After consuming the second stalk of high-grade soul herb, Li Fuchin's spirit soul didn't just transform into the purple color. There was even a trace of pale red in the purple color. This trace of pale red was like the dawn in the darkness. It might not be dazzling, but it was very eye-catching. A single stalk of high-grade soul herb only transformed into a trace of pale red. I wonder how much can 13 stalks transform? Li Fuchin consumed the first stalk of high-grade soul herb. It was visible to the naked eye that the pale red in the purple spirit soul turned into 3 traces. It also meant that one stalk of high-grade soul herb was able to turn 2 traces of the spirit soul into pale red. Without any hesitation, Li Fuchin consumed all the remaining high-grade soul herbs. 10 traces, 5%. Ultimately, a little more than 5% of the purple spirit soul had transformed into pale red permanently. Only a little more than 5% of the spirit soul was pale red, but this portion of the spirit soul gave Li Fuchin an indescribable prowess. It was like the sun in the sky and had a trace of eternal qi presence. It was like a high and mighty god that was looking down on all life. After the purple spirit soul is the red spirit soul. I wonder what color spirit soul is after the red spirit soul. Li Fuchin was very curious. He wanted to know what the ultimate color of the spirit soul was and what kind of god-class artifact the golden amulet was. Just as the few of them were done harvesting the herbs, the void of the saint's garden suddenly fluctuated. The saint's garden is going to shift, Lu Luo said. Chapter 634. The void key is about to shatter. Zi took out a void key from her storage bag and said quickly, "Once the void key shatters, we will be teleported out of the Void Grand Canyon by the Void Bubble." Shangguan Yu said to Li Fuchin, the Void Key had a time limit. Before the time limit was reached, it was impossible to shatter the Void Key, unless one was proficient in the Void Law. Once the time limit was reached, the Void Key would shatter by itself. After the time it took to brew a cup of tea, everyone's Void Key shattered. Bubbles enveloped everyone and disappeared into the void. Void City was bustling and bustling. Even though Luo wanted to get to know Li Fuchen better, she wanted to digest what she obtained from the Void Grand Canyon. Therefore, once the group arrived at the Void City, they split up. In one of the top-notch inns in the Void City, Li Fuchen and Shangguan Yu each stayed in their own courtyard. My attack power is high enough, but my speed is still not fast enough. During this period of time, I must deduce a higher level light body technique. Light body technique was actually a type of cultivation technique, and its full name was light body cultivation technique. The only difference was that true qi cultivation methods were used to cultivate true qi, while light body cultivation methods were used to increase speed. Back when Li Fuchen progressed to the battle spirit realm, the sect bestowed a light body cultivation technique called the Flash Fire Divine Technique. It was a light body technique that was filled with explosive power. The Flash Fire Divine Technique had a total of 3 ranks. The first rank was Flash. The second rank was Fire. The third rank was Spirit. Li Fuchen was going to deduce the 4th rank. In order to deduce the 4th rank, he had to first determine the core concept of the 4th rank. The first rank's core concept was Flash. This Flash meant evading and evading. The second rank's core concept was Fire. It meant to be like fire. The third rank's core concept was Spirit. It meant to have both form and spirit, to be one inside and out. As for the 4th rank, after spending half a day, Li Fuchen determined that it was shifting. Shifting meant vanishing. Li Fuchen's idea was that once he cultivated this rank, his speed would be so fast that it felt like he had vanished. 3 days later, Li Fuchen created the 4th rank of the Flash Fire Divine Technique. Shifting. In the courtyard, there was a flash of fire, and Li Fuchen's figure was everywhere. If a Law Phase Realm Emperor was here, they would definitely recognize this was a top-class light body technique, the Fire Shifting Technique. The pinnacle of the Fire Shifting Technique was Instant Shift. Instant Shift wasn't exclusive to the Void Law. Any shifting technique that reached the pinnacle would be able to instant shift. For example, the Fire Escape Technique made use of the fire laws between heaven and earth to teleport. The Water Escape Technique made use of the water laws between heaven and earth to teleport. However, instant shift using the Void Law was the fastest instant shift and was also the most secretive instant shift. Of course, it was still impossible for the Fire Escape Technique to reach the stage of instant shift with the 4th rank of the Flash Fire Divine Technique. In fact, most of the Law Phase Realm Emperors wouldn't be able to instant shift. Instant shift was the crux to become a peak-class Emperor. Even if a Law Phase Realm Emperor was weaker, as long as he could instant shift, no one would dare to provoke him. If a Law Phase Realm Emperor who was extremely powerful but had yet to reach the level of a great Emperor didn't know how to instant shift, the deterrence would be inferior to the former. If one was to the former, to the Emperor they could to Li Yifeng and Li. To rank Emperor. If the Emperor was to move, Li Feng to the Emperor, Yen of Emperor. After God, the Li Spirit, the Li Fuchen powerful Din, and he that he in, Fuchen, in, and bubble. After creating the 4th rank of the Flash Fire Divine Technique, Li Fuchen's speed was no longer his shortcoming. But Li Fuchen felt that it wasn't enough. He wanted speed to become his forte and his trump card. The core concept of the 5th rank was revealed. Li Fuchen named this rank Instant. It meant instant shift. Even if he couldn't instant shift a long distance, he had to at least instant shift a short distance. Li Fuchen spent 10 days to derive the 5th rank of the Flash Fire Divine Technique. If Li Fuchen's spirit soul didn't evolve into the purple color, let alone 10 days, he wouldn't even be able to achieve it in 100 or 1,000 days. The difficulty of deriving a light body technique wasn't inferior to a qi cultivation technique and was much harder than deriving a single sword move. Despite the case, Li Fuchen hadn't fully derived the 5th rank of the Flash Fire Divine Technique. In a single day, he could only instant shift 3 times. If he did more than 3 times, his body would suffer severe injuries. If he wasn't careful, he might be incinerated by the blazing flame law. The fourth rank of the Flash Fire Divine technique is equivalent to a Heaven-class low-tier light body technique. The fifth rank of the Flash Fire Divine technique is equivalent to a Heaven-class mid-tier light body technique. It should be about there. Li Fuchen stopped deriving. He knew that his light body technique foundation was basically depleted. To be able to create the incomplete fifth rank of the Flash Fire Divine technique, it was all thanks to the experience of creating the Divine Flame Sword Energy technique. It is time to create the 37th rank of the Divine Flame Sword Energy technique. Since his light body technique was at the Heaven-class mid-tier, Li Fuchen naturally had to push the Divine Flame Sword Energy technique to the Heaven-class mid-tier too. The Divine Flame Sword Energy technique that contained the Blazing Flame Law and Sword Tao Law was even harder to derive than the fifth rank of the Flash Fire Divine technique. After spending half a month, Li Fuchen was finally able to derive it successfully. The sword energy of this rank of the Divine Flame Sword Energy technique was even more extreme and tyrannical. When the sword energy was shot out, it was just like a divine weapon that was shot out and could even explode. At this moment, Li Fuchen was confident that he could contest with a high-class combat emperor without relying on the Flash Fire Divine technique. This wasn't the end yet. On the same day, Li Fuchen's meteor fall had also reached the Heaven-class mid-tier. Once this sword was executed, heaven and earth would freeze, and all living things would freeze. If the enemy's law comprehension was slightly weaker, they would be like fish on the chopping board in front of this sword. The sword speed of the Heaven-class mid-tier meteor fall is already able to affect the time law. When the time flow slows down, all living things in heaven and earth would naturally freeze. There was a difference between the meteor fall and the absolute heaven sword art. The meteor fall affected the time law, while the absolute heaven sword art contained the void law. However, the effects of the two were very similar as they could freeze the enemy. Subsequently, Li Fuchen placed all his energy on the incantation Tao. He still had the Skull Blood Curse on him. With his current sword intent, he wasn't able to eliminate the Skull Blood Curse yet. Therefore, he could only put in more effort on the incantation Tao. The Blood Curse is a curse that uses life as a catalyst. As long as the life isn't extinguished, the curse will never cease. The more Li Fuchen studied the incantation Tao, the harder it was to deal with the curse. Of course, he actually had a way to get rid of the Skull Blood Curse, and that was to give up this current body and possess a new body. With his spirit soul's current level, the Skull Blood Curse wouldn't be able to transfer along with him. However, Li Fuchen wouldn't use such a method. At least, he wasn't forced to such an extent. 1 month, 2 months, Li Fuchen's incantation Tao proficiency was progressing by leaps and bounds. He had already learned all the incantations that the incantation Martial Emperor gave him, including those mid-class incantations. As for whether his proficiency was at the incantation Martial Emperor's level, it was unknown. Chapter 635. Invisibility Curse. In the courtyard, Li Fuchen formed a seal with both hands, and his body gradually disappeared. The invisible Li Fuchen passed through the courtyard array, the courtyard wall, and finally the outer wall of the inn to the street. The streets were bustling with people, but no one noticed Li Fuchen. Some of them even passed through Li Fuchen's body, as though they weren't in the same world. On the street, Li Fuchen had a look of shock on his face. The invisibility curse did not seem to have any attack power, but its effects were simply inestimable. The invisibility spell was not as simple as changing the refraction of light. In fact, changing the refraction of light was only the most basic application of the invisibility spell. The invisibility curse made use of the laws of heaven and earth to isolate oneself. Unless the opponent's comprehension of the laws had reached an extremely high level, they would not be able to discover his existence. At most, they would only be able to sense him. It's a pity that I can't use martial arts under the invisibility spell. Otherwise, it would be good for assassination. Li Fuchen returned to the courtyard and continued to study the incantation. Li Fuchen, 3 days later, there will be a trade fair in the Void Garden. Let's go take a look. We might just be able to trade for the rootless flower. On this day, Shang Yu came to Li Fuchen's courtyard, who organized a trade fair. The rootless flower was very important to Li Fuchen. In the saint's garden, he only obtained one stalk of the rootless flower. Based on his initial estimation, it would only allow him to cultivate to the 6th level of primary sea realm. There is a high possibility that he would only be at the 5th level of primary sea realm. Shang Yu said, "It is organized by one of the 4 young masters, young Master Solitude. Young Master Solitude is the #1 prodigy of the Mo clan. The trade fairs he organizes are always the best among the primary sea realm." Young Master Solitude. Li Fuchen knew who young Master Solitude was. The Soul Sky Empire had the 4 great young masters, and they were all elite prodigy monarchs. Each of their strength was basically at the high-class combat emperor realm. The background of the 4 great young masters was extremely shocking. The Mo clan behind young Master Solitude was an emperor-class clan of the Soul Sky Empire. The Mo clan head was one of the followers of the Soul Emperor. His authority was so great that he was only below a few people in the Soul Sky Empire. 3 days later, Li Fuchen and Shang Yu arrived at the Void Garden. There was a sign erected at the entrance of the Void Garden. Only those who were at the mid-level of primary sea realm and above could enter. After entering the Void Garden, Li Fuchen could see that there would be a large table every few hundred meters. The large table was filled with desserts and fruits. There were also attendants serving tea and wine. Some of the primary sea realm monarchs were drinking cup after cup as though they were drinking water. Li Fuchen reckoned that hosting this exchange would require at least 1 million mid-grade spirit stones. In front of a transaction screen, Li Fuchen saw the details of the transaction. "I have a Thunder Calamity herb, and I would like to exchange it for an 800 years old rootless flower." The place of exchange is Pavilion number 330. Heaven-class low-tier claws set with Beast Wolf claws. Trading range. Trading location, Pavilion 351. 3 ancient talismans. Range of items to be traded. Location, Pavilion 301. After looking through the information on the transaction screen, Li Fuchen found 3 requests for the rootless flower. The 3 transaction information stated that the rootless flower was 700 years old, 500 years old, and 400 years old respectively. Li Fuchen immediately gave up on the 700 years old rootless flower, as he didn't have any of the items that the other party wanted. Li Fuchen placed his target on the 2 rootless flowers at the back. "You can carry on with your business. We will meet up through the communication token." Shang Yu said. "All right." Li Fuchen nodded and walked towards pavilion number 343. The Void Garden had over 1,000 pavilions, and each pavilion was huge. It might be called a pavilion, but it was actually a group of pavilions. When Li Fuchen arrived at pavilion number 343, there were already plenty of people here to trade. I have already said that this rootless flower is worth at least 500,000 mid-grade spirit stones in my eyes. You must at least bring out herbs of the same value, or 800,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Otherwise, there is no need for further discussion. In the middle pavilion, a middle-aged man with a scholar's scarf said resolutely, 500,000 mid-grade spirit stones? Your rootless flower is only 500 years old. It is at most worth 300,000 to 400,000 mid-grade spirit stones. One of them wasn't happy and spoke loudly. In response, the rest of the people nodded. 800,000 mid-grade spirit stones wasn't a small sum. A regular primary sea realm monarch would only have a few tens of thousands of mid-grade spirit stones. 800,000 mid-grade spirit stones was almost the entire wealth of a mid-level primary sea realm monarch. The middle-aged man snorted. If you want to trade, then trade. If you don't want to trade, then leave. He knew that this price was rather high, but in the eyes of those who needed it, 800,000 mid-grade spirit stones wasn't a high price. All right, I would like to see who is willing to trade with you. There were a few people who didn't leave as they were happy to see the middle-aged man make a fool of himself. The rootless flower was only useful to those who had extremely fast cultivation speed. It wasn't very useful to them. Of course, there were still some indirect effects. Otherwise, they wouldn't have come over so eagerly. 800,000 mid-grade spirit stones, I want it. After hearing everyone's words, Li Fuchen walked over and said, "What? Someone is really willing to trade? What the hell?" Everyone was in a heated discussion. "Are you sure?" The middle-aged man was rather suspicious. He had offered 800,000 mid-grade spirit stones because he wanted to have room for negotiation. His bottom line was around 650,000 mid-grade spirit stones. That's right. Here are 800,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Give me the rootless flower. Li Fuchen took out a storage bag and tossed it to the middle-aged man. All right. The middle-aged man had a delighted expression and was planning to hand over the rootless flower. "Hold on, Wang Yuan, want this rootless flower." Not far away, a youth with imposing Qi presence walked over. It is the Wang clan's Wang Yuan. Everyone recognized the youth's identity. The Soul Emperor had dozens of followers. Among the dozens of Law Phase realm emperors, 8 of them had their own clans. They were known as the Soul Sky Empire's 8 great emperor-class clans. The Mo clan and the Wang clan were one of them. The middle-aged man's body froze. If it was someone else, he could ignore it. After all, a person should have basic integrity. But it just had to be Wang Yuan who was competing with Li Fuchen. Even if he had 100 guts, he wouldn't dare to hand over the rootless flower to Li Fuchen. "These 800,000 mid-grade spirit stones are for you. Hurry up and leave." The middle-aged man returned the storage bag to Li Fuchen and gave a kind reminder. Li Fuchen frowned. "Why? Are you regretting?" As compared to offending Wang Yuan, Li Fuchen was more concerned about the rootless flower. "It isn't that I am regretting. Why don't you have any perception?" The middle-aged man thought that Li Fuchen was a rash youth and said in an unpleasant tone, 800,000 mid-grade spirit stones, I want it." Wang Yuan tossed a storage bag to the middle-aged man and took the jade box that contained the rootless flower from the middle-aged man. Before leaving, Wang Yuan glanced at Li Fuchen. "I don't wish to see you again. While I'm in a good mood, hurry up and get lost." After speaking, Wang Yuan turned and left. Li Fuchen naturally wouldn't leave and immediately headed to another pavilion. Chapter 636, Pavilion 397. Apologies, these 2 rootless flowers will only be exchanged for the Heaven Heart Herb. Wu Huan rejected one trade request after another. The Heaven Heart Herb was a herb that could allow a martial artist to comprehend heaven and earth law in a short period of time. It was even rarer than the rootless flower. It was fortunate that he had 2 rootless flowers, and it should be enough to exchange for 1 Heaven Heart Herb. "I have the Heaven Heart Herb." Li Fuchen walked over. Earlier on, he was still worried if Wang Yuan would arrive first and trade for the rootless flower. It seemed like he was worried for nothing. The other party had probably gone to trade for the 700-year-old rootless flower. "You have the Heaven Heart Herb." Wu Huan was pleasantly surprised. Wu Huan, wasn't an ordinary person. He had the strength of a low-class combat emperor and was given the title of Joyless Combat Emperor. He was rather famous, but he knew clearly that if he didn't have any fated encounters, his strength would only reach the level of a low-class combat emperor at the primary sea realm. It was basically impossible to reach the level of a mid-class combat emperor. After all, he wasn't a disciple of an emperor-class faction and was merely a disciple of a low-level emperor. As compared to an emperor-class faction, a lone Law Phase realm emperor was inferior in terms of martial Dao system and resources. Of course, with the guidance of a Law Phase realm emperor, he would be able to avoid a lot of detours. But 1 year ago, his master was killed by 2 Law Phase realm emperors. Right now, his only thought was to increase his strength and take revenge for his master one day. Of course, Li Fuchen took out the Heaven Heart Herb. "All right, I will trade with you." Wu Huan nodded. "It seems like you have turned a deaf ear to my words. You actually dare to stay in the Void Garden." A cold voice rang out. Who else could it be other than Wang Yuan? Li Fuchen frowned. "Do you really think I'm afraid of you? You are overestimating yourself." After being provoked again and again, Li Fuchen was a little annoyed. A murderous aura assaulted Li Fuchen's face as Wang Yuan spoke in a sinister tone. "How dare you? I shall give you a chance to cut off one of your arms. Otherwise, this day next year will be your Memorial Day." The Void City didn't allow fighting, but it depended on who was the one doing it. His Wang clan was one of the 8 Emperor-class clans of the Soul Sky Empire, and the clan head was also the Soul Emperor's follower. Are you still going to change? Wu Huan glanced at Wang Yuan and said to Li Fuchen. Of course. Li Fuchen was rather astonished as he thought that the deal had failed again. After all, he couldn't forcefully make a deal with Wu Huan. If Wu Huan was afraid of Wang Yuan, she would probably still make a deal with Wang Yuan. I want these 2 rootless flowers. Name your price. Upon hearing that, Wang Yuan retracted his killing intent and looked at Wu Huan. Wu Huan shook her head. I've already made a deal with him. How can I go back on my word? Give me, Wang Yuan, some face. Don't worry, I won't let you suffer. Wang Yuan squinted his eyes and said. Wu Huan couldn't be bothered with Wang Yuan and tossed 2 jade boxes to Li Fuchen. The instant Li Fuchen received the jade box, he tossed the jade box containing the heaven heart herb over. I've finally succeeded. Li Fuchen let out a breath of relief and felt much better. Wang Yuan's expression was extremely unsightly. His killing intent was like lava rolling in his body. Good, very good. Since that's the case, both of you can go to hell. With a sinister expression, Wang Yuan blasted a fist at Wu Huan and Li Fuchen. Bang! Wu Huan blocked Wang Yuan's attack. Your Excellency is too tyrannical. Wu Huan spoke in a deep voice. Low-class combat emperor. Interesting. Let's see how many punches you can block for me. Wang Yuan blasted punches after punches at Wu Huan. Similar to Wu Huan, Wang Yuan's strength was also a low-class combat emperor. However, he was confident that he could defeat Wu Huan within 20 moves and severely injure Wu Huan within 30 moves. Boom, boom, boom. Qi forces were leaking everywhere. It was fortunate that the pavilion was engraved with restrictions and was indestructible. Otherwise, it would have already been destroyed. After 7 or 8 moves, the duo fought on an empty space outside the pavilion. Heavenfall and Earthrend. Wang Yuan executed the Wang clan's absolute art. Eagle Soar. Wu Huan used his palm as a saber and cleaved the fist force. Wang Yuan was shocked and felt that he had underestimated Wu Huan. Stop. The commotion had attracted plenty of people, including young Master Solitude subordinates. Wang Yuan and Wu Huan clashed forcefully and both retreated. Wang Yuan said to one of young Master Solitude subordinates, I am Wang clan's Wang Yuan. This person has offended me and must be killed. When Brother Mo is here, I will naturally apologize. While speaking, he clashed with Wu Huan again. In front of so many people, he had to personally kill Wu Huan. Otherwise, he would lose all his face. Wang clan's Wang Yuan? Young Master Solitude subordinates looked at each other in dismay. The Wang clan and Mo clan were both part of the 8 Emperor-class clans of the Soul Sky Empire. They didn't have the guts to forcefully stop Wang Yuan. Furthermore, with their strength, they wouldn't be able to stop Wang Yuan either. Hurry up and inform young master. The leader quickly said. The current situation could only be stopped by young Master Solitude personally. Young Master. Just as young Master Solitude's subordinate went to inform young Master Solitude, a sinister elder rushed over. Wang Si, kill him for me. Wang Yuan said to the sinister elder. He and Wu Huan would need at least 100 moves to determine the victor. During this period of time, if Li Fuchen escaped, Wang Yuan wouldn't be able to do anything. It was fortunate that his old servant, Wang Si, had rushed over. Wang Si was the same as him and had the strength of a low-class combat emperor. It shouldn't be a problem for him to kill Li Fuchen. Little bastard, prepare to die. Wang Si's eyes landed on Li Fuchen and revealed a sinister smile. With a flash, he clawed at Li Fuchen. Visible to the naked eye, there was a sinister sharp claw that appeared in the air. The sharp claw seemed to be able to tear the spatial zone and had an indescribable, desolate, and ferocious Qi presence. Everyone shook their heads silently and felt as though they could see the scene of Li Fuchen's blood splattering everywhere. A low-class combat emperor wasn't someone that a regular person could deal with. In the entire Soul Sky Empire, once one's strength reached the combat emperor level, one would basically be invincible. After all, mid-class combat emperors, high-class combat emperors, and even peak-class combat emperors were too rare. The Soul Sky Empire was massive, and it was very hard to encounter one. Those who kill will be killed. Li Fuchen's joint heaven sword was unsheathed and flashed before returning to the sheath. PFFFTSS. A head flew high into the sky. It was Wang Xi's head, and until his death, he didn't dare to believe it. Hence, his eyes were wide open, and he died with everlasting regret. What? Everyone was shocked. Killing Wang Xi in a single sword. Could Li Fuchen be a mid-class combat emperor? No. Even a mid-class combat emperor wouldn't be able to kill a low-class combat emperor in a single sword. I reckon that Wang Xi was too careless. Even if Wang Xi was careless, this person's strength is at least a mid-class combat emperor. Everyone was in a heated discussion. You dare to kill Wang Xi? Wang Yuan was shocked and was immediately enraged. He admitted that he had underestimated Li Fuchen. But so what? Since Li Fuchen killed his Wang clansmen, he had to pay with blood. There was no other way. So what if I killed him? Li Fuchen said indifferently. You are dead. Wang Yuan and Wu Huan distanced themselves from each other, and Wu Huan didn't chase either as he felt that things were getting out of hand. Chapter 637. Very quickly, young Master Wu Chou arrived at the scene. Mo Wu Chou's appearance wasn't considered handsome, but his eyes carried an indescribable deterrence. Those with weaker willpower wouldn't even dare to look him in the eye. What happened? Mo Wu Chou asked. Wang Yuan cupped his fist towards Mo Wu Chou. Brother Mo, I'm Wang Yuan from the Wang family. These two people offended me and killed my old servant, Wang Xi. I can't let this matter go no matter what. Please forgive me, Brother Mo. Hearing this, Mo Wu Chou frowned. If it was just a conflict, he could stop it. However, the other party had killed Wang Yuan's old servant. Things were not so simple. Forcefully stopping it would only offend Wang Yuan and the Wang clan. Of course, he didn't care much about the former, but he did care a little about the latter. After all, the status of the Wang clan's clan leader was slightly higher than that of the Mo clan's clan leader. How dare you? You actually dared to kill a member of our 8 emperor-class clans. Beside Mo Wu Chou was a black-faced, majestic young man. His chi presence was much stronger than Wang Yuan, and he was obviously a mid-class combat emperor. Brother Long, you're here too. Wang Yuan was delighted to see the dark-faced and robust young man. The dark-faced, majestic youth was called Long Qing Mu, and he was a disciple of one of the 8 great emperor clans, the Long clan. The Long clan and the Wang clan had always been on good terms, and there were many marriages between them. One of Wang Yuan's cousins had married into the Long clan. Brother Long, please help me. Wang Yuan couldn't get Mo Wu Chou to help, but Long Qingmu should be enough. One must know that the majority of the Long clan were body refinement martial artists, and Long Qingmu was a body refinement monarch with the strength of a mid-level combat emperor. Kid, if you surrender now, you still have a chance. Long Qingmu took a step forward and enveloped Li Fuchen with a valiant chi spirit. Mo Wu Chou did not stop him. In reality, even if Long Qingmu didn't act, he would. He didn't care who was in the wrong first. Killing someone in his trade fair was equivalent to looking down on him. This was something he couldn't tolerate. You're not worthy. Li Fuchen sighed in his heart. He was already very low-key, but sometimes it was useless. Some people would always challenge your bottom line. He didn't want to cause trouble, but he wasn't afraid of it either. In this world, apart from Law Fei's realm emperors, there wasn't anything worthy for him to fear. Die! Long Qingmu didn't move as he punched out. Roar! A resounding dragon roar resounded. A multicolored dragon-shaped spirit rushed at Li Fuchen. In front of this dragon-shaped aura, the onlookers felt that it was hard to breathe, and they felt dizzy. Some even felt their hearts beating wildly, as if they were about to explode. What a terrifying law of strength. Everyone was shocked. There were hundreds and thousands of laws of strength. The laws of strength contained in Long Qingmu's punch could actually affect their lifeblood. They suspected that if they were to face this punch head-on, their hearts would explode and their lifeblood would collapse before the punch reached them. When facing Long Qingmu's tyrannical fist, Li Fuchen remained calm. If it was a few months ago, he naturally wouldn't be able to block this punch. After all, This was a punch from a mid-class combat emperor, and it was a chi force attack. However, the current him could even fight against a high-class combat emperor, let alone a mid-class combat emperor. The joint heaven sword was unsheathed, and flowing merciless edge was unleashed. Several scarlet sword threads crisscrossed and slashed across the outline of the dragon-shaped aura. Puff! The dragon-shaped aura was dismembered, and a few bloody sword wounds appeared on Long Qingmu's body. One sword, and Long Qingmu was defeated. Impossible! Long Qingmu stared at Li Fuchen and couldn't believe that he was defeated just like that. Even Long Qingmu isn't a match. The spectators took a deep, cold breath. They weren't certain previously, but now, they were certain that Li Fuchen was definitely a high-class combat emperor and was on the same level as the four young masters. Such a person was already at the pinnacle of the primary sea realm. If there wasn't a law phase realm emperor, he would be invincible. Wang Yun had a rather unpleasant expression, and his heart was surging with intense, murderous intent. The stronger Li Fuchen was, the greater the threat, and he had to be eliminated as soon as possible. Otherwise, if Li Fuchen was allowed to continue growing, it wouldn't be a good thing. This brother, we better leave as soon as possible. Wu Huan transmitted a message to Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen shook his head and said, "It is too late." A few breaths later, a group of primary sea realm monarchs appeared behind Wang Yuan. This group of monarchs were all members of the Wang clan. As one of the 8 great emperor-class clans of the Soul Sky Empire, the Wang clan had at least 800 primary sea realm monarchs. Normally, there would be a few dozen monarchs staying in the Void City. After all, the Void City was close to the Void Grand Canyon and had a special geographical location. They are really fast. Wu Huan had a grave expression. In normal situations, he wouldn't even bother about a group of regular primary sea realm monarchs. But a group of monarchs that were proficient in battle formations wasn't as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. A battle formation was able to gather everyone's strength and burst out with 10 times or dozens of times more lethal power. Unlike battle spirit realm masters, primary sea realm monarchs had completely comprehended the quintessence of the battle formation and were able to utilize the battle formation's power to the limits. Form the Wang Halberd Battle Formation. Wang Yuan burst out with a yell. Behind Wang Yuan, 31 individuals soared into the sky and formed into a halberd-shaped battle formation. Once the battle formation was formed, a baleful chi spread out, and everyone couldn't help but shiver. Swish! It wasn't over yet. Wang Yuan also soared into the sky and appeared in front of the halberd battle formation. He became the tip of the halberd, and at the same moment, the halberd battle formation emitted a baleful chi that was more than 10 times stronger. The dense, baleful chi had materialized and was like layers of black chi waves that swept in all directions. This is the Wang clan's Wang Halberd Battle Formation. This person is dead for sure. One of the individuals shook his head. The Wang clan's Wang Halberd Battle Formation was extremely tyrannical. It was formed by 32 mid-level monarchs and was enough to contest with half-emperors. When formed by 32 high-level monarchs, it was enough to contest with combat emperors. Apart from Wang Yuan, the rest of the 31 individuals had different cultivation levels. There were low-level primary sea realm, mid-level primary sea realm, and only 2 high-level primary sea realm experts. Without Wang Yuan, this Wang Halberd Battle Formation would only be able to contest with half-emperors and wouldn't be able to contest with combat emperors. But one mustn't forget that Wang Yuan was also a low-class combat emperor. With the amplification of the battle formation, his strength would at least be doubled. Kneel down and surrender now, and I will leave you with an intact corpse. Otherwise, I will make sure you die without a burial site. A large halberd appeared in Wang Yuan's hand. The large halberd was surging with baleful chi as though it had spirituality. Bring it on. Li Fuchen wasn't fearful at all. Back at the Red Copper Continent, he was able to contest with a 100-men battle formation when he was at the Battle Spirit Realm. Now that he was at the Primary Sea Realm, he didn't have to fear a 32-men battle formation. Li Fuchen knew that those individuals didn't fully comprehend the battle formation back then and weren't able to utilize the true power of the battle formation. Die! Wang Yuan's eyes burst with murderous intent as he blasted the halberd at Li Fuchen. This halberd was like a heavenly god's halberd, and it contained the terrifying battle formation power and Wang Yuan's own law comprehension. When a halberd was brandished, the spatial zone of the Void Garden felt as though it was going to be ripped apart. The sharp chi flow gathered into a tornado and sealed off all of Li Fuchen's escape routes. Under the influence of the chi flow, no matter how Li Fuchen dodged, he wouldn't be able to escape from this halberd. But did Li Fuchen need to escape? Of course not. Lifting his head, Li Fuchen brandished his sword brazenly. The blazing sword stream instantly turned a large area in front of him into a blazing hell. Chapter 638. Rumble. There was a horrific chi flow that burst out from the ground. Everyone felt as though they were in a blazing hell. From the inside out, there was an extreme heat sensation. Those with weaker cultivation could even feel their vitality and water vaporizing, giving them shock. Everyone was in such a state, especially Wang Yuan and the others who were enveloped by the incineration sword field. Under the horrific sword field, apart from Wang Yuan, the others had half their vitality and water vaporized and were instantly severely injured. The defense of the battle formation was useless and couldn't stop Li Fuchen's sword intent from invading. Li Fuchen was still holding back. Otherwise, apart from Wang Yuan, everyone else would have perished. A heaven-class mid-tier sword move was much stronger than Li Fuchen imagined. This strength wasn't in terms of power, it was in terms of level and law comprehension. During the early stages of the martial Dao, everyone's law comprehension wasn't high. Apart from increasing strength, the law intents didn't have any other use. But at the later stages of the martial Dao, the law comprehension would determine a person's level. If Li Fuchen's strength didn't change, but his cultivation level was slightly higher and his sword move's level was slightly lower, then this sword move would only be on par with the Wang halberd battle formation and wouldn't be much stronger. But Li Fuchen's law comprehension was too high and the opponent's battle formation wasn't able to defend against it. It was immediately penetrated. Heaven-class mid-tier sword art. Mo Wucho frowned. When Law Phase realm emperors had similar cultivation levels, those that grasped heaven-class low-tier cultivation techniques and martial arts were the weakest existences. Those that grasped heaven-class low-tier cultivation techniques and heaven-class mid-tier martial arts were the stronger existences. Those that grasped heaven-class mid-tier cultivation techniques and heaven-class mid-tier martial arts were the peak-class emperors. As for great emperors, they basically grasped heaven-class high-tier martial arts and were so powerful that there was no reason to doubt them. In terms of martial art proficiency, Li Fuchen wasn't inferior to the stronger Law Phase realm emperors. Mo Wucho couldn't imagine how Li Fuchen cultivated. With a primary C realm monarch's perception, even if a heaven-class mid-tier martial art was placed in front of him, it would be hard for him to comprehend it to a profound level. It was the same for 8-star bone frames. Could Li Fuchen be a 9-star bone frame? Impossible. Mo Wucho immediately denied it. It was impossible for a 9-star bone frame to appear in the Emperor's Sky continent. Only high-class continents could produce 9-star bone frames. This was a common understanding. Wang Yuan's face was withered, and there was a trace of fear in his expression. Just now, he felt the danger of death. Half of his life force and the water in his body evaporated in an instant. Wang Yuan pointed at Li Fuchen while his body was trembling. He couldn't even utter any harsh words. Li Fuchen said, "In my eyes, you are just a weakling. If I want to kill you, I only need a single blade." Everyone looked at Mo Wucho. They wanted to see how Mo Wucho would resolve this matter. Mo Wucho cleared his throat and said, "Please settle your grudges outside the Void Garden." With that, Mo Wucho's right hand moved. Seeing this, everyone understood. Mo Wucho didn't want to bother about this matter anymore. Li Fuchen's display of strength was definitely at the level of a high-class combat emperor. Even if Mo Wucho wanted to interfere, he wouldn't be able to. If he was careless and lost to Li Fuchen, he would lose his reputation as one of the 4 young masters. Furthermore, if they were in Mo Wucho's shoes, they wouldn't bother either. After all, This was Wang Yuan's matter, and there was no need to stand up for Wang Yuan. Li Fuchen still had to give face to Mo Wuqiu. He had already offended Wang Yuan, and there was no need to offend Mo Wuqiu. Therefore, Li Fuchen simply left the Void Garden. Wu Huan followed closely behind. On the street outside the Void Garden, Wu Huan said, "My master was actually killed by the Wang clan and the Long clan's clan heads. That's why I wasn't willing to make a deal with Wang Yuan." Li Fuchen said, "You have to be careful. Wang Yuan is a vengeful person and will definitely take revenge on you." Wu Huan said, "Same for you." Apart from the Wang halberd battle formation, the Wang clan still has the Great King halberd battle formation and even more incredible battle formations. Once you are surrounded, you will definitely perish unless you are a Law Phase Realm Emperor. A battle formation was a faction's foundation. In the face of a battle formation, even elite prodigies wouldn't be able to contest. Li Fuchen nodded, "I know." With the experience in the Red Copper Continent, Li Fuchen knew clearly that a 32-men battle formation shouldn't be considered much in the Wang clan. An Emperor-class faction like this would definitely have a battle formation of at least 100 men. The duo chatted for a moment before going their separate ways. After thinking for a moment, Li Fuchen took out the communication token and sent a message to Shang Wanyu. He felt that it was time to split up. Not wanting to implicate Shang Wanyu was just secondary. Wanting to travel alone was more important. All this while, Li Fuchen was used to roaming the world alone. Furthermore, he was planning to rescue Yuan Long. Eastern Guest Town was a famous major town in the Void City. Inside the town, East Arrival Inn. 2 stalks of 400-year-old rootless flowers will at least allow my Dantian limit to reach the 7th level of Primary Sea Realm. If I'm going to rescue Senior Yuan, my cultivation level must not be too low. But before that, I have to remove the Skull Blood Curse first. It was too dangerous to rescue someone in the Blood Emperor's territory. Leaving the Skull Blood Curse on the body was the same as courting death. Inside the guest room, Li Fuchen took a deep breath and activated his sword intent to sweep across his body. Every person's sword intent was unique because it carried an individual's imprint. Everything on Li Fuchen's body also had a personal mark. Therefore, the sword intent wouldn't destroy Li Fuchen's body. It would only destroy things that didn't have Li Fuchen's mark. The Skull Blood Curse was definitely something that didn't have Li Fuchen's mark. Of course, as time passed, it was unknown. It was said that the most elite curses could even curse the target's bloodline. It didn't matter how many generations it was passed down, as long as the body had a trace of the same bloodline, it would be cursed. The sword intent was a kind of sword Dao law, and it wasn't obstructed at all. It spread throughout Li Fuchen's body. Even the deepest part of his body was filled with sword intent. The Skull Blood Curse, which was originally invisible and formless, slowly revealed itself. It was like a blood-colored skeleton that was enveloped by the sword intent and was constantly struggling. Extinguish. Li Fuchen circulated his sword intent frenziedly to slowly erase the Skull Blood Curse. The Skull Blood Curse wasn't willing to be extinguished and attempted to seep into the depths of Li Fuchen's spirit. It was a pity that it was looking in the wrong direction. Li Fuchen's powerful spirit soul allowed his spirit will to be exceptionally tough. The Skull Blood Curse felt as though it had crashed into a wall and was immediately bounced back. TSS, 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 TSS. The Skull Blood Curse was getting smaller and fainter. The situation was developing in a favorable direction. Just as the Skull Blood Curse was left with the thickness of a strand of hair, Li Fuchen's chi blood instantly decreased by a large portion. At the same moment, the Skull Blood Curse flourished again. "Aren't you afraid of bursting?" Li Fuchen's expression didn't change, as though he had already expected such a situation. Bang, bang, bang. The seemingly powerful Skull Blood Curse wasn't as hard to deal with as before when attacked by the sword intent. It started to be annihilated from the inside out. It turned out that Li Fuchen's chi blood contained Li Fuchen's personal mark. When the Skull Blood Curse absorbed the chi blood, it naturally absorbed Li Fuchen's personal mark too. The sword intent also contained Li Fuchen's personal mark. With the combination of the inside and the outside, it was impossible for the Skull Blood Curse to have an easy time. Of course, it was mainly because Li Fuchen's sword intent was too powerful and his incantation Dao was already at an extremely profound level. Therefore, he was able to suppress the Skull Blood Curse. Otherwise, the Skull Blood Curse wouldn't even be able to reveal itself. PFFF. When the final trace of the Skull Blood Curse was annihilated, Li Fuchen's body felt light as though he had thrown off a layer of shackles. In the distant underground palace, the Blood Emperor opened his eyes. He actually removed the Skull Blood Curse. The Blood Emperor had a gloomy expression. Previously, when the Skull Blood Curse was suppressed, he didn't really care. After all, Li Fuchen wouldn't be able to suppress it forever. Furthermore, as time elapsed, the Skull Blood Curse would only get stronger. Consider yourself lucky. Chapter 639. After removing the Skull Blood Curse, Li Fuchen's body refinement was finally released. Right now, he could simply wait for his Qi blood to recover before consuming the Thunder Calamity Herb and absorbing the Spirit Qi from the Peak Grade Spirit Stone to increase his body refinement to the subcompletion or completion level of Primary Sea Realm. There's no need to rush. Let's improve our true Qi cultivation first. In the past, when they were at the same cultivation realm, his body refinement strength was stronger than his true Qi strength, but now it was undoubtedly the other way around. Moreover, he'd always relied on his true Qi, so he naturally intended to improve his true Qi cultivation first. And when his true Qi cultivation reached its limit, he would improve his body refinement cultivation. After taking out the Peak Grade Spirit Stone, Li Fuchen thought to himself, the Peak Grade Spirit Stone might be precious, but it isn't necessary to keep it on me. I have to wait until the Law Phase realm to use it. Perhaps when I reach the Law Phase realm, I might obtain another Peak Grade Spirit Stone or other fated encounters. Li Fuchen circulated the Divine Flame Sword Energy technique and started to absorb the Spirit Qi from the Peak Grade Spirit Stone. Hua hua hua. Like a rising tide, Li Fuchen's cultivation was climbing steadily. Intermediate 4th level Primary Sea Realm, late 4th level Primary Sea Realm, peak 4th level Primary Sea Realm, 5th level Primary Sea Realm, peak of 5th level Primary Sea Realm, 6th level Primary Sea Realm. The Spirit Qi within the Peak Grade Spirit Stone was too pure and was even purer than Li Fuchen's sword energy. Li Fuchen just had to circulate the Divine Flame Sword Energy technique to convert the Peak Grade Spirit Stone's Spirit Qi into sword energy. There was no need to purify it. But when his Qi cultivation reached the peak level of the 6th level of Primary Sea Realm, Li Fuchen was stuck again. It seems like I overestimated the usefulness of the rootless flower. Li Fuchen frowned. He originally thought that his Dantian limit was at least at the 7th level of Primary Sea Realm, but he didn't expect it to be at the 6th level of Primary Sea Realm. He reckoned that consuming the first stalk of rootless flower would yield the best results. The more he consumed, the worse the effects would be. Li Fuchen's cultivation might only be at the 6th level of Primary Sea Realm, but his attack power was definitely at the level of a high-class combat emperor. Furthermore, he was probably at the pinnacle among the high-class combat emperors. In terms of overall strength, Li Fuchen felt that he was able to crush high-class combat emperors. As for whether he could contest with a peak-class combat emperor, he would have to fight to know. After all, peak-level combat emperors were at the Law Phase realm and were hard to fathom. Next, Li Fuchen started to increase his body refinement level. With the Peak-Grade Spirit Stone, Li Fuchen's Qi blood that was devoured by the Skull Blood Curse was quickly replenished. Crackle. After consuming the Thunder Calamity Herb, Li Fuchen's body was emitting thunder light with vitality. His Qi blood source was rapidly strengthening. The limits of one's body were also the limits of one's Qi and blood. To a certain extent, body refinement cultivation was closely related to one's vital energy and blood essence. The height of one's body refinement cultivation depended on the height of one's Qi and blood source. Among all living beings, the demon's blood essence was undoubtedly the strongest. Therefore, even if the demons did not deliberately cultivate, their physical strength was still very terrifying. Humans, on the other hand, had the weakest blood essence among all living creatures. Therefore, they needed all kinds of resources to nourish their bodies, as well as body-tempering techniques to transform their bodies. Only by combining the two could they surpass the demons. A single stalk of Thunder Calamity herb was enough to double Li Fuchen's qi blood source. It might be because Li Fuchen's qi blood source was originally rather weak, therefore, the improvement was much greater. After consolidating his qi blood source, Li Fuchen circulated the Dragon Elephant Body Forging chapter and started to absorb the spirit qi from the peak grade spirit stone. A trace of a wisp of spirit qi is transformed into the strength of dragon form, and Li Fuchen's body strength and body structure are constantly improved and optimized. Crackle. There is a faint cracking sound as Li Fuchen's body refinement cultivation had progressed to the subcompletion level of primary sea realm. A valiant qi blood wave spread out. It was accompanied by an extremely terrifying vitality magnetic field. The human body was originally a small magnetic field. The more vigorous the qi blood, the stronger the magnetic field. It was said that after the body refinement cultivation reached the saint's realm, the vitality magnetic field would be able to contest with the world's magnetic field. By then, the body would be considered a small world. Li Fuchen stayed in the inn for 7 consecutive days. 7 days later, Li Fuchen's body refinement cultivation had finally reached the completion level of primary sea realm. In terms of body refinement rank, he was already comparable with Shang Wanyu. Of course, Shang Wanyu cultivated an Earth-class peak-tier cultivation technique, while he cultivated an Earth-class high-tier cultivation technique. Their body refinement strength was still very different. Apart from that, the completion level of primary sea realm was the limit of the Dragon Elephant Body Forging chapter. In normal situations, Earth-class mid-tier body refinement techniques could allow a person to cultivate to the initial level of primary sea realm. Earth-class high-tier body refinement techniques could allow a person to cultivate to the completion level of primary sea realm. Earth-class peak-tier body refinement techniques could allow a person to cultivate to the initial level of law phase realm. Heaven-class low-tier body refinement techniques could allow a person to cultivate to the completion level of law phase realm. So on and so forth. If Li Fuchen wanted to continue to increase his body refinement cultivation, he had to find a body refinement technique of a higher grade. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to progress further. Back at the door of Mystic Martial Hidden Domain, I obtained the Dragon Elephant Body Forging chapter. In the Door of Heaven, I obtained an imprint of heaven. I wonder what kind of martial art this imprint of heaven is. Li Fuchen raised his left hand and tried hard to find traces. Perhaps because his body refinement had reached the completion level of primary sea realm, Li Fuchen could sense a trace of horrific qi blood wave at the Laogong acupoint in the depths of his left hand. After pondering for a moment, Li Fuchen poured his qi blood and qi power into the Laogong acupoint in the depths of his left hand. Finally, Li Fuchen saw the interior of the Laogong acupoint. The interior of the Laogong acupoint was a blood-colored world, and in this blood-colored world, there was a floating golden palm. The golden palm's prowess was as unfathomable as the heaven Tao. Li Fuchen felt as though he could see the golden palm sinking the continent with a single palm and crushing the stars with a single grasp. It was no longer enough to describe the golden palm's prowess. It should be described as overturning the world, dimming the sun and moon, and reversing the heaven and earth. In the next moment, a stream of information surged into Li Fuchen's mind. The hand of God is what I rely on to dominate the universe. Countless saints have died to this hand. Therefore, it is also known as the hand of devil. Be it the hand of God or the hand of devil, they are both means to reach a higher level. It is a pity that the heavens don't accept me. In the face of a great calamity, everything is empty and I am unable to turn the hand of God into the true hand of God. The true hand of God is able to control one's own fate and sever the river of fate. Fated person, fight to control your own fate. The voice echoed in Li Fuchen's mind. Li Fuchen reckoned that the owner of the voice should be the absolute saint that created the hand of God. But this absolute saint was already dead, and only left behind the hand of God's inheritance. But what did the voice mean by a higher level? Could it be that there was a higher level above saints? Shaking his head, Li Fuchen's mind appeared with information regarding the hand of God's inheritance. Hand of God, heaven-class peak-tier body refinement art. It is separated into a total of 7 ranks. The first rank is the hand of blood, the second rank is the hand of force, the third rank is the hand of star, the fourth rank is the hand of moon, the fifth rank is the hand of sun, the sixth rank is the hand of calamity, the seventh rank is the hand of God. After reading through it, Li Fuchen couldn't help but take a deep breath. The hand of God was much stronger than he imagined. The first rank hand of blood and the second rank hand of force were already comparable with heaven-class mid-tier body refinement arts. The third, fourth, and fifth ranks corresponded to heaven-class high-tier body refinement arts. The sixth rank corresponded to heaven-class peak-tier body refinement arts. As for the seventh rank, it was just a concept. Once the seventh rank was cultivated, one would truly be able to overturn the clouds and rain with a single hand. Normally speaking, a mid-tier heaven-tier body refinement art would be comparable to a high-tier heaven-tier true chi martial art. A high-tier heaven-tier body refinement art would be comparable to a peak-tier heaven-tier true chi martial art. From this, one could very well imagine how powerful the god's hand was. I shall cultivate the first rank hand of blood first. Originally, without the hand of God's inheritance, Li Fuchen was planning to create a heaven-class low-tier body refinement art. He believed that, with his perception, it wouldn't be too difficult. But now that he had the hand of God's inheritance, he didn't need to create a body refinement art anymore. As time elapsed, a group of uninvited guests arrived at the Eastern Guest Town. Young Master, I obtained information that he is staying at the East Arrival Inn. Beside Wang Yuan, one of the high-level monarchs spoke with respect. Set up the formation and surround the East Arrival Inn. Wang Yuan had a sinister expression. Being humiliated by Li Fuchen in public was the greatest humiliation of his life. No matter what, he had to kill Li Fuchen, otherwise he would have a psychological shadow for the rest of his life. Yes, 31 high-level monarchs soared into the sky and turned into a large halberd. The surging baleful chi had caused the entire Eastern Guest Town to be in a state of panic. The East Arrival Inn's innkeeper, the staff, and the guests had all escaped from the inn. Wang Yuan didn't bother about them. The Eastern Guest Town was a major town after all, and killing Li Fuchen was already against the rules. If they killed the innocent, it would definitely be used against them. In the center of the town, Mayor Song Pan and Deputy Mayor Li Bin were looking at the East Arrival Inn from afar. Mayor, should we stop them? Let them fight outside the town. Li Bin hesitated. Song Pan glared at Li Bin and said, "You may wish to die, but I don't. This is a prodigy descendant of the Wang clan. If we offend him, our 9 clans will be eradicated." The Wang clan was one of the 8 great emperor-class clans, and the clan head was one of the sole emperor's followers. If they violated the rules in the Eastern Guest Town, even if they violated the rules in the prefecture city, they would at most be punished, and it wouldn't be a big deal. Wang Yuan shot out with lightning speed and merged into the Wang halberd battle formation. He yelled out, "Little bastard, come out and accept your death." When he arrived at the Eastern Guest Town, he had already treated Li Fuchen as a dead man. The Wang halberd battle formation, formed by 32 high-level monarchs, was able to contest with combat emperors. Wang Yuan was a low-class combat emperor, and with the power of the battle formation, he would be a pinnacle existence even among the high-class combat emperors. He was confident he could defeat even the 4 young masters. "Do you wish to die so much?" A clear and cold voice echoed. "Kill." After making sure Li Fuchen was inside, Wang Yuan raised his halberd high and cleaved down forcefully. In a split moment, the entire place turned dark. The baleful chi was like a dark demon dragon that blasted at the East Arrival Inn along with a halberd shadow. If this halberd attack landed, it was enough to erase the East Arrival Inn from the world, including Li Fuchen inside. "You are the one who wishes to die. Don't blame me." Rumble. Before the shadow of the great halberd could strike the East Arrival Inn, the inn suddenly shattered. Bloodlight burst out, and a huge blood-red hand that covered the sky soared into the sky. It grabbed the Wang halberd battle formation that Wang Yuan was in as if it was grabbing a bird. With a puffed, blood splattered. Chapter 640. What? Mayor Song Pan and Deputy Mayor Li Bin were flabbergasted. They knew clearly how powerful the Wang clan's Wang halberd battle formation was. It was formed by 32 high-level monarchs, and apart from peak-class combat emperors, no one would be able to match it. But this scene had completely stunned them. What kind of strength was required to crush the Wang halberd battle formation with ease? Li Bin looked at Song Pan, while Song Pan shook his head and said, "We can't afford to offend this person. After he leaves, we will report." What a joke! How could they afford to offend someone who could crush the Wang halberd battle formation? The martial artists in the vicinity of the East Arrival were also shocked. They had never seen such a horrific scene. Those were 32 high-level monarchs, and each of them was an existence that they had to look up to. In the end, they were crushed into a blood mist. In the ruins, Li Fuqin placed his right hand behind his back and slowly withdrew his left hand. In just half a month, he had successfully cultivated the first rank of the Hand of God, the Hand of Blood. The Hand of Blood had power that was comparable with heaven-class mid-tier body refinement art. Its lethality was countless times stronger than Shang Wan Yu's 5 forms Emperor Fist. Apart from that, Shang Wan Yu had yet to cultivate the 5 forms Emperor Fist to the extremity, but Li Fuqin had already cultivated the Hand of Blood to the extremity, causing the difference between the two to be even greater. However, only Li Fuqin could cultivate the Hand of Blood to the extremity in such a short period of time. If it was anyone else, it would be difficult to cultivate a heaven-class low-tier body refinement art to the extremity. With the Hand of God, the Dragon Elephant Body Forging chapter is already useless. After letting out a turbid breath, Li Fuqin thought to himself, the Hand of God might be a body refinement art, but it was also a body refinement cultivation technique. To be more precise, the Hand of God wasn't divided into cultivation techniques and martial arts. It was more appropriate to describe it as a chi power technique. In just half a month, Li Fuqin's Dragon Elephant power had been converted into the Hand of Blood's chi power. It meant that he could cultivate the Hand of Blood's chi power to the perfection level of Primary Sea Realm, Law Phase Realm, or even the Saints level. However, with his current chi blood source, he was still unable to increase his body refinement to the perfection level of Primary Sea Realm. This was mainly because the Hand of Blood's vital energy was stronger and more tyrannical than the Dragon Elephant's energy. It was difficult for the body to bear more of the Hand of Blood's vital energy. It was fortunate that the Hand of Blood's chi power was far more effective in strengthening the chi blood source than the Dragon Elephant power. After all, the two were 3 levels apart. Li Fuqin reckoned that he would be able to progress to the perfection level of Primary Sea Realm in a short period of time. The world is unpredictable. I originally thought that my Zhen Qi cultivation would always be ahead of my body refining cultivation, but now my body refining cultivation has left me in the dust. The Hand of Blood was too valiant, so valiant that Li Fuqin could no longer estimate his own ability. He had only used 20 to 30% of his strength in that blood hand. After killing Wang Yuan and the 32 high-level monarchs, Li Fuqin didn't dare to stay any longer. He packed up and quickly left the eastern guest town. At the same time, Mayor Song Pan sent a message to the Wang clan. Wang family. My son, Wang Yuan's mother, Lu Yun, blacked out and wailed. Wang Yuan was her only son. His innate potential might not be top 3 in the Wang clan, but it was still possible for him to step into the Law Phase realm in 1 or 2 centuries. Most importantly, she and her husband were already high-level Primary Sea Realm cultivators. It was unknown when they could have another child. Now that Wang Yuan was dead, she felt that there was no more hope. You kill my son and sever my bloodline. I will not live under the same sky with you. Wang Yuan's father, Wang Ke's eyes were blood red as he gritted his teeth. We must not spare him. Husband, go ask the clan head to make a move. Lu Yun yelled out in a frenzy. Clan head. After hearing the term clan head, Wang hesitated. The clan head was at the 5th level of Law Phase realm, and it was naturally easy for him to pursue a prodigy that wasn't even at the Law Phase realm. But the clan head had a myriad of affairs to attend to and had to cultivate. Why would he make a big fuss over Wang Yuan's death? Unless the #1 prodigy of the Wang clan was dead. Lu Yun, we cannot ask the clan head for this matter, but we can ask the clan elders to make a move. The Wang clan had a total of 3 Law Phase realm emperors. One of them was the clan head, while the other 2 were the Wang clan elders. Of the 2 clan elders, the older one was over 1,500 years old, while the younger one was over 400 years old. Lu Yun was planning to ask the latter to make a move, and it just so happened that the latter had a rather close relationship with his lineage. There should be hope to ask the clan head. Wang clan's important place, Purple Sunset Inn. Clan elder, please uphold justice for my son. Wang knelt outside the Purple Sunset Inn and spoke loudly. The Purple Sunset Inn might be an inn, but it was actually a manor. Outside the Purple Sunset Inn, there were 2 low-level primary sea realm guards standing guard. It is Wang Ke. I heard that his son, Wang Yuan, was killed. Who is so audacious to kill our Wang clan's clansman? I wonder if the clan elder will make a move. It has been many years since the clan elder made a move. As the guards were discussing, there was a voice that was filled with deterrence that echoed from inside the Purple Sunset Inn. Let him in. Wang Ke stood up and entered the Purple Sunset Inn. After arriving at the Grand Hall of the Purple Sunset Inn, Wang Ke saw one of the Wang clan's elders, the youngest Law Phase realm emperor, the Purple Sunset Martial Emperor. The Purple Sunset Martial Emperor looked to be over 30 years old and was obviously a youth. However, his eyes had a terrifying purple intent. Wang Ke took a glance and was shocked. He quickly lowered his head. What happened to Wang Yuan, that kid? The Purple Sunset Martial Emperor asked. Wang Ke said with grief, "My son has been killed." He told the Purple Sunset Martial Emperor everything he knew. The Purple Sunset Martial Emperor stayed silent for a moment. Forget it. It has been a long time since I exercised. I have carried that kid, Wang Yuan, back then. I will capture the murderer and let you deal with him. Thank you, clan elder. Wang Ke was very excited. In the blink of an eye, 1 week had passed. Li Fuchen had already left the Void City's territory. I have already reached the extremity of the Hand of Blood. It is time to comprehend the 2nd stage, the Hand of Force. The Hand of Force contains the purest force law. There might be thousands of force laws, but if you trace back to the source, all the force laws are essentially the same. The Hand of Force comprehends the purest force law. On a stretch of wilderness, Li Fuchen was hurrying along while thinking about it. There were thousands of force laws, and the Hand of God contained plenty of force laws. The 1st stage, the Hand of Blood, contained the Qi Blood Law. The Qi Blood Law could allow the same amount of Qi blood to burst out with more lethal power. The 2nd stage, the Hand of Force, contained the purest force law. The 3rd to 5th stage contained the even higher level of gravity law. As for the 6th stage, it contained the more profound law. This stage's law was called the Collapse Law. It could cause everything to collapse, even the void. It was unknown why, but Li Fuchen felt that the 6th stage was very similar to the Mortal Calamity. Perhaps the 9 Calamity, Divine Fist, and the Hand of God were related. When he had the time, Li Fuchen was planning to compare the Mortal Calamity and the Hand of God. The most profound 7th stage was to return to the natural state and return to the 2nd stage, the Hand of Force. It would push the Hand of Force to the same level as the Great Tao. When the Force Law reached the extremity, it was enough to affect everything. Because the world's operation required the Force Law to lead. Without force, the world wouldn't be able to operate. It could be said that the Force Law penetrated through everything. Almost every law had the shadow of the Force Law. Chapter 641. In the wilderness, Li Fuchen's speed wasn't fast and was around the same as regular primary sea realm monarchs. With such a moderate speed, even if Li Fuchen flew for 10 or 100 years, his qi wouldn't be depleted. When a martial artist reached the later stages of cultivation, even if they didn't circulate their cultivation technique, their qi would automatically circulate. When flying at a low speed, the consumption of qi and the replenishment of qi would be almost the same. In the depths of the wilderness, there was a dense fog. "Come out." Li Fuchen suddenly stopped, and his eyes turned sharp. "No wonder you are an elite prodigy. I wonder if you're interested in joining our clan of darkness?" In the dense fog, 7 blurry shadows appeared. The leader spoke with an ethereal voice. "Clan of Darkness, the number 1 dark faction in the Emperor Sky continent, huh?" Li Fuchen had heard of this faction. If the 7 major Emperor-class factions controlled the Emperor Sky continent, then the Clan of Darkness controlled the dark side of the Emperor Sky continent. In terms of strength, the Clan of Darkness wasn't inferior to any of the major Emperor-class factions. "That's right," the leader nodded and said, "If you're willing to join the Clan of Darkness, your future status will definitely be above mine." "What if I am not willing?" Li Fuchen asked in return. "Then it won't be easy. You have too many secrets, and our Clan of Darkness is very interested." In the beginning, they were only entrusted by the county protector, Lin Tianyang, to capture Li Fuchen. But as they understood more about Li Fuchen, they were certain that Li Fuchen must have a great secret. One of the elders from the Clan of Darkness had already stated that Li Fuchen must be brought back to the Clan of Darkness. "Come then." Li Fuchen stood with his hands behind his back and said indifferently, "Form a formation." The leader didn't waste any time and waved his hand. 6 shadows soared into the sky, and with a flash, the leader merged into the 6 shadows. Immediately after, a giant black scorpion appeared in Li Fuchen's vision. Battle formation. Scorpion of Darkness. The Scorpion of Darkness might only be a 7-man battle formation, but the power of the battle formation didn't just depend on the number of people, it also depended on the grade of the battle formation. A battle formation with more people would definitely have a higher grade, but a battle formation with fewer people might not have a lower grade. On the contrary, a battle formation with fewer people would have a higher requirement for the person who set up the battle formation, as it was too profound. As for the less profound ones, they were usually called joint attack techniques. The Scorpion of Darkness was extremely fast. In a flash, it was already behind Li Fuchen. It was so fast, as though it teleported. Your strength should be at the level of a high-class combat emperor. Unfortunately, the Dark Scorpion battle formation that the 7 of us set up has the strength of a peak-class combat emperor. The leader of the Black Shadows sounded confident. The 7 of them weren't regular high-level monarchs. Apart from him, the rest of them were high-class half-emperors or even peak-class half-emperors. His strength was at the level of a mid-class combat emperor, and with the enhancement of the Scorpion of Darkness battle formation, his strength was extremely close to a peak-class combat emperor. "It seems like you haven't heard about my recent situation," Li Fuchen said. If one understood his recent situation, they would know that he was able to eliminate Wang Yuan's 32 men in a single move. His strength wasn't at the level of a high-class combat emperor. "What?" The leader of the Black Shadows was puzzled. Soon enough, the doubts were cleared, and the Scorpion of Darkness thrust its long tail at Li Fuchen. Even though this tail was illusory, it contained paralysis laws, and this was the Dark Scorpion's battle formation technique, Dark Night Thorn. Li Fuchen didn't dodge and didn't seem to be able to react. Clang! There was a burst of resplendent, blood-colored sparks in the air. A visible layer of blood-colored chi power barrier had enveloped Li Fuchen. The Scorpion of Darkness, Thorn of Darkness, wasn't able to break through the chi power barrier. Impossible. Inside the Scorpion of Darkness, there were a few shocked voices. Too weak. Li Fuchen shook his head. The enemy's battle formation's attack power was indeed very powerful and probably wasn't inferior to his chi cultivation strength. But Li Fuchen's body refinement strength was stronger, and he didn't even need to make a move. Just the hand of Blood's chi power was enough to block the attack with ease. There is an error in the information. Retreat. The leader of the Black Shadows was very decisive and activated the battle formation's Dark Night Divine Walk. The Scorpion of Darkness instantly teleported far away and was about to vanish. "Since you are here, why are you leaving so quickly?" From a distance, Li Fuchen reached out his left hand and clenched the air. Huff! A blood-colored hand caught up to the Scorpion of Darkness at an indescribable speed before it closed and clenched. PFFF. Blood burst out. After withdrawing his left hand, Li Fuchen suddenly felt something wasn't right. His body flashed and instantly vanished. Rumble. The ground burst open and the heaven and earth law was in a momentary chaos. Law Fei's Realm Emperor. Not far away, Li Fuchen had a grave expression. Such fast speed. It seems like everyone has underestimated you. A stalwart figure had appeared in the sky out of nowhere. The Wang clan truly thinks highly of me. They actually sent a Law Fei's Realm Emperor to pursue me. Li Fuchen didn't escape, as he knew it was useless to escape. I'm the Purple Sunset Martial Emperor. Surrender yourself. I don't wish to waste time. The Purple Sunset Martial Emperor might have an indifferent expression, but he was actually extremely shocked. When did a primary sea realm monarch have such strength? In his opinion, Li Fuchen's combat strength was already at the level of a peak-class combat emperor and was enough to contest with weaker Law Fei's realm emperors. Furthermore, Li Fuchen was a peak-class combat emperor and was different from the other peak-class combat emperors. The other peak-class combat emperors relied on their divine abilities to reach this stage. Li Fuchen relied on his regular strength to reach the level of a peak-class combat emperor. In other words, Li Fuchen's endurance and combat methods were much more formidable than the other peak-class combat emperors. This child must have a great secret. The Purple Sunset Martial Emperor's eyes narrowed and were flickering with traces of blazing radiance. Do you think it is possible? Li Fuchen sized up the Purple Sunset Martial Emperor carefully. The Purple Sunset Martial Emperor's body was emitting a layer of faint purple intent, and this faint purple intent gave Li Fuchen an extremely dangerous feeling. Li Fuchen knew clearly that this purple intent was the Purple Sunset Martial Emperor's Emperor Qi. Monarch Qi had already fused technique, intent, and Qi to a certain level. Emperor Qi had fused technique, intent, and Qi to a higher degree, and in terms of quality, they were worlds apart. A wisp of Emperor Qi was enough to strangle a regular primary sea realm monarch's Qi. This wasn't an alarmist statement. The Purple Sunset Martial Emperor mocked. It seems like you don't understand Law Fei's realm emperors well enough. A peak-class combat emperor might be able to contest with weaker Law Fei's realm emperors, but it is impossible to defeat them. They would only be able to contest a few moves at most. I'm not that kind of emperor. While speaking, the Purple Sunset Martial Emperor's body burst out with pale purple Qi and rushed at Li Fuchen. There were circles of ripples in the void. This was the phenomenon of heaven and earth laws being distorted. On the ground, the layers of the ground were rupturing like raging waves. The Purple Sunset Martial Emperor's Qi burst out was enough to give people a misconception that it was the end of the world. Such power! Li Fuchen had a slight change in expression as he slammed his palm at the incoming Qi. Rumble! The giant blood hand clashed with the pale purple Qi and caused a world-shaking sound. It was as if a giant mountain had collided with the ocean. Ultimately, the giant blood hand and the pale purple Qi had both crumbled. The Purple Sunset Martial Emperor was surprised. Interesting. It is actually able to block my Qi. His Qi contained the Purple Sunset technique intent, and it was extremely tyrannical. There were many shadows of laws, and when his Qi burst out, not even a peak-class combat emperor would be a match. After all, he was at the second level of Law Fei's realm. Since that is the case, receive my Purple Sunset Divine Palm. The Purple Sunset Martial Emperor executed a palm strike. Layers of purple sunset covered the sky and surged at Li Fuchen. Open! Li Fuchen pushed the hand of blood to the limits and used his palm as a saber to cleave at the Purple Sunset Martial Emperor. Bang boom! The Purple Sunset Martial Emperor's Purple Sunset palm force was much tougher than Li Fuchen imagined. His hand of blood felt as though it was a ball of cotton and couldn't withstand the force. Immediately after, boundless power surged over. Li Fuchen felt a sweetness in his throat as he was sent flying. Trying to escape, the Purple Sunset Martial Emperor's originally calm expression suddenly changed and was immediately enraged. In his vision, Li Fuchen, who was sent flying, had turned into a flash of flame and vanished. When he reappeared, He was already at the horizon. It was obviously a fire-shifting technique. Even the purple sunset martial emperor didn't possess any shifting technique. The purple sunset martial emperor pushed his chi to the limits and scattered the purple sunset. The purple sunset martial emperor turned into a purple light and chased after Li Fuchen in a frenzy. The purple sunset martial emperor was a second-level emperor after all, and his speed was unimaginably fast. In the eyes of a regular person, the purple sunset martial emperor's movement speed was no different from instant shift. Of course, only the purple sunset martial emperor knew that he was purely fast. Li Fuchen's speed was similar to instant shift. After slowly approaching Li Fuchen, the purple sunset martial emperor decided that after capturing Li Fuchen, he would interrogate Li Fuchen and dig out Li Fuchen's secrets before handing them over to Wang Ke. At the thought of this, the purple sunset martial emperor circulated his chi and activated his emperor willpower. He made the chi in heaven and earth give way to him and assist him. In a state that was close to instant shift, Li Fuchen felt the entire world turning blurry. Everything had turned into a scale and a coordinate. Behind him, a bundle of purple light was rapidly approaching. Li Fuchen knew clearly that it was the purple sunset martial emperor. The purple sunset martial emperor was a law-phase realm emperor, after all. How could his speed be slower than Li Fuchen? Seeing that the purple sunset martial emperor was about to catch up, Li Fuchen took a deep breath and forced himself to enter the ethereal state. In the face of extreme danger, Li Fuchen hoped that his flash fire divine technique could break through. Otherwise, what awaited him was death. Li Fuchen didn't know that his spirit soul was currently emitting resplendent purple radiance. Countless light spots were being born and extinguished in his mind. Countless purple electric currents were scurrying in his mind. This was a phenomenon that would only occur when one's thoughts were circulating to the limits. Unknowingly, Li Fuchen felt the world becoming clearer. This clarity wasn't clarity in all aspects, it was clarity in a certain aspect. At this moment, Li Fuchen arrived at the world of flames. In the world, it was filled with fire Dao Qi. "Little fellow, I have caught up to you." Behind him, the purple sunset martial emperor was only a few dozen miles away from Li Fuchen. This distance wasn't even considered a distance for a law-phase realm emperor and was just a single step away. Blaze. Chapter 642. As long as there was fire Dao energy and the flash fire divine walk intent, Li Fuchen would be able to reach there in an instant. Every time Li Fuchen moved, he would be able to travel over 100 miles. There might be a slight gap in between, but it was 10 times better than traveling painstakingly. Instant shift. The purple sunset martial emperor had an unpleasant expression. Instant shift was the highest rank of shifting techniques. Once one was able to instant shift, it would have a completely different meaning. At the law phase realm, high-level emperors were much stronger than low-level emperors. They would basically be able to defeat or kill the high-level emperors in a few moves. But if the high-level emperors grasped instant shift, the high-level emperors wouldn't be able to do anything to them. Furthermore, the gap between the purple sunset martial emperor and Li Fuchen wasn't that huge. There were only a few methods to deal with people that could instant shift: setting up an array in advance to trap the enemy, or reaching an extremely high level of law comprehension to prevent the enemy from executing shifting techniques. Seeing that Li Fuchen was already a few hundred miles away, the purple sunset martial emperor burst out with a yell. Void extinguishing hand. When he executed a palm strike, a translucent palm that was glowing with a faint purple intent flew at Li Fuchen. The translucent palm got bigger as it got closer to Li Fuchen. At the end, it had already covered the entire place and occupied the entire place. The most terrifying thing was that this palm seemed to contain a trace of void law and had the effect of confinement. For a law-phase realm emperor to use a martial art that contained void law to deal with a primary C realm monarch, it was like killing a chicken with a butcher's knife. However, the purple sunset martial emperor used it. Void extinguishing hand, heaven class mid-tier palm art. At a distance of a few hundred miles, the Purple Sunset Martial Emperor wouldn't be able to deal with Li Fuchen if he used a heaven-class low-tier martial art. Therefore, the Purple Sunset Martial Emperor had no choice but to execute the Wang clan's ultimate technique. Void Extinguishing Hand. With a distance of a few hundred miles, he wasn't afraid of killing Li Fuchen. He would at most severely injure Li Fuchen. Of course, the prerequisite was to hit Li Fuchen. Swish! Li Fuchen was originally instant shifting forward, but when the Void Extinguishing Hand arrived, Li Fuchen changed his direction. Rumble. The ground where Li Fuchen was fleeing had collapsed like a black hole. The horrific Qi presence had caused the heaven and earth law to be in a mess. Li Fuchen was certain that if he was in that region, he wouldn't be able to instant shift. Every time the Purple Sunset Martial Emperor executed the Void Extinguishing Hand, Li Fuchen would change his direction. As such, the distance between them might not increase drastically, but it had increased from a few hundred miles to 1,000 miles. At a distance of 1,000 miles, the Void Annihilation Palm would no longer have any power. Of course, this was only in comparison. If Li Fuchen was a regular combat emperor, the Purple Sunset Martial Emperor would be able to kill the combat emperor from 1,000 miles away. The Purple Sunset Martial Emperor no longer gave chase. Although his spiritual sense could cover an area of several tens of thousands of miles, he couldn't catch up to them. If he couldn't hit them, they would escape sooner or later. The Purple Sunset Martial Emperor sent out a few spiritual sense attacks in vain. Seeing that there was no response, the Purple Sunset Martial Emperor stopped with a gloomy face. He regretted it. If he had known this would happen, he would have gone all out from the start. He still had a lot of tricks that he hadn't used yet, such as controlling the force of nature. However, he didn't expect for Li Fuchen to be so difficult to deal with. Li Fuchen was actually able to escape from a second-level emperor. I hope your luck is always this good. The Purple Sunset Martial Emperor turned around and left. The ancient, desolate mountains was the largest mountain range in the Soul Sky Empire and also one of the top 10 mountain ranges in the Emperor Sky Continent. As this mountain range was too dangerous, it wasn't occupied by any faction. It was said that in the core of the ancient, desolate mountains, there were several demonic beast rulers and demon rulers. The ancient, desolate mountains were massive and spanned across tens of millions of miles. At the border, Li Fuchen stopped to catch his breath. Executing the instant shift consumed too much qi in his mind. With Li Fuchen's capability, he wasn't able to execute instant shift for a long period of time. I shall go into seclusion here for a few days first. Li Fuchen looked around and found a mountain peak that was suitable for seclusion. Li Fuchen's body refinement was far from reaching the bottleneck and was constantly improving. He had a premonition that in just a few more days, his body refinement would be able to reach the perfection level of primary sea realm. Rumble. A mountain peak collapsed, and a petite white fox fell to the ground while its body was covered in blood. The white fox was the size of a domestic dog and had 2 tails. One of the tails was emitting the Qi presence of the Wind Tao Law, while the other tail was emitting the Qi presence of the Ice Tao Law. White Fox Monarch, don't resist anymore. Being my great king's concubine is the blessing of 10 lifetimes. Why do you have to refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit? A demonic wind was wreaking havoc while a massive figure was floating in the clouds. It was a rhinoceros demonic beast, and from the intensity of its demonic qi, it was at least a demonic beast ruler. If you want me, White Fox Monarch, to be your great king's concubine, I might as well die. The white fox spat and reprimanded delicately. I don't dare to let you die, otherwise my great king will skin me alive. The rhinoceros demonic king descended from the sky and stood on top of the mountain. As his body was over 12 miles in size, the mountain beneath his feet was just like a small mound and wasn't as big as him. Rhinoceros King, I'm going to fight it out with you. The white fox's 2 tails spun and blasted layers of whirlwinds and ice shuttles at the Rhinoceros King. Cling, cling, clang, clang. The Rhinoceros King had coarse skin and thick flesh. When the whirlwinds blew, it was just like a breeze. When the ice shuttle struck, they didn't even leave a mark. White Fox Monarch, I might not be able to kill you, but I can still make you suffer a little. The rhinoceros king stomped on the mountain with his front hooves. Rumble. The ground around the white fox suddenly swelled up as thick and sharp rock spikes broke out from the ground and instantly pierced towards the white fox. The white fox waved her sharp claws and clawed at the rock spikes. But there were too many rock spikes, and they were extremely hard. They were emitting the aura of Earth Tao laws. PFFF. The white fox vomited blood and was sent flying by a rock spike. More blood stains appeared on her body. Sorry, I was too heavy-handed. The rhinoceros king chuckled. The white fox monarch was only a peak-grade demonic beast king and was far weaker than him. If he didn't hold back, the white fox monarch would have died more than 10 times. Trying to escape, the rhinoceros king glared as he saw the white fox turning into a white light and shooting into the distance. Law embodiment of heaven and earth. The rhinoceros king burst out with a roar. His body that was over a dozen miles in size suddenly expanded to a few hundred miles. He was even larger than the black flood dragon demonic ruler that Li Fuchen saw on the seven-color continent. The rhinoceros king's body reached a length of several hundred miles. It only took one step forward to catch up to the white fox. It opened its mouth and blew, and a fishy wind sent the white fox rolling on the ground. The mountain peak in front of the white fox that was several thousand meters tall was directly blown away, revealing its interior. There's someone. The rhinoceros king's voice was like thunder. Li Fuchen opened his eyes and saw a massive creature appearing in front of him. This massive creature had an eye that was the size of a lake. The horn on the bridge of its nose was several times bigger than the mountain peak that Li Fuchen was on. Human monarch, you actually dare to come to the ancient desolate mountains. Don't you know that the ancient desolate mountains is a forbidden ground for humans? Forget it. It has been a long time since I ate a human monarch. It is just the right time to have a feast. The rhinoceros king's eyes revealed a greedy expression. Disturbing my cultivation, your death isn't enough. Li Fuchen couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense with the rhinoceros king. He extended his left hand, and a giant blood hand grew larger. Finally, it was a few hundred miles in size and slammed the rhinoceros king onto the ground. My lord, please spare my life. My king is the blood toad king. Killing me will not do you any good. The rhinoceros king's body rapidly shrunk while the giant blood hand shrunk as well. But it was still slightly bigger than the rhinoceros king. Li Fuchen didn't move and clenched his left hand in the air to turn the rhinoceros king into a pile of blood. The rhinoceros king's essence blood was transferred into Li Fuchen's body through the giant blood hand, allowing Li Fuchen's body refinement to increase significantly. The hand of blood is able to directly absorb the essence blood of the creatures it kills to strengthen the hand of blood's chi power. No wonder the hand of God is also known as the hand of devil. Li Fuchen could feel that the essence blood absorbed by the hand of blood was very pure and didn't have any trace of demonic chi or baleful chi. It wasn't like the past where consuming essence blood would have severe repercussions. At the foot of the mountain, the white fox was already stunned. In her opinion, the rhinoceros king was definitely an extremely powerful existence, and within the radius of 10,000 miles, he was at least top 10. He was one of the few experts under the Blood Toad King, but he was killed by Li Fuchen with a flip of his palm. This young lady thanks young master for saving my life. The white fox bowed to Li Fuchen. When Li Fuchen saw her expression, he let out a smile and said, "You may leave. I still want to continue cultivating." The white fox left, but she still had a group of clansmen back at home, and she mustn't let the Blood Toad King harm them. The rhinoceros king's essence blood was very abundant, and after being purified by the hand of blood, it was of great help to Li Fuchen's body refinement. In just a few days, Li Fuchen finally reached the perfection level of primary sea realm. For a moment, the horrific vitality magnetic field had caused the surrounding magnetic field to be in chaos. Countless rocks were suspended in the air, and even some of the short mountains were uprooted. This is truly a terrifying body refinement technique. Li Fuchen extended his spiritual awareness into the minute details and could see that the hand of blood chi power was formed by blood hand runes. Each blood hand rune was formed by countless tiny blood hands, and each blood hand was formed by countless blood color granules. They were all interconnected and had touched upon the ultimate body refinement's mystical secret. The hand of God, the hand of blood, is the foundation. The hand of force is the essence. The rest should be the advanced usage, just like the difference between Qi and martial arts. Li Fuqin said to himself, "Young master, please save my clansmen." On this day, the white fox came again and knelt on the ground. "Why should I save your clansmen?" Li Fuqin asked. "This young lady is willing to offer a 1,000-year rootless flower." The white fox was holding a transparent flower with both hands, and it was none other than the rootless flower. "All right, lead the way then." Li Fuqin kept the 1,000-year rootless flower. A 1,000-year rootless flower was worth a few million mid-grade spirit stones on the outside, and it was definitely very precious. Along the way, Li Fuqin found out that the White Fox's clansmen had been captured by the Blood Toad King's subordinates and brought to the Blood Toad Mountain. As for the Blood Toad King, its body contained the demonic beast ruler's bloodline and even a trace of demonic beast overlord's bloodline, making it extremely powerful. In just half a day, the human and fox arrived at the vicinity of the Blood Toad Mountain. The Blood Toad Mountain was a blood-colored mountain that was over 100,000 meters in height. The mountain was emitting a bizarre, mighty power and a vast, desolate Qi presence, causing Li Fuqin's heart to shiver. If he didn't guess it wrongly, this Blood Toad Mountain should be a mystical mountain. Chapter 643. Blood Toad Mountain, Blood Toad Cave Mansion. Blood Toad King, you will face a bloody calamity today. Quickly release me and the others, and you will still have a chance to live. In the cave, a group of white foxes knelt there. The leading white fox's fur had almost all fallen off, and it looked old and feeble. The head of the cave abode was a burly man with blood-colored skin and a face full of pimples. He picked up the wine barrel and drank half of it in one gulp. His voice was like thunder as he said, "I have a bloody calamity? Haha, I'm a blood toad. I'm the only one who brings disaster to others." The old white fox shook its head, looking as if it had nothing to say. Rumble. The blood toad mountain trembled, rocks falling from the cave abode. "Your Majesty, this is bad. Someone is attacking." A demon general charged in. The Blood Toad King threw away the wine barrel in his hand and said angrily, "It's the Blue Snake King?" The demon general hurriedly shook his head. "King, it's not the Blue Snake King. It's a human king. He's extremely strong, and many demon kings have been slapped to death by him." The Blood Toad Mountain had a king and over 100 monster kings. Its power could be ranked in the top 3 within a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles. Ever since its development, it had never been attacked by anyone. Today could be said to be the first time. Hearing this, the Blood Toad King was enraged. "You're looking for death." Saying so, he rushed out of the cave. As soon as it charged out of the abode, the Blood Toad King returned to its original form. It was a blood-colored toad that was over 5 miles long. Its entire body was covered in lumps the size of a house, and it was extremely horrifying and hideous. Who was courting death? The Blood Toad King swept a glance and noticed Li Fuqin and the white fox. Rumble. The sky darkened. A huge blood hand descended from the sky and slammed onto the Blood Toad King's body. With a puff, the Blood Toad King that was insufferably arrogant instantly turned into a pool of blood. It couldn't be more dead. Even its demon spirit was destroyed. Blood Toad King died just like that. The two-tailed white fox blinked its eyes. "If you don't listen to your elders, you'll be at a disadvantage. No, you'll be courting death." The old white fox led a group of clansmen out of the cave and said while shaking its head, "Patriarch." When the white fox saw old white fox and the other members of the clan, she rushed forward happily. "Let's go." The ancient, desolate mountains was the demonic beast territory after all. Li Fuqin didn't wish to start a massacre and allowed the remaining demonic beast kings of the Blood Toad Mountain to escape. "Wait, young master." The white fox rushed into the Blood Toad Mountain. After 15 minutes, the white fox came out and carried a storage bag to Li Fuqin. "Young master, This is the heaven-class herb from the Blood Toad Mountain. It should be useful for you. Then I'll kindly accept it. Li Fuchen took the storage bag and saw that the white fox wanted to say something, but hesitated. Li Fuchen couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong?" The white fox said, "I only have this storage bag." Li Fuchen smiled dumbly and handed a high-grade storage pouch to the other party. "This storage pouch is better." "Thank you, young master." The white fox opened the storage bag and looked inside, and its eyes couldn't help but show joy. She had never left the ancient, desolate mountain range. She had picked up that storage bag. The storage space inside was very small, not even 1/100th of the storage bag. The White Fox clan's abode was underground. In the cave abode, filled with stalactites, the White Fox clansmen transformed one after another. The old White Fox was a doddering old lady. She was leaning on a walking stick and had a hunched back. From the looks of it, she was just over 1 meter tall. The two-tailed White Fox had transformed into an absolute beauty. Her facial features were exquisite and weren't inferior to Chi Junjun's. She had an additional charm that would make one's heart palpitate. The rest of the clansmen were also handsome men and beauties, but there were more females. The old White Fox said, "This old one is Hu Hongxiu, and I am the matriarch of this branch of the White Fox clan. When we are in the outside world, we have always been in the form of a white fox. We don't wish to cause any trouble." The White Fox clan had always been good-looking and were coveted by other demonic beasts. Li Fuchen nodded to express his understanding. "Young master, this one is Hu Ling." The White Fox bowed to Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen cupped his fist. "Young Master Li is a heavenly prodigy. It is rare to have such accomplishments at the age of 30 in the history of the Emperor Sky Continent." Hu Hongxiu sized up Li Fuchen with a pair of wise eyes and said slowly. Hearing this, Li Fuchen didn't mind. This old White Fox had a profound and vast chi presence and wasn't as simple as she looked. Li Fuchen could vaguely feel that the old White Fox wasn't in front of him anymore. She was in another world and at another point in time. Time law or spatial law, or both. Class 5 demonic beasts would normally awaken their innate abilities. The old White Fox's innate ability was probably related to time or spatial law. Matriarch, who is the one who doesn't reveal her true appearance. Even without me, your White Fox clan wouldn't be in any danger. Li Fuchen said. Hu Hongxiu shook her head and said, "This old one isn't adept at combat. I'm just slightly adept at some future observation techniques. Young master, save my White Fox clan. I am willing to observe the future for young master." She had already observed that someone was coming to save the White Fox clan. Therefore, she wasn't flustered at all. Li Fuchen raised his brows in response. To be honest, he wasn't interested in the future at all. If the future was already determined, then everything would be too boring. But he was rather interested in the innate ability to observe the future. All right, Li Fuchen nodded. The duo's conversation made Hu Ling and the other White Fox clansmen overflowing with interest. They had witnessed the matriarch's innate ability, and it was very mystical. Every time someone was about to venture out, the matriarch would observe the future for them, and it was very accurate. It was said that when the matriarch was young, she had even observed the future for a demonic beast ruler. Later on, the demonic beast ruler left the Emperor Sky Continent. If the demonic beast ruler didn't leave, the White Fox clan wouldn't be in its current state. But as long as the matriarch was around, they firmly believed that the White Fox clan would flourish. Young Master Li, relax. While speaking, Hu Hongxiu's eyes turned into crystal eyes. The crystal eyes were like a kaleidoscope and were releasing a ring of multicolored radiance that enveloped Li Fuchen. In normal situations, Li Fuchen's future would gradually appear in the multicolored radiance. The weaker Li Fuchen's cultivation, the more the future would be observed. The stronger the cultivation, the lesser the future would be observed. As long as Li Fuchen wasn't a saint, Hu Hongxiu was confident that she would be able to observe some scenes. Furthermore, Li Fuchen was only at the primary sea realm. But as time elapsed, Hu Hongxiu was rather flabbergasted. There was no movement in the multicolored radiance. Could the matriarch be too old? Hu Ling, cursed in her heart. Just as Hu Hongxiu was about to give up, a sword light that could traverse the universe appeared in the multicolored radiance. Immediately after, the multicolored radiance dispersed. PFFF. Hu Hongxiu vomited a mouthful of fresh blood and nearly fell to the ground. Matriarch Hu Ling quickly went over to support Hu Hongxiu. Hu Hongxiu's eyes revealed a trace of fear. Young master is a prodigy. This old one was too reckless. Earlier on, it looked like she had observed the sword light, but it was actually the owner of the sword light that sensed that someone was trying to observe him. That sword light was the gaze of the sword light's owner. The owner of the sword light was naturally Li Fuchen, but it was the future Li Fuchen. Hu Hongxiu found it hard to imagine how great Li Fuchen's future achievements would be. Back then, she had observed the future for that demonic beast ruler. His future was extremely terrifying as he was a demonic beast overlord, but she didn't see the future Li Fuchen observing him. Chapter 644. If I kill him now, does that mean he won't have the future? Hu Hongxiu had this thought. Of course, she didn't want to kill Li Fuchen. She was just doubting if the future she observed was accurate. Would the future change because of her observation? No, I am afraid I can't kill him. If I have the intention to kill, he won't appear in front of me. Or perhaps, even if I have the intention to kill and he is already in front of me, I still can't kill him. The future Li Fuchen was already so terrifying. How could the current Li Fuchen be so simple? She wasn't adept at combat, and it wasn't wrong to say that she was the weakest among the demonic beast rulers. She might not be able to kill Li Fuchen. The White Fox race's cavern had powerful magnetic force, and it was rather helpful for cultivation. Li Fuchen decided to stay here temporarily. Inside a cavern room, Li Fuchen took out the 1,000-year rootless flower and stuffed it into his mouth. It was like chewing wax, as the 1,000-year rootless flower didn't have any taste. However, the medicinal effects were very powerful and gushed towards the Dantian like a flood. Such powerful medicinal effects. Li Fuchen revealed a trace of astonishment. The 1,000-year rootless flower's medicinal effects were at least 5 times stronger than the 400-year rootless flower. Furthermore, it was purer and easier to absorb. After the 1,000-year rootless flower's medicinal effects were completely absorbed by the Dantian, Li Fuchen took out the Peak Great Spirit Stone and started to increase his qi cultivation. Without any obstructions, Li Fuchen arrived at the 7th level of Primary Sea Realm. Then it was the middle stage, late stage, peak stage. Initial stage, middle stage, late stage, and peak stage. A single 1,000-year rootless flower was enough to increase Li Fuchen's Dantian limit by 2 levels. If it was a 400-year rootless flower, even 10 or 20 stalks wouldn't be enough. It wasn't because the medicinal effects weren't enough, but because the medicinal effects weren't pure enough. The spirit qi in the Peak Great Spirit Stone has been depleted by 30%. Li Fuchen said to himself when sensing the spirit qi in the Peak Great Spirit Stone. A Peak Great Spirit Stone might be worth a few million high-grade Spirit Stones, but the amount of spirit qi wouldn't be as much as a few million high-grade Spirit Stones. At most, it would be pure. Of course, the reason why the spirit qi was depleted so quickly was mainly because Li Fuchen had increased his body refinement to the perfection level of Primary Sea Realm. Before this, when he cultivated the Dragon Elephant body tempering art, the consumption rate of resources was already very exaggerated. After cultivating God's hands, the consumption rate was even more exaggerated. But everything was worth it. Once the hand of blood's qi power reached the perfection level of Primary Sea Realm, a single wisp of qi power will be able to instantly kill a high-class combat emperor. To him, those below the law phase realm were no different from ants. Next up, Li Fuchen started to cultivate the 2nd rank of the Hand of God, the Hand of Force. The first level, Blood Hand, required one to comprehend the blood qi law. The 2nd level of the Hand of Force required one to comprehend the pure laws of force. It also meant to say that Li Fuchen needed to purify his own power law. He needed to separate the impure power law and leave behind the purest and most primitive power. Kacha! In his hand, a large iron hammer was crushed by Li Fuchen. This large hammer was a 2-star Earth-class peak-tier weapon. A low-level emperor would need to use their full strength to destroy it, but Li Fuchen used his hand force to crush it. Of course, it didn't mean that Li Fuchen's strength was formidable. It could only be said that Li Fuchen's strength was too pure and had immediately destroyed the structure of the hammer. The hand of force at the Mastery Realm is no weaker than the hand of blood at the Mastery Realm. Li Fuchen raised his palm and examined it carefully. God Hands, as the name implied, was mainly focused on the hands. Right now, Li Fuchen's hands were already comparable with heaven-class low-tier weapons. It also meant that even Law Phase Realm Emperors wouldn't be able to destroy these hands. Only great emperors would be able to destroy them. People of the White Fox clan, I, the Jade Toad King, am here. Hurry up and come out. On the surface, a green-skinned man with lumps all over his body roared. Behind him, hundreds of Demon Kings were on standby. The Jade Toad King had a trace of the Jasper Sage Toad's bloodline and was much stronger than the Blood Toad King. If it was compared to the humans, it would be a peak-class combat emperor. He and the Blood Toad King were sworn brothers. After learning of the Blood Toad King's tragic death, he immediately came to take revenge. I'll give you 10 breaths of time. If you don't hand over the murderer, I'll slaughter your entire White Fox clan. The Jade Toad King said coldly. In the White Fox Cave, Hu Hongxiu and the other White Foxes gathered together. Hu Hongxiu was calm as she picked up the teacup and took a sip of tea. She didn't bother about the Jade Toad King's shouts. In her future observation, Li Fuchen would make a move to chase away the Jade Toad King. In the cavern room, Li Fuchen revealed a bitter smile. He was certain that Hu Hongxiu's strength wasn't simple, and someone that could make him feel that it wasn't simple was definitely not simple. After all, Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness was superior to regular Law Phase Realm Emperors, and his spirit soul quality was far superior to Law Phase Realm Emperors. Since the Jade Toad King didn't make a move, it meant that he had his own difficulties. Li Fuchen thought so. Of course, most importantly, it was just a slight effort to resolve the trouble outside. Get lost. The voice was like thunder that transmitted into the ears of the Jade Toad King and the other demonic beast kings. In the next moment, a transparent hand appeared on the surface of the ground and swept out. PFFF, PFFF, PFFF. Unable to resist at all, the Jade Toad King and hundreds of other Demon Kings were swatted away like flies. A powerful force caused their limbs to go limp. What? So powerful? The Jade Toad King nearly peed his pants. He thought that the person that killed the Blood Toad King would at most have the strength of a peak-class combat emperor. But was a peak-class combat emperor this powerful? Not even regular Law Phase Realm Emperors were this terrifying, right? Damn it, that is obviously a human emperor. The Jade Toad King didn't even dare to leave behind any ruthless words. He spread his legs and retreated frantically. After running for half a day and recovering his strength, he soared into the sky and left this place. It is settled just like that? Hu Hongxiu realized that she had underestimated Li Fuchen. The future is indeed unchangeable. With my current strength, I might not even be able to defeat him. Hu Hongxiu said to herself. As time elapsed, Li Fuchen continued his seclusion. After his spirit's soul transformed into the purple color, his perception had increased by a lot. At his current level, traveling outside was a waste of time. Calming down and comprehending the martial Tao was the best way. Half a month later, Li Fuchen had comprehended the second rank of the Hand of God, the Hand of Force, to the trance stage. Even the Hand of Blood had improved significantly. Right now, when he executed the Hand of Blood, the power was at least 30% stronger than before. If Li Fuchen encountered the Purple Sunset Martial Emperor again, he didn't even need to flee. The victor would only be determined after a fight. After a few more days, the Hand of Force had finally reached the extremity. In the future, the Hand of Force's power could still be improved, but that was only in terms of the strength law. In terms of cultivation level, Li Fuchen had already reached the apex. I wonder what is the third rank of the Hand of Star. Driven by curiosity, Li Fuchen started to comprehend the third rank of the Hand of Star. One day later, Li Fuchen shook his head and had a blank expression. The third rank of the Hand of Star was too profound, and Li Fuchen didn't have any clues. He didn't even have the chance to start. Chapter 645. Since he couldn't comprehend the Hand of Star, Li Fuchen shifted his focus to Sword Dao. After his cultivation reached the 8th level of Primary Sea Realm, his current Sword Dao strength was already comparable with a peak-class combat emperor. One must know that his sword art was a heaven-class mid-tier sword art. The cultivation technique was the Sword Dao cultivation technique, the Divine Flame sword energy technique. Furthermore, it was at the 37th rank and was one rank higher than regular heaven-class low-tier cultivation techniques. Regular low-level emperors would only cultivate heaven-class low-tier cultivation techniques and martial arts and were inferior to Li Fuchen by an entire rank. After spending 2 months, Li Fuchen finally pushed the Divine Flame sword energy technique to the 38th rank. The 38th rank of the Divine Flame sword energy technique was superior to most heaven-class mid-tier cultivation techniques in terms of power. After all, the Divine Flame sword energy technique was a special cultivation technique. It wasn't something regular cultivation techniques could compare with. It is time to rescue Yuan Long. Li Fuchen's body refinement strength and Sword Dao strength had reached an unimaginable level. He was planning to rescue Yuan Long. He was afraid that if he was late, Yuan Long would have already died in the hands of the Blood Emperor. Just as Li Fuchen was preparing to bid farewell to the White Fox race, a powerful, uninvited guest arrived. It was a burly man with a stocky build. When he appeared outside the White Fox race's dwelling, the void felt oppressive. There was an illusory, ferocious tiger shadow that occupied the space and was glaring covetously. It is the fierce tiger ruler. Hu Hongxiu's expression turned dark. The fierce tiger ruler was a Class 8 low-tier demonic beast ruler, and his strength was much stronger than regular low-level emperors. If the cultivation technique and martial arts weren't outstanding, human martial artists wouldn't be a match for demonic beasts. Fierce tiger ruler, what brings you to my White Fox race's territory? Hu Hongxiu walked out of the dwelling and looked up. The fierce tiger ruler said, I just found out that a human emperor came to the ancient desolate mountains. Ask him to come out and meet me. At his level, he was basically free from the restrictions of his race and didn't hate humans as much. In fact, in Emperor Sky Continent, demonic beast rulers and human emperors would interact with each other, and it was rare for them to fight. Only demon rulers and human emperors didn't have a good relationship. It was mainly because demon rulers were too dangerous and human emperors had to be on guard. The fierce tiger ruler wasn't here to kill Li Fuchen. He just wanted to know about Li Fuchen's background. Fierce tiger ruler, young master, Li isn't an emperor. He is only at the Primary Sea Realm, and he has already left the ancient desolate mountains. Hu Hongxiu lied. No matter how powerful Li Fuchen was, he was only at the Primary Sea Realm and would only be able to contest with low-level emperors. If he encountered the fierce tiger ruler, who is even stronger than low-level emperors, he would definitely be at a disadvantage. Fierce tiger emperor said, Is that so? Rumble. The fierce tiger emperor waved his hand, and a huge illusory tiger claw pierced through the ground, straight into the White Fox's cave. Hu Hongxiu's eyelids twitched. Just as the White Fox's cave was about to be destroyed, a large transparent hand blocked the illusory tiger claw and pushed the tiger claw out inch by inch. Interesting. After exchanging moves, the fierce tiger ruler knew that Li Fuchen wasn't a human emperor, but his strength wasn't inferior to low-level emperors. The transparent hand and the illusory tiger claw vanished at the same time, and Li Fuchen appeared on the ground. This was the second time Li Fuchen saw a demonic beast ruler. The first time, the demonic beast ruler was already half dead and only had a demonic beast spirit. This time, it was a living demonic beast ruler. Li Fuchen heard from Hu Hongxiu that there were 5 demonic beast rulers in the ancient desolate mountains. 1 Class 8 high-tier demonic beast ruler, 2 Class 8 mid-tier demonic beast rulers, and 2 Class 8 low-tier demonic beast rulers. The fierce tiger ruler was one of the 2 Class 8 low-tier demonic beast rulers. Which human faction are you from? The fierce tiger ruler asked. Li Fuchen replied, I don't belong to any faction. In the Emperor Sky Continent, it was true that Li Fuchen didn't belong to any faction. After all, the Red Rainbow sect wasn't a faction of the Emperor Sky Continent. You dare to enter the ancient desolate mountains without any faction and kill our ancient desolate mountains' demonic beast kings? Who gave you the guts? The fierce tiger ruler grinned and emitted traces of murderous aura. The fierce tiger ruler might not hate humans, but he didn't have a good impression of humans. If it didn't affect him too much, he wouldn't mind killing Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen could clearly feel that the fierce tiger ruler had the intention to kill. Therefore, he didn't need to waste his breath on the fierce tiger ruler. He circulated the hand of forces, chi power, and the thick chi spirit was like a giant hand that extended out. The cultivation of the hand of God was a gradual process. The first rank of the hand of blood contained the hand of blood's chi power and hand of blood's chi spirit. The second rank of the hand of force contained the hand of force's chi power and hand of force's chi spirit. In comparison, the hand of force's chi power was around 50% stronger than the hand of blood chi power, and it was the same for the chi spirit. Seeing as a battle was about to erupt, Hu Hongxiu quickly transmitted a message to the fierce tiger ruler. Fierce tiger ruler, give the level sky great emperor's face and don't make a big fuss. The fierce tiger ruler ignored Hu Hongxiu and raised his right hand high before cleaving down with his claw. Roar! The tiger's roar shook the heaven and earth. Li Fuchen felt as though he saw a giant tiger that spanned across the heaven and earth. Just from the prowess of this claw, the fierce tiger ruler's strength was obviously superior to the purple sunset martial emperor. But the current Li Fuchen was no longer the Li Fuchen of the past. As compared to the time when he was pursued by the purple sunset martial emperor, the current Li Fuchen's cultivation was at the perfection level of primary sea realm, and he had comprehended the second rank of the hand of God, the hand of force. The chi spirit condensed and turned into a transparent giant hand. Li Fuchen's palm strike welcomed the fierce tiger ruler's claw attack. Bang! When the palm and claw clashed, there was a stagnation, and it felt as though time and space had frozen. In the next moment, there was a loud explosion. In between the human and the demonic beast, the ground collapsed and the void distorted. Countless soil and rocks floated up and were instantly shattered into nothingness. Immediately after, a circle of chi wave that was as hard as steel extended out at a speed that was 100 times faster than the speed of sound. Hu Hongxiu couldn't be bothered to conceal her strength anymore. She suddenly stomped her crutch, and a giant three-tailed fox image burst out from her body and enveloped the white fox race's clansman. Human, you are very strong, but it isn't enough. The fierce tiger ruler clawed at Li Fuchen again. The fierce tiger ruler used his full strength for this claw attack. If it still wasn't enough, he would have to execute his innate ability. I will leave if I want to. What can you do to me? Li Fuchen flashed and vanished from the fierce tiger ruler's vision. When he reappeared, he was already behind the fierce tiger ruler. Bang! Li Fuchen slammed his palm on the fierce tiger ruler's back and caused the fierce tiger ruler to stagger. After turning around, the fierce tiger ruler had an extremely gloomy expression. If he wasn't a demonic beast ruler, was a human ruler, he would definitely be injured from that palm attack earlier. The crucial thing was, how did Li Fuchen appear behind him? No matter how fast Li Fuchen was, the fierce tiger ruler would still be able to see Li Fuchen's movement trajectory with his ocular power. Unless Li Fuchen didn't have any movement trajectory. It was a shifting technique. There was a flash of light in the fierce tiger ruler's mind, and he knew the reason. The highest rank of shifting techniques was instant shift. In an extremely short distance, there were times when speed was the same as instant shift. After all, instant shift required time too. Instant itself meant time. But in combat, speed and instant shift were worlds apart. No matter how fast you were, there would still be a movement trajectory. As long as there was a movement trajectory, the fierce tiger ruler would be able to see or predict. But instant shift was different. It might be called instant shift, but it was actually using a certain object as a medium to instantly appear at a location. It was no different from short-distance teleportation. At this moment, It was already useless to rely on ocular power and could only rely on one's intuition. Blaze. Li Fuchen vanished again. Bang! On the right, Li Fuchen appeared and used a single palm to force the fierce tiger ruler to take over a dozen steps back. There was a trace of blood on the fierce tiger ruler's shoulder. Such a powerful body. Li Fuchen frowned. Logically speaking, his palm attack was enough to severely injure a low-level emperor. But when it landed on the fierce tiger ruler, it was only a superficial wound. A demonic beast ruler's body was much tougher than he imagined. Li Fuchen reckoned that even if Shangguan Yu cultivated to the initial level of Law Fei's realm, her body's defense would still be far inferior, unless she cultivated a heaven-class low-tier body refinement technique. After being beaten up passively, the fierce tiger ruler was enraged. Get lost! The fierce tiger ruler roared and activated his innate ability. A boundless power spread through the void and shook Li Fuchen out of the fire Dao energy, interrupting Li Fuchen's instant shift. Li Fuchen was rather astonished as his instant shift was interrupted. This was something he never expected. It seems like I cannot underestimate any demonic beast ruler. Humans comprehended the Dao, while demonic beasts excavated their innate abilities. Comprehending the Dao was a process. Excavating the innate abilities was done in one go. Chapter 646. The instant shift was interrupted, but Li Fuchen didn't panic. The fierce tiger emperor's innate ability couldn't be continuously activated, but his teleportation could be continuously activated. The initiative was still with him. The fierce tiger ruler didn't make a move and sized up Li Fuchen with a gloomy expression. Good move. Same here. Li Fuchen had a composed expression. Turning his head, the fierce tiger emperor looked at Hu Hongxiu. What's your relationship with the heavenly emperor? The Level Sky Great Emperor was the #1 demonic beast ruler in the Emperor Sky continent 800 years ago. This title wasn't just for show, it was earned through fighting. Back then, even humans were suppressed by the demonic beasts because of the Level Sky Great Emperor. Afterward, the Level Sky Great Ruler vanished, and everyone suspected that he had left the Emperor Sky continent. However, the name of a demon was like the shadow of a tree. As long as the Pingtian Emperor was alive, he would always be a terrifying deterrent. Hu Hongxiu said, "The Pingtian Emperor is my sworn brother. Emperor Pingtian is your sworn elder brother?" The fierce tiger emperor's expression was gloomy and uncertain. He suspected that Hu Hongxiu was lying to him. Who was the Pingtian Emperor? Who was Hu Hongxiu? How could they become sworn brothers? However, this was not important. What was important was that he had a way out of this embarrassing situation. Since that's the case, I'll give face to Emperor Pingtian. The fierce tiger emperor paused for a moment before he continued. In the future, no one will dare to provoke your White Fox clan. It was better to be safe than sorry. If Hu Hongxiu was really Great Emperor Pingtian's sworn sister, his actions would reach Great Emperor Pingtian's ears sooner or later. Moreover, he did not have any enmity with the White Fox clan. It would only be beneficial for him to protect the White Fox clan. With that, the fierce tiger emperor left. Clan leader Hu, I still have matters to attend to, so I'll be taking my leave for now. With the White Fox race's crisis resolved, Li Fuchen decided to leave. Hu Hongxiu nodded. Young Master Li's grace, our White Fox clan will never forget it. If you have time, please come visit our White Fox clan. Hu Linger said reluctantly, Young Master, let's meet again if fate wills it. From the bottom of her heart, she began to yearn for the world outside the ancient desolate mountain range. She decided to go out and see the world when she had the chance. All right. Li Fuchen nodded and vanished with a flash. It was very difficult for others to find the Blood Emperor's residence, but it was much easier for Li Fuchen. With the Blood Servant token and Blood Slave token, Li Fuchen was able to easily receive information from the nearby Blood Servants and Blood Slaves. After leaving a spiritual awareness imprint on a Blood Servant, Li Fuchen quietly followed the Blood Servant to an underground palace. What a tight arrangement. He followed her all the way here. Li Fuchen couldn't help but marvel at the layout of the underground palace. Outside the underground palace, there were at least 7 or 8 layers of arrays. The outermost array was a concealment array, and it was of a very high grade, probably Class 8. Even Li Fuchen wouldn't be able to detect any abnormalities in this place unless he used his spirit soul power. Inside the concealment array was an illusion array. As soon as the other party entered the illusion formation, he disappeared without a trace. Following him normally was completely useless. After that was the warning array. With this warning array, Li Fuchen reckoned that it would be able to detect any abnormalities on the intruders and further prevent them from being followed. Had it not been for Li Fuchen, who had already analyzed the spiritual awareness imprint, allowing him to leave his spiritual awareness imprint on the enemy's body without anyone noticing, the enemy would have caused a commotion once they approached the alarm array. Inside the warning array was a defense array. As a Class 8 defense array, even a Law Phase Realm Emperor wouldn't be able to break it within a short period of time. Unless it was a high-level Emperor, only then would they have the confidence to break the defense array within a short period of time. Inside the defense array was an offense array. A Class 8 offense array might not be able to kill a Law Phase Realm Emperor, but would put the Law Phase Realm Emperor in a miserable state. Therefore, even if a Law Phase Realm Emperor was here, the enemy wouldn't be able to attack the defense array without any restraints. Once the defense array was triggered, the offense array would definitely be triggered. In fact, the other arrays would also be triggered, forming a chain reaction. If Li Fuchen didn't have the invisibility incantation, it would be impossible for him to enter the underground palace. Right now, Li Fuchen realized that he had underestimated the invisibility incantation. A mid-class incantation, the invisibility incantation, could simply ignore the array and enter freely. Of course, the prerequisite was that the proficiency of the invisibility incantation was high enough and the array's grade didn't exceed the limits of the invisibility incantation. Otherwise, if it was a Class 8 high-tier array or a Class 8 mid-tier array, Li Fuchen reckoned that he wouldn't be able to enter the underground palace so easily. Li Fuchen didn't dare to release his spiritual awareness as he was afraid of alerting the Blood Emperor. Therefore, he had no choice but to search everywhere. Finally, Li Fuchen found a flight of stairs that led deeper into the underground palace at a corner of the underground palace. Li Fuchen didn't take the stairs and immediately passed through the layer of rocks and arrived at the bottom. After taking a glance, Li Fuchen's heart turned cold. Below the underground palace was obviously a large prison, and there were plenty of body refinement monarchs imprisoned in the prison. In one of the prison cells, Yuan Long was already in despair. More than half of his essence blood had been extracted, and there were also some unknown essence substances that had been extracted. It made him mentally exhausted. I didn't think that Yuan Long, would die in such a dark place. Yuan Long smiled bitterly. Senior Yuan Long, don't make a sound. I am here to save you. A voice transmitted into Yuan Long's ears. Li Fuchen. Yuan Long was shocked at first and was in disbelief. How did Li Fuchen enter? This was the Blood Emperor's territory, and Li Fuchen was just a primary Sea Realm monarch. It was impossible for him to enter silently. Li Fuchen said, "It is me." Li Fuchen sized up the shackles that locked Yuan Long's limbs. The shackles were very special and seemed to be able to suppress chi power. But Li Fuchen's hand of forces' chi power was too high, and the shackles were only able to suppress him slightly. Junior Fuchen, don't touch the shackles. The shackles are connected to the array. If you touch them, the Blood Emperor will know. Yuan Long recalled something and quickly transmitted a message. He had unintentionally overheard it from the jailer. I see. Li Fuchen was silently rejoicing that he didn't make a move in a hurry. He might be confident that he could escape from the Blood Emperor and might even be able to put up a fight, but there were too many variables with Yuan Long, and he mustn't be reckless. Yuan Long didn't wish to give up his only chance to escape and said to Li Fuchen, "Junior Fuchen, there's another prison below, and there is a Bone Emperor imprisoned there. If you can release the Bone Emperor, you might be able to attract the Blood Emperor's attention." "All right, I will go down and take a look." Li Fuchen nodded and went underground. "I must succeed." Yuan Long gritted his teeth and prayed. "Blood Emperor, you bastard. If I, the Bone Emperor, am able to escape, I will make sure you die a horrible death." Even if I die, I will turn into an evil spirit to take revenge. This place might be called a prison, but it was more like a grand hall. There were 18 blood-colored pillars in the grand hall, and each of the pillars had a chain that extended out. It was pierced through the body of the skinny figure in the center of the grand hall. Outside the grand hall, there were plenty of jailers standing guard. That old fellow is shouting again. The jailers shook their heads and had disdainful expressions. With the 18 blood-divine pillars shackling him, even the heavenly emperor can forget about escaping alive. He is just daydreaming if he thinks he can escape. Don't bother about him. They didn't know that an illusory figure had appeared in the grand hall. The Bone Emperor's senses were extremely sharp, and he could vaguely sense something strange. However, he couldn't say what it was. "Senior Bone Emperor, don't make a sound." A voice transmitted into the Bone Emperor's ears. The Bone Emperor wasn't as irritable as imagined. He transmitted a message calmly. "Who are you? I am Li Fuchen, and I am here to rescue my friend." Li Fuchen sized up the grand hall and frowned slightly. The chain that was shackling the Bone Emperor was of a higher grade than the one that was shackling Yuanlong. Even his chi power was being suppressed. The 18 blood-colored pillars didn't look simple either and seemed to be in array. "You wish for me to escape and attract the Blood Emperor's attention before rescuing your friend." The Bone Emperor's thoughts were very clear. Li Fuchen smiled and said, "That's right. I wonder if Senior Bone Emperor is willing to cooperate." "Cooperate? I don't have a choice now. But if you are willing to release me, I, the Bone Emperor, will owe you a life." The Bone Emperor said, "All right, I wonder how do I remove these chains?" Li Fuchen wasn't confident he could break the chains. The Bone Emperor asked, "What is your strength?" Li Fuchen said, "My body refinement strength is at the law phase realm." "That is enough. If you are alone, it is impossible to break the chains. But I have been shackled by the 18 blood divine pillars for many years, and I already know the 18 blood divine pillars like the back of my hand. As long as I have external help, breaking the chains will be a piece of cake." The Bone Emperor was rather excited. To be honest, he might be yelling every day and saying that he wanted to take revenge, but he knew clearly that if no one came to rescue him, he could only yell and there was nothing he could do. "When I say to do it immediately." The Bone Emperor took a deep breath, and his scrawny body suddenly expanded. He was exhausting his essence blood to forcefully recover his strength. Swish! The chains on the Bone Emperor's body started to dance violently and were radiating with blood-colored radiance. "Do it." The Bone Emperor exerted strength in his body and sent chi power into the chains. If it was in the past, he would be wasting his strength and allowing the 18 blood divine pillars to absorb more chi blood. But now, he didn't care about exhausting his chi blood. He simply wanted to fill the chains to the brim and make them saturated. Two types of power were entangled on the chains. One was the power of the chains itself, the 18 blood divine pillars' power, and the other was the Bone Emperor's power. The two types of power reached a balance. Li Fuchen made a prompt decision and used both of his hands to grab a chain and pull it to both sides. Pung! The chains broke in response. "Good." The Bone Emperor grinned. Li Fuchen's strength was much stronger than he imagined. At the top of the two-story prison, the Blood Emperor suddenly opened his eyes. With a wave of his hand, a light screen appeared in front of him. In the light screen, a few of the chains that were shackling the Bone Emperor had already broken. Beside the Bone Emperor was a young figure. Damn it! Chapter 647. Bang, bang, bang. As the chains broke one by one, the Bone Emperor's strength rapidly recovered. Outside the main hall, the jailer in charge of guarding finally reacted and quickly rushed into the main hall. Blood and Bone Technique. The Bone Emperor's current strength might not even be at 10% of his prime, but it was simply too easy to deal with some primary Sea Realm jailers. His right hand grabbed at a few of them, and they were instantly pulled over before they were sucked into dried corpses. At this moment, the Bone Emperor didn't care about the impurities. As long as it was something that could replenish the chi blood, he would absorb it without hesitation. If it was in the past, he would feel that there were impurities in the essence blood of a primary Sea Realm monarch and would need to purify it before absorbing. After absorbing the chi and blood of the few people, The bone Thearch's chi and blood finally recovered to about 15%. Bung bung bung, the remaining chains had been severed by the combined efforts of Li Fuchen and the Bone Emperor. Ha ha ha! The Bone Emperor roared with laughter. The Bone Arch, had been imprisoned for too long. In fact, if the Blood Arch hadn't plotted against him, he wouldn't have been captured by the other party. In terms of abilities, the Blood Emperor was much weaker than him. Little brother, it's hard to repay your kindness. I can only repay it in my next life. The Bone Emperor suddenly made a move and circulated the bone blood technique to grab Li Fuchen. Just a few jailers wouldn't be able to help him recover much of his strength. Only by absorbing Li Fuchen's chi blood and chi power would he be able to recover more than half of his strength. By then, no matter how big the world was, he would be able to do as he pleased. When he had the chance, he would seek revenge from the Blood Emperor. As for promises, the Bone Emperor did not care at all. I underestimated your shamelessness. Who was Li Fuchen? How could he be plotted against by the Bone Emperor? As the saying goes, do not have the heart to harm others, but do not have the heart to guard against others. Li Fuchen had always kept these words in mind. Bang! When the Bone Blood Seal encountered Li Fuchen's hand of force, it was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Of course, most importantly, the Bone Emperor's cultivation had only recovered 10% to 20%. Even if he combusted his essence blood, his strength would only be at 50% of his prime. How would he be a match for Li Fuchen? The Bone Emperor was taken aback as he retreated a dozen steps. Li Fuchen's strength was simply beyond his expectations, especially Li Fuchen's palm, which was simply indestructible. His flesh and blood body couldn't even penetrate it. After executing the invisibility incantation, Li Fuchen left the Grand Hall and arrived at the upper-level prison. The Bone Emperor's face was gloomy, and his figure flashed as he rushed out of the hall. Along the way, regardless of whether it was the prison guards or the imprisoned body refinement monarchs, they all became the Bone Emperor's blood source. In the upper level of the prison, Li Fuchen easily broke the shackles that locked Yuan Long. He then grabbed Yuan Long and executed the invisibility incantation to leave the prison. You're out. On the surface, Yuan Long was still trembling in disbelief. Senior brother Yuan Long, you've suffered. Li Fuchen consoled. Yuan Long stabilized his emotions and bowed to Li Fuchen. Many thanks to Junior Fuchen for saving my life. Those who had never been in despair would never know how wonderful it was to be alive and how wonderful freedom was. Rumble. Loud noises erupted from underground. It was obvious that the Bone Arch and the Blood Arch were engaged in a fierce battle. Junior Fuchen, that senior Bone Emperor? Yuan Long was curious. Li Fuchen said, this person wants to plot against me. Don't bother about him. Rumble. The surface of the ground bulged as the Blood Arch and Bone Arch rushed out. The Bone Arch had already recovered 30% of his chi blood. After combusting his essence blood, his strength was almost at 80% of his prime. However, the Blood Arch wasn't easy to deal with either. After so many years, the Bone Arch had been stagnant while the Blood Arch had been progressing. How could the Bone Arch be a match for the Blood Arch? He had been beaten up by the Blood Arch until he vomited blood. Of course, this was mainly because the Bone Arch had been imprisoned for so many years. Absorbing chi blood would only allow him to temporarily recover some of his strength. His chi blood source wouldn't be able to recover within a short period of time. Even if the Bone Arch could escape this time, he would need at least a few dozen years to truly recover. However, if he had treasures, he would be able to greatly reduce the time. Young brother, please lend me a hand. The Bone Arch sought help from Li Fuchen. Help you deal with me in the future? Li Fuchen treated the Bone Thearch's words as nonsense. He had painstakingly rescued the Bone Arch, but the Bone Arch turned hostile and refused to acknowledge him. The Bone Arch said anxiously, young brother, I was in the wrong previously. This time, I swear that I will not go back on my words. Otherwise, I will be struck by lightning and my martial Tao will be stagnant. The Bone Arch was truly anxious. It was secondary that he couldn't defeat the Blood Arch. His essence blood was constantly burning, and it was burning his vitality and chi blood source. If this dragged on, he wouldn't be able to recover to his prime in this lifetime, let alone progressing further. If he knew that Li Fuchen was so formidable, he wouldn't have the intention to harm Li Fuchen. It was the same as smashing his own feet with a rock. The gains didn't make up for the losses. No matter how the Bone Arch spoke, Li Fuchen didn't plan to help the Bone Arch. The Bone Arch being untrustworthy was just one of the reasons. Secondly, the Blood Arch wasn't that easy to kill. Li Fuchen was certain that the Blood Thearcha's strength was much stronger than the Purple Sunset Martial Emperor. Li Fuchen reckoned that the Blood Thearcha's direct combat strength wasn't inferior to the Fierce Tiger Ruler. Furthermore, the Blood Arch was proficient in blood incantations and had some hidden trump cards. Li Fuchen believed that he wasn't confident enough to kill the Bone Arch. Unless Li Fuchen was more than 30% confident, it was impossible for Li Fuchen to help the Bone Arch. It was a pity that Li Fuchen didn't plan to make a move against the Blood Arch. Bone Transformation Blood Curse. Forming a seal with a single hand, the Blood Arch released an incantation at Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen snorted and circulated the Hand of Force's chi power to condense his chi spirit. PFFF. There was a burst of green smoke. The Blood Thearcha's Bone Transformation Blood Curse wasn't able to break through Li Fuchen's chi spirit. Li Fuchen's chi power was at the heaven-class mid-tier, and the power law contained within was extremely pure. The Bone Transformation Blood Curse was just an application of the law, and it wasn't able to break through. The Blood Arch had an unpleasant expression. Generally speaking, even low-level emperors wouldn't be able to resist his Bone Transformation Blood Curse, but Li Fuchen did it. Li Fuchen wasn't a person that wouldn't retaliate after being beaten up. The Hand of Force's chi spirit condensed into a translucent giant hand before Li Fuchen slammed the palm at the Blood Arch. Bang! The Blood Arch felt his chi blood flowing in reverse, and his chi intent stagnated. Let's go. Pulling Yuan Long, Li Fuchen burst out with speed and fled into the distance. At the same moment, the Bone Arch was also planning to escape. He hoped that Li Fuchen would be able to stall the Blood Arch for a moment. But when he turned his head to take a look, he realized that Li Fuchen had already left after executing that attack. This made him bitter with anger. Between the Bone Arch and Li Fuchen, the Blood Arch didn't hesitate to choose the Bone Arch. He wasn't a fool. The Bone Thearcha's threat was too great. Once the Bone Arch recovered his cultivation and strength, even if the Blood Arch didn't fear the Bone Arch, it would still be rather troublesome. Furthermore, it was all thanks to the Bone Thearcha's essence blood and chi source that he was able to improve so quickly. In his opinion, the Bone Arch was definitely a great tonic, and he wasn't going to let it go. Junior Fuchen, where are we going? On the way, Yuan Long asked. To the Dragon River Seats, Gay's native city. Li Fuchen replied. Chapter 648. Blood Emperor, there will be a day where you will pay the price. In the sky, there were two figures in a frenzied pursuit. The Blood Emperor sneered. Let's talk after you escape. While speaking, he blasted another blood curse on the Bone Emperor. The blood curse wouldn't deal direct damage, but it would gradually weaken the enemy. The Blood Emperor was afraid the Bone Emperor would counterattack before his death. Putting aside the fact that the Bone Emperor couldn't escape, even if he could, he wouldn't be able to live for long with so many blood curses on his body. You forced me to do this. Flesh and blood separation. The Bone Emperor's body suddenly exploded and a horrific blood wave swept in all directions. TSS, TSS, TSS. The Blood Emperor quickly retreated and formed a chi barrier. Despite the case, the Blood Emperor's body still had plenty of bloody holes, and some of them were bone deep. Swish! Within the blood wave, there was a flash of bloodlight, and it vanished without a trace. Seeing the situation, the Blood Emperor had a gloomy expression. The Bone Emperor actually self-destructed his body and chose to burn his true spirit's power. Normally, no one would be willing to give up their body unless it was absolutely necessary. One's own body was the most suitable for oneself. Even if one possessed an absolute prodigy's body, it wouldn't be as compatible as one's own body unless one could find a treasure that could fuse the true spirit with the body. Furthermore, The Bone Emperor didn't just simply give up his body. In order to allow his true spirit to escape, he executed a strange, secret technique to burn his true spirit's power. Otherwise, the Blood Emperor had several ways to capture the Bone Emperor's true spirit. This person is already crippled. It is a pity that such a great tonic is wasted. Body refinement martial artists were different from natural treasures. Natural treasures were used and couldn't be regenerated. One had to search for new ones. Body refinement martial artists' essence blood and chi blood source could be slowly recovered and could be used for cultivation. The Bone Emperor wasn't a concern, but when thinking about Li Fuchen, the Blood Emperor's expression turned gloomy. This child's potential was too high, and he already had the strength of a low-level emperor. If he was given enough time, he would definitely become a huge threat. It was unknown why the Blood Emperor suddenly regretted. He should have given up on the Bone Emperor and pursued Li Fuchen. But there was no medicine for regret in this world, and it was too late. Dragon River Seat, Gai's native city. Li Fuchen frowned and said, Gu Jui isn't here. With the communication token, unless Gu Jui was very far away from the Gai's native city, it was impossible for Li Fuchen not to be here. There were only two possibilities. First, Gu Jui had left. Secondly, Gu Jui was in trouble. Li Fuchen's intuition told him that the second possibility was very likely. Could he have left? Yuan Long said hesitantly. Li Fuchen shook his head. It isn't possible. Even if she left, she should have left a message. You recover your chi blood first. I'll go find out more information. Li Fuchen said to Yuan Long, all right. Yuan Long nodded. For the past few years, his chi blood deficit was severe, and it was unknown when he would be able to recover completely. But Li Fuchen had given him a few stalks of heaven-class body refinement herbs, and it was rather easy to nurse his chi blood. Every city had its own information channels, big and small. Some were on the surface, and some were in the dark. The Spider Society was one of the oldest gangs in Gai's native city. This was an underground gang that was involved in a variety of industries. Gathering information was one of them. After spending 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones, Li Fuchen contacted the Spider Society. After spending another 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones, Li Fuchen found out that Gu Jui had been taken away by young Master Six Desires and was currently in the Gai's native city's City Lord residence. Young Master Six Desires was one of the Soul Sky Empire's 4 young masters. Unlike young Master Solitude, young Master Six Desires had an evil aura, and his way of doing things was also very evil. It was said that he cultivated the famous Six Desires divine technique. Only by constantly satisfying the 6 desires would he be able to rapidly increase his cultivation level. Logically, such a person would easily offend others, but young Master Six Desires had a very influential background. His master was one of the 4 great emperors under the Soul Emperor, the 7 Emotions Martial Emperor. The 7 Emotions Martial Emperor was a high-level emperor. In the Emperor's Sky Continent, apart from great emperors, everyone would have to give face to the 7 Emotions Martial Emperor. Furthermore, even if they didn't give face to the 7 Emotions Martial Emperor, they would have to give face to the Soul Emperor. After all, the Soul Emperor was the #1 great emperor in the Emperor's Sky Continent. With the 7 Emotions Martial Emperor as a backer, young Master Six Desires did things without any restraints. With a single thought, he killed all the males in a monarch-class clan and sold all the females to a brothel, just to satisfy his desires. Li Fuchen didn't know that after he obtained information about Gu Jui and young Master Six Desires, the Spider Society had already sent someone to inform young Master Six Desires. Gai's native city's City Lord residence. The City Lord Residence's West Residence was the most luxurious place in the entire City Lord residence. It was usually the residence of the City Lord, but it was now given to young Master Six Desires. Every inch of land was worth gold. In the luxuriously decorated Grand Hall, the handsome and slender young Master Six Desires was lying in the embrace of a few beauties. He was enjoying fine wine and delicacies while watching beautiful dancers dance. The 6 desires were the desire of the eyes, the desire of the ears, the desire of the nose, the desire of the tongue, the desire of the body, and the desire of the mind. The desire of the eyes was to look at all beautiful things. The desire of the ears was to listen to all beautiful sounds. The desire of the nose was to smell all beautiful smells. The desire of the tongue was to taste all delicacies. The desire of the body was to enjoy all comforts. The desire of the mind was to satisfy all fantasies, like beauty, authority, and so on. After cultivating the six desires divine technique, young Master Six Desires had extremely high requirements for his quality of life. To him, life was enjoyment, and the martial Tao was to maximize enjoyment. Young Master. A person appeared in the side hall and transmitted a message to young Master Six Desires. After hearing the content of the message, young Master Six Desires' handsome face revealed an evil smile. Find out about this woman's information. It should be her companion. It is getting more interesting. Young Master Six Desires stood up, and the dance continued. He left the grand hall and walked towards a courtyard behind the grand hall. In the courtyard, Gu Jui was admiring the flowers. When she saw young Master Six Desires, her face flashed with fear. "Don't be afraid. I will not harm you." Walking in front of Gu Jui, young Master Six Desires extended his hand and caressed her cheek. A spiraling chi presence rose up from young Master Six Desires' body. This chi presence would make one drowsy and make one's willpower blurry. Gu Jui lifted her eyes to look at young Master Six Desires and felt that he was much more pleasing to the eye. She couldn't help but feel a trace of desire. Young Master Six Desires smiled, and the spiraling chi presence was getting denser. There were many blurry faces that appeared within the spiraling chi presence, and one of them was actually Bai Qiuming's face. Something isn't right. Gu Jui gritted her teeth and woke up. She is indeed the woman that I fancy. Such a firm willpower. Young Master Six Desires praised. He was known as young Master Six Desires, and he disdained to forcefully have sexual relations with women. He hoped to use his aura to conquer the other party and make them willingly offer themselves. Otherwise, there wouldn't be any sense of accomplishment. Someone is here to find out about you. He is probably your friend. I wonder if you are interested to meet him? Young Master Six Desires said. Hearing the statement, Gu Jui's expression changed. She was certain that the person who was here to find out about her was definitely Li Fuchen, because only Li Fuchen knew that she was in the gay's native city. He isn't my friend. Gu Jui shook her head. Chapter 649. You want to see me? A voice suddenly rang out. Gu Jui's expression changed. Li Fuchen. A trace of seriousness flashed in the depths of young Master Six Desires' eyes, but his face was calm and composed. I'm very interested in how you got in here. I came in just like that. Li Fuchen's figure became clearer. Fuchen shitty, you shouldn't have come. Gu Jui looked anxious. She didn't know how Li Fuchen snuck in, but she knew that young Master Six Desires wasn't to be trifled with. She had personally witnessed a high-level monarch losing his spirit before he could even make a move against young Master Six Desires. Young Master Six Desires didn't just have incredible strength that was at the top of the primary sea realm. His mental strength was also extremely terrifying. It could be said that young Master Six Desires was a taboo at the primary sea realm. No matter how powerful Li Fuchen was, it was already difficult to deal with regular high-level monarchs, let alone young Master Six Desires. So they're from the same sect. This is interesting. Originally, young Master Six Desires was rather fearful of Li Fuchen. But looking at Gu Jui's expression, it seemed like she knew that Li Fuchen wasn't a match for him. Thus, young Master Six Desires had an idea. As he spoke, young Master Six Desires activated the Six Desires divine art. His quintessential energy, mind, and spiritual consciousness mixed together, and an illusory aura spread out. You killed Bai Qiuming. Li Fuchen wasn't affected at all. He frowned and saw a familiar face in young Master Six Desires' chi presence. With a wave of his hand, Bai Qiuming's image appeared in the void. Young Master Six Desires sized up the image and said, "This person is proficient in illusions. It's a pity that he met me, and his essence, chi, and spirit were all absorbed by me." Bai Qiuming's cultivation wasn't high, as he was only at the first level of primary sea realm back then, but his illusion arts were formidable. It was a pity that his foundation was too shallow, and if Bai Qiuming was given enough time, young Master Six Desires wasn't certain that he could defeat Bai Qiuming in illusion arts. You deserve death for killing my Red Rainbow Sect's disciple. Li Fuchen lifted his right hand and slammed down. Young Master Six Desires had a faint smile on his face. However, his smile quickly turned into fear. No, Puff! Young Master Six Desires, who was known as a taboo, only had time to let out a scream before he was smashed into meat paste. This, Gu Jui widened her eyes in shock. Who was young Master Six Desires? He was an invincible existence below the Law Phase Realm Emperor, but he was killed by Li Fuchen in a single palm strike. Just how terrifying was Li Fuchen? Gu Jui realized that she didn't recognize Li Fuchen anymore. Fuchen shitty. You killed young Master Six Desires? Gu Jui said with a trembling voice. Senior Sister Gu, let's go. Li Fuchen was indifferent. At his level, it was too easy to kill existences below the Transcendence Realm. Young Master Six Desires, young Master Solitude. As long as they weren't at the Transcendence Realm, he could kill them effortlessly. As for the consequences of killing young Master Six Desires, Li Fuchen didn't care. Even if he didn't kill young Master Six Desires, young Master Six Desires wouldn't let him go. Instead of that, he might as well kill young Master Six Desires and end all troubles once and for all. After grabbing onto Gu Jui, Li Fuchen executed the invisibility incantation and left the City Lord residence. Half a day later, the City Lord's mansion was shaken. Young Master Six Desires was dead. He had died in the City Lord mansion. Although no one had seen young Master Six Desires' corpse, the pool of blood had undoubtedly explained everything. For a time, everyone in the City Lord's mansion was terrified. The City Lord had lost his composure and yelled out. Young Master Six Desires had died in his own mansion, and his entire clan was going to be buried along with him. Everyone knew that the Seven Emotions Martial Emperor was extremely protective of his people. Go and investigate. Use everything you have to find out who killed young Master Six Desires. The City Lord mobilized all his forces to search the entire city. Soon enough, the Spider Guild was found out. In just half a day, the Spider Guild was uprooted. Some of the upper echelons and related personnel were all brought to the City Lord mansion to undergo strict interrogation. After a series of interrogation, the City Lord found out that a young man had once inquired about young Master Six Desires from the Spider Guild. They then passed the information to young Master Six Desires and didn't know anything else. They should still be in the city. Seal the city and search. The City Lord said with a sinister expression. If this matter wasn't investigated thoroughly and the murderer wasn't found, his clan wouldn't be able to survive. As for the members of the Spider Guild, they were all imprisoned by him. The Spider Guild had to bear the majority of the responsibility for this matter, and he couldn't kill them. The Gaze native city was in a state of panic, and everyone was in danger. Li Fuchen and the others had already left. Junior Fuchen, young Master Six Desires, is the Seven Emotions Martial Emperor's disciple. If you kill him, we will no longer have a place to stay in the Soul Sky Empire. Gu Jui said. Li Fuchen said, they won't be able to find anything. I am worried that the Seven Emotions Martial Emperor might find something. When Li Fuchen contacted the Spider Guild, he had disguised himself and concealed his chi presence. Therefore, no one had seen him. The only thing he had to worry about was that every city had surveillance arrays. As long as the surveillance arrays were activated, they would definitely be able to find traces of him. Apart from that, the Seven Emotions Martial Emperor was a high-level emperor, and it was unknown if he had any secret methods to find traces of Li Fuchen. Damn it, this Emperor Sky Continent is too dangerous. People like us, without any background, have no way to survive. Yuan Long said with anger. Having a background doesn't mean anything. There will be a day when we will become a background ourselves. Li Fuchen said indifferently. The City Lord didn't find anything even after activating the surveillance arrays. There were too many unfamiliar faces entering and exiting the Gaze native city, and they didn't even know what the murderer looked like. On this day, A sorrowful chi presence had mysteriously enveloped the entire city lord residence, and even the entire Gaze native city. Those that were enveloped by the sorrowful chi presence would feel an indescribable sadness. Those that had sorrowful matters would either wail loudly and be heartbroken. Some would even hang themselves with ropes or jump into a well to commit suicide. Just in the city lord residence alone, there were a few individuals that were affected by their sorrowful emotions and committed suicide. After sensing the sorrowful chi presence, the city lord had a fearful expression. In this world, only the 7 emotions martial emperor could emit such intense emotions and affect millions of people. The 7 emotions martial emperor wasn't originally called the 7 emotions martial emperor. It was unknown where he found 2 cultivation technique manuals. One was the 6 desires divine technique, and the other was the 7 emotions divine technique. The former cultivated desires, while the latter cultivated emotions. When the 6 desires divine technique was cultivated to the apex, one would progress to the law phase realm. When the 7 emotions divine technique was cultivated to the apex, it was said that one would progress to the saints realm. Welcome, Lord Martial Emperor. The city lord knelt on the ground with a plop. Everyone in the city lord residence had also knelt on the ground. In the void, a stalwart figure that was emitting sorrowful chi presence appeared in the courtyard where young Master 6 Desires had perished. The stalwart figure waved his hand and gathered traces of fearful chi presence before forming the image of young Master 6 Desires. Dying in fear. Who is it that made you feel fear? The stalwart figure murmured. With another wave of his hand, Gujui's image was formed, followed by the final figure. As long as it was a living being, it would have emotions. As long as there were emotions, the 7 emotions martial emperor would be able to gather the emotions and chi presence to reconstruct the scene. Chapter 650. He has perfectly concealed his aura and emotions. Who is this person? The aura of the imposing figure was no longer sadness. There was joy, anger, worry, longing, sorrow, fear, shock, and countless other emotions derived from the 7 emotions. So many emotions gathered on the imposing figure, causing the surrounding space to distort and become hollow. Wisps of an inexplicable aura gathered, attempting to condense the figure that had yet to condense. Bang! Just like last time, when the silhouette reached the final step, it suddenly collapsed. The stalwart figure stopped trying. The other party's emotional aura was too little, and there was also an invisible force obstructing him. You can't escape. The imposing figure left without punishing the city lord and the others. In fact, he didn't even need to punish them. That was because everyone in the city lord's mansion had descended into madness, killing each other. During the night, Li Fuchin and the others rushed towards the floating sky mountain. The floating sky mountain was one of the 7 elite emperor-class factions in the Emperor Sky Continent. Compared to the other peak-tier emperor-class factions, the floating mountain was much more peaceful and fair. It was said that the founder of the floating mountain had set down a rule that forbade bullying. Of course, if anyone dared to bully the hanging mountain, it would be like poking a hornet's nest. Although the hanging mountain rarely bullied people, they were very united, and if anyone dared to bully them, they would find no place in heaven or earth to hide. The reason why Li Fuchin rushed to the floating sky mountain in the middle of the night was because he sensed a faint but fatal murderous intent. This was his intuition. Under normal circumstances, Li Fuchin trusted his intuition. Intuition came from the spirit soul, and his spirit soul wasn't even comparable to a law phase realm emperor. When they arrived at the floating mountain, the killing intent was much weaker, but it was still there. The floating sky mountain had 10 prefectures and 50 counties, and the system was the same as the Red Moon Empire. In Cloud Mountain City, 3 unfamiliar faces appeared on the streets. The trio was naturally Li Fuchin's group. In other places, Li Fuchin might be afraid of exposing himself, but in the state capital, Li Fuchin wasn't afraid. The prefecture capital city lord was a law phase realm emperor. An emperor from a foreign faction didn't have the qualifications for the prefecture capital city lord to activate the surveillance array and search for the culprit. Other than that, no fights were allowed in the state capital. Even if foreign emperors came here, they would have to follow the rules. Otherwise, they would be provoking the entire prefecture and the Hanging Mountain, and the consequences would be dire. Of course, nothing was absolute. If a foreign emperor had a good relationship with a state capital city lord, they might be exposed. Even so, Cloud Mountain City was much better than other places. This is the prefecture city, a place rich in resources. You guys can stay here for the time being, Li Fuqin said to Yuan Long and Gu Jui. Yuan Long and Gu Jui nodded. Needless to say, Yuan Long's blood essence and blood essence were severely damaged. He would need some time to recuperate and recover. On the other hand, Gu Jui had always preferred peace and quiet. Otherwise, she wouldn't have stayed in Wangxiang City for such a long time. Furthermore, the Emperor's Sky Continent had concentrated heaven and earth energy. Even if the duo didn't venture out, their cultivation wouldn't be slow. Cloud Mountain City? On this day, the Seven Emotions Martial Emperor arrived at Cloud Mountain City. As he cultivated the Seven Emotions divine technique, he was very sensitive to emotions. He had already locked onto Gu Jui's emotional aura. If it wasn't for the fact that he had to gather his emotional aura every once in a while, he would have caught up with the three of them. In front of a courtyard, the Seven Emotions Martial Emperor stopped. There was no need for the Seven Emotions Martial Emperor to make a move. The Seven Emotions Martial Emperor circulated the Seven Emotions divine technique, and chaotic emotions enveloped the entire courtyard. PFFF. Yuan Long, who was in seclusion, vomited a mouthful of fresh blood. His face was pale, and there were signs of qi deviation. Gu Jui wasn't having a good time either. Her originally tranquil mind was now filled with raging waves. Countless emotions were assaulting her spirit, causing her qi blood to be extremely irritable. Such horrific, chaotic emotional power. Could it be the Seven Emotions Martial Emperor? Li Fuqin, who was also in seclusion, suddenly opened his eyes and had a grave expression. The Seven Emotions Martial Emperor's emotional power was very horrific, but it was ineffective against Li Fuqin. It merely caused a slight ripple. The Seven Emotions Martial Emperor was rather astonished. His Seven Emotions divine technique had always been successful. Apart from great emperors, everyone else would be affected. However, there was one person in the courtyard that wasn't affected at all. How could he not be shocked? Clear Heart Demon Lock Incantation. Forming a seal with both hands, Li Fuqin executed the mid-class Clear Heart Demon Lock Incantation and enveloped Yuan Long and Gu Jui. In an instant, the duo were no longer affected by the emotional power. Their chaotic emotions had gradually calmed down, but they still had lingering fear. Good move. The Seven Emotions Martial Emperor smiled while his eyes were cold. Reaching out with his right hand, the Seven Emotions Martial Emperor forcefully tore open the courtyard's array. In the city lord residence, the white-clothed middle-aged man's eyes flashed with anger. What is Seven Emotions Martial Emperor? He actually dares to behave atrociously in the Cloud Mountain City. After tearing open the courtyard's array, the Seven Emotions Martial Emperor was preparing to kill Li Fuqin and the others. All of a sudden, the courtyard's array condensed again, and there was an even stronger layer of array power. Cloud Emperor, do you really want to make life difficult for me? The Seven Emotions Martial Emperor turned to look at the void. In the void, a white-clothed, middle-aged man appeared. He was the Cloud Mountain City Lord, and also the Cloud Mountain Province's governor, the Cloud Emperor. Seven Emotions Martial Emperor, stop trying to flatter yourself. I, the Cloud Emperor, don't have the time to make life difficult for you. You are the one making life difficult for me. The Cloud Emperor said in a deep voice. The Seven Emotions Martial Emperor said, the people inside kill my disciple, young Master Six Desires. They must die. If you dare to obstruct me, you shall die too. I have heard of your disciple, young Master Six Desires. He should have died a long time ago. It is good to kill him. The Cloud Emperor had always been upright. Therefore, he didn't approve of the Seven Emotions Martial Emperor and young Master Six Desires. Cloud Emperor, don't think that I won't dare to kill you just because you are from the floating sky mountain." The seven emotions martial emperor was enraged, and a furious emotion power rushed at the cloud emperor. You could try. The cloud emperor's cultivation might not be comparable to the seven emotions martial emperor, but he wasn't afraid. This was his territory, and he wouldn't allow the seven emotions martial emperor to act so impudently. It is the cloud emperor. In the courtyard, Li Fuchen saw the white-clothed middle-aged man. Back at the latent shadow abyss, the cloud emperor even saved their lives. Li Fuchen didn't expect for the Cloud Mountain province's governor, and he didn't even know about it. Courting death, seven emotions great palm. The seven emotions martial emperor executed a palm strike that contained the power of seven emotions and slammed at the cloud emperor. Cloud Sea Rage Strike. The cloud emperor had also executed a palm strike. Apart from the cloud emperor's own power, this palm strike was also supported by the Cloud Mountain City's array power. Rumble. The void distorted and the streets shook. A large number of buildings appeared with cracks, and there were some places where the ground had even collapsed. This was after the Cloud Emperor had used the array power to envelop this place. Otherwise, the entire Cloud Mountain City would be in a calamity. Seven emotions martial emperor get lost. The Cloud Mountain City had multiple Class 8 arrays. With so many Class 8 arrays operating at the same time, a horrific array power had instantly teleported the seven emotions martial emperor out of the Cloud Mountain City. Outside the Cloud Mountain City, the seven emotions martial emperor was enraged. He had extended both hands and slammed at the Cloud Mountain City repeatedly. Even if he wasn't able to kill the murderer today, he was going to make the Cloud Emperor suffer. Visible to the naked eye, the array power had formed a white cloud palm above the Cloud Mountain City, and had scattered the seven emotions martial emperor's palm print. Cloud Emperor, you forced me to do this. The seven emotions martial emperor opened up his palm, and five illusory seeds floated above his palm. The instant the five illusory seeds appeared, violent emotions of joy, anger, sorrow, and sorrow were released and had affected the interior of the Cloud Mountain City. In a split moment, countless people in the Cloud Mountain City were in ecstasy, rage, sorrow, and sorrow. Some of the people with weaker willpower had committed suicide under the impact of the five emotions. Emotion seeds? The Cloud Emperor had a huge change in expression. He had heard of the seven emotions martial emperor's seven emotions divine technique. It was said that the seven emotions divine technique could cultivate emotion seeds. The emotion seeds were extremely horrific, and once infected, there was no way to save them. They would immediately fall into a frenzy and lose the will to live. He didn't expect for the seven emotions martial emperor to cultivate five emotion seeds. The Cloud Mountain City's array might be a Class 8 mid-tier array, but it was only able to isolate the seven emotions martial emperor's normal state of emotions. It wasn't able to isolate the power of the emotion seeds. Seven emotions martial emperor. You dare? After seeing a large number of people dying, the Cloud Emperor's eyes were wide open. Why wouldn't I dare? Even if you can save the three of them today, I will make your entire Cloud Mountain City die. The seven emotions martial emperor said coldly. While speaking, he slammed his palm and gathered the five emotion seeds. I must not let the emotion seeds explode. Li Fuchen had been paying attention to the seven emotions martial emperor's every move. Seeing the situation, he released the Clear Heart Demon Lock incantation to protect the Cloud Mountain City. Li Fuchen, who was worried, added on another layer of Evil Vanquish incantation and another layer of Clear Heart incantation. Bang boom! The Clear Heart Demon Lock incantation collapsed. So did the Evil Vanquish incantation. Immediately after, the Clear Heart incantation also collapsed. It was fortunate that the power of the emotion seeds had already been neutralized by the three layers of incantations and the Class 8 array's power. It didn't cause any more waves. What a bastard. The seven emotions martial emperor was enraged as his murderous intent burst into the sky. There had never been anyone that made him so angry, and Li Fuchen was the first. Many thanks, young brother. The Cloud Emperor said to Li Fuchen. At this moment, everyone that had sunk into frenzied emotions had gradually recovered, and it was all thanks to Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen said with shame, "I am the one that lured the 7 emotions martial emperor here. In fact, I am the one that has let down Senior Cloud Emperor." The Cloud Emperor shook his head and said in a cold and stern voice, "The 7 emotions martial emperor is a temperamental person and disregards the rules. It is his fault this time, and it has nothing to do with you." If everyone was like the 7 emotions martial emperor, the Emperor Sky Continent would already be in chaos, and it was something that the Cloud Emperor couldn't tolerate. After taking a deep breath, the 7 emotions martial emperor grinned and said, "I would like to see how long you can last." After cultivating the 7 emotions divine technique, the 7 emotions martial emperor only wanted to follow his emotions and didn't care about anything else. 7 emotions martial emperor, get lost from my floating sky mountain, otherwise don't even think about leaving. Right at this moment, the Cloud Mountain City's array was activated by itself. An illusory figure enveloped the entire Cloud Mountain City and yelled out like a god. "Vacant Mountain Emperor." The 7 emotions martial emperor's expression changed. The Vacant Mountain Emperor was the Floating Sky Mountain's Mountain Emperor and was a great emperor that lived up to his name. He dared to be fearless when facing the Cloud Emperor, but he didn't dare to be arrogant when facing the Vacant Mountain Emperor. Otherwise, the Soul Emperor wouldn't be able to save him in time. This is the Floating Sky Mountain's Mountain Emperor. Li Fuchen had a grave expression. Back on the Red Copper Continent, he encountered the Floating Sky Mountain and even had a battle with the Floating Sky Mountain's battle formation. He didn't expect for the Floating Sky Mountain to protect him this time. Without any nonsense, the 7 emotions martial emperor left. At the same moment, the Vacant Mountain Emperor's figure had also vanished. Chapter 651. Senior Cloud Emperor, thank you for saving my life. With the commotion over, Li Fuchen arrived in front of the Cloud Emperor and cupped his fist with respect. The Cloud Emperor said, although young Master 6 Desires deserved to die, he had the 7 emotions martial emperor backing him up. After so many years, no one dared to touch him. Now that you've killed young Master 6 Desires, the 7 emotions martial emperor will not let the matter rest. You have to be careful. In the Cloud Mountain City, he was able to protect Li Fuchen, but outside of the Cloud Mountain City, he was powerless. After all, he was only at the mid-level of Law Phase realm, while the 7 emotions martial emperor was at the high level of Law Phase realm. Without the support of the array formation, he wouldn't be able to last more than 10 moves against the 7 emotions martial emperor. Li Fuchen nodded and asked, Senior Cloud Emperor, is the 7 emotions martial emperor chasing after us because he captured our emotional chi presence? This was Li Fuchen's doubt. The Cloud Emperor nodded and said, the 7 emotions martial emperor is said to be able to play with the 7 emotions and 6 sensory pleasures. He is extremely proficient in controlling emotions. As long as a trace of emotion is leaked, he will be able to capture it. Once he captures the emotion chi presence, it will be impossible to escape his pursuit for the rest of your life. You have to know that the Emperor Sky Continent has 2 formidable tracking methods. The first one is naturally the Celestial Eye Emperor. The Celestial Eye is something that even the Soul Emperor is fearful of. The second one is the 7 emotions martial emperor. It is said that the Soul Emperor's tracking method is also extremely horrific and isn't inferior to the Celestial Eye Emperor. At the mention of the Celestial Eye Thearch and the Soul Emperor, the Cloud Thearch's expression turned serious. If there were 10 most dangerous individuals in the Emperor Sky Continent, the Celestial Eye Emperor and the Soul Emperor would definitely be among them. If there were 5 most dangerous individuals, the Celestial Eye Emperor and the Soul Emperor would still be among them. He even picked out the 3 most dangerous people, including the Celestial Eye Sovereign and the Soul Emperor. The reason why the 2 of them were in danger was not because they were strong. It was the 2 of them that were hard to fathom. As a Law Phase Realm Emperor, the Cloud Emperor could already sense that the Emperor Sky Continent wasn't peaceful. In response, Li Fuchen went silent. He was thinking about how to sever the connection with the 7 emotions martial emperor. Emotions are self-generated emotions, but they can actually be captured. Back in the courtyard, Li Fuchen frowned. He didn't want to live in the shadow of the seven emotions martial emperor for his entire life, and constantly be on guard against the seven emotions martial emperor. There were only two solutions. First, kill the seven emotions martial emperor. As long as he killed the seven emotions martial emperor, everything would be resolved. However, if he could kill the seven emotions martial emperor, he wouldn't need to worry about being pursued by the seven emotions martial emperor. The second was to find a way to sever the connection. The soul-cleansing mantra left behind by the incantation martial emperor has the effect of cleansing one's mind. I wonder if it's effective. The soul-cleansing incantation was only a low-level incantation. It could cleanse one's mind of distracting thoughts and cut off unnecessary emotions. Of course, although it was a low-level incantation, as long as one's attainment in incantation was high, the effect of the soul-cleansing incantation was still very powerful. There was a saying in the incantation world, there was no strongest incantation, only the strongest incantation master. After looking for Gu Jui, Li Fuchen executed the spirit-cleansing incantation on her. Gu Jui said, "I feel much more relaxed. It seems like I've separated myself from some unnecessary things." Li Fuchen had a delighted expression and said, "It seems like it is effective." Gu Jui hesitated and said, "Could it be that the seven emotions martial emperor has captured something on me?" Li Fuchen said, "The seven emotions martial emperor is very sensitive to emotions. He probably captured the emotions that you revealed back then." Gu Jui's expression changed. Regardless if it was young Master Six Desires or the seven emotions martial emperor, both of them were too dangerous. One toyed with desires, the other toyed with emotions. It was simply bad luck to be involved with these people. Only an unparalleled prodigy like Li Fuchen would be able to deal with them. Before the seven emotions martial emperor left the floating sky mountain, the trace of emotion chi presence that he grasped that was related to Gu Jui suddenly lost its spirituality and turned into a dead object. In other words, he would no longer be able to use this trace of emotion chi presence to track them. Who did it? The seven emotions martial emperor was enraged. The seven emotions martial emperor suddenly thought of Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen was proficient in incantations, and it was probably done by him. This child is too strange. If I don't eliminate him as soon as possible, I will be implicated by him sooner or later. The seven emotions martial emperor's murderous intent was extremely intense. After staying in the Cloud Mountain City for a few days, Li Fuchen finally upgraded the Absolute Heaven Sword Art to the Heaven Class mid-tier. His original Sword Dao strength was already at the level of a peak class combat emperor. Now that the Divine Flame Sword Energy technique was upgraded to the 38th rank and the Absolute Heaven Sword Art was upgraded to the Heaven Class mid-tier, Li Fuchen believed that he was able to contest with low-tier Law Phase Realm Emperors. The victor would only be determined after a fight. If my body refinement strength is 100, my Sword Dao strength should be around 30. Li Fuchen let out a bitter smile. His Sword Dao strength might be improving rapidly, but with the hand of God, it would still take a long time for his Sword Dao strength to catch up to his body refinement strength. After all, his Hand of Force was a Heaven-class mid-tier Chi power, and the Hand of Force was comparable with a Heaven-class mid-tier body refinement art. Under normal circumstances, between martial arts of the same level, body-refining martial arts would be one level higher than true Chi martial arts. Floating Sky Mountain, as the name suggested, it was a giant mountain that was suspended in the sky. The mountain itself had a powerful magnetic field that repelled the Earth's magnetic field. With the support of countless arrays on the floating sky mountain, it was able to break free from the Earth's gravity and float 10,000 meters in the sky. After arriving at the floating sky mountain, all metallic weapons would be sucked away. Be it Earth-class or Heaven-class weapons, they would all be the same. Therefore, in order to attack the floating sky mountain, one had to be barehanded and must not have any metallic items. The floating sky mountain was massive and the base was over 1,000 miles long. It was just like a giant mountain. In the floating sky mountain's grand hall, the vacant mountain emperor looked down and said, "There are still 3 months before the Saint Monument Hidden Domain opens. My floating sky mountain has already been at the bottom for 4 consecutive times. If I am to be at the bottom again, the gap between me and those few individuals will only get bigger." In response, many of the floating sky mountain's elders went silent. The Saint Monument hidden domain was the number 1 heaven-class hidden domain in the Emperor Sky Continent. It would only open once every 100 years. In the deepest part of the Saint Monument hidden domain, there was a Saint Monument. It was said that this Saint Monument contained the secrets to the Saint's realm. Anyone who could completely comprehend the secrets on the Saint Monument would be able to become a saint. Of course, even if one couldn't become a saint, as long as one could comprehend some of the mysteries, their strength would be far superior to others. However, it wasn't that easy to get close to the Saint Monument. One must have the Saint Monument shards to get close to the Saint Monument. The Saint Monument shards were scattered throughout the Saint Monument hidden domain, and one had to slowly search for them. When the Saint Monument hidden domain was first discovered, the Emperor Sky Continent would frequently have wars between emperors. Lawfei's realm emperors would suffer severe casualties, and after a long period of time, there were plenty of great emperors that perished. Afterwards, everyone agreed to send out primary sea realm monarchs to contest for the Saint Monument shards. For the first 4 times, the floating sky mountain obtained the least Saint Monument shards. As compared to the number 1 ranked Soul Sky Empire, they didn't even have 10% of the Saint Monument shards. A single Saint Monument shard could only stay in the vicinity of the Saint Monument for a certain period of time. The more Saint Monument shards there were, the longer the duration. Chapter 652. Mountain Chieftain. The other 6 major factions have at least a few peak-class combat emperors. Our floating sky mountain only has 1 peak-class combat emperor at best. It will be extremely difficult to obtain more Saint Monument shards. A white-haired old man spoke helplessly from below. High-class combat emperors could rely on cultivation techniques and martial arts to reach this level, but it was very difficult for peak-class combat emperors to rely on cultivation techniques and martial arts, unless they cultivated heaven-class mid-tier cultivation techniques and martial arts to an extremely high level. No one at the primary sea realm had such perception. In the history of the Emperor Sky Continent, there were only a few individuals with such perception. Therefore, in order to reach the level of a peak-class combat emperor, there was only one way, and that was to comprehend the bone frame ability to an extremely high level. If it was an 8-star extraordinary bone frame, the bone frame pattern would need to be comprehended to the level of 8 segments. The 8-star special bone frame had to be comprehended to the 7th segment at least. Of course, if a 7-star special bone frame was comprehended to the extremity, one would also possess the strength of a peak-class combat emperor. Mountain Chieftain, I have a candidate. Emperor Yun took a step forward and said, "Speak." The vacant mountain emperor looked at Emperor Yun. The Cloud Arch said, "There is a junior in the Cloud Mountain City who is extremely powerful. He once killed young Master 6 Desires, one of the Soul Sky Empire's 4 great young masters. I reckon that he isn't a peak-class combat emperor, but he isn't far from it." Young Master 6 Desires was also very famous in the floating sky mountain. He was known as the most dangerous existence below the peak-level combat emperors. If Li Fuchen could kill young Master 6 Desires, his ability was naturally formidable. He killed young Master 6 Desires. In the main hall, the elders of the Hanging Mountain were visibly moved. They were very clear about young Master 6 Desires' situation. Even a peak-class combat emperor might not be able to kill him. The vacant mountain emperor said, "Is that the brat that provoked the 7 emotions martial emperor?" "Yes." Emperor Yin nodded. The vacant mountain emperor said, "Then invite him over. As for the reward, you can decide for yourself." Yinshan City. City Lord Residence. St. Tablet's Secret Realm. Li Fuchen raised his brows. He knew nothing about the Saint Monument's secret realm. The Cloud Emperor explained, "The Saint Monument's secret realm has always been controlled by the 7 great Emperor-class forces. Even the Clan of Darkness, which is not inferior to the 7 great Emperor-class forces, has never entered the Saint Monument's secret realm. Therefore, it's normal that you don't know about it." Li Fuchen said, If I can help the floating sky mountain obtain more than 5 Saint Monument shards, I hope to get one. Upon hearing this, the Cloud Emperor did not hesitate at all. That's not a problem. In normal situations, it was already very hard to obtain 2 Saint Monument shards. Most importantly, it wasn't that easy to protect the Saint Monument shards. The other 6 elite factions' primary Sea Realm monarchs would definitely make a move to snatch it. If it wasn't for the fact that the 7 major forces had come to an agreement that they couldn't rob each other of their Saint Monument shards and had to leave one for each other, the Floating Mountain sect would have gotten even fewer Saint Monument shards each time. What if I can get more than 10 fragments? Li Fuchen asked. The Cloud Emperor smiled and said, I'll make the decision. As long as you can get more than 10 Saint Monument shards, I'll give you 2. Seeing that Li Fuchen still wanted to say something, the Cloud Emperor said helplessly, For every 5 Saint Monument shards, I will give you 1. You don't have any objections, right? Then I shall thank Senior Cloud Emperor. Li Fuchen wasn't worried that he wouldn't be able to get the Saint Monument shards. As long as he was willing, it wasn't a problem to get 10 or 20 Saint Monument shards. At most, he would just snatch from others. In the blink of the eye, there was only 1 month left before the opening of the Saint Monument Hidden Domain. Under the Cloud Emperor's lead, Li Fuchen arrived at the Floating Sky Mountain. In front of a plaza with a cluster of buildings, the Cloud Emperor said, Including you, there are a total of 12 primary Sea Realm monarchs that are entering the Saint Monument Hidden Domain. 7 of them are from my Floating Sky Mountain. After thinking for a moment, the Cloud Emperor said, If it is possible, go and interact with them. In the Saint Monument Hidden Domain, all of you will need to work together to resist the enemies. If you rely on your individual strength, you will not be able to laugh until the end. Even a peak-class combat emperor wouldn't dare to contest with a faction's primary Sea Realm monarch by himself. After all, those that could enter the Saint Monument Hidden Domain were at least high-class combat emperors. If over a dozen high-class combat emperors worked together, a peak-class combat emperor wouldn't be able to survive. A peak-class combat emperor's attack power was only at the Law Phase realm. They were still inferior in other aspects and couldn't be compared to Law Phase realm emperors. After the Cloud Emperor left, Li Fuchen entered the cluster of buildings. There was a plaza, a conference hall, a Dao Comprehension Hall, and dozens of courtyards. After finding an empty courtyard, Li Fuchen resided in. On the next day, Li Fuchen arrived at the Dao Comprehension Hall. According to the Cloud Emperor's introduction, the Dao Comprehension Hall was set up with a Class 8 Dao Comprehension array. When cultivating inside, one's thoughts would circulate faster, and they would be able to sense the circulation of heaven and earth laws more clearly. When Li Fuchen arrived at the Dao Comprehension Hall, there were already 7 individuals seated inside, and they were enveloped by a layer of light barrier of different colors. This was the Dao Comprehension barrier. Once the Dao Comprehender entered the Dao Comprehension state, they would resonate with the Dao Comprehension array and activate the Dao Comprehension barrier. Inside the Dao Comprehension barrier, one would never be disturbed, unless the opposition had the strength to destroy the Class 8 Dao Comprehension array. Li Fuchen sat down cross-legged and took out a mid-grade Heaven Stone to comprehend the Fire Dao Law and Sword Dao Law. No wonder it is a Class 8 Dao Comprehension array. Li Fuchen opened his eyes, and the fiery red barrier scattered. The efficiency of comprehending laws and intents here was around 30% higher than the outside world. It also meant to say that cultivating here for 10 years was equivalent to cultivating in the outside world for 13 years. Cultivating for 100 years was equivalent to cultivating in the outside world for 130 years. Closing his eyes, Li Fuchen continued to comprehend the law power within the Heaven Stone. By the time Li Fuchen opened his eyes again, he was the only one left in the Dao Comprehension Hall. Huff! After letting out a breath, Li Fuchen stood up and walked out of the Dao Comprehension Hall. Outside the Dao Comprehension Hall, there were 3 individuals conversing. He is out. As one of them spoke, the other 2 looked at Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen said generously, Li Fuchen, let me introduce myself. I am Zhang Sun from the Brocade Sword Sect. This is Lu Yunhe from the Sky Saber Guild. This is the number 2 prodigy monarch of the floating sky mountain, Shun Tang. The person who spoke earlier introduced to Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen, which sect are you from? Shun Tang asked. Li Fuchen said, my sect isn't in the Emperor's Sky Continent. You were chased out of the Emperor's Sky Continent? Lu Yunhe glanced at Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen didn't say anything. Zhang Sun laughed and said, Li Fuchen, what is your reward? My reward is 5,000 high-grade spirit stones. Lu Yunhe's reward is slightly more than mine, 6,000 high-grade spirit stones. Shun Tang is from a floating sky mountain and is rewarded with 10,000 high-grade spirit stones. Li Fuchen didn't know if he should speak the truth, but after thinking about it, others would find out sooner or later, and it wasn't practical to lie. Therefore, he said, Senior Cloud Emperor promised me that if I can obtain 5 or more Saint Monument shards, I will get one. TSS. Chapter 653. Saint Monument fragments could sense each other's aura. In other words, as long as both parties had Saint Monument fragments, they could sense each other. They could even sense how many Saint Monument fragments the other party had. Even if Li Fuchen found 10 Saint Monument shards, he would only be able to keep 1 shard. Therefore, it was simply a fool's dream to obtain more than 5 shards. If you can't do it, it doesn't mean others can't. Li Fuchen said indifferently. Lu Yunhe chuckled coldly. I can't do it, and neither can you. Shun Tang, it seems that someone has contributed to your hanging mountain for nothing. Shun Tang noticed the awkward atmosphere and said, there are no absolutes in this world. The 7 major factions have designated the Peace Grassland as a safe zone in the Saint Monument Secret Realm. As long as you can enter the safe zone ahead of time, you won't have to worry about others snatching the fragments. I hope your luck is that good. Lu Yunhe shrugged and turned to leave. Seeing that Lu Yunhe left, Zhang Sun said to Li Fuchen, don't mind him. Lu Yunhe is always like this. He is straightforward with his words. He and Lu Yunhe could be considered old acquaintances. He knew that although this person was a little arrogant, he did not have a bad heart. It was just that he did not know how to be tactful with his words. He said whatever he wanted to say and did not give others any face at all. It's fine. Li Fuchen really didn't put Lu Yunhe in his heart. It was meaningless. From the 2 of them, Jiang Yi found out that among the 12 people from the Floating Sky Mountain that entered the Saint Monument Secret Domain, there were 11 high-class combat emperors and 1 peak-class combat emperor. The only peak-class combat emperor was the Floating Sky Mountain's prodigy monarch, Xian Shao. He possessed the 8-star soft water bone frame. According to Shun Tang, Xian Shao only managed to comprehend the root bone pattern to the level of close to 8 segments under a lucky coincidence. Her soft water divine ability, Mirrored Flowers Water Moon, was extremely strange and was one of the best supportive divine abilities. For the next few days, Li Fuchen met up with the other 8 individuals. Among these 8 people, 2 were old and 2 were middle-aged. It wasn't that they weren't talented enough, but it was just too difficult to advance to the Law Phase realm. Even with a Heaven Tier cultivation technique, the chances of entering the Transcendence realm were not 100%. In general, the average age for an 8-star bone frame to progress to the Law Phase realm was 300 to 400 years old. Those with great innate perception might be able to progress to the Law Phase realm in 100 to 200 years. Those with weak innate perception might only have hopes of progressing to the Law Phase realm after 500 to 600 years old. Some of them might not even progress to the Law Phase realm until their death. As for 7-star bone frames, there wasn't even one in a million that could progress to the Law Phase realm. In the blink of an eye, the day of the Saint Monument Secret Realm's opening had arrived. Including the vacant Mountain Emperor, the Law Phase Realm Emperors of the Floating Sky Mountain, Li Fuchen, and the other 12 individuals were teleported to a plane. This plane was called the Holy Monument Plane, and the Holy Monument Secret Realm was located in the space-time of this plane. When Li Fuchen and his group arrived at the Saint Monument Plains, there were already a few hundred people, and they were split into 6 camps. They were the Soul Sky Empire, the Crimson Moon Empire, the Safflower Empire, the Blue Sun Empire, the Heavenly Eye Cult, and the Mysterious Dark Cult. Among them, The Soul Sky Empire had the most members. There were already over 30 individuals of the primary sea realm, and it was 3 times more than the floating sky mountain. Next were the Heavenly Eye Cult, Safflower Empire, Mystic Dark Cult, Blue Sun Empire, and Crimson Moon Empire. The floating sky mountain had the least primary sea realm cultivators. Vacant Mountain Emperor, you are late. The Red Moon Emperor had a tall stature, and there was a crescent moon imprint on his forehead. He laughed heartily and spoke with a forceful voice. The Vacant Mountain Emperor laughed and said, "Arriving at the right time is better than arriving early." As the Vacant Mountain Master spoke, a crack appeared in the void. A blurry white light covered the crack. The Saint Monument Hidden Domain had opened. The Mystic Dark Cult Patriarch, the Mystic Dark Emperor, said indifferently, "Since the Saint Monument Hidden Domain has opened, then send them in." The Saint Monument Hidden Domain was the number 1 heaven class hidden domain in the Emperor's Sky Continent. Only a few individuals at the primary sea realm would be able to enter the Saint Monument Hidden Domain. They would need the help of a Law Phase Realm Emperor. My Blue Sun Empire shall make a move first. The Blue Sun Emperor waved his hand and enveloped 18 primary sea realm monarchs from the Blue Sun Empire with blue light before sending them into the crack. All members of the Safflower Empire, enter. The Safflower Empress was a woman in red clothes, and there was a vibrant red flower in her hair. With a wave of her hand, 21 primary sea realm monarchs from the Safflower Empire were also sent into the crack. Next was the Mystic Dark Cult and the Red Moon Empire. When it was the Floating Sky Mountain's turn, Li Fuchen didn't know if it was an illusion, but in the Soul Sky Empire's camp, the Soul Emperor with eyes that were as deep as a black hole glanced at Li Fuchen with a profound gaze. It is time for the Celestial Eye Cult's members to enter. The Celestial Eye Emperor focused his eyes and sent close to 30 primary sea realm monarchs into the crack with an eye power. Apart from the Soul Emperor, the rest of the great emperors had contracted their eyes. In the Emperor's Sky Continent, the Soul Emperor was undoubtedly the number 1 great emperor. If there was anyone that could contest with the Soul Emperor, it would be the Celestial Eye Emperor. That eye power earlier was just an ordinary eye power. If it was released by the Celestial Eye Emperor's third eye, the power would at least be doubled. Celestial Eye Emperor, your eye power has grown stronger again. The Mystic Dark Cult Patriarch looked at the Celestial Eye Emperor and said slowly. The Celestial Eye Emperor said calmly, "Likewise, your Mystic Dark Great Technique should have broken through to a higher rank, right?" The Mystic Dark Emperor said, "How can it be so easy? You are overestimating me." Speaking of which, the 7 of us haven't had a Tao discussion for many years. Why don't we have a Tao discussion after the Saint Monument Hidden Domain closes? The Safflower Empress suggested. Among the 7 of them, apart from the Soul Emperor and the Celestial Eye Emperor, who were rather stable, the rest of them weren't. The difference between them was extremely small. You might be slightly superior this time, but it might not be the same for the next time. I think it is possible. The Red Moon Emperor nodded in agreement. Among the 7 of them, his ranking had always been below average. Therefore, he was very curious about the strength of the others. Let's talk after the Saint Monument Hidden Domain closes. The Soul Emperor waved his hand and casually sent the primary sea realm monarchs from the Soul Sky Empire into the Saint Monument Hidden Domain. Soul Emperor, if you don't participate, how are we going to discuss Tao? The Blue Sun Emperor looked at the Soul Emperor. The 7 of them had been maintaining a subtle balance, but everyone had their own ambitions, and it was impossible for them to maintain this subtle balance. If they were able to see some information about the Soul Emperor, it would only be beneficial for them. The Soul Emperor didn't say anything and closed his eyes. It was unknown why, but the Blue Sun Emperor's body had a trace of cold intent. Just as he was about to say something, he instantly swallowed it back. This place was a vast grassland. It might be called a grassland, but the color wasn't green, it was grayish-white. When looking at it, it was a desolate and cold scene. This is the Peace Grassland, Zhang Sun said to Li Fuchen.